Chapter 301, a little bit short. 307. He, Ghastly felt very happy. There were a lot of delicious food waiting for it when it woke up, and they were all energy cubes it liked to eat. It would be great if I could still eat the venom from last time. After eating venom last time, my dreams were fragrant, and I woke up refreshed and full of aftertaste. Yu-Hai didn't know what Ghastly was thinking. As Ghastly's evolution and degeneration ended, he also opened Ghastly's proficiency panel and looked at the changes in the panel data. Garcelle, different color. Attribute, ghost plus poison. Gender, male. Potential, 60.74%. Level, 11.61%. Characteristics. Garcelle's potential increased by 0.4, and his level decreased by 2 levels. Good fellow, Yu-Hai exclaimed, good fellow. Without the assistance of gems, Ghastly's potential increased by 2 levels after reaching the king level, and the potential only increased by 0.4. If he didn't have money to buy gems, he could only endure it slowly. Each time the evolution and degeneration increased by only a few tenths, he didn't know how long it would take to make Ghastly reach the champion level. According to the calculation of 2 levels of growth a day and a few tenths of potential increase a day, it would take 2 or 3 years to reach the end of Ghastly's potential. After the potential is reached, the level must be raised. God knows whether it will take 5 years or 10 years. Ghost energy, superpower energy, and poison energy, 3 kinds of energy accelerated this process, allowing him to endure for less time. At present, it is only accelerating the improvement of potential. When the resources are exhausted, he will not be able to accelerate and can only endure slowly. Why does he feel so much like the Krypton Gold game in his previous life? As long as you are willing to Krypton Gold, the level will be like a rocket, rising up like a monkey, and it can't be suppressed. It can only be said that it is worthy of being Ghastly. It is amazing to be able to control its own evolution and degeneration. It accelerates the process of energy digestion and absorption. Whether he can lie flat in this life depends on Ghastly. Next, he gave Ghastly 100 grams of venom and asked Ghastly to try whether he would get drunk. As a result, Ghastly was not drunk, but a little excited. He guessed that it should be Ghastly's poison resistance that increased. After all, it was dyed purple by so many poisons and turned into a different color elf. If even 100 grams of venom can make people drunk, he can only say that the venom that this Ghastly drank before was all white water. He then took out another 400 grams of venom, or 1 pound of venom, for Ghastly to try. Ghastly began to feel a little dizzy, and then he called Ghastly to evolve, using evolution to digest the venom in his body, so that Ghastly would not get drunk and delay things. After Ghastly degenerated, Ghastly's face became more purple. He also found that after Ghastly evolved, Haunter was not purple, but black, the whole body was black. Only the eyes of Haunter were white and the mouth was pink, or because of the long tongue. He didn't know if this was abnormal. After all, his heterochromatic Ghastly was not the same as the heterochromatic Ghastly in the animation of his previous life, and he didn't know if Jengar would become a white Jengar after super evolution. This time, using venom to evolve and degenerate, Ghastly increased a little potential and decreased a little level. Yu-Hai thought to himself that it was indeed the case. First of all, venom is not energy, which has little help in the increase of potential, and can only slow down the decrease of level. After all, it is still not as good as the energy in the gem. Next, he mixed venom and poison gems. After consuming 7 pounds of venom and 7 poison gems, Ghastly's potential increased by 6 points. Next, 6 psychic gems and psychic energy were consumed. He let Ghastly eat as much as he could and evolve after eating. However, while evolving, he should not absorb the energy in the curved spoon, but also allocate some psychic energy to props, just like the potential and level. He didn't know if Ghastly could understand this expression, but after Ghastly degenerated and spit out the curved spoon, he found that the curved spoon had miraculously increased in level. Ghastly's potential was also improved, but the effect was not very ideal, and there was not even a slight increase. He guessed that it was probably because his potential was too high and he had to allocate some to the curved spoon, which caused Ghastly's potential to increase more slowly and consume more. Now Ghastly's potential is already 67. Garces, different color. Attribute, ghost plus poison. Gender, male. Potential, 67.54%. Level, 9.42%. Characteristics. The evolution research continued, and the last 5 evolutions ended. After consuming 5 superpower gems, Ghastly's potential only increased by 2.8, and the curved spoon also returned to the level of a senior level item. This means that these items with the same energy can convert energy to each other. After all, they are all elf items that match their own attributes. If this is the case, he can buy Ghastly a few low-level items and let Ghastly slowly improve the item level. The method of using evolution to charge items is probably only Ghastly can use it, and it can only charge poison, ghost, and superpower items. The conversion efficiency of superpower items is not as high as that of ghost and poison items. But Ghastly's potential is only 70% now, far from the semi-champion he envisioned, and his poison and psychic resources are gone. He looked at the 30 purity dark stone and 7 ghost gems in his hand, ready to gamble with the remaining ghost energy. This is the energy he was going to use to help Ghastly hit the championship, but now it has not even reached 71%, let alone the semi-champion. He found that he had miscalculated the energy consumption to reach the semi-champion. The higher the potential, the more energy is consumed. Only poison energy and psychic energy are not enough, and now even the reserve food has to be used. As a result, 7 ghost gems, plus a lot of living things, the life energy cube only increased by 3.6 in the end, and Ghastly's potential was only 73%. It's not that there is no good news. The only good news is that the spell talisman has returned to the senior level. But Ghastly's potential is only 73, and he is still 6% away from the semi-champion level. He looked down at the last dark stone in his hand, like a gambler who has lost all his money. He picked up the dark stone with trembling arms and put it into Ghastly's big mouth, allowing Ghastly to continue to evolve and degenerate. Then there was nothing else. Until the ghost energy of the dark stone was exhausted and turned into an ordinary transparent stone, Ghastly's potential did not reach level 80, but Ghastly, different color. Attribute, ghost plus poison. Gender, male. Potential, 75.52%. Level, 8.61%. Characteristics. Ghastly's potential is not even 79. The dark stone of 30 purity only increased Ghastly's potential by 1.6. He has exhausted all available energy resources. The closer he got to that number, the more he thought of the life of picking up garbage on a deserted island, and the fear of being dominated by the .99. He had nightmares several times at that time. If the purity of 30 was only 1.6, he felt that the .99 behind was his real nightmare, and his nightmare had just begun. You know, he had already experienced a nightmare. That was last week when Ghastly reached the threshold of the Quasi King. If there were enough resources, he could continue to pile up potential. If it didn't work once, he would try twice or 3 times, but he had no resources and had to exchange resources. Before going to exchange resources, he didn't need to evolve this time. After Ghastly was full, he used the Pokeball to take back Ghastly. When he stood up from the ground, he stumbled and almost fell. After taking several deep breaths, he calmed down his restless heart and prepared to pick up the garbage bags and packaging boxes on the ground. He just looked like a gambler who had lost all his money. He was inevitably a little dazed after thinking about the 99, but he had not given up. Now he had to gamble again, betting on the future, betting that Ghastly had a limit. If Ghastly had no limit, then his previous investment would not be wasted, because no limit is the limit, which is a very scary thing, which means that Ghastly's future is unlimited, but he can't afford it. After cleaning up the garbage, he did a quick calculation and found that he had eaten at least 13 boxes of life energy cubes and at least 8 boxes of psychic energy cubes. Gas's eating speed can no longer be calculated in days, but in minutes. Among them, energy cubes are still a small part, and the consumption of various gems is the big part. He still has 2 senior-level props left, the spell talisman and the curved spoon, as well as 2,000 boxes of life energy cubes and more than 900 boxes of psychic energy cubes. He wants to use these things to exchange for resources for the last fight, to help Ghastly's potential to reach the top of the championship. Even if he has to settle for second best, he must be a quasi-champion. There was no need to exchange the remaining poisonous orbs and black mud, so they were kept for Ghastly's own use. When he arrived at the small courtyard of the villa, he used the poke ball to retrieve the frogs that were being trained, and prepared to take them out to find the greasy fat man. After sitting on the gull, he arrived at the department store not long after flying, entered the food store he had been to twice, and met the greasy fat man who had received him a week ago. "Sir, please come in quickly, go make tea and get some fruit." The greasy fat man hurried to the store after the reminder of the shopping guide and saw Yu Hai. He greeted him with a smile and invited Yu Hai to the box for a detailed discussion. After all, he was a big customer, and he dared not neglect him. The reason why Yu Hai found the greasy fat man was because this guy was easy to talk to. After all, he was so scared. It was just a simple exchange of goods, not a big deal. I believe the greasy fat man would not refuse. "I wonder what you want to buy this time." The greasy fat man poured tea for Yu Hai and gently placed it on Yu Hai's table, ready to listen to Yu Hai's purpose. Yu Hai took out the spell talisman and the curved spoon. The energy conversion efficiency of these 2 items was too low. He planned to exchange them for ghost gems and poison gems, which were easier to digest and absorb than the dark stone. "I want to exchange goods with you." Yu Hai pushed the gift box to the greasy fat man. Spell talisman, curved spoon. The greasy fat man opened the gift box and saw these 2 items, and thought of the items he sold from him. However, he did not find fault. If it were someone else, it would be fine. He did not dare to offend this big customer. It was just an exchange. As long as the goods were fine, it would be a small matter. "I want ghost gems and poison gems. Just give them to me at the original price." Yu Hai did not embarrass the greasy fat man. If the greasy fat man dared to embarrass him, that would be another matter. "Okay, sir, do you mind if I check the goods?" The greasy fat man took out an instrument, which was similar to the one Yu Hai had seen in the black market in Hasa City. "Okay," Yu Hai nodded silently, guessing that the other party was probably testing. The energy concentration contained in the props was similar to his panel, but the numerical error was about 2 or 3 points, which was much less accurate than the panel. This is also the reason why it is difficult to find bargains at street stalls. After all, people are not stupid. Not only do props have energy levels, but elves also have energy levels. Unless it is an elf baby or some props that cannot display energy levels, they will not be detected. Don't even think about the Super Evolution Stone. This thing has ancestral inheritance, gem inheritance, and super evolution of the blue big dog. The bottom layer doesn't know what's going on, don't the upper layer know it? The top leaders of the alliance are not stupid. "Sir, there is no problem with the props, but the energy is a little weak. As long as they return to the warehouse and put them in a place with rich ghost energy, it will recover." The greasy fat man put down the testing equipment, knowing that Yu Hai must have used props, but it was a small matter. He would go back to nourish them for a while, refurbish them and sell them again. These 2 props did not need to be refurbished. There was no sign of use from the appearance, so they did not need to be refurbished. "Since the props are fine, take a look at this." Yu Hai took out another 1,000 boxes of life energy cubes and pushed them to the greasy fat man. "Sir, do you want to change this too?" The greasy fat man was shocked. Fortunately, the other party came to exchange goods. If he came to return the goods, he would have to spit out his commission. Yes, 1000 boxes of life energy cubes are 20% off 5.6 million, the spell talisman is 20% off 4.4 million, and the curved spoon is 20% off 5.6 million, a total of 15,600,000, am I right? Yu Hai asked with a smile. Sir, you have a good memory. May I ask if all of them are replaced with ghost gems and poison gems? The greasy fat man asked the shopping guide to count the number of energy cubes, and asked Yu Hai how to exchange them. Ghost gems are 20% off, 600,000 each, and poison gems are 20% off, 440,000 each. Exchange for 15 ghost gems and 15 poison gems. Yu Hai thought about it and gave the exchange requirements. 15 ghost gems are 9 million, and 15 poison gems are 6,600,000, which is exactly the total value of the three things. Garcelle has good talents in ghost and poison. Ghastly became a different color elf because of venom, so 15 poison gems were exchanged and 15 ghost gems were exchanged. As for the psychic system, although Ghastly has some talent, this thing is too inefficient. Now there is no money, so we can only focus on Ghastly's original attributes first, and the psychic system eats energy cubes to make up for it. Sir, 30 gems, the stone is just right. Please wait for a moment, sir. I will prepare it now. The greasy fat man calculated the price of the gemstone in his mind. He found that it was exactly the total value of the exchanged goods. He took the props and left the box to get the goods. Not long after, the greasy fat man came with the gemstones. According to the number required by Yu Hai, he brought 30 gemstones. After checking the purity of the gemstones one by one, Yu Hai hurriedly left the department store with the gemstones. He had to hurry back to use the 30 gemstones to break the nightmare in his heart. He really didn't want to have a nightmare. Watching Yu Hai leave, the greasy fat man asked the shopping guide to store the energy cube in the warehouse. After meeting Yu Hai this time, he was not so nervous. It turned out that he had scared himself before, causing him to have nightmares for several days. Now he can finally sleep well. 308 Chapter 302, Damn, Horror Movie. 308. On the other side, after leaving the department store and taking the gull back to the villa, Yu Hai made lunch for the elves. After lunch, the elves all started the afternoon training according to the previously arranged training. He rarely supervised the training of the elves, which was also the reason why he selected the main elves. Those who were selected as the main force did not need supervision. If it was Butterfree, it would be lazy without supervision. So he did not cultivate Butterfree as the main force. Compared with the hard training, Butterfree still preferred to bask in the sun and honey water, so he was not too harsh on Butterfree. At a glance, the main elves were training step by step in the yard. His vision for selecting the main elves was not bad. The main elves did not need supervision and would not be lazy. If you insist, if anyone would be lazy, it would be Han Han. This Han Han would slack off if he was not watched. He was as greedy and playful as Butterfree. He usually let Frog and Giant Claw to supervise him. Sometimes Han Han would not obey and would fight with Frog and Giant Claw. But Han Han could not beat Frog and Giant Claw, and could not beat Frog and Giant Claw even with brute force. Sometimes Frog and Giant Claw would call for help. As a result, Han Han complained to him, saying that Frog and Giant Claw bullied him. He could only say, "Who told you to be a bad boy? If you were better than Frog and Giant Claw, they would not be able to bully you." Then, Han Han was tricked by him to train. Han Han's food was piled in the corner. He could eat as much as he wanted when he was hungry. If he wanted to change the taste, he could use frozen teeth and flame teeth to add to his meal. There are also mineral lures, rock gems and ground gems that are very tempting to Han Han. He would throw a few into the ore pile from time to time and let Han Han smell them himself. He felt that in order to push Han Han to the championship, the energy in the rock gems and ground gems was indispensable, but Han-Han's digestion ability was definitely not comparable to Ghastly, who could evolve and degenerate freely. It was unknown how long it would take Han-Han to digest a gem. According to his estimate of Ghastly's energy consumption, at least 50 million gems were needed to reach the championship, and this was still a conservative estimate. If he wanted to push his potential further, at least 100 million would be needed. In short, he would calculate Ghastly's consumption first. He didn't believe that he couldn't break the curse of 99 with 30 gems this time. Then, Yu-Hai locked himself and Ghastly in the storage room again, and started the final sprint with Ghastly. His heartbeat began to accelerate, and his nervousness made Ghastly nervous as well. Ghastly didn't know why Yu-Hai was so nervous, but he could feel that Yu-Hai was nervous because of his evolution and degeneration, which made him cautious. Evolution was slow, and degeneration was calm. In the end, they went back and forth in the storage room, evolving and degenerating 21 times. Yu-Hai also looked at the data on the panel that kept jumping. The first time the potential increased by a few tenths, it absorbed all the energy of a poison gem. Then the potential increased by a few tenths again, and absorbed all the energy of another gem. The potential continued to rise by a few tenths, sucking away all the energy of the two gems. Until 21 gems were scrapped, Ghastly's potential also reached. Ghastly, different color. Attribute, ghost plus poison. Gender, male. Potential, 79.69%. Level, 7.31%. Characteristics. He had been stuck here for a long time, and he had to throw 3 gems each time to increase his potential by 0.1. He still had 9 gems left, so he could only keep throwing them in. He couldn't stop. His silence cost too much, and more than 50 million had been thrown in. He had to see Ghastly's limit. Then, all 9 gems were thrown to Ghastly. He felt that it was impossible to win, and he only hoped that Ghastly's potential could be infinitely close to the semi-champion. As a result, Ghastly did not digest all the gems in the first evolution, and finally evolved in 3 times, and it took 3 times to digest the gems, and Ghastly's potential also reached. Gars, other color. Attributes, ghost plus poison. Gender, male. Potential, 79.98%. Level, 5.01%. Characteristics. Fuck, are you kidding me? Yu-Hai felt like he was going crazy. He didn't get a point for the 9 gems, but here comes the 998. This reminded him of the big price cuts in his previous life that he had shouted with a loudspeaker. Don't pay 1,000, don't pay 999, just 998, just 998, and you can take the 1,000 home for only 998. Fuck, don't play it this way. My 57 million has only 900 boxes of life energy cubes, 900 boxes of psychic energy cubes, and 2 poison items. God actually played him like this, it was too hard for him. Lying helplessly on the empty and cold floor of the storage room for a few minutes, he got up again and took out the only 2 remaining poison items and gave them all to Ghastly. Gas, this is the last time, evolve again. If Yu-Hai looked in the mirror now, he could see bloodshot eyes. His eyes were red, his heart was beating fast, his fingers were shaking, and he couldn't even hold the jars of the 2 items steadily. He could only put them gently on the ground and let Ghastly take them out and swallow them himself with telekinesis. Ghastly also noticed that something was wrong with Yu-Hai, but for the last evolution, it would still obey the trainer's orders. After Ghastly finished evolving, Yu-Hai tremblingly opened Ghastly's panel. At first, he closed his eyes and didn't dare to look at the panel results at all, for he was afraid that his little heart couldn't bear it and he would die suddenly. Finally, he took several deep breaths and opened his eyes to see that Ghastly's level had become level 3, but his potential had not changed at all. He was silent and relieved, and fell powerlessly on the cold floor. He finally knew what the problem was. Feeling the cold touch from the floor, he gradually calmed down and asked Ghastly to spit the 2 poison items into the jar, and then he touched them with his gloved fingers. Poison orb, if the poison orb is not in an abnormal state, the poison orb will enter a poisonous state, strength 11%. Black sludge, when the poison orb is in the poison attribute, the poison orb will recover 1/16 of its maximum physical strength at the end of each round. When the poison orb is not in the poison attribute, the poison orb will lose 1/8 of its maximum physical strength at the end of each round, level 10.23%. Seeing the levels of the two items, he knew that it was not that the gems were invalid, but that the energy of the gems was insufficient and could not be adjusted to 0.1. Even if the energy of the two poison orbs was 20%, it could not be adjusted to 0.1. For this situation, he still has two ways to break the situation. First, Ghastly needs a higher level of ghost energy, or poison energy. This reminded him of the ghost beast, Giratina, the controller of the reversed world. As long as the opponent gave Ghastly a little energy, Ghastly could break through the bottleneck of the champion level. But that is a mythical beast, and also a villainous mythical beast. He will not accept the gift of such a mythical beast. Who knows if the other party's energy has a backdoor? Giratina is in the reverse world, controlling the power of antimatter, but because Giratina is too violent, he destroys the world everywhere, and was finally sealed in the destroyed world by Arceus. These are all information from the previous life animation. Once it is related to this kind of mythical beast, Ghastly may not be able to bear the power of the mythical beast and lose control. He may also fall for a stronger power and completely become a puppet of Giratina, working for Giratina for nothing all his life. He will not succumb to a spirit for power. Even if the other party is a mythical beast, he will not touch the other party's energy. Sometimes, it is better not to touch certain things, and don't overestimate your willpower, thinking that you can control everything, that you can control the situation, and will never be controlled by anything. However, it was all overthinking. He couldn't even resist the temptation of delicious food, beautiful women, handsome men, money, power, and status. Why did he think he could resist the temptation of a divine beast that specifically tempted you to fall? Once humans get something, they will only desire more, will only crave stronger, will only want more excitement. He is just an ordinary person. It is true that he can control his desires, but his will is just that of an ordinary person. It is impossible to be so firm, but he can control himself from doing evil, provided that no one comes to provoke him. If Giratina flirts in front of him and constantly tempts him, he can gain stronger power. He asked himself, can he withstand the temptation? The answer is, no. He will be tempted and corrupted by Giratina, and will eventually become a puppet that is neither human nor ghost, and he will be controlled by Giratina. He does not want to become a walking corpse. So, he ruled out the path of finding a higher level of energy to let Ghastly break through the champion. While he is still sober, he must extinguish the fantasy of finding Giratina. He will not choose this path unless Giratina appears in front of him now. Dong dong, dong dong. Dong dong, dong dong. The storage room is so quiet, I can hear my own heartbeat. Yu Hai lay on the cold floor and subconsciously turned his head to look at the storage room. He has never observed this storage room carefully. Now he looked carefully and realized that something serious had happened, because Ghastly was gone. Ghastly? Ghastly? No, no, still no. Don't panic, Ghastly may have gone out to play, you know Ghastly can pass through walls. Yu Hai climbed up from the cold floor and prepared to leave the storage room to find Ghastly. But as soon as he put his palm on the door handle, a large amount of black liquid slowly seeped out from the small gap under the wooden door, as if it had life, and continued to flow into the storage room. Seeing the black liquid seeping out of the door crack, Yu Hai quickly withdrew his hand and stepped back, looking around the storage room away from the door. The only exit of this storage room was this door, and there was not even a window, which meant that he was trapped. But the black liquid was still pouring out from the door crack, and the temperature in the storage room was gradually dropping, making people feel a chill, and an unknown stench was blowing in their faces. As the black liquid gradually spread, it covered the entire door panel and gradually spread to the wall, as if it was looking for something. Tap! Just then, Yu-Hai was frightened by the spreading black liquid and took 2 steps back. The black liquid heard his footsteps and flowed towards him slowly like a shark smelling blood. Until this moment, Yu-Hai finally saw what the liquid was. It was all blood. The whole door panel and the whole wall were covered with black blood, and a trace of scarlet blood could be seen faintly. He was very sober now and knew that there could be no blood outside the storage room, so there were only 2 possibilities. He quickly stepped back and took out a black dagger from his backpack. Fortunately, there was even this thing here, so the first possibility was ruled out. This was not an illusion. The thing that created the illusion didn't know what was in his backpack, let alone a dagger. Except for the illusion, there was only one possibility left. This was a dream. Only his own dream could materialize his own dagger. There was nothing to be afraid of in dreams. He held the dagger in his hand and stabbed his thigh fiercely. Squeak! When the dagger pierced his thigh, blood splattered everywhere, and a piercing pain came. He grimaced in pain. It was so painful. This was not an illusion. If it was an illusion, he would have woken up long ago. Even if he didn't wake up in pain, Ghastly would have stopped him. Otherwise, it didn't make sense to pull only him into the illusion. It was easy for a level 3 Ghastly to pull him into the illusion and deceive Ghastly's senses. How could there be such a big flaw? The reason was very simple. Only he was affected. Ghastly was very simple-minded. He only knew how to eat, and evolve and degenerate. He should still be by his side. He was probably full. He was the only one who was pulled into his dream. He didn't expect that this dream was so real that it even had pain. You should know that when he had lucid dreams in his previous life, once he broke through the cognition that there were no demons and ghosts in reality, the dream would be broken and he would wake up. But he hasn't woken up yet, so this is not a shallow dream, but a deep dream. God knows which dream he is in. Since the pain can't wake him up, this is not an ordinary lucid dream, but a lucid dream dominated by others, and the dream is not under his control. Then, there is only one last way to wake up, that is heart attack, to put it simply, suicide, so that his consciousness can get out of the dream. What if he guessed wrong? Damn, who has such a large amount of bleeding, from just now to now, at least a swimming pool has been sprayed. If he can still guess wrong, he will consider himself unlucky. After all, he has never felt such a real dream, just like the immersive virtual game that he had been bragging about for a long time in his previous life, it is too real. However, none of this matters. The important thing is to get out of the nightmare as soon as possible. He doesn't care who created the nightmare or who controlled the nightmare, but he knows who it is, who told him to be talking about someone just now. Creak! Just as he was about to stab his heart with a dagger, the wooden door of the storage room opened. He was facing the door and didn't see who opened the crack. However, none of this mattered. He just wanted to wake up now. No matter who you are or what your purpose is, you can't succeed. Puff! When the wooden door slowly opened, black blood had already crawled onto his legs. He held the dagger tightly with both hands and stabbed it hard into his chest. Finally, he hung his head and muttered, "It hurts, ah." Before Yu-Hai closed his eyes, he only saw someone coming in from the door. A shadow came and stood in front of him. He could no longer see what happened behind him, as he had already woken up from the storage room in reality. Human? Leaving? Interesting. The shadow wanted to talk to Yu-Hai, but Yu-Hai didn't see him. Instead, he saw Yu-Hai's head turning into a light spot and slowly disappearing. The dagger that fell from his chest also disappeared, and then Yu-Hai's lower body disappeared. Then the things that Yu-Hai took out of his backpack disappeared, and the backpack also slowly disappeared. Then the floor and the wall disappeared, until the entire storage room disappeared, and the shadow disappeared too. Who? Fuck, they said it wasn't a horror movie, but I was almost scared to death. Cartoons are really all lies. In the real world, Yu Hai was panting heavily, and suddenly sat up from the ground. He looked down at his chest and thighs and found that there was no blood. He was still panting heavily. It was so scary just now that he thought he couldn't come back and was going to be trapped in the dream, so he quickly shouted, "Gasset, Ghastly! Kauja, Kauja!" Ghastly didn't know what happened to the trainer. He was sleeping well just now, but now he was panting heavily, his hair and body were all sweaty, and his clothes were wet. "Hi, it's good, it's finally out," Yu Hai heard Ghastly's cry, and saw Ghastly's purple face in front of him, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He would never touch the higher level ghost energy, even if he was beaten to death. He finally understood why so many people were crazy in pursuit of powerful power, because powerful power is really tempting, but the side effects are too great, he can't bear it. As for the ghost energy or poison energy of other mythical beasts, it's not impossible, but why should they give it to you? If they haven't reached the champion level, what can they give you? Therefore, his second plan is to use quantitative change to produce qualitative change. If 10 ghost gems are not enough, then 20, 100, 1000. He doesn't believe in Ghastly's potential. He can't stack up. He doesn't believe that if Ghastly eats 10,000 ghost gems, God will still stop him. Now he has no money. He needs to make some extra money. It seems that he needs to find a black market. Don't even think about the big city in the east of Little Orange Island. There is Kona, the 4 heavenly kings, who often gives lectures there. Who is so brave that he dares to open a black market on Kona's territory? However, there should be a black market in big city on the other side of Little Orange Island, but there is also a gym there. Compared with the deterrent power of the 4 heavenly kings, the strength of the gym owner is obviously not good, not to mention that the owner of the Yuzu gym is still a teenager about the same age as him, so no one cares about him. After thinking about where to go next, he got up and packed up his things, preparing to burn all the packaging boxes, garbage, and gloves on the ground, and the broken gems that had no energy could also be thrown away. Then he used the poke ball to retrieve the full Ghastly, letting Ghastly digest the energy cubes in the poke ball and slowly try to improve his potential. Now he could only endure it slowly like this. After cleaning the storage room, he took his backpack and left the storage room. Yu Hai, who left the storage room, did not find that he was being watched by a pair of blue eyes. The moment he closed the door, a black shadow slowly emerged from the shadows. If Yu Hai was here, he would definitely recognize this Pokémon, which was also the Pokémon in his nightmare. The white hair on the Pokémon's head kept rolling and covered most of its face, revealing only a pair of bright blue eyes. There was a red jagged object like a collar around its neck, and a long black rag hung on both shoulders. The elf has black claw-like fingers with 3 claws. This elf is usually in a floating state without legs, but it can also stretch out 2 legs to stand. This elf has no gender either, although it is sometimes regarded as the male counterpart of Cresselia, because Cresselia only has females. The identity of this elf is already obvious, that is Darkrai. Darkrai will be active on the night of the new moon. It has the power to lure humans into deep sleep and dream, but it itself has no malice. But there is a saying in the elf world that Darkrai will bring horrible nightmares on moonless nights. In the past, there was a moonless night, and everyone in the village had a nightmare. The villagers claimed that the elf that appeared in the nightmare was the nightmare god. That is the instinctive power of the nightmare god, which will make people or elves unconsciously have nightmares. Although Darkrai is called the nightmare god, this elf is not bad by nature. Darkrai causes nightmares just to protect himself, not intentional malicious behavior. In fact, it is also related to Darkrai's nightmare characteristics. If Darkrai cannot control it, it will subconsciously cause mental damage to humans or elves when they are sleeping, depriving humans or elves of their physical strength. Gas? Human? Interesting, interesting. From Darkrai's muttering of Ghastly, it is obvious that he was attracted by Ghastly. Then what abnormal behavior of Ghastly can attract this kind of phantom elf to come? It should be the evolution research of Yu Hai's crazy experiment. With dozens of evolutions and degenerations a day, the energy fluctuations emitted by Ghastly are like a bright light in the dark night. It is no wonder that he found this place and targeted Yu Hai, and also compiled a nightmare for Yu Hai. If Yu Hai saw this elf, he would definitely say fuck it. It is used to deal with psychic elves. One nightmare god is enough, what else do you need a bicycle? It's a pity that the hidden in the shadows nightmare god is not something that an ordinary person like Yu Hai can discover. If he sees it, he will probably be more frightened than surprised. What? Conquer? Why do people always want to conquer the beast? They don't even look at their own weight and whether they can beat others. They just want to conquer others. They are afraid that they will not die fast enough. Don't even think about conquering. This evolution research is over. However, no one noticed that the silver feather wrapped in Yu Hai's backpack has been emitting a faint silver light since the moment Darkrai appeared. Yu Hai didn't notice it, Ghastly didn't notice it, and Darkrai didn't notice it either. I found that the poisonous orb is different from other items. It can be expressed as a percentage. The strength is the strength of the poison, which is also the level of the item. Just correspond to the level of the elf. The black sludge also cancels the enhancement degree. The proportion of restoring physical strength can be seen from the level. The physical strength restored by carrying level 10 is 1/16. The higher the level, the worse the recovery effect, and you need to change to a higher level item. Let me tell you something. The poison of the bad frog is caused by the mutation of the poison sac organ. Miss Joy said during the inspection that it was not caused by eating something from a mythical beast, but by the mutation of its own organs, just like the big claws of the giant crab. I feel that many people don't know this and skip it. 309 Chapter 303, Little Fire Monkey. 309. A week after parting with Brother Hai, Xiaoying arrived at Hasa Island the next afternoon and met the old man who picked him up at the port. Grandpa, Xiaoying came to the old man and raised his hand to hug his grandfather. He hadn't seen his grandfather for 10 days since he was hunted down. Let Grandpa take a good look at my good grandson to see if he is injured or thin from hunger. The old man knew that Xiaoying was not injured, but he heard that the young man blocked an attack for Xiaoying and was seriously injured. Grandpa, I'm not injured. I went to many places with Brother Hai these days and had a lot of fun. When I am strong enough, I will also go out to travel. Ha ha ha, it's good that I'm not injured. Grandpa didn't make a mistake, the old man's face was full of happy smiles. He was very pleased with the growth of his grandson. It seemed that his grandson's trip was not in vain. He should have learned a lot from the young man. Then he didn't need to worry about Aren who attacked them, and the woman in the massage parlor. The grandson should have figured out how to deal with them. Grandpa, I also saw the 4 heavenly kings Kona on Little Orange Island. Kona is so strong. Xiaoying felt that his experience during this period was like a roller coaster, ups and downs, and very exciting. He wanted to share his happiness with others, and this person was his grandfather. Next, he went from being chased to a cruise ship, and then met pirates, and was almost chased by pirates. After that, it was the insect-catching meeting on Marked Island. He met a Heracross and met many trainers from other places. It was a pleasure to fight with these trainers. There was also the exchange of the Pokemon Exchange Conference, and then he came to Little Orange Island, saw Kona, one of the 4 heavenly kings, listened to Kona's lecture, and played a game in a mass gathering of 10,000 people. This period of time was really short, and the experience was also rich. It was really an unforgettable experience. He found that in just 10 days, he fell in love with the life of traveling, especially with Brother Hai. But he was too weak, even Brother Hai couldn't protect himself, let alone bring him as a burden. He needed to become stronger, strong enough to embark on the journey alone, stand in front of Brother Hai, and challenge Brother Hai. Mosquito Frog, Parasaurolophus, Big Mouth Gull, Electric Monster, Heracross, Monkey Monster, these are his 6 main Pokemon. He always remembered the agreement he made with Brother Hai before leaving, that is, the regional competition. In order to participate in the regional competition, these 6 Pokémon must reach the senior level. If he wants to win the championship, he must cultivate a few more substitutes. Besides, Ditto and Monkey Monster are not suitable to go on stage. He still lacks at least 3 main elves. 6 main elves are the standard for participating in the competition, and 2 substitutes are needed to complete a 6-on-6 full-member battle. This is still a conservative estimate. After all, some contestants will bring 2 teams of 12 elves to participate in the regional competition. He has the support of his grandfather, so he doesn't have to worry about elf cultivation resources. I just don't know if Brother Hai will be caught up by me. I really look forward to meeting Brother Hai next time. The remaining auxiliary elves, Starfish, need to train telekinesis, and the remaining Farfetch'd and Slowpoke will be raised for a while before being sent to the orphanage to play with the children. He has asked Brother Hai about these 2 elves. Their potential is not very good, but they can also be cultivated. However, he doesn't know how to cultivate them, so they can be given to Ziona to take care of and protect the orphanage. Even without these elves, the old dean's Parasaurolophus is not something that ordinary people can beat, but the old dean hasn't made a move for a long time. Regional competition. The old man walked and listened to his grandson's story until the final regional competition. The old man thought that the regional competitions in various regions of the Alliance were also a good stage. If his grandson wanted to go, he would definitely support him with all his strength. For this reason, he took out a pokeball from behind, put it in his grandson's hand, and explained to Xiaoying, "This is the Pokémon of your uncle with glasses, the cub of the cat boss." "The cub of the cat boss?" Meow. Xiaoying took the pokeball, and inside the ball lay a Meowth with legs crossed showed disdain for Xiaoying outside the pokeball. "This Meowth has a bad personality," Xiaoying's mouth twitched. Just by seeing this Meowth, he knew that this Meowth was a thorn. "Xiaoying, this Meowth is very special, just like your mosquito coil tadpoles and the old dean's mushrooms. You must cultivate Meowth well." The old man was able to get this Meowth because he had been friends with Old Glasses for more than 50 years. "I know," Xiaoying nodded and accepted Meowth. He has been following Brother Hai for so long, and there are many ways to subdue this Meowth. "Grandpa, if I want to participate in the regional conference, I still need 3 more Pokémons. I only have 5 participating Pokémons, and I still need 1 more to form a team, and I need 2 substitutes. This Meowth is not good enough." The old man knew how many Pokémons his grandson had. Now there were at least 10. Wasn't it enough to participate in the regional competition? "Grandpa, I don't plan to use Monkey King and Ditto in public, and Farfetch'd, Slowpoke and Starfish are not the main Pokémon in the competition." Xiaoying shook her head and explained to the old man. Yu Hai told him to hide his identity, otherwise it would be inconvenient to do certain things. "Do you plan to use this Meowth with another identity?" "Yes," Xiaoying nodded. "Meowth's talent must be good." The old friends who made a living with her grandfather in the past have all challenged the threshold of Quasi-Kings, but now they are all old. "What Pokémon do you want? Do you have any Pokémon you want?" "I want a dark Pokémon." Xiaoying remembered the conversation with Brother Hai that night. If you want to restrain the psychic type, you need at least a dark Pokémon, or cultivate a psychic Pokémon to fight against psychic. Dark type, are there any more? The old man thought about it. For dark Pokémon, Ula is pretty good and very suitable for his grandson. If you want to be a fighting king in the future, you need to choose an elf with hands and feet. After all, the moves performed by fighting elves with hands and feet are basically the same. "Grandpa, if you want to fight against superpowers, if you don't have a bad type, ghost type, insect type, and psychic type are all fine." "I already have a bug type." Xiaoying took out Heracross, who was captured on Marcote Island. "This elf has good talent, at least not worse than the mosquito frog. Since you already have a bug type, there is no need to capture it, but the ghost type is not okay, it's too dangerous. Grandpa will get you the psychic type and the bad type. What else do you want? Grandpa, poison type and steel type are also okay, Xiaoying thought of Yu Hai's bad frog. That kind of elf also has a fighting type, and he also wants one. Hey, do you think your grandfather can fulfill all wishes? When the old man heard about the steel type, he knocked on his grandson's head unhappily. How could he not know what his grandson was thinking? If the dark type was Yura, and the poison type was the recently appeared Frogger, then the psychic type was also the recently appeared Ralts, which could evolve into Alito, and there was also the steel type Blue Dog. The first two Pokemon were easy to deal with. Yura and Frogger, with his connections and financial resources, he could get two Pokemon with good talents, but Ralts and Blue Dog. It's not that he couldn't get these two Pokemon, but his grandson couldn't protect them, and might even bring about a fatal disaster. Xiaoying, Grandpa can get you a dark type Yura and a poison type Frogger, but don't even think about the psychic type and fighting type Pokemon, and the steel type Blue Dog. You can't protect these two Pokemon now. Okay, Xiaoying sighed helplessly. He liked Blue Dog very much, and he also knew that the Pokemon eggs of this kind of Pokemon were very expensive. In addition, he was too weak now, so he thought about it and gave up. However, with the contributions that Grandpa has made to the Alliance over the years, plus the contributions of several other old guys, I can apply for a starter Pokemon for you. I wonder if you have a Pokemon you want? Really? Xiaoying felt that this surprise came too suddenly, so suddenly that he didn't even react, and was stunned by this surprise. Of course it's true. I was also a veteran who made contributions and shed blood for the Alliance, the old man smiled. When the time comes, he will have to find several other old guys and use money to buy the contributions. When the time comes, add his contribution, plus the contribution of Xiaoying's father, it will be enough to apply for a starter Pokemon. Grandpa, why didn't you say it earlier? Xiaoying came back to his senses from the surprise and immediately threw himself into his grandfather's arms. He thought he would never have the chance to have a starter Pokemon in this life. Haha, you didn't ask, the old man smiled, touched Xiaoying's head, and said with a smile, Grandpa wants to wait until you grow up, and when you grow up, I plan to apply for you. Although no one snatches the three great elves, they don't sell them, but breed them. Otherwise, where did the three great elves in the black market come from? Wild? Breeding? Who can tell the difference? It's just that the risk of snatching the three great elves of the Alliance is too great, which is equivalent to slapping the Alliance hard, a very loud slap. The only underground organization that dares to snatch the three great elves of the Alliance is probably the Rocket Team. Ordinary small groups really don't dare to snatch them. The old man didn't dare to apply for the three great elves to be the starting elves of his grandson for this reason. It's a small matter if the elves are snatched. If the person is gone, he will cry to death. Okay, have you thought clearly about which three great elves you want? When the time comes, Grandpa will apply, and the three great elves can be obtained in as little as a week. The old man looked down at his grandson, really looking forward to his grandson's choice. Grandpa, I want that monkey. This was Xiaoying's idea a long time ago. Ever since he first saw the monkey with fire on its head in the black market, he fell in love with that handsome monkey because it was really handsome. After all, being handsome is a lifelong thing. Kamian, sure, the old man thought. After evolving, Kamian has a fighting type, which just fits his plan for Xiaoying's future. He gave Xiaoying so many fighting type Pokemon just to make Xiaoying like fighting type Pokemon. It seems that Xiaoying has indeed embarked on the path of a fighter, so he is relieved. Grandpa, I'm so happy. Xiaoying hugged Grandpa again, feeling that it's great to have a grandfather. Okay, Xiaoying, you can't protect those two Pokemons now, but Grandpa promises that as long as you can become a Quasi-King trainer, Grandpa can get one. Have you decided which one to choose? Really? Xiaoying looked at Grandpa in disbelief. He thought he had no chance with the Blue Dog, but he didn't expect there would be a surprise. Then he must have the blue dog, and he can find a way to conquer Alito in the future. After all, if he still can't get an Alito with the strength of a quasi-king, his quasi-king strength is probably not fake. Of course, when has Grandpa lied to you? The old man saw that his grandson was so happy, and he was also very happy that his grandson could be sincere to him, and he would certainly not break his promise. He has been a gatekeeper for so many years and made so much money from selling fake wine. All his savings are enough to buy a blue big dog worth hundreds of millions. What's more, hundreds of millions are only now. After a period of time, after the breeding house breeds it, the price will be lower. By then, it is estimated that it will take less than 100 million to get a blue big dog's Pokemon egg. He is still very confident about this. However, now it is better to quickly go to the Alliance to apply for the 3 starter families, and look for a nymph and a bad frog for the grandson in the black market. Looking at the anxious look of the grandson, he should want to catch up with the young man as soon as possible. It is really a good goal, but the grandson is likely to never catch up with him in his lifetime. That young man can see through the elves' talents, and the elves in his hands must be the best elves. How can Xiao Ying chase such a perverted young man? It's difficult, it's difficult. The old man said goodbye to Xiao Ying and left the sailor bar, and went to the elf center to apply for a small fire monkey. Xiao Ying didn't hear the sigh in his mouth. He just hoped that Xiao Ying would be happy and become a fighting king in this life. As for the champion, if Xiao Ying can become the champion, he will wake up with a smile in his dreams at night, ha 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 ha. This is an extra update, to wrap up Xiao Ying's affairs and do's investigation. 310 Chapter 304, Hero. 310. Watching his grandfather leave, Xiao Ying fed the elves dinner in the bar, and then left the sailor bar and went to Huize's massage shop. He didn't forget that there was still Huize's matter that he hadn't dealt with. He had to make sure that Huize didn't know and was no threat to him before he could breathe a sigh of relief. He could protect himself, but what about the group of defenseless children in the orphanage? How to face an adult? He must nip the danger in the bud. He has made sufficient preparations for this trip to the massage parlor. If he can't beat Huize, he can also run back to ask his grandfather for help. He remembered the advice given by Brother Hai before leaving. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to lie, Brother Hai told him. Well, Yu Hai is also helpless. This is not what he said. This is what Zhang Wuji's mother said. It was an ancient martial arts movie he watched when he was a child. He thought there was nothing wrong with this. He often bent his waist in his previous life, so he told Xiao Ying. If Xiao Ying learns bad things, it is not because of him. It is self-taught, not because of him. Huize massage parlor. Xiao Ying came here and pushed the door and walked in, and saw Huize staring blankly at the counter. Sister Huize, I brought Mosquito Frog to you for a massage. Xiao Ying saw Huize in a daze, and raised her hand to wave in front of Huize, while holding the poke ball of Mosquito Frog in her hand. If Huize suddenly attacked, he would release Mosquito Frog to attack Huize. Ah! It's Xiao Ying? You haven't been here for a long time. What are you busy with recently? Huize came back to her senses from her daze, and was startled when she saw Xiao Ying in front of her. She patted her chest to calm down. I have been training Pokemons recently. Today I came to the Pokemon Center to treat Pokemons. I just came to see it. Xiao Ying was also frightened by Huize's scream and took 2 steps back. However, he quickly calmed down and lied without blushing. He had been following Yu Hai for a long time and was very skilled in lying. Well, this was not taught by Yu Hai. He didn't teach Xiao Ying to lie. After all, they are good citizens. Is it necessary to lie? Sister Huize, massage my mosquito-repellent frog. Xiao Ying released the mosquito-repellent frog and let it lie on the massage bed. Huize also rolled up her sleeves and walked over. Okay, meow meow. Start working. How many elves do you want to massage this time? Brother Xiaoying, Huizi asked Xiaoying with a smile while massaging. Today, I will only massage the mosquito-repellent frog. Xiaoying also kept a smile on her face. Suddenly, she asked curiously, Sister Huizi, why didn't I see Brother Aaron? Aaron, the club said that Aaron is on a business trip, and I don't know how long he will be back. Huizi sighed softly, with a look of loss on her face. The club told her that Aaron would be on a business trip for a month, and she hadn't seen Aaron for 10 days. Business trip? Xiaoying murmured to herself, staring at the expression on Huizi's face, and found that Huizi, in addition to being a little disappointed, did not know that Aaron was missing or even dead. Collapse and pain, not to mention the fear of seeing himself come back alive. Either Huizi was pretending, or Huizi didn't know about Aaron's situation. The club actually concealed Aaron's death. Didn't the club know that Aaron was dead, or wanted to secretly investigate the cause of Aaron's death? 10 days have passed, and there is no result of the investigation, and probably nothing can be found. Only Aaron and the other two knew about the chase, and they themselves knew about it, so what can they find out? There are also the sailors and the captain of the ship. Although they know the two of them, they have never seen them. They only know that he has a mosquito-repellent frog. It's hard to say whether the club can investigate the luxury cruise ship, let alone them. Looking at Huizi's expression, it doesn't look like he knows that Aaron is chasing him, so he is relieved. He doesn't need to kill Huizi, and he doesn't want to kill her. Until the end of the massage, he kept talking to Huizi and didn't find anything unusual about Huizi. Finally, he took back the mosquito-repellent frog and left Huizi's massage shop. When he arrived outside the massage shop, he released the gulls and let them catch him and fly to the roof. He took out the telescope and continued to monitor Keiko. Although Keiko ruled out the possibility of knowing, he did not rule out whether she was disguised. If Keiko was disguised, she would definitely be exposed in the next surveillance. If she was really disguised, for the safety of the children in the orphanage, he had to kill her. He would not allow the evil people who wanted to harm the orphanage to exist. As a result, he monitored her all night until Keiko closed the shop and went home to turn off the lights and go to bed. Keiko did not have any abnormal behavior, so he watched her until the second half of the night. The next day, he came to Keiko's massage shelf again, and saw Keiko holding her chin on the counter in a daze, probably thinking about Aaron. After Keiko finished massaging the parasitic mushroom, he continued to monitor Keiko until night, but did not find anything unusual. Until the third night, two special guests came to Keiko's shop, Miss Junsha and Taro, a senior coach of the Electric Club. Miss Keiko, you can call me Taro. I'm the boss of the Electric Club. Taro came to the massage parlor with Miss Junsha, and mentioned his identity to Keiko, who had met several times but had never spoken. Miss Junsha, did something happen to Aaron? Keiko knew Taro, who was Aaron's boss. She had met him in the club before, so she knew that much. She also knew Junsha. If this matter involved Junsha, she always had a bad premonition. Miss Keiko, please cooperate to answer a few questions for me. When was the last time you saw Aaron? What did Aaron say? Miss Junsha took out a notebook and prepared to record Keiko's confession. That was more than 10 days ago. Aaron said that there was no need to wait for him and asked me to close the shop and go back. I never saw Aaron again. Keiko didn't know why Miss Junsha asked this, but she always had a bad premonition in her heart, but she couldn't say it. What else? Miss Junsha continued to ask. No, that's all Aaron said when he left. Huizi shook her head and asked quickly, Ms. Junsha, what happened to Aaron? Ms. Huizi, Aaron disappeared 10 days ago. Ms. Junsha saw that Huizi really didn't know, so she told Aaron's current situation. Didn't the club say that? Huizi looked at Taro. When she went to the club to find Aaron, she also said that Aaron was on a business trip. Ms. Huizi, in addition to Aaron, 2 other people are missing. They are all employees of the club. The club needs to cooperate with Miss Junsha's investigation, so we concealed part of the truth from you. I apologize to you on behalf of the club. Taro saw that Huizi was about to cry, and when he bent down to apologize, he sighed softly. He was also helpless. The guy was about to be promoted to coach, but he didn't expect to disappear at this time. He couldn't find him at all during the assessment. Then, Aren Huizi was afraid of hearing bad news, and her knees softened and almost fell down. Miss Juncha was still quick, taking 2 steps forward and holding up the shaky Keiko. Miss Keiko, we found out that Aren was last seen on a luxury cruise ship. This is a photo taken by tourists. Miss Juncha took out the last photo of Aren, which she got from the captain of the cruise ship. That was the cruise ship arranged by the club for them. They lost contact 2 days after boarding the ship. Taro immediately agreed after seeing the photo, confirming that the purpose of the 3 people's business trip was that they disappeared during the business trip. This is not that the club wants to make trouble for itself. It naturally has its own intentions. In any case, the club is missing 3 people, which is the trouble that cannot be shirked. What happened in the end? What happened in the end? Keiko looked at the last photo of Aren, which was just a side face. Tears fell on the photo unconsciously, just on Aren's face. The luxury cruise ship was attacked by pirates. The captain of the cruise ship said that the situation was very chaotic at the time. Aren may have encountered pirates. At this point, Miss Juncha stopped talking. The situation is now very clear. Aren and the other 2 may have encountered pirates and were killed by pirates. As for why the captain helped Yu Hai and the other 2 conceal their presence on the cruise ship, he did not tell Juncha a word. The reason is also very simple. Don't forget that Aren and the other 2's belongings are still in the hands of the captain. That is the hush money. As long as the captain's mouth is shut, the sailors' mouths will be easy to talk. If the captain hands over the things, it will lead to a series of questions. Who are those 2 people? Why did Aren chase them? Why did he come to the ship? What is the purpose? In order to avoid trouble, the captain kept silent about the 2 people, but the club wanted to know the reason and how their people died. After giving benefits, he still told it, but Miss Juncha didn't know. The club also knew that Aren and the other 2 took private jobs and died in the sea. Where are the people? Where are the bodies? Even if the person is gone, there must be a body, Huizi asked Miss Juncha with tears on her face, holding the photo, hoping that Miss Juncha could bring back Aren's body. I didn't find it. Miss Juncha couldn't bear to look at Huizi, so she could only lower her head slightly to express her apology. Miss Keiko, Aren was on a business trip for the club and lost contact at sea. Aren was very dedicated and enthusiastic about the club's work. Aren's work ability and professionalism in the club have been recognized and appreciated by everyone. Aren has also made many contributions to the company. Aren is a very good employee and an indispensable and excellent employee of the club. We don't want to lose such an excellent employee, but now it has been 10 days and we haven't received any news about Aren. I am here on behalf of the club to express my apologies to you. Please accept my condolences. Miss Keiko, please accept this pension that Aren deserves for his efforts for the company. In his diary, you are his only family. The person is gone, what's the point of saying these things? Keiko put down the photo weakly, and saw Taro holding up a cardboard box and a black plastic bag. The cardboard box is full of Aren's belongings, and the things in the black plastic bag should be the pension for Aren's death on a business trip. She did not look at the money in the plastic bag, but opened the box and saw the diary that Taro mentioned. The first page was their photo, and the following text also recorded every bit of their life from childhood to adulthood. Looking at the text in the diary, Huizi's vision gradually became blurred, as if covered with a layer of mist. Staring blankly at these familiar yet unfamiliar things, she covered her mouth and cried again, and her tears fell on the book. Seeing this scene, Miss Juncha and Taro quietly left the massage shop, leaving Huizi alone in the shop to recall the past. They could not help much, and Huizi could only walk out by herself. After coming to the street, Taro separated from Juncha, silently lit a cigarette, and slowly walked back to the electric club. He knew the cause of Aren's death, and he also knew that Aren was dead, not missing. They also knew that there were 2 murderers, but these were not important at all. The important thing was to cooperate with Juncha to solve this matter and thoroughly characterize it as a pirate attack, not a third party, and there was no conspiracy theory, just a simple pirate attack death. After all, 3 employees of the club went out privately and died outside while doing private work. This became a problem for the club, because club employees are not allowed to do private work, at least not within the contract period. Even if they did, they could not admit it and had to pay liquidated damages. But the family members of the deceased would not think so, so the club would not be polite and would use the cause of death of the 3 deceased to achieve a certain purpose. This is also the reason why they, like the captain, did not tell Juncha what the captain said. The reason is also very simple. The process of death is not important at all, and the murderer is not important. The result is what the board of directors cares about. His family is also one of the major shareholders of the club. They don't care why Aren went out privately. What was Aren's purpose of going out? Why did Aren die at sea? Who killed Aren? They don't care at all. They only care about the reputation of the club, whether the club can still make money, whether this matter will affect the club, and whether the result of this matter can restore the club's reputation or even make the club go further. The result is obvious. From today on, the club's attitude towards the employees in trouble will become a signboard of the club and determine the attitude of outsiders towards the club. Everything is developing in the direction they expected. Employees who went out to do private work privately became business trips for the club. When they were attacked by pirates, they denounced the pirates. If they died, they were excellent employees of the club and great trainers of the alliance. They died. They had the courage to fight against pirates and protect the lives and safety of the citizens of the alliance. They died on the front line of fighting against pirates. They are young and excellent trainers of the alliance and excellent employees of the club. The club will always remember the day when they were on a business trip and bravely sacrificed their lives at sea. They will always be hung on the club's honor wall to spread their heroic deeds to the world. These 3 heroes are from their electric club and are excellent employees of their club. The world only needs to know that the heroes are here and they sacrificed their lives to fight against pirates. The heroes are also excellent employees of the club and excellent trainers of the alliance. The world only needs to know that these are enough, and firmly believe that the heroes are heroes who sacrificed their lives to fight against pirates. Nothing else matters at all. 311 Chapter 305, Minor Role. 311. They only spent 30 million on this hero sign, 10 million for each family of 3 people, equivalent to 500,000 in the previous life. As for the truth of the whole incident, what is the truth? Is it important? Who cares? After all, the heroic deeds of the 3 people were endorsed by an old captain who had sailed on the sea for more than 30 years. Is the real truth important at this time? To be honest, it is not important at all. No one is going to investigate the result. The pirates became the scapegoat and the old captain took kickbacks twice. The reputation of the club has been further improved, and its competitive advantage over other clubs is fully demonstrated. The justice of the alliance is highlighted again. At least the alliance is not a pirate and is not as barbaric as the pirates. The family members of the deceased also received pensions, and the deceased also gained the reputation of a hero and was loved by people. Except for the pirates and the 3 dead, there is no loser in this game. Everyone got what they wanted. This is an exchange of interests. It is a dirty thing, but many people like it and even immerse themselves in it. This is also a game between several major forces. Yu Hai and the 3 dead, and the pirates who attacked the cruise ship. They are all small characters. Let alone the game, they are not even qualified to sit at the table. No one will care if a few small characters die. As long as everyone is satisfied with the outcome of this matter, who would care about the ideas of a few minions? If someone dares to jump out and veto those people, This smart guy will be suppressed to death in an instant, and disappear from the face of the earth. Who cares that this matter was caused by a few minions, who cares about the voices of a few minions, who cares about the life and death of a few minions? No one cares about a few minor characters at all. Xiaoying didn't know these. He only saw Juncha and Taro leave. He saw Keiko crying through the telescope and guessed that it might be the death notice of Aaron. Now that the cause of death has been obtained, it seems that Keiko really doesn't know about Aaron chasing them. In the next 2 days, Xiaoying continued to observe Keiko. He found that Keiko had made a cemetery for Aaron. Keiko didn't go to work these 2 days and stayed at home alone. It was not until the 3rd day that Keiko went out to open the shop. He also came to the massage shop. When he talked about Aaron again, he also learned about Aaron's death from Keiko. The TV also reported the 3 heroic trainers who died fighting pirates. When Xiaoying saw this news report, he was furious. When did the electric monster that was chasing him and wanted him dead suddenly turned around and became a hero who sacrificed himself to fight against pirates? Shit, it's all shit, and he became a hero, ha ha ha, hero, ha ha ha, shit, it's all shit. It was not late at night, and it was raining heavily. Xiaoying seemed to have seen through this world for the first time. This was the reality of this world, not the world he thought it was. He felt that this world was so strange. Yobo Yobo, the mosquito-repellent frog saw Xiaoying in the rain and was afraid that Xiaoying would catch a cold, so it called twice softly to remind Xiaoying that it was raining. I'm fine, I know. Xiaoying came to the door of the Pokemon Center, looked at the warm lights inside, the trainers coming in and out, and looked back at the pedestrians coming and going around him. Suddenly, a figure appeared in his mind. He had been here with that person. That person was Brother Hai, the guide who taught him how to understand the world and how to become a powerful trainer. Then there were more and more scenes. He recalled every bit of his time with Brother Hai, and every sentence he had recorded before but didn't understand the deep meaning of. Brother Hai, is this the world in your eyes? You are right. This world is disgusting. I am naive. No wonder Brother Hai didn't let him participate in Juncha's investigation of the orphanage. No wonder Brother Hai asked him to see the world with his heart. He saw the world clearly, and knew the rules of the world. He slowly walked towards the rainy night. White lightning cut through the dark night sky. He didn't know where the rainy night would end. He felt that the whole world was fake, all fake, and endless despair drowned him like a dark tide. Standing on the street in the pouring rain, his eyes lost their spirit, like a dried-up lake. The lake that was once full of hope and dreams was drained, and there was no truth in his eyes, only falsehood, deep fatigue, and powerlessness. He proved that Huiza didn't know Aren's purpose, but he couldn't be happy at all. The boy who was full of vitality and enthusiasm, the boy who was full of hope for the future was disappearing. Now he was left soaked, his mouth was tightly closed, he was in a daze, his eye sockets were deep, his lips were cracked, his face was full of confusion and powerlessness. Like a small boat in the vast ocean, he lost his direction on this swaying boat. He found that his heart was pierced mercilessly by the icy dagger, and this piercing coldness suffocated him. He felt himself getting colder and colder, his body was cold, his blood was cold, and his heart was slowly getting colder. Until he staggered to the sailor's bar and knocked on the old man's back door. The grandfather who opened the door for him was his only remaining warmth. Xiaoying, where have you been? Why are you wet? The old man saw Xiaoying outside the door, but he didn't bring an umbrella. Don't catch a cold if you get wet like this. Grandpa, Xiaoying slowly raised his wet face, his eyes red, he had already cried in the rain. Yobo Yobo, Mosquito Frog raised his hand and pointed to the TV in the house, indicating that Xiaoying became like this because he watched TV. TV? Could it be the news? The old man thought of the news just broadcast, which was about 3 trainers sacrificing their lives in fighting pirates. Hee, the old man smiled helplessly. How similar they were. The current Xiaoying reminded him of the past. His son also, he got the title of a hero, but after so many years, who still remembers that a hero once sacrificed his life? I saw it. Xiao Ying nodded with sobs. If anyone can believe in herself now, it is only her grandfather. Xiao Ying, you are right. It is the world that is wrong, and it is Grandpa who is wrong. It is Grandpa who did not protect you well. The old man gently wiped Xiao Ying's wet hair with a towel. It is obvious that his grandson is the victim, and he really has no words to say. He knows the intention of the club to do so. Even if he knows, what can he do? Does he want an old man to expose the club's scam? Don't be funny. If he does that, the situation that has finally been put on the right track will fall apart and become fragmented. He doesn't know how Xiao Ying will survive alone at that time. Grandpa, Brother Hai told me that if you look at the world with your heart, you will know what is right. Xiao Ying raised his hand to wipe the corner of his eyes. He has recovered, I understand, Grandpa, I will see the world clearly sooner or later. It's that kid again, the old man sighed slightly. Could it be that this day was also expected by that kid? Even if he is not with Xiao Ying, he can still affect Xiao Ying. This kind of person is really terrible. Grandpa, I will work hard to become stronger, go to the regional competition, win the championship, and be strong enough that they dare not ignore my voice. Xiao Ying knew that only by becoming stronger can he make his own voice, and only by becoming stronger can others not ignore his voice. He wanted to become stronger, a desire he had never had before. He wanted to be strong enough to dominate his own destiny, strong enough to truly become the hand that holds the knife, not the knife that only sees blood. Go and do what you want, Grandpa will fully support you. No matter what you want, Grandpa will give it to you. The old man saw that his grandson had recovered so quickly, and he had to sigh at the young man's means. To be honest, if Yu Hai was here, he would also be confused. This was completely a trick of the club. He didn't expect the club to play like this. He didn't care. As long as no one came to hunt him, he would be happy. A man who lies flat wouldn't care about these trivial matters. Living a good life is the most comfortable, regardless of the flood outside. In fact, Xiao Ying didn't understand it very well at first. He thought that the person holding the knife would not become a corpse, so he wanted to be the person holding the knife, not the corpse. This understanding is not wrong, but only half right, and he can be a high-level thug. Now he knows that the person holding the knife means this. He finally understands that there are only two kinds of people in this world, the person holding the knife, and the corpse. He is now the corpse. It is not that he is dead that is called a corpse. Even if he is alive, he is a corpse that can't make any sound. It only depends on whether he will be thrown into the stinking ditch and when the group of people holding the knife want to kill him. He doesn't want to be a corpse, nor does he want to be slaughtered. He wants to hold the handle of the knife, and he can hold the handle of the knife. Brother Hai has opened the way for him to hold the knife, and the rest of the way depends on himself. He will also appear in front of Brother Hai to prove that he is qualified to hold the knife, and he will never disappoint Brother Hai's expectations. This is the subjective initiative between human individuals. As of now, Xiao Ying has a strong momentum and should not be discouraged. If Yu Hai knew that Xiao Ying was so determined about the future, he would definitely be very pleased and happy for Xiao Ying's transformation. However, these are all Xiao Ying's own understandings, not taught by him, so don't slander him. The lying guy just let a student go, what bad intentions can he have? After returning to the sailor bar, Xiao Ying took a hot bath to prevent illness and cold. Lying in the steaming hot bathtub, he also completely let go of Huiza's matter, and the matter was over. Since Huiza didn't know, there was no need for him to continue monitoring. He would start a new life, a new him, a new life. After getting up early the next day, he prepared breakfast for the elves. After everyone had breakfast, he went to the Pokémon Center and gave all the elves a full physical examination except for Monkey King and Ditto. He was going to go back to the villa to train the elves. After following Yu Hai for so long, his frog has mastered the burst of waterfall climbing. Now he just needs to practice persistently to go further and complete the idea that Yu Hai told him that night. The current waterfall climbing of Frog is just like when Yu Hai first came to Hasa City. As long as Frog is not caught in the air and cannot dodge and turn, it can be used in battle. It's unfortunate that Xiao Ying, who just came to the Pokemon Center today, was recognized by someone. After all, Xiao Ying is the little follower of the mysterious trainer. At that time, the mysterious trainer's withdrawal from the game caused a great impact and made many gamblers lose a lot of money. Many people are speculating whether the trainer was afraid of Taro and the electric shock monster and chose to withdraw from the game. As the electric beasts appeared one after another, each of them had amazing results, which confirmed the speculation in many people's hearts that Yu Hai gave up the game because he was afraid of the electric beasts. In this regard, Xiao Ying was too lazy to pay attention to this group of annoying flies. Even if she couldn't beat them, so what? The tonnage of the mosquito frog and the electric beast was there. One was the third stage evolution, and the other was the second stage evolution. There was also a tribute restraint. Anyone with a discerning eye could see who had the advantage. The smart ones have to speak out to show that they are smart, thinking that others don't know. Only their own intelligence can see this. This kind of people are smart in the eyes of others. Xiao Ying's disregard also angered this group of self-righteous passers-by trainers, and they all challenged Xiao Ying. Faced with the challenge, Xiao Ying did not back down, but came to the battle site to accept the challenge, and the bet was 1 million. Aren't these people shouting fiercely? Then take out the money, and those who don't have money will get out of here, wasting his time. In the end, some people were still angry and couldn't stand Xiao Ying's arrogant attitude of ignoring them, so they immediately threw out 1 million to challenge Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying also sent Frog to pick up the money, but the opponent saw the opportunity and directly sent his own Electabuzz. Seeing Electabuzz and Frog, the audience outside the venue once again remembered the previous exciting reverse attribute battle. The bet was 5 million, and this time it was 1 million. Although the stakes were lower, they knew there was something exciting to watch, so they immediately called their friends to watch the battle. Xiao Ying saw that the electric beast had orange-yellow electricity running around, and it was obvious that it had just evolved and could not control the electricity on its body. His frog had been following Yu Hai's frog for so long, and it would be fine if he couldn't beat that Scyther, but if he couldn't beat this newly evolved electric beast, he would be embarrassed to say that his teacher was Brother Hai. Frog, mud shot. Frog used the accuracy of mud shooting to hold back the electric beast. Once the electric beast discharged electricity, Frog would jump away with waterfall climbing. In the end, there was really no other way, and the trainer of the electric beast asked the electric beast to fight in close combat. And then there was nothing else. Xiao Ying helped the other party and let Frog and the electric beast have a close combat with opposite attributes. Explosions continued to occur on the battlefield, and the shock wave blew the audience all over the place. The audience who saw this battle exclaimed that it was so exciting, and repeatedly exclaimed that the frog that could only reverse the attributes of Electabuzz appeared again, and once again defeated Electabuzz. Although Frog's arm was injured, Frog defeated Electabuzz. It was impossible to reverse the attributes again. Electric Pokemon are not invincible. The reverse attributes of the two frogs are a good proof. After taking back Frog, Xiao Ying did not pay attention to the shouts of the audience around her. She released the owl on the trainer's platform and flew away. Seeing the owl fly away, many viewers were still reminiscing about the previous battle, feeling that this trainer was too similar to the mysterious trainer. Especially Frog's fighting style. The performance of the two frogs in the battle was exactly the same, just like a smaller mysterious trainer. When the audience wanted to chase Xiao Ying and learn that fighting method, they found that Xiao Ying had disappeared long ago. At the same time, there was another person sitting in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of the building, who witnessed Xiao Ying's entire battle. It was the 4 heavenly kings who were eating breakfast here. Interesting, he looks just like that guy. That mosquito-repellent frog looks like they were made from the same mold. This kid must be related to that guy. I didn't expect to get an unexpected reward this time. Du has been secretly investigating Yu Hai this week. He found that there was no problem with Yu Hai, which in itself explained the problem. There is no problem with the orphanage, the ID card, the witnesses, and the evidence. No matter how you check, Yu Hai is a child who grew up in the orphanage. He was an orphan in a shipwreck 10 years ago. His place of origin cannot be found, and he can only trace it back to the paper files 10 years ago. The paper files were lost in a fire, and the electronic files of the Alliance were just updated last month. If there is a problem, the orphanage, the police station Juncha, and people who know that guy are all testifying for him that his identity is real. The Juncha he found has also seen that guy. Even if he asked Juncha to test the children in the orphanage, the children said that the guy was a child in the orphanage and was a big brother who treated them very well and bought them meat. There is really no flaw at all, just like the boy's 10 years of experience, all lived and grew up in that orphanage. But his intuition told him that things were not that simple. A boy who had lived in an orphanage for 10 years would not have that kind of strength, and he also taught a very good student. What an interesting boy! What secrets did he hide? And the explosive power of the mosquito-repellent frog. He felt that things were getting more and more interesting. It was just that time did not allow him to continue to stay here to investigate a mysterious boy. This matter could only be postponed and he would continue to investigate when he had time. As for reporting to the Alliance, don't be funny. If he dared to report the two boys to the Alliance, he would have just finished reporting, and then the personal files of the two boys, their current strength, and the abnormality of the mosquito-repellent frog would appear on the desk of the leader of Team Rocket. At that time, the Alliance would have 2 more King Trainer enemies. He didn't want to do that, and he had selfish motives. These were all the seedlings he had taken a fancy to. It was too early for the Alliance to pay attention to them now. After all, the Alliance was not a monolithic entity. He was afraid that the Alliance would take action against the 2 orphans. It was the kid who was bothered by the trouble who reminded him. If it wasn't for that kid's reminder, he would probably take the child away. Hey, why are all the young men with a promising future orphans? He couldn't figure it out. There is a darker version of the character of Huizi, who is in the same group with Aaron. I didn't write it this way, because it would be a dark story. I'm just being realistic, not a dark story. Most of the characters in the book are not bad, they just like to take advantage of others. My own little thoughts. I won't mention the damn ones, the rest are pretty good. However, when I finished writing this paragraph, I felt that this version was darker and also suitable for Xiao Ying's transformation. If it was a world of black and white, good is good, evil is evil, just like in the animation, Xiao Ying would not be so devastated, but the world is not black and white, there is grey between black and white. I'm so sorry, I wanted to relax a little, but I didn't expect that I couldn't stop writing, so I can only do this. I'll state again that it's just realistic, not dark. If someone thinks that realism is also dark, then real life should not have encountered setbacks, and it is estimated that everything will go smoothly. Be content with such a life, many people can't envy it. 312 Chapter 306, Another Old Sly Bitch. 312. On the 15th day of the journey to the north, it rained. Big city, Yu Hai finally came here. This is a big city with tall buildings to the west of Little Orange Island. After arriving in this big city, he did not rush to find out the whereabouts of the black market, but rented a villa on the edge of the city. This time he spent 90,000 Alliance coins, which is more expensive than the villas in the inland towns, but cheaper than the villas in Hasa City. It must be said that after coming here, many things have become cheaper. The prices in Hasa City and Marcote Island are a bit inflated. He rented a villa here again, also for the convenience of training elves. If it was a 3-bedroom and 1 living room in the city, he would have no place to train elves, and so many elves could not be released. After renting the villa, it was noon. The elves had lunch and started afternoon training again. As for the black market, there is no rush now. It needs to wait until the evening. It is still drizzling outside, and I don't know if the rain will stop at night. He was not idle this afternoon. He took out the incubator again and put it in the living room to charge it, supplying electricity to the elf eggs at any time. I don't know how much electricity the elf eggs need to absorb. He doesn't care anymore. It's up to you whether the elves can be hatched or not. After putting the incubator away, he sat on the sofa in the hall, took off his clothes, and removed the bandages on his body. After half a month of recovery, the wound on his back had completely healed. Not only did the wound on his back heal, but even the tooth marks on his palm from the red-haired girl had healed, leaving only an inconspicuous tooth mark. After all, the girl really bit him and it bled, so it was normal to have a tooth mark. Who told him to say that the other person was flat? He deserved to be bitten. As a result, by the evening, the drizzle had not stopped. Yu Hai asked the elves to stop training. He had already prepared dinner for the elves. Until night fell, he put on his full-body stab-proof suit and raincoat, ready to go to big city to investigate the black market, earn some extra money, and continue to study Ghastly's evolution. Before going out, he used the Pokeball to take back all the Pokémon. He was worried that he would not take his own Pokémon with him. There was also an incubator that was charging in the living room. He put it away now and plugged it in when he came back. He hid one of the two backpacks on his back behind the curtain. The other backpack was full of ore, so there was no need to take it with him. He carried the main elves with him, namely, the gull, the scorpion, the giant crab, the sky mantis, the bad frog, the ditto, the orb spider. Currently, there are only these 7 elves that can fight. The gull is a means of transportation, and the main forces in the battle are still the 3 scorpion, the giant crab, and the sky mantis. Ditto secretly protects his face, and the orb spider is on his shoulder to be alert for sneak attacks. The bad frog can be brought with him to run in with him. If the bad frog can't handle it, he will release the giant crab and the scorpion. It has been more than 10 days since Marcote Island, and the level of the bad frog has entered the elite level, but the physical fitness has never caught up, and the body is constantly metabolizing the poison. However, the physical fitness of the bad frog has been greatly improved. It can jog for 2 hours instead of less than 10 minutes at the beginning. There is no problem using it for fighting. Especially the poison on his body, this thing is really poisonous, only Ghastly can bear this poison, and the venom discharged by Frog was all given to Ghastly. As for the idea of letting other elves try, he never thought about it. Where Frog jogs, the grass withers, which shows how toxic its sweat is, let alone letting other elves try the poison. Even he always has antidotes, which are antidotes for people to take, specifically for Frog's poison. Of course, those sweat and venom, if left alone, will become ineffective after being exposed to the air for a day, and there is no need to pay attention to them. As long as the roots are not damaged, the grass can grow again. After arranging the things he needed, he also let Ditto jump on his face to change his face instantly, and let Orb Silk Spider jump on his head. He hid in the raincoat, and then he pulled up the black face towel, put on the hood of the stab-proof suit and the hood of the raincoat. Finally, he hung the main elves he was going to use on the belt around his waist. There was also a dagger on the belt, which was convenient for use at any time. As long as the stab-proof suit was put down, the elf ball and the dagger could be covered. If it was a sudden battle, the most important thing was to rely on the elves. The dagger was only the last means of self-defense, which was probably not used. After making preparations, he sat on the gull and patted the gull's mouth, indicating that the gull could take off. "Gull, let's go, to the port." Bila, the gull flapped its wings and flew towards the rainy night, heading for the port of Big City. Yu Hai was going to the port to inquire about the black market, and he didn't know if there was any here. Black ship, you will know once you arrive at the port. After they left, a thief really entered the villa, but this thief was not a human, but an elf. It was the Darkrai who had been eyeing Yu Hai from the villa in the inland town. He also followed Yu Hai here, and after Yu Hai left, he opened the backpack left by Yu Hai. He wanted to see what was in the backpack. As a result, he just opened the zipper of the backpack and saw that the backpack was full of ore. He closed the backpack again and followed Yu Hai in the rainy night. He was very curious about where Yu Hai was going. Yu Hai, who landed at the port, didn't know that he was being followed. After all, it was a tracking by a phantom elf, and it was an elf that was good at hiding in the shadows. As long as he didn't show up, he, an ordinary person, would not be able to find it. Yu Hai, who arrived at the port, used the elf ball to take back the big-mouthed gull, and found a passerby on the side of the road to ask about the bar near the port. This kind of place should be able to inquire about the news of the black market. Entering the bar, he did not attract anyone's attention. After all, the people who came here to drink were either familiar customers nearby or mysterious masked people. He belonged to the second type of people, an outsider. He came to the bar, took out a 10,000 yuan bill, and pushed it to the young bartender behind the bar. The young bartender thought he wanted to drink, and immediately asked, "Sir, what do you want to drink? Where is the black market?" Yu Hai hooked his finger at the young bartender, and when the bartender came over, he asked the purpose of this trip. "Sir, which one do you want to know?" When the bartender heard about the black market, he understood that Yu Hai came to inquire about the news, and he was not polite about the 10,000 yuan tip. "There are two." Yu Hai was confused by the bartender's question. He didn't expect that there was more than one black market here. "Yes, sir, there is one in the city sewer. The sewer is very chaotic. It is managed by 3 underground gangs. There are fights from time to time. The gang leaders are all quasi-kings. The second one is the cruise ship at sea. It is safer there, but the location of the cruise ship is not fixed. Only the sailors at the port know it. If you pay them, they will take you to the black ship." After getting the information he wanted, Yu Hai left the port bar. He was not surprised at all that there was a black market in the sewer. When he watched the animation in his previous life, he had seen the sewer of this city. It was a huge and complex drainage system. He didn't know why such a large sewer was built. Isn't it convenient for those criminals to hide? In the sewer, there should be a very large Bulbasaur, a starter from at least 20 years ago. Don't even think about taming it. Bulbasaur can hide in the sewer for so long without being discovered by the black market thugs. It must have the ability to save its own life. He doesn't know where Bulbasaur is hiding. Animation is animation, reality is reality, and it can't be taken seriously. After all, it was Bulbasaur from 20 years ago. Whether it exists or not is another matter. Whether you can meet it is another matter. If you can't meet it, it doesn't matter. Next, he didn't plan to go to the black market in the sewer, but wanted to go to the black ship on the sea. It was safer there, and it was convenient for him to find out the news of the black market and whether it was suitable for making some extra money. Then, he came to the port and found a speedboat of about 10 meters at random. He asked the sailor on the speedboat, "Do you want to go to the black ship? Is it your first time, little brother?" The sailor asked curiously. "What's the matter?" Yu Hai didn't know what these two people were going to do. "Is there anything wrong with going to the black ship for the first time?" "Little brother, we only take regular customers. It's rare to ask directly like you do." The sailor looked at his companion, and the other party immediately understood. He continued to shout, 10,000, get on board and we will bring you. Here, 10,000, Yu Hai did not release any elves, nor did he think much. He gave 10,000 alliance coins and boarded the speedboat. The sailor driver who received 10,000 alliance coins immediately started the speedboat and picked up the walkie-talkie to speak some jargon. Yu Hai did not understand these jargons either. He could probably guess that he was asking about the location of the cruise ship. No matter where the speedboat was going, as long as it could go to the black ship, it would be fine. However, Yu Hai did not know that the two people in the speedboat's cab were doing something tricky. "Brother, he's a newbie, should we Take advantage of the situation, give him some juice first. The speedboat stopped, and Yu Hai also received a bottle of juice. He reached out to take the juice but didn't drink it, but put it on the seat, letting the speedboat bump the juice and swaying left and right on the seat. Brother, be a little cautious, he didn't drink the juice. It's okay. The sailor driver who was called brother had stopped the speedboat for a while. Yu Hai didn't know what the two were doing, and shouted to them, "Why did you stop?" "Sorry, I'm calibrating the direction." The driver turned back and smiled to apologize, pretending to look at the map for a while, and started the speedboat again. Yu Hai thought the other party was going to take action, but he didn't expect to hold back again. It was just that when the boat was driving, something was thrown into the sea, and he was more curious about what it was. As a result, the speedboat stopped again for the second time. The driver was still pretending to look at the map. Suddenly, a big mouthful of sharp teeth rushed out from the side of the boat where Yu Hai was leaning, biting him, trying to bite off his head directly. Orbicularis spider, control them. Yu Hai was not completely unprepared for the sudden attack of the megalodon. He first let the orb silk spider attack the two humans, and Ditto's defense also blocked the megalodon's big mouth for him. He took out the poke ball again, released the giant claw crab and the frog, and shouted to the giant claw crab and the frog, "Frog, go help the orb silk spider." The giant claw crab clamps the megalodon and knocks it out. "Yobo yobo!" The frog quickly rushed to the speedboat's cab, and saw that the orb silk spider had already used silk to seal the two people in the cab. Their hands, feet, mouths, and poke balls were all tied up by the orb silk spider's silk. As soon as the giant claw crab came out, it raised its big claws and clamped the megalodon that was biting on Ditto's defense, and smashed the speedboat with one claw, knocking the megalodon out directly. When the giant claw crab smashed, Yu Hai could feel the vibration of the speedboat. He looked down and fortunately the speedboat was not smashed through, otherwise it would be a loss. After making sure that Megalodon had lost the ability to resist, he asked Ditto to jump onto his face again to change his face, and then came to the speedboat cabin and looked at the two people whose hands and feet were bound by spider silk. Even the elves in the elf balls had not been released in time. After all, it was the first time they encountered such a situation. In the past, the heads of passengers would be bitten off, but this time it was not bitten off, and was blocked by a transparent object. "Orb silk spider, feel out everything on them." Yu Hai saw the terrified eyes of the two people begging for mercy and ignored them directly. If he had known this, why did he do it in the first place? After the orb silk spider felt out everything on the two people, he asked the orb silk spider to open the spider silk on their mouths and asked them, "Do you want to live? Think about it, please let us go. We have old people above us and young people below us. Okay, where is the money?" Yu Hai nodded in agreement. He planned to stabilize the two people first and get the money first. If these two people had honestly sent him to the black ship, he wouldn't have had so many problems. Now, they have to bully him because he is a novice and want to rob him. "My money is in the drawer. We still have money in our bank cards. As long as you let us go, I will give you all the money." "Orb silk spider, open the drawer. What is the bank card password?" Yu Hai picked up 2 bank cards and put them in his pocket. He saw scattered alliance coins in the drawer. It seems that these two people are not honest. "Password, password." The two sailors hesitated. The password is their last means of life. If they tell it, who can guarantee that Yu Hai will let them go? "Forget it, you'd better die. Orb silk spider will deal with them." Yu Hai sighed helplessly and prepared to turn around and leave the cabin. As a result, the two sailors began to panic, and hurriedly begged for mercy, telling the bank card password. "Don't kill me, my bank card password is 3 1s, 3 3s. Don't kill me either, my bank card password is 6 zeros. I still have money, under the driver's seat, you can see it by moving the cushion." Yu Hai looked at the speedboat driver and saw that he was looking at the driver's seat. He actually hid the money in that place. He was really a talent. He would not go to get it himself. The last time he was attacked and almost overturned, he still remembered it vividly. He never believed in the integrity of the villain. Orb silk spider, spit out silk to open the cushion. Swoosh! At the moment when the orb silk spider used spider silk to open the cushion, a switchblade suddenly shot out and stabbed straight into the top of the cab. When Yu-Hai saw this switchblade, he knew it was not that simple. Whoever comes out to fight doesn't have some means to save his life. They are basically all scoundrels. It's not too much to be careful. 313 Chapter 307, Quasi-God Elf Egg. 313. Orb silk spider, bite the neck, mosquito-repellent frog, throw it into the sea. Yu-Hai waved his hand. These two people were no longer of any value. He didn't intend to kill them. Even if they were paid for their lives, they were not honest. Dead people are the most honest. No, don't kill me, please. Before the sailor shouted for mercy, the orb silk spider spit out silk again to block the two people's screaming mouths, and bit them on the neck respectively, and injected poison. Until the two people twitched all over, foamed at the mouth, and their faces were black and purple, and they were completely motionless. The mosquito-repellent frog picked up the two people and threw them directly into the sea to feed the sharks. As the two sank to the bottom of the sea, Yu-Hai asked the orb silk spider to take out the plastic box in the seat. When he opened the box, there were small coins inside, roughly estimated to be at least several million. He picked up the two poke balls again, captured the megalodon that was knocked unconscious by the giant claw crab, and looked at the other poke balls, and found that the two poke balls had very few Pokémon. The two Pokémon only had 4 Pokémon, Megalodon and Sagar were the pilots, and Sharptooth and Longwing were the other sailors. Whether the black and white attack could succeed depended on the Megalodon's sneak attack. There was no plan B, and he didn't know what to say. Did the two Pokémon never consider the risk of a failed sneak attack, or did they think it was impossible to fail? He also looked at the panels of these 4 Pokémons, and their potential was very poor, and they were not valuable rare Pokémons. As for the Pokémons that could be sold at a high price, there were only Megalodon and Sagar. You can go to the black market and see if there should be restaurants that would take these Pokémons. The other 2 unevolved Pokémons were worthless, so you can just release them later. After collecting the Pokémon trophies, he began to collect the money he searched on the ground, the money in the drawer, and the money in the box. He also sorted out the money and got back his 10,000 boat tickets. The money searched on his body was 70,000 yuan, the money in the drawer was 180,000 yuan, and the money in the box was 2.3 million yuan. I don't know how many times these two people cheated each other to accumulate so much small money, and now it's all his. However, as I said before, he didn't believe in the moral integrity of the evil people, and shouted to the round silk spider, "Round silk spider, knock on the deck and see where the hollow is." Eetu, the orb silk spider nodded, jumped onto the deck and knocked on the deck with its furry forelimbs. It knew from the vibration that there was an empty place under the deck, and immediately crawled over. Eetu, Eetu, the orb silk spider came to the hollow place, which was in front of the driver's seat, and called to Yu-Hai. "Giant claw crab, pry it open with your pliers." Yu-Hai saw that it was there again, and thought to himself that it was indeed an old bastard, hiding it quite deeply, either under his buttocks or under his feet. The giant claw crab pried open the iron sheet with its small pliers, and there was also a plastic box underneath, but this plastic box was much larger than the previous one. After getting the box, Yu-Hai opened it and counted the small coins inside, and found that there were actually 6 million in it. This old bastard really knows how to hide his private money. "Orb silk spider, look, see if there are any more." Yu-Hai asked the orb silk spider to continue exploring, and he began to pick up the sundries scattered on the ground by the two people. Basically, they were some cigarettes, alcohol, food, keys, daggers, sunglasses, headlamps, watches, slippers, clothes, lighters, ID cards and other sundries. He also saw sunscreen. All these messy things were thrown into the sea. They had no value at all. Even the watches were just ordinary watches and were thrown into the sea. He only left the two people's ID cards. After all, the two people's bank cards were still with him. In case the password just now was wrong, he could also try using the birthday. In the previous life, many smart people liked to use birthdays as passwords. When he finished dealing with the sundries, the orb silk spider jumped onto his shoulder again and shook his head at him, indicating that the hollow place was gone. Forget it, frog, crab, you guys come back first. Yu-Hai saw the orb-spined spider shaking his head, and used the pokeball to take back frog and crab. Now it was the vast ocean, without any light, and it was drizzling in the sky. He didn't know where the black ship was, but it was not far from the shore, and he could still see the lights on the shore. He could drive the speedboat back. Why did he drive the speedboat back? Although it was a broken ship, it was worth a few million. He was in urgent need of money now. How could he miss the opportunity to turn a 10-meter speedboat into money? When he returned to the port, he tied the speedboat to the shore, found the young bartender who provided him with the information, raised his hand and pointed to the speedboat that came back, and gently patted the bartender's shoulder. Find me a buyer as soon as possible, 100% 5% commission, do you want it? Gudong, sir, you are not kidding. The bartender swallowed his saliva secretly. He was still wearing his white bartender dress and looked at Yu-Hai, the big money bag, in surprise. I didn't expect that the two would meet again so soon, and the other party brought him a surprise and sent him money again. Of course, I will only give you half an hour. Yu-Hai waved his hand and asked the bartender to find a buyer quickly. He still had to go to the black ship and didn't want to waste time here. Sir, please wait, I will definitely find a buyer for you in half an hour. The bartender turned and returned to the bar, feeling a little excited. 5% commission is not a small amount of money. The other party has found the right person. He will definitely not let go of the business that comes to his door. He works as a bartender in the bar and happens to know who needs a ship. As for who the ship belongs to, it doesn't matter at all. He is not interested in knowing where the other party got the ship from. He just wants a 5% commission. Not long after, the bartender brought a drunkard to the port shore and met Yu-Hai, who was waiting here. Oh, it's not even 10 minutes yet. Yu-Hai looked at his watch. He brought people here in less than 10 minutes. The efficiency of this bartender is good. Sir, this gentleman is willing to pay 4 million to buy that boat. The bartender came over and immediately introduced the drunk buyer to Yu-Hai. You want to sell the boat? The drunk looked at Yu-Hai as if he was looking at a dark shadow. Yu-Hai was covered in a black raincoat and immediately made his request. I want to see the boat. Okay, the boat is there. Yu-Hai raised his hand and pointed to the speedboat, indicating that the other party could look at it at will. He secretly thought that 4 million was not cheap. After all, it was a second-hand broken boat, equivalent to 200,000 in the previous life. This is the Black Shark. When I heard the name of the Black Shark, I was already half sober. I didn't expect to see the enemy's boat here. He wanted to rob the thieves, but he was killed. Why? He is famous? Yu-Hai thought he had killed some big shot, but the two men's performance was so lame that they looked more like minions. Haha, he has a reputation, but it's a bad one. Trainers who go to the black ship won't ride on his ship. I said he would hit a wall, and I really said it. The drunkard was panicked when he saw the speedboat, but after he came to his senses, he was a little happy. Do you have a grudge against him? It's not a grudge, just a little friction. My last boat was sunk by a megalodon. I suspect he did it, but I have no evidence. The drunk stood on the shore without looking at the boat, and threw the money directly at Yu-Hai's feet. I'm very happy today. Here's 4 million. This boat is mine. The drunk threw the money, staggered onto the speedboat, and continued to drink in the boat. Seeing this, Yu-Hai didn't care, but picked up the money and counted it. There were indeed 4 million, so he took out 200,000 from it, which was 5% of the commission, and handed it to the young bartender. This is yours. Help me find a boat to go to the black ship first, and then leave. Yu Hai put down the money and asked the bartender, a local, to help him find a boat. Otherwise, if he was looking for a boat by himself, what if he encountered an unreliable black ship again, which would delay his time? Black eating black is not something you can do just because you want to. You can only do it if you investigate the opponent's strength first. Do it. Otherwise, he would be like the two sailors, who would be defeated for no reason. If he found that he could not win, he would jump into the sea and escape. This is why he controlled the two sailors first. Okay, sir, please follow me. I know a lot of sailors. The bartender took the 200,000 and put it in his pocket. He led Yu Hai to find a speedboat in front and sent Yu Hai on board. After boarding the ship, Yu Hai paid another 10,000 yuan for the boat fare. This time, there was no trouble. He boarded the black ship smoothly. The black ship is not black, nor is it without lights. The black ship is a luxury cruise ship. The upper deck is brightly lit, illuminating the offshore area. The colorful lights make it difficult for people to see directly. After boarding the cruise ship, a male waiter in a dress came to Yu Hai, who was dressed differently, and asked him the purpose of boarding the ship. Black ship. Yu Hai only uttered 2 words lightly. The waiter knew his purpose and gave him a special identity card. Sir, you've come at the right time. The auction has already started. There is a special item tonight. You can go and see the excitement. The auction is on the -3rd floor. Thank you. Yu Hai took the ID card, knowing that it must be a token to go to the -3rd floor. After all, the black ship is near the island. Even if you want to do underground business, you can't make it too obvious. The upper deck of the cruise ship is the real place for entertainment and the disguise of the black ship. The -3rd floor is the real black ship and the illegal trading place that the Alliance does not allow. Since the waiter has pointed out the way, there is no need for him to waste time. He found an elevator to the -3rd floor. As a result, he found that there was no -3rd floor in the elevator, only the -2nd floor. When he came to the -2nd floor, he heard dynamic music as soon as he walked out of the elevator door, and there were also the smell of alcohol, perfume, sweat, and various mixed smells. There was also a group of enchanting figures twisting and turning under the colorful lights. He didn't care about the chaos of the group of people, but pulled a young waiter and showed him his ID card. The waiter immediately understood and led Yu Hai to the door of a private room and knocked on the door. As the door of the private room opened, Yu Hai showed his ID card again. The waiter in the private room opened the door and let Yu Hai enter alone. This private room was plain and simple. There were only 2 waiters watching TV here, and then nothing else. That door is it, 10,000 admission fee. The waiter opened the door for Yu Hai very considerately, but raised his hand to stop him before entering. Here, Yu Hai took out 10,000 and gave it to the waiter, then walked into the real gate of the black ship. For this place, he spent 20,000 alliance coins before he saw it. Is it necessary to make it so mysterious? After going down the stairs and entering the -3rd floor, there was no noise like the -2nd floor, but it was a bit deserted. There were shops on both sides of the corridor, and there was also an underground arena, and there was no elf battle on it. Did they all go to the auction? Yu Hai found that there were few people here, and immediately remembered the auction mentioned by the waiter. He quickly walked to the most empty central square on the -3rd floor. As soon as he approached, he heard the sound of the microphone, which came from there. When he arrived, he looked at the auction venue under the spotlight from the corridor railing. At this time, the auction was coming to an end. He just caught up with the last big show. The green elf egg on the screen on the stage should be the last item. At this time, the host's excited voice came from the microphone, "This gentleman bids 600 million. Are there any gentlemen or ladies who want to bid more? Opportunities are rare. This is the only quasi-god spirit egg in half a year. Once you miss this time, you don't know when the next time will be. Dear guests, if you are interested in this auction item, Please bid as soon as possible. Don't hesitate. Seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and become its owner. 610 million. Dong, 610 million once. Are there any gentlemen or ladies who want to bid more? Seeing no one responded, the host immediately knocked the wooden hammer again, dong, 610 million for the second time. If no one bids, this quasi-god spirit egg will belong to this gentleman. Good guy, this rhetoric is really tempting. Yu Hai looked down at the corridor railing and was amazed. The host who constantly aroused people's desires stood under the spotlight and controlled the whole scene. He actually pushed a quasi-god egg to 600 million. I just don't know what quasi-god egg it is. 620 million, 630 million, 650 million. Suddenly, the host shouted excitedly again, saying 4 numbers in a row, all of which were bids from one person. This time, the host wanted to use rhetoric to let the already high-priced buyers continue to raise the price, but this time it did not succeed. After the host dropped the wooden hammer 3 times, the 650 million had been settled, and Yu Hai had watched a big show. Congratulations to this gentleman, for bidding for this quasi-god elf egg at the price of 650 million alliance coins. Thank you very much for the participation and support of all the guests. I hope that everyone has obtained their favorite items in this auction. Tonight's auction has ended successfully. Please leave in an orderly manner. I wish you all a pleasant night. Next, many people left the auction venue, and some people followed the host through the small door to leave, probably to get the items of this auction. After all, a spirit egg worth 600 million yuan could not possibly appear at the venue. Don't underestimate the courage of the madmen. As long as the things are revealed, these madmen will dare to grab anything. Without the strength of a king, it is impossible to keep this quasi-god spirit egg. Seeing the people around him disperse, Yu Hai also followed the crowd and left the auction venue. Hearing the whispers of the people around him in the crowd. 314 Chapter 308, and harvested a lot. 314. 650 million, I can't make that much money in my life, it's probably bought by a big consortium in the city. Yes, there's no hope for more than 600 million, and there's also the Lolulus Pokemon egg in front, 120 million, and the Ryla Pokemon egg, 300 million, these Pokemons are all sky-high prices. By the way, why are the auction prices of these 2 Pokemon eggs so different? Weren't they almost the same before? That's because you came late. The talent of the Lolulus Pokemon egg is unknown. We only know that the parents are champions of a certain competition. It's good to be able to sell for hundreds of millions, but the Ryla Pokemon egg, the host guarantees that one of the parents is a superstar, the value will naturally double. No wonder it's so much more expensive, just confirming the strength of the parents doubles it. What about the Pokemon egg of the quasi-god Bangala? Quasi-gods don't need to look at their parents, no, if something unexpected happens, the potential of a quasi-god is no less than that of a super king. 650 million is considered cheap. It's a pity that Bangala can't fly. If he can fly, the auction price will only be more expensive. I've only seen an iron dumbbell Pokemon egg sold for 700 million, and a baby dragon Pokemon egg sold for 820 million. Oh my goodness, 800 million, is there no one to grab it? The boss of the Black Ship is a Super King trainer, the first and second mates are both quasi-Super King trainers, and a large group of sailors under him are all senior trainers. Are you sure you want to do it here? Gudong, no wonder the Black Ship dares to auction the quasi-god. Without this strength, the cruise ship would probably be attacked. Watching the whispering crowd go away, Yu Hai was secretly shocked. No wonder this Black Ship can exist for so long and no one makes trouble on the ship. It turns out that the captain is a Super King trainer. The commission for auctioning the quasi-god is probably not cheap. There are also Pokemon eggs of Larulas and the Blue Dog, which are also ridiculously expensive. It's not that he can't afford it, but Ghastly is a bottomless pit. He really doesn't have the money to buy Lucario. This is just the purchase price, and the cost of breeding has not been calculated. Unless someone gives it to him for free, it's a good idea. Ghastly alone has eaten up more than 50 million of his alliance coins. He doesn't know how much money he will have to invest in the future. He doesn't have the money to buy Larialis's Pokemon eggs now. Even if he can get enough money, he can't afford to raise it. He can't even raise one Ghastly, let alone other Pokemon. You have to know that the quasi-god cub Yukara is a gold-eating beast. All ground-type, rock-type, and steel-type Pokemon are gold-eating beasts. Alas, it's all tears to say more. It seems that he will never be able to become a quasi-god in this life. Just Yukara costs more than 600 million, let alone other quasi-god Pokemon. He can't even afford a blue big dog, let alone a quasi-god Pokemon egg. Unless someone gives a quasi-god for free, he can't afford to buy it. He can't afford it in this life. After recognizing the reality, Yu Hai felt that it was more reliable to get a Gozank. Gozank was not a difficult task for him now. The difficulty was that Gozank with good talent was not easy to get. Oh, forget it, just go with the flow. As the auction ended, more masked people appeared in the corridor, and everyone started to watch the underground competition and shop again. He also found an ATM here, inserted the bank cards of the two sailors into the ATM, and entered the passwords of the two people. He inserted the first bank card first, and found that the passwords reported by the two people were wrong. It was the driver who was the most careful before, so he knew it was not that simple. After entering the wrong password twice, he had 3 more chances to enter the password. He took out the driver's ID card and entered the birthday password. The result was that the password was correct. He was just thinking of giving it a try, but he didn't expect it to be a birthday password. It seems that in the future, when he is robbing others, he must pay attention to the other party's ID card. If there are many such fools, he will have a chance. But when he looked at the balance of the bank card, he found that the balance of this bank card was pitifully small, only a little over 500,000. He took out all of it, and after deducting the handling fee, it was exactly 500,000. He inserted another bank card, which was also an anonymous bank card. This time the password was correct. The password of 3 1s and 3 3s was correct. This man was honest and didn't have so many tricks. This was the bank card of another young sailor. There were more than 3 million in the card. After deducting the handling fee, there were still 3.2 million. After withdrawing all the cash, he found a quiet place and calculated the accounts. The body search showed 70,000, the drawer showed 180,000, the box under the seat showed 2.3 million, the box under the feet showed 6 million, the second-hand speedboat was sold for 3.8 million, the driver's bank card was 500,000, and the other sailor's bank card was 3.2 million. Total, 16,050,000, more than 16 million. How many times have these two done robbing and robbing? They actually saved so much money, and didn't cultivate some powerful elves as thugs, so he got all the money. He felt that the strength of these two people was not proportional to their savings. When did robbing and robbing become so easy? Even such a scumbag can get away with it. With such little strength, they are not qualified to robbing, and they saved so much money. How dare these guys? He recognized the simplicity of the people in this world again, and he didn't know where so many new people with lots of money came from, who were bitten by the megalodon. After collecting more than 10 million, Yu Hai prepared to check the prices here, and entered the elf food store to ask about the life energy cubes and the psychic energy cubes. He asked about the price and learned that if the purchase quantity was huge, the member price here was 6,000 per box, with a 10% discount, which was 200 alliance coins cheaper than the department store. There were not many cheaper ones, and it seemed that the merchants here also knew the price of the department store, and they were really accurate. However, the fighting energy cubes here were much cheaper, with a high-quality one at 4,000 per box, which was 1,000 cheaper than Hasa Island. The high-quality energy cubes such as the water type were also 500 cheaper than Hasa Island. It seemed that things related to the ghost and psychic systems had nothing to do with the region, but with the attributes, and the prices were the same no matter where they were. However, the purpose of his coming here this time was to buy ghost gems and poison gems. The reason why it is not a dark stone is that these two gems are not as sensitive as dark stones. If he buys a large number of dark stones, regardless of whether he has them or not, he will be noticed by people with ulterior motives. This is not the result he wants. He just wants to keep a low profile. It is best if no one pays attention to him. He is just a small transparent person, a small role. The big guys must not turn around for him. He is not worth it. If it is a ghost gem and a poison gem, it will be fine to buy a large number of them. There are many such gems. Food stores, prop stores, evolution stone stores, and many stores have such stones. He can buy them in batches. Next, he inquired about the prices of ghost gems and poison gems, and asked several stores. After comparing prices, he bought these two gems. The poison gem is simple. He bought it for 400,000 each. This is a discounted price, which is 40,000 cheaper than the department store. It took a long time to find a ghost gem. The quality guaranteed ones cost 700,000 each, at least 650,000, which is more expensive than the 600,000 at the department store. Finally, he found a place where the quality is not guaranteed, but he can choose gems at will. The boss offered 500,000 each. Then, he picked out all the ghost gems with a purity of more than 50. It didn't matter if they were seen, he didn't use any instruments to select. If the boss had any objections, he shouldn't put them out for sale, just close the stall early. This is a gem store, with a lot of discarded gems put together, gems of all attributes, even broken stones that were not gems. He could choose any one, all for 500,000. He always felt like he was eating buffet in his previous life. Anyway, eating more is earning. Finally, he bought 18 ghost gems for 9 million, 15 poison gems for 6 million, a total of 15 million. Left, 1,050,000, more than 1 million. Then he bought poison sacks, and found that there were only poison sacks of senior elves, not even poison sacks of quasi-kings. Finally, he bought 3 kilograms of poison sacks of senior poison elves at 300,000 per kilogram, spending 900,000. 150,000 left. At the same time, he also sold the Megalodon and the Osprey, selling them for a total of 400,000, 250,000 for the Megalodon and 150,000 for the Osprey. The Megalodon is the most valuable, with treasures all over its body. Its skin, fins, and teeth can all be used to make many things, but its meat is the least valuable. After selling the 2 Pokémons, 550,000 left. With 550,000, 33 gems, and 3 caddies of venom from senior Pokémons, he left the cruise ship on the -3rd floor, came to the deck of the cruise ship, and threw the ID cards and bank cards of the 2 people into the sea. He also took out 2 poke balls, released the sharp-toothed fish inside, and stepped on the poke balls. After the sharp-toothed fish on the sea surface felt that the restraint of the poke balls had disappeared, it plunged into the deep sea and disappeared. The same thing happened to the long-winged gull. When it saw Yu-Hai stepping on his poke ball, the long-winged gull flew away, without any intention of revenge for the trainer. This also proved that there was no bond between the Pokémon and the trainer. The reason why Yu-Hai let these 2 Pokémon go was because they had no value. He would not let them go if they could be sold for a little money. After all, they were Pokémon that robbed other Pokémons, not wild Pokémons. If they were wild Pokémons, he would still be worried about being severely punished by the Alliance. If they were Pokémon that robbed other Pokémons, he could sell them at will. Anyway, they were all dead and no one was chasing him. It was a pity that these 2 Pokémons had not evolved or reached the elite level. The Pokémon collecting vendors on the -3rd floor did not need such Pokémon babies, and they had no economic value at all. This was equivalent to saving his life in disguise, because he was worthless because he was a bad Pokemon. If they were Pokemons that were neither good nor bad, they could only wait to be harvested. Boom boom boom! Just after releasing the two Pokemons, Yu-Hai saw fire and explosions on the sea. He immediately took out a telescope and found that it was a yacht without lights on. If there hadn't been a fire on the yacht, who would have thought that there would be a yacht without lights on the dark and boundless sea? Look, a fight has started. It must be because of that quasi-god egg. Yu-Hai heard the crowd exclaiming and discussing the cause of the explosion on the yacht. He gently put down the telescope and knew that things were not that simple. It is one thing to auction off a quasi-god, and it is another thing to take the quasi-god away alive. After all, it is the quasi-god Banjira's egg. Hatched by Kira, as long as the future if it doesn't die, the minimum limit in the future is a King Banjira, which is also the minimum limit for the trainer who can subdue Yukara, at least a king trainer. But the interests involved in this thing are too great, and there are naturally many strong people who are eyeing it. He just needs to watch the show quietly. Even if he is given a quasi-god now, he dare not take it or use it. 600 million, which is 30 million in the previous life, is just the purchase cost, not the cultivation cost. Think about Yukara eating a mine. Yes, you heard it right, it is a mine. It was mentioned in the animation in the previous life that Yukara needs to eat a mountain when he grows up. If it is an ordinary stone mountain, don't expect Yukara to be so strong when he grows up. From this point alone, you can see how much money it costs to cultivate Yukara. Billions of dollars are inevitable. Who can afford to raise this gold-eating beast? It's like a young couple in the previous life who had to decide whether to have a child. To raise a child, they would have to spend $1 million commercial house, which was still cheap. If they just gave birth and fed the child, it would only be cheaper. But what would be the meaning of a child or an elf that grew up like this? A screw? Or a background board? Just like a car, many things are cheapest when they are in hand, including children, elves, and cars. The resources that need to be continuously invested in the future will more than double. Whether he can keep the quasi-god given to him is another matter, but whether he can afford to raise it is the key. Unless he takes Yukara to steal ore, how can he raise this thing? The elves in his hands were basically picked up on the road. It can only be said that he was lucky. He didn't spend much money and got 9 high-potential elves. The most expensive one was the 4.5 million from Bad Frog. When he has the strength of a quasi-king, or even a king, it won't be too late to get a quasi-god at that time. It's too early now. The only one who can eat is Yukara. It may not be the same for other quasi-gods. Don't compare them with iron dumbbells. This guy also eats ore. These two gold-eating beasts are the same. There is no need to compare. After witnessing the battle on the yacht, Yu-Hai also released the gull and left the cruise ship. The gull flew high into the sky and left the cruise ship. This cruise ship floating on the sea is expected to be busy all night. He can't play for that long, and he doesn't want to stay up all night. He wants to go back to sleep and use the Ghastly training resources he got tonight to improve Ghastly's potential. Just as he left the cruise ship, Darkrai, who was floating in the air, also saw the battle on the yacht, at least the battle between the Quasi-King trainers, and then followed Yu-Hai to leave the cruise ship. After Darkrai left the cruise ship, the people who were sleeping on the cruise ship woke up from their nightmares one after another, realizing that they had just had a nightmare, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the nightmare just now was too real and scary. 315 Chapter 309, Ghastly's Nightmare. 315. After returning to the villa, Yu-Hai first checked the backpack behind the curtain and found that no one had moved it, so he stopped paying attention. Instead, he took out the Pokeball and released all the Pokemons. The Ditto on his face and the Orb Spinner on his shoulder could all come down to rest. These little guys had worked hard tonight. After returning to the villa, he prepared supper for all the Pokemons. The Pokémons were eating supper. He looked at the time on his watch. It was only 11 o'clock in the evening. He could still conduct the evolution experiment of Ghastly. He didn't know if Ghastly could break through the threshold of the champion with the resources he had just bought. He locked himself and Ghastly in the storage room again and started the evolution experiment. 33 gems, 10 times of evolution and degeneration. Ghastly's potential broke through the champion after evolution, but after Ghastly degenerates, its potential will drop out of the champion again. At least 33 gems were consumed, and Ghastly did not enter the champion level, but Ghastly reached 1.99. Garces, other color. Attribute, ghost plus poison. Gender, male. Potential, 79.99%. Level, 4.23%. Characteristics. Garces, I'm tired. Eat this and have a good sleep. Yu-Hai took out the remaining 3 pounds of venom and put it all in Ghastly's big mouth, letting Ghastly evolve into Haunter to digest the venom. Quu, Ghastly licked the corner of his mouth, finally eating delicious venom again. Garces swallowed 3 pounds of venom in one gulp and fell into a dizzy state again, but it still remembered the instructions to evolve. After a white light flashed on its body, it turned into Haunter and fell asleep. Yu-Hai opened the panel of Haunter, and the potential was indeed at the champion level. Once it degraded, the potential would regress to the semi-champion level. He had no choice but to endure it slowly. It was unknown how much energy Ghastly had to swallow to reach the champion level. He had taken notes in his little notebook. After Haunter fell asleep, he used the Pokeball to retrieve Haunter and returned to the villa living room. He just threw the Pokeball of Haunter casually on the table. He would see if Haunter would wake up tomorrow. He sat on the sofa, took out the incubator and put it on the table to charge, and took out 550,000 in a small notebook. Last week, he spent 33,000 on food, 90,000 on the villa for a month, 50,000 on honey when he came back, and 30,000 on food for a week, 10,000 for the bartender's message, 10,000 for the ship fee, and 10,000 for the black ship entrance fee. Total, 233,000, more than 200,000. The previous balance was 1,203,000, more than 1.2 million. Then adding 550,000, his current balance is 1,520,000, 1,550,000. Still hovering around 1 million, he is still a poor bastard. Oh, he has it too hard. Ghastly is too greedy. After calculating the expenses during this period, he took out a blanket from his backpack, looked at Ghastly's Pokeball, and prepared to sleep on the sofa. He remembered Ghastly's consumption. He wanted to see how much resources Ghastly could consume when he pushed his potential to the limit. Even if it was 200 million, he would continue to invest in it. After asking the orb spinner to be alert, he covered himself with a blanket and fell asleep, but he had a nightmare again tonight, being chased by a group of monsters all night. This is the third time he has had a nightmare. The first one was yesterday at noon, the second one was last night when he was still in the villa in the inland town, and tonight is the third nightmare. Not only did he have a nightmare, but the elves also had a nightmare, and these elves did not include Ghastly. Hee, so many delicious foods, so many delicious foods. Ghastly drooled in his dream, eating the food that Yu-Hai had fed him and let him eat at will. In his dream, the food piled up into a small mountain, and there were delicacies everywhere. Hee. As soon as Ghastly picked up the food suddenly rotted. He looked at the ground. The piled food was all rotten and deteriorated. There was no intact food, and there was no edible food. Hee. Ghastly was very angry and looked around. Who stole the food? Who? Gas? How did you manage to evolve and degenerate? Can you teach me? Hee, did you steal my food? Ghastly heard the voice and turned around to see Darkrai standing behind him. Gas, I didn't steal your food. This is a dream. Those foods are fake. Darkrai saw Ghastly was so obsessed with food and immediately explained the reason to Ghastly. Kauja, I don't care, that's the food that you Hai gave me, it's my food." Ghastly didn't believe that this was a dream, and instantly evolved from Ghastly to Haunter, and then evolved from Haunter to Jengar, and attacked Darkrai. How could Jengar, who had not been trained, beat Darkrai? In the dream, he was directly pressed to the ground by Darkrai. Gengar was not convinced, it wanted to teach this thief a lesson. Kauja, Jengar's body once again bloomed with the light of evolution, and after the colorful light disappeared, Jengar turned into Super Jengar. The appearance of Super Jengar did not change. Super Jengar had spikes on all parts of its body, and the original tail also had spikes. The lower half of the body of a normal Super Jengar was purple-red, and there was an object similar to a gold coin in the middle of its forehead, with a hole in the middle. The color of this Super Jengar was different from that of a normal Jengar. It was not the white of a different colored Jengar, nor the purple-red of an ordinary Jengar, but black-red. It looks very evil, even the corners of its mouth are a smirk when it smiles, plus its scarlet bloodthirsty eyes. Even Darkrai feels it is difficult to deal with. Gas? New form, what's the use of it? Darkrai was stunned when he saw Ghastly's appearance. How could Jengar evolve? How could it not have seen it before? He, Super Jengar was reminded by Darkrai and looked at its new form. It didn't know why it became like this, let alone that it could super evolve. It only knew that if it wanted to defeat this guy and take back its food, it needed stronger power, and then it became like this. Jengar unknowingly triggered the super evolution switch and became Super Jengar. Feeling the surging power in its body, Super Jengar immediately condensed a ball of shadow energy in front of its mouth and fired a shadow ball attack directly at Darkrai. Darkrai immediately used the evil wave to fight back, and the two moves collided and exploded instantly. Then, Super Jengar was like a turret, constantly firing shadow balls at Darkrai. When Darkrai couldn't resist, he would be hit by the shadow balls. If Yukai was here, he would definitely call Ghastly a fool. Darkrai can resist ghost-type attacks. Fighting-type or bug-type attacks are double damage, but unfortunately Jengar doesn't have them. Darkrai's evil wave will cause double damage to Jengar, which hurts Jengar. Cowerhe, it hurts so much, why doesn't it feel it? Super Jengar didn't understand why Darkrai was fine, it obviously hit the opponent more times. Gas, this is really a dream, I just want to talk to you, not to fight with you. Darkrai just looked fine. Darkrai was also injured, after all, it was the shadow ball shot by Super Jengar. It was equivalent to it bearing 4 shadow balls, and it only needed to hit back one evil wave, and they would be even. Seeing that Ghastly was unreasonable and unwilling to listen to it, it directly blew up Ghastly, even Ghastly's dream. If Yuhai got up to go to the bathroom, he would see Ghastly's shaking poke ball, which meant that Ghastly was struggling in the poke ball, that is, Ghastly was fighting Darkrai in the dream. After the dream was blown up, Haunter in the poke ball opened his eyes and found that he was still in the poke ball. There was no food and no Darkrai. It saw Yuhai sleeping on the sofa and the Pokemons sleeping on Yuhai through the poke ball, and realized that it was probably a dream just now. Then, Haunter fell asleep again and saw a lot of food again. He was eating the food happily, but suddenly found that the food had deteriorated and rotted again. It knew that it was that guy who was doing it again. Ghastly turned around and was a good look at Darkrai. Before Darkrai could say anything, Ghastly turned into Super Jengar again, threw a shadow ball at him, and angrily cursed, "Garrus, give me back my delicious food." "Garsley, I told you this is a dream." Darkrai was also helpless. He didn't expect Ghastly to not react and always took the dream as real. He just wanted to know why Ghastly could evolve and degenerate. How did Ghastly do it? Why was it so difficult? It really couldn't figure out why this Ghastly only had delicious food in its eyes. If it knew that Ghastly was forced to degenerate for delicious food, it would know how persistent Ghastly could be for food. Then, it pressed Ghastly to the ground and rubbed it again. In the dream, Ghastly couldn't beat it. Not to mention the attribute restraint, even the dream was generated by it. What could Ghastly use to fight it? After destroying Ghastly's dream for the second time, it came again for the third time. Ghastly said nothing, threw Shadow Ball directly, then transformed into Super Jengar, turned into a mobile turret and continued to output, and then was pressed to the ground by Dark Ray. In this way, it went back and forth more than 10 times in one night. Ghastly was beaten to autism. Later, when he saw Dark Ray appear, he didn't want to pay attention to Dark Ray. Ghastly knew that this was a dream, but so what? He just wanted to eat delicious food quietly in his dream. That annoying guy always came to disturb him. If Dark Ray didn't come, his food would not spoil and rot. Watching the food rot was his nightmare. But he couldn't beat Dark Ray. After being abused more than 10 times, he stopped fighting and looked for food in his dream. Even if the food would rot instantly, he still enjoyed it. He found that the food would be thrown into his mouth first, and even if it was going to rot, it could only rot in his mouth. Gas, if you teach me, I will give you delicious food. Dark Ray also saw that Ghastly liked delicious food, so he turned a lot of delicious food into Ghastly and asked Ghastly to teach him how to control evolution. Ghastly ate his fill before explaining to the guy who annoyed him, I don't know how to evolve either. I just want to eat delicious food to evolve and degenerate. Want to eat delicious food. Dark Ray didn't understand. The temptation of wanting to eat was so great that it could even force evolution. I evolved when there was delicious food. At that time, I degenerated and followed you high because I wanted to eat delicious food. Ghastly further explained what happened when he followed you high. That human. Dark Ray remembered the human who made Ghastly evolve and degenerate. It was also because of the energy fluctuations emitted by Ghastly's frequent evolutions that attracted it. Kauja, why don't you ask him if you have any questions? He should know how to evolve. He also gave me a lot of delicious food. I couldn't finish it even if I was full. It was so delicious. While explaining, Ghastly held a ghost gem that was bigger than his face and licked it. He had never seen such a big ghost gem before, and he didn't know how long he would lick it. Human. Dark Ray wanted to see that human, but he didn't see him last time. And with that human's will, it was difficult to be affected by nightmares. Last time, that human got out of the nightmare by himself. After all, it was the first time that he saw a ruthless person who could get out of a nightmare by suicide. And before that human left, he said that he would never succeed. He didn't want to do anything. How could he never succeed? He was wronged. If he hadn't been unable to control his nightmares and often brought nightmares to the humans and elves around him, and was afraid that humans would find it difficult to accept him, he would have appeared long ago and wouldn't have come to Ghastly. Kauja, his name is Yuhai, a trainer, don't always say human. Ghastly was simple-minded and thought Yuhai was the best trainer. He said he would have plenty of delicious food, and he never lacked it, so of course he had to speak for Yuhai. I don't dare to see him, humans are afraid of me. Dark Ray shook his head and gave up the idea of appearing in front of humans. Kauja, whatever you want, just don't affect my eating. Ghastly felt that he was too small, and it was too slow to lick the big gem like this, and then Ghastly wanted to grow bigger. Ghastly grew bigger, and stretched out a longer and bigger tongue than before, licking the smaller ghost gem. Seeing Ghastly eating so deliciously, Dark Ray licked his lips and became a little greedy. You have so much ghost energy, can you give me some evil energy? Hey, forget it, these are all given to me by Yukai, if you want them, you can go to him. When he conquered us, we were provided with food and shelter, you can eat as much as you want. Ghastly rolled up his long pink tongue and took away the ghost gem. It would not share the food with this guy who bullied it. Hey, if you don't want to give it to me, then don't give it to me, stingy guy. Dark Ray felt a little numbness on his black face behind his white hair, that was the feeling of blushing. It didn't know how it asked, it just pressed him to the ground and rubbed him more than 10 times just now. And now it asked him for food again. It was impossible to think about it. It's almost dawn, I'm leaving, goodbye. Dark Ray was ready to leave Ghastly's dream. If he didn't leave, Yukai and the elves in the villa would wake up. Hey, Goodbye." Ghastly saw Darkrai disappear, released his ghost gem again, and slowly licked it. This ghost gem is the undigested energy when Ghastly evolved. It was materialized by Darkrai in his dream. It was only in his dream that he could easily synthesize a large ghost gem. After all, energy will not disappear out of thin air. Ghastly ate too much energy and did not convert it into potential. Before it had time to digest it, it needed to sleep to digest the energy and feed back its potential and level. In reality, there is no such a large ghost gem. If we talk about energy concentration, the top dark gems that humans can access, Aries Tone is the best thing. As for the items with the highest energy concentration, Yu-Hai guessed that Arceus's Slate, the stone that could make the first level god super evolve, and the energy in these divine beasts were all high concentration energy aggregates. In the real world, after Darkrai left Ghastly's dream, he appeared on the ceiling and looked at Yu-Hai, who was sleeping on the sofa, and Yu-Hai's elves. It just looked for a while, and the window began to get brighter, and it quietly retreated into the darkness. It hadn't decided whether to appear in front of this person, and it didn't know how the other person saw itself. If he hated it or was afraid of it because of a nightmare, it might as well not appear. As Darkrai disappeared, the dark night gradually turned white, and a new day began again. 316 Chapter 310, He is a professional in fishing. 316. The 16th day of the journey north was sunny. This morning, everyone woke up from a nightmare. When Yu-Hai got up, he was sweating and soaked. His t-shirt stuck to his body, as if he had just been pulled out of the water. Anyone who was chased by a group of monsters all night in a nightmare would be so embarrassed. He needed to go to the bathroom to take a shower. When he came out of the bathroom, the elves were talking to each other, discussing whether they had nightmares last night. It turned out that everyone had nightmares. The alert frog discovered this abnormality. When he saw Yu-Hai coming out of the bathroom, he immediately told Yu-Hai that everyone had nightmares last night. Originally, Yu-Hai didn't understand. Who told Frog to have Ditto? Frog made Ditto turn into a ghost-type elf, that is, Ghastly, and made a scary face. The frog pointed at Ghastly, which was transformed by Ditto, and Han, who was sleeping late, and said that they were all scared last night, which means they had nightmares. Scared? In a dream? Having a nightmare? Everyone. Yu-Hai looked at his 16 elves. 14 of them had nightmares, and the remaining Ghastly and Han had not woken up yet. This is strange. Why did everyone have nightmares? It can't be such a coincidence. Excluding coincidence, it can only be that everyone was affected by some unknown force. He had had nightmares twice before, and thought it was just his own psychological effect, or a normal sleep phenomenon. He thought he was scaring himself, but it wasn't. This is a bit strange. He really knows a guy who can affect humans and elves at the same time. That is the nightmare god Darkrai, but this is the Orange Islands. Darkrai is an elf in the Sinnoh region. How could he appear here? Unless Darkrai is wandering around, that's another story. He is not very clear. Considering that the possibility of Darkrai cannot be confirmed, he can only put Darkrai's problem aside for now. He prepared a rich breakfast for the elves. The delicious food should help them dispel the shadow of nightmares. After breakfast, the elves all started their morning exercises according to the training plan they had made before. He also started his morning jog, feeling the breeze blowing across his cheeks, feeling that the body is the capital of a trainer, and he could clearly feel that his physical fitness was constantly improving. As for Ghastly, he hasn't woken up yet, so he can only wait until lunch. There's also the matter of going to the black market to fish. He won't go to the black market during the day, nor will he go to the black ship. It's okay to buy things there, but it's impossible to fish and enforce the law. He needs money now, a lot of money. He plans to go to the sewer black market tonight. He heard that it's very chaotic there, and he should be able to catch big fish. He is a fisherman, he is a professional in fishing, but he has to go and see the situation first. If someone can't resist the temptation, he can't blame him. He kept doing morning exercises until noon. When he was preparing lunch for the elves, Haunter woke up. After Haunter woke up, he degenerated into Ghastly again. His potential was still the same, stuck at 99. He was used to it. He would not stop until he broke through the champion threshold, even if he invested 100 million. During the meal, he also took out the Pokémon Encyclopedia, found the classification of evil Pokémons, turned to the page of Darkrai, put the book in front of the Pokémons, and asked if they had seen this guy. If Darkrai was hiding nearby, he never found it from beginning to end, and he didn't know if any of the Pokémons had accidentally seen Darkrai. Yobo Yobo, Frog looked at Darkrai in the book and shook his head, indicating that he had never seen it. Me, Butterfree also shook his head, indicating that he had never seen Darkrai. Believe, Owl also said that he had never seen Nightmare. Fuck, Scyther also gave a negative answer. Han, Snail, Frog, Orbspine Spider and other remaining Pokémons also shook their heads, indicating that they had never seen this Pokémon. When asked about Ghastly, Ghastly immediately became alert and tightly protected his food, fearing that it would be snatched away by Darkrai. Gas, have you seen Darkrai? Yu-Hai saw Ghastly's reaction of protecting his food. Could it be that Ghastly's food was taken away by Darkrai? Haha, Ghastly nodded. Not only had its food been taken away, but it was also beaten by Darkrai more than 10 times in its dream. It had a deep impression of Darkrai and immediately complained to Yu-Hai. Haha, it was it. It took away a lot of my food in my dream. The other elves who heard this were speechless. What was there to take away in the dream? As a result, Han came up and looked at the Darkrai in the book. Hoo, let me see. When it comes next time, I will help you beat it. Share some of the delicious food with me. Hearing this, the other elves turned their heads away, indicating that they didn't know the two idiots. They said it was a dream. What delicious food in the dream? They really couldn't understand the brain circuits of these two guys. Yu-Hai pushed away Han's big tongue. Why did this guy join in the fun instead of eating lunch? Originally, he was a little surprised to see Ghastly nod, but he was speechless when he saw Han's reaction. He didn't know what the two guys talked about in the encrypted chat. He couldn't understand the Elven language, so he could only continue to ask Ghastly, Gas, where have you seen Darkrai? If Ghastly had seen Darkrai, why didn't he know? Ghastly had never left his sight. Hee, Ghastly thought for a while, looked at Darkrai in the book, and felt that he was too sensitive. He had seen the other party in a dream, not in reality, and immediately asked the mosquito frog, I saw Darkrai in a dream, can Yu-Hai understand? Yobo, just make a face. The frog explained to Ghastly that they all had nightmares yesterday and told Yu-Hai with faces. Ghastly stuck out his tongue and bulged his eyes when he heard this. He stared at Yu-Hai fiercely, made a face, and then returned to his original state to say that he had seen it in a dream. Ghost face? Scared? Nightmare? In a dream? Yu-Hai saw Ghastly's grimace and understood Ghastly's body language. It was the same as what Mosquito Frog wanted to express. It turned out that he had seen Darkrai in his dream. If that's the case, then in his nightmare at noon the day before yesterday, someone opened the wooden door before committing suicide. It should be Darkrai who opened the door. Where is Darkrai? Yu-Hai thought about it, put away the books and returned to the dining table. He looked at the shadows in the living room of the villa. There were shadows on the sofa, the wooden table, the curtains, and the corners. He found that there were too many shadows here. If Darkrai deliberately hid, he would not be able to find Darkrai. However, he didn't know that one of the shadows he just looked at was hiding Darkrai. Seeing him looking over, Darkrai had already made preparations to move. Unexpectedly, his sight shifted first, which proved that Yu-Hai had not discovered him. When Darkrai saw himself in the book before, he thought he was going to be exposed, but it was obvious that he was not exposed. But Ghastly sold it without hesitation, and had no intention of hiding it at all. If I had known last night, I would have beaten Ghastly a little harder. Anyway, he would be betrayed, so it would be good to beat him up to vent my anger. Finally, after looking around for several times, he still couldn't find Darkrai, so Yu-Hai had to give up. After everyone had lunch, he asked the elves to continue training, and he would read some elf cultivation books in the afternoon, all of which were cultivation books related to elves. In this way, the elves were training, and he was reading books. The sun in the sky gradually set, and the sun soon set. His dinner was also ready. After dinner, his spider robber vest was back online. He put on a full-body stab-proof suit, took his main poke ball, and rode on the gull to the port. He was going to go to the sewer black market tonight to find out if he could catch any fish. He even prepared the bait, which was Ghastly's 2 poison-type items. 2 poison-type items that dropped from the senior level to the rookie level were enough as bait. If it was a senior-level bait, whether it could catch fish was another matter. The key was that he couldn't pull it. It had only been more than 2 months since he became a trainer. Only 1 frog had entered the senior level. The remaining 6 Pokémon used for combat, Crabgrass and Scyther, were only at the elite level. Frog had just entered the elite level, and Ditto had also at his elite level, and the Orb Spinner is only a little higher than the Bad Frog. The only Pokémon that can participate in the direct battle are the Frog, the Giant Claw Crab, and the Scyther. The only Pokémon that can barely participate in the battle are the Bad Frog and the Orb Spinner. Ditto will not show up unless it is absolutely necessary. The Swan is a means of transportation and needs to maintain physical strength. If the battle consumes too much physical strength, who will take him away? Who will take him to fly? So, with this lineup, what can he use to catch senior level big fish? Only small fish below the elite level are easy to deal with. If a senior level big fish comes in, he must be careful and cautious. If he can't beat it, he can only run for his life. He doesn't want to overturn. Before he reaches the strength of the king, there will always be some people who are ambitious and think they can control everything after they have just gained a little strength. But they have never considered that in the process of going to the top, every step that deviates from the route may become the last step before reaching the top. Just this step is the whole game. Before becoming a top trainer, one must be extremely cautious, careful, and tread carefully. After truly becoming a top trainer, it is time for him to lie down. At that time, houses, cars, money, and things that he did not have in his previous life can be obtained in this life without any effort. As a top trainer, others will personally deliver whatever he wants, and everything will come naturally. Strength is power, at least in this world. He must not fail. He still wants to find a wife. He has been single for more than 20 years in his previous life. He has long forgotten his first love in school. Later, because of the various reasons mentioned above, the reason is that he has been single. Since God has made him travel through time, he would be sorry for his travel if he doesn't get a wife to live with. For the sake of living, for the sake of a house, a car, money, and a warm bed for his wife and children, it is not too much to be cautious. After setting a cautious tone, he took the big-mouthed gull to the edge of the city and asked the big-mouthed gull to find the drainage outlet of the sewer here. The drainage outlet here leads directly to the sea and is also connected to the sewer. If you want to enter the sewer black market, you can enter from here. In fact, the manhole cover in the city can also enter the sewer, but he was afraid of being regarded as a thief who stole the manhole cover, so he didn't enter from the city's sewer. Bailey, the big-mouthed gull has night vision ability and quickly found a huge sewer drainage outlet. When the big-mouthed gull flew into the drainage outlet, Yu-Hai could feel the hugeness of the drainage outlet. It was at least as high as a 3-story building. There were walkways on both sides of the sewer, and a sewage canal at least 3 meters wide in the middle. I don't know why Big City built such a large sewer. Turning on the flashlight, he used the poke ball to retrieve the owl and released the frog again. This time, he let the frog get along with him, and it was also a good bait. After all, a trainer who sells rookie items and has a frog by his side is a character that is easy to bully. There is no reason not to be fooled by a greedy little minions here. This is picking up money. Anyone who doesn't pick it up is a fool. There is no need to hide the orb spider on the shoulder. An orb spider and a frog look like noobs. In such a chaotic place, it would be unfair not to be robbed. After getting ready, Yu-Hai led the 3 Pokemon into the sewer, and at the same time asked the frog to listen and go wherever there was human noise. Quack, the frog led the way in front and raised his hand to point to the fork in the road on the right, indicating that the sound came from there. Jump over, Yu-Hai just finished speaking, the orb spider and the frog jumped over, and he also raised his foot and jumped over. After he jumped over, he realized that this sewage canal was at least 3 meters wide. How could he jump over it so easily? In theory, the average standing long jump in the previous life was about 2 meters, and excellent athletes could reach more than 3 meters. No matter how you look at it, he couldn't jump over it so easily in his previous life. This place is at least 3 meters wide. He jumped over it without a run-up, which shows that his physical fitness is improving. I didn't expect to become stronger without knowing it. It turned out that the legend of humanoid elves was true, but he felt that he was not much stronger, still within the acceptable range. If you can really chop elves with your bare hands, then humans don't need to become trainers. The elves you capture are not fighters, but need human protection. This is impossible. Elves are still synonymous with powerful, especially some mythical beasts that can tear space, which is a great power that humans can't even dream of. Bad Frog, keep going forward. Yu-Hai waited for the round silk spider to jump onto his shoulders again before continuing to move forward under the guidance of Bad Frog. This time, there was no accident. He saw the light here. There were strange masked people walking on the walkway on the other side of the sewage canal. Both sides remained vigilant until they were far away. The closer he got to the noisy place, the more he could smell a strange smell. After all, this was a sewer, and the ventilation inside was not very good, so it was normal to have a strange smell. But the call of the Bad Frog attracted him. He shone the flashlight in the direction of the Bad Frog's arm and found the source of the stench. Corpse? Is this a show of power? Yu-Hai moved the flashlight away. There was a swollen corpse in the water. If no one dealt with it, it would flow into the sea along the sewage canal. It's below 0 here. It's so cold. People in the south don't feel winter. Winter is so inconvenient, my hands are shaking when I type, it's uncomfortable. By the way, let me tell you one thing. Don't worry about the evolution of the orb silk spider. The orb silk spider will not evolve. After evolution, it will not be as cute as the orb silk spider, and the shoulders can't stand, so it won't evolve. Anyway, it's just auxiliary. 317 Chapter 311, 3 Major Gangs. 317. He was a very cautious person. Regardless of whether there was a warning from the corpse, he would deal with anything with extreme caution. The scene before him made him more certain that this was not an ordinary chaotic place, but an irregular area where life could be lost at any time. Quack, quack, the Bad Frog made an inquiring sound, as if asking whether to continue moving forward, because it was obviously full of dangers. Go, if it's not dangerous, why do we come to such a place? Yu-Hai's purpose of this trip was to fish. If he didn't go deep into it, how could he achieve his goal? Unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to touch wild elves. During the days of living on the deserted island, he had to hunt elves to survive, because in that environment, he would starve to death if he didn't eat. If someone came to save him, he wouldn't have to eat, but no one came to save him, and no one knew he was on that deserted island. In every rainy night, he had dreamed that he had returned to human society, but when he woke up in the morning, everything was back to that small tree hole, and he had to face the next day's life again. Now, he is on Little Orange Island. If he is found poaching wild elves here by the Alliance, he will face serious pursuit and may even be listed as a wanted criminal for poaching elves. In that case, he doesn't need to wash himself, because he can't wash himself clean, he is completely dirty. However, it's different when black eats black. This is a chaotic area, it is common for elves to be robbed. Most of the participants are wanted criminals in the black market, or undocumented black households. Their greed often makes them the target of robbery. If you can't control your greed, who else can you rob? If you don't want to be robbed, don't be a gangster. Since you are still greedy, who can you blame? Even if he is robbed, he deserves it. If poaching elves is a black industry, then black eating black in the black market is more like a gray area. As long as no one pursues him, he can be safe and sound. This means that he must choose between being hunted by wanted criminals in the black market and being hunted by the Alliance. You have to choose one, right? After all, for him, this is the fastest way to make money. What? Legitimate business? He knows very well that legal ways to make money are all in the laws and regulations of the Alliance, and he doesn't want to test the law and challenge the authority of the Alliance. Compared to being hunted by the Alliance, he prefers to face the pursuit of the gang. Anyway, he was alone. Even if he was hunted by the gang, he could still live a normal life after returning to his normal identity. Once he was hunted by the Alliance, he would have no choice but to go all the way. In addition to this reason, he had another reason for not wanting to touch wild elves, which sounded a little ridiculous. It was ridiculous that he had no right to say this. He had seen a movie about protecting wild animals and exposing poaching gangs in his previous life. In the movie, there was a scene by the lake, with the bones of wild animals all over the ground, and vultures circling around foraging. That scene shocked him deeply and he couldn't calm down for a long time. That scene had a great impact on his mind at that time. He was silent for a long time before he recovered. That was also the first time he met poachers and knew what kind of people they were. They only had interests in their eyes and could raise their butcher knives against anyone for the sake of interests. He didn't want to be that kind of person, he didn't want to become such a vicious person, and he didn't have the right to say such words. He had eaten wild Pokemon for survival. If he didn't, he would starve to death. He was already dirty and didn't want to clean himself up. There was nothing to say, and he was not qualified to say it, but he had never bought or sold any wild Pokemon. The Pokemon caught in the wild were either used by himself, released, or given to children in orphanages. He had never bought or sold any wild Pokemon. The Pokemon he bought and sold were all Pokemon obtained by trainers through robbery. These Pokemon would not be marked as poached by the Alliance. He would rather choose robbery than become a poacher. He hated poachers from the bottom of his heart, so he was determined not to become such a person. He thought a lot and walked a long way. He suppressed his disgust for poachers in his heart. After turning several corners, he seemed to have discovered a new world. What came into view was the bustling crowd. When he got closer, he could hear the hawking. There were actually people setting up stalls here. When he came here, he found that this was a spacious cave. No one stopped him from entering or leaving the cave to collect protection fees. The big light bulb hanging above his head emitted bright light, which illuminated the entire area very clearly. However, the black market did not seem to be very big, and one could see the end at a glance. This place was more like a temporary stall camp. All transactions were conducted through stalls. There was not even a decent shop. It was more like a temporary camp. Before entering the cave, he noticed that there were many people gathered inside and decided to take the bad frog back into the poke ball. Compared to the orb spider, the bad frog was more valuable, so it was not a big problem to be targeted by the black market. If he was noticed by the manager of the black market, he might get into trouble and it would be difficult to leave smoothly. To be cautious, he decided to leave only one orb spider on his shoulder as a cover. In his observation just now, he had seen more than one orb spider appear in this black market. When he really stepped into the cave, he noticed that about 70% of the Pokemon around the masked man and the masked stall owner were poison Pokemon, which puzzled him. In addition to Pokemon, there are also a small number of bug, water, grass, and ground Pokemon, but Pokemon dominate here. The most common Pokemon are Pokemon, such as Arbok, Walker Grass, Gas Bomb, Stink Mud, Unicorn, Orb Spider, Trumpet Bud, and other common Pokemon, which can be seen everywhere here. Even some relatively rare Pokemon, such as Nidorino, Nidoran, Scorpion, etc., can be seen here. Even Frog, he saw several of them. When he decided not to release Frog, he knew that among the many Pokemon, Frog's value was relatively high. Therefore, he planned to find out the situation here first, and then consider whether to bring Frog with him. If you want to quickly understand this place, the best way is to ask for information from regular customers here. The question is, how to judge who is a regular customer and who is willing to sell information to him. First, such people must be vendors, because they must be familiar with prices and environment, otherwise they dare not easily come out to set up stalls. Second, the products sold on their stalls are usually common small commodities, mostly commodities with high market demand. Only such commodities will appear frequently on the stalls. If they are rare items, they may only appear once or twice. Third, such people are usually older, usually middle-aged. They are more slick and cunning, and can be said to be smart. Being able to mix in such an environment for many years, itself is a kind of proof. According to these three criteria, Yu Hai quickly locked on a target. The stall of this masked stall owner sells homemade poison energy blocks, antidotes, poison sacks, poison props, and various poisons. Although the stall owner was masked, the white hair on his temples could not be hidden. This is exactly the kind of person Yu Hai is looking for, an experienced regular customer. Little brother, do you want to buy something? The masked stall owner noticed that Yu Hai stared at his stall for a long time without saying a word. Young people who came here for the first time would have similar situations. He knew that if he didn't take the initiative to speak, these young people might turn around and leave. He sold some contraband banned by the Alliance here, just to make some money to subsidize his life, and he didn't want to miss any possible customers. What I'm interested in is not in your stall. Yu Hai shook his head gently. He didn't dare to let his elves try this kind of street poison. After all, he didn't know whether the other party had added any unknown substances. In addition, the quality of the poison energy cubes here is far lower than that of the energy cubes on the Black Ship, not to mention compared with the department store. He guessed that only those trainers who are greedy for bargains would choose to buy these foods for their Pokemon here. What do you want to buy? The masked stall owner frowned, confused by Yu Hai's behavior of stopping in front of his stall but not buying. He really couldn't understand Yu Hai's intention. I want to know the specific situation of the black market. Make an offer. Yu Hai looked directly at the stall owner, not sure if the other party could understand his intention. So you want to buy intelligence? The masked stall owner touched his chin, thinking that this was a feasible deal. Tell me about the black market. As long as I am satisfied, the money is all. 10,000 yuan bills were swaying in front of the masked stall owner. He believed that no one would be indifferent to such temptation. You need to pay a deposit first. The masked stall owner looked around and made sure that no one was paying attention to this side, then he put forward his request. No problem. Yu Hai put down 2 10,000 yuan bills without hesitation as a deposit for the information. Haha, little brother is quite straightforward. As long as you want to ask, I will tell you everything I know. Let's go to another place to talk in detail. The masked stall owner quickly folded the four corners of the stall in half, lifted the entire stall, and led Yu Hai out of the cave. Is there anything particular about setting up a stall? Yu Hai asked as he walked, following the other party back along the way they came, this time choosing a different sewer. You need to pay the gangsters to set up a stall here, and the stall fee is 1,000 alliance coins each time. The masked stall owner led the way in front, and remembered that Yu Hai wanted to know the situation of the black market, so he immediately introduced the situation of the black market to Yu Hai. The black market here is actually divided into 3 parts. The one just now is the black market managed by the poison team, and it is also the station of the poison team. In addition to the black market managed by the poison team, there are 2 other black markets. Another black market manager is Team Rock, whose leader is Rockfall, a quasi-king trainer. He has a quasi-king Radon, as well as Swampert and Magna, whose strengths are very close to Radon. He also has 3 Pokémon, Magnetron, Coconut Tree and Desert Dragonfly. Team Rock's base is also in the cave, on the other side of the cave. This gang mainly uses Ground-type, Rock-type and Steel-type Pokémon. Another black market manager is Team Storm, whose leader is Storm, also a quasi-king trainer. He has a quasi-king Gyarados, as well as Poison Jellyfish and Spiny Shell, whose strengths are also very close to Gyarados. He also has 3 Pokémon, Owl, Swampert and Houndoom. Team Storm's base is also in the cave, but on the other side of the cave. The spheres of influence of the 3 gangs form a triangle. This gang mainly uses water-type Pokémons, and Gyarados has become a must-have Pokémon for almost every member. People without Gyarados cannot join them. The last black market manager is the poison team we were in just now, and the leader is called Viper. That place was originally the territory of the bug team, but it was seized by the leader of the poison team and the original bug team members were recruited, and the name was changed to Poison Team. This gang has risen rapidly in the past 6 months, and Viper is also a quasi-king trainer. He has a quasi-king Arbok, and his Nidoking and Venus plant are very close to Arbok in strength. He also has 3 Pokémons, Magneto, Gulpbat and Ghastly. The poison team's base is the cave just now. This gang mainly uses poison-type Pokémons, and each member carries a poison-type Pokémon with him. This is a necessary condition for joining them. This force has only been rising for half a year, but it has already ranked 2nd in the sewer black market. The masked stall owner took Yu Hai to the drain at the seaside, pulled down his mask, took out a cigarette and lit it, and asked Yu Hai, "Would you like one?" No, Yu Hai waved his hand, indicating that he did not smoke. He had quit smoking for several days. Then he continued the previous topic and asked, "Is the leader of the poison team, Viper, very strong?" He was able to climb to the 2nd place in just half a year, and the leader of the violent team, Storm, was willing to be ranked 3rd. Of course they are unwilling to accept this. The masked stall owner explained, the reason why the Duda team was able to rise so quickly is mainly because they took over the legacy of the bug team, including the base and the original bug team members. In addition, the leader Viper's spirit is extremely vicious, and there are a group of well-trained members. They killed the leader of the bug team as soon as they arrived, and also suppressed the leader of the violent team, Storm. What about the Yanyan team? Yu Hai silently memorized the previous information and mentioned the Yanyan team, which the other party rarely mentioned. The leader of the Yanyan team, Luian, is the most powerful of the 3 major gangs. The masked stall owner explained, "I heard some time ago that the leader of the Duda team, Viper, had challenged Luian, but in the end the matter was left unresolved. According to Viper's style of doing things, if he really won, he would definitely spread it everywhere. There is no news now, and it is very likely that he lost in that challenge." The movie is HOH Zil. 318 Chapter 312, Take the Hook. 318. From the perspective of strength, among the 3 gangs, the leader of the Yanyan team is the most powerful, followed by the leader of the Duda team, the Viper, and finally the leader of the Bayo Bayo team, the Storm. After listening to the other party's analysis, Yu Hai immediately drew a picture of the strength of the 3 major gangs in his mind. In the fight in the black market, the strength of the leader is the key factor. If the leader falls into a disadvantage, it will be useless for the subordinates to win. You are right to understand it this way. In those rugged caves, the Yanyan team is indeed the most combat-capable gang. Once in a water environment, the situation may change, the masked stall owner added. Indeed. Yu Hai nodded slightly, thinking secretly in his heart. He remembered that the leaders of the rock team and the poison team each had an electric elf, which was obviously to guard against the water elf of the leader of the violent team. It seems that the violent team is still the weakest of the three gangs. On land, ground elves have a significant advantage, especially in complex underground caves. Poison elves are also a huge threat, because once the elves are poisoned, they are almost equivalent to losing their combat ability, and detoxification also takes a lot of time. In the water, the violent team will face the threat of electric elves, and it can be said that they are suppressed everywhere. Yu-Hai can't help but wonder how the violent team survived in such a predicament. It is estimated that the bug team was at the bottom before, and there was no such crisis. Only after being at the bottom did they realize that they were at a disadvantage no matter who they were against. What else do you want to know? I will tell you everything I know. The masked stall owner blew smoke rings, feeling that the money was earned quite easily. Just by saying a few simple words, he easily made money, which was much easier than setting up a stall to do business. These are enough. Yu-Hai handed over 30,000, turned around and left the drain, ready to start tonight's fishing activities. By the way, little brother, seeing that you are so willing to pay, I will give you another piece of news for free. Recently, the leaders of the poison team and the violent team have been in frequent contact, and there may be some big moves. If you don't want to get involved in trouble, it's best to come here less and return to the ground to avoid the limelight. Thank you. After thanking him, Yu-Hai left the sewer drain and decided to return to the black market managed by the poison team. He happened to sell poison-related props, so it seemed that he had come to the right place this time. Little brother, those wearing black uniforms are members of the poison team. Try not to provoke them if you can. The masked stall owner added another sentence after Yu-Hai turned and left. After hearing this, Yu-Hai silently waved back and disappeared into the darkness of the sewer. In his mind, he kept thinking about the leaders of the poison team and the violent team, who were frequently exposed to this news, and wondered if they were planning to join forces to fight against the rock team. According to the stall owner, when the bug team existed, the three major gangs checked and balanced each other to maintain order here. As soon as the Duda team appeared, they quickly eliminated the weakest bug team, replaced the bug team, and snatched the second place of the violent team, and consolidated this position with their strong strength. Now the Duda team seems to want to unite with the violent team to deal with the rock team. Once the rock team is defeated, will the Duda team really let go of its former ally, the violent team? The answer is no. The Duda team is likely to turn to attack the violent team, or even destroy the violent team, in order to achieve the total domination of the black market in the city's sewers. All this seems not simple. After the poison team swallowed up the bug team, they did not adopt a strategy to maintain balance, but intended to eliminate all competitors and monopolize the entire black market. This style of using subordinates to rise to the top made him think of the Rocket Team's methods. If it were not for the Rocket Team in Hasa City, he might not have such an association. Once it involves the Rocket Team, he feels that no matter where he goes, he can't get rid of their shadow. Especially the leader of the poison team Venom, his Pokemon lineup, Arbok, Nidoking, Big 6 poison-type Pokemon including Venom, Magnetron, Gulpbat and Ghastly. Arbok, Gulpbat and Ghastly are almost standard equipment for Team Rocket. This makes it difficult for Yu-Hai not to doubt the other party's true identity and purpose. Thinking that this might be Team Rocket's base, and the goal is to unify the underground black market in Big City, he can't help but have a strong desire to retreat. He really doesn't want to have anything to do with Team Rocket. Once you are stuck with this group of dogskin plasters, it will be difficult to get rid of it. However, he is now in desperate need of money, and he desperately needs small amounts of money to buy Ghastly's resources. I hope that I won't be hunted down by Team Rocket in the process. Returning to the black market managed by Team Poison, he found the members of Team Poison who managed the black market, paid a booth fee of 1,000 alliance coins, and found an empty space to set up a booth. He took out 2 items, black sludge and poisonous orb, from the jar and marked them as newbie items. He only took out these 2 items as bait, and there was no need to show the others. He was afraid that the people of Team Rocket would be interested in the bait. The selection of these 2 items was also well thought out. Newbie items are not rare here. Since newbie items are not valuable to senior trainers, the buff effect is dispensable for senior level Pokémon, so they will not attract senior level trainers. Items are different from evolution stones. Although both are more valuable as they are higher in level, low-level evolution stones are more valuable than low-level items. This is because even low-level evolution stones can be used for Pokémon evolution. Low-level items are ineffective against higher-level Pokémon, so the price is relatively cheap. He had just put 2 props on the stall when a masked man came over to ask the price. How much are these 2 newcomer props? 2 million each. Yu Hai casually quoted the price. He knew that newcomer props usually cost less than 1 million. But he was not a prop seller, so the price was not important to him. 2 million? Why don't you go and grab them? If you don't want to buy, just go away. What are you arguing about? I didn't force you to buy. Yu Hai glared at the other person unhappily, deliberately angering him. This is the so-called fishing. Okay, you are so arrogant. You kid, wait for me. Haha. Yu Hai watched the other person leave, and a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth under the scarf. He thought to himself, don't be too arrogant, otherwise you will die miserably. Until the masked man who was angered by him and warned him to wait came back, Yu Hai began to close the stall. The reason why he didn't leave was that he was waiting for the other party to call his good brothers. The other party just went to gather people, which was exactly what he wanted. During this period, there were other people asking about the price of props. He still fought back in the same way as before. He saw many people around him paying attention to his stall and pointing at him. Everyone knew that there was an extremely arrogant new face here. When he packed up the props and left the cave, a group of angry tails followed him. He didn't care about it and quickly left the black market and entered the unlit sewer. Seeing him trying to escape, those people thought he was scared and immediately followed him. However, Yu Hai was waiting for them at the next corner. When they turned the corner of the sewer, he shouted, "Do it! No, there is an ambush! Flashlight!" The flashlight was knocked down by something. There were 4 people chasing them. Their flashlights were all shot down at the first time. They reacted quickly and prepared to release their own elves. However, it was too late. While the frog and the crab turned off the flashlight, the scythe had already rushed up with its sickle. Buzz buzz buzz! The scythe accelerated instantly, flashed past, and directly cut off the heads of 3 people. The remaining person actually blocked the attack with a defensive move, and the sickle chopped on the protective shield. Let's go together and catch him. Yu Hai saw that the man released the elf and tried to escape. How could he let the other party escape? At his call, the frog instantly burst out with power under his feet and rushed towards the other party. The crab also emerged from the sewer, cutting off the other party's retreat. The scythe kept pestering the other party and prevented it from escaping. Although the other party had released the elf, it was still subdued under the siege of the 3 elves of the frog. Yu Hai asked the orb to collect the spoils, while the other 3 were kicked into the sewer by him and would be washed into the sea by the current. The remaining man had been knocked unconscious, and he only had 3 Pokémons, Orb Spinner, Gutter Spinner, and Agate Jellyfish. They dared to chase him with such strength. These people really didn't know how high the sky was and how deep the earth was. The other 3 didn't even have the basic means of defending against sneak attacks, and were directly beheaded by Scyther. This is exactly the effect that Yu Hai wanted, using newcomer props to attract rookies who want to rob the thieves. Their strength is usually not too strong. If the people who come are too strong, it will become very difficult to deal with. After dealing with the last person, he collected the spoils of the 4 people, a total of 3 backpacks, turned around and left the sewer, and counted the items of the 4 people outside the drain. These 4 people have a total of 10 Pokémons, 8 of which are Poison-type Pokémons, and the other 2 are Grass-type Pokémons, including Orb Spinner, Gutter Spinner, Agate Jellyfish, Arbok, Mud, Gutter Spinner, Zubat, Stink Spinner, Beedrill, and Lotus Hat Kid. These Pokémons are all rotten fish and shrimps, some inferior characters, and they also learn to rob the thieves. After seeing the elves, he emptied all the items in the 3 backpacks and found 2.8 million Alliance coins, 4 bank cards, and 2 ID cards. Since the other 2 bank cards did not have ID cards, he could not guess the passwords, so he threw the bank cards into the sea. There was no point in keeping them. The remaining more valuable items included a new player's item Poison Needle, a low-purity leaf stone, a large amount of antidote and other various potions. In addition, there were poison sacks, various daggers, many elf balls, poison energy blocks and grass energy blocks. He also found some broken stones. After a closer look, he found bones on them. They should be fossils dug in the cave. In addition to collecting, he wanted to what use are these broken stones? He can even get the living fossil sickle helmet. These broken stones are worthless to him. He also found several books on cultivating poisonous elves. Yu-Hai was speechless that there were still people reading such street books. He was really not afraid of poisoning his own elves. Except for those valuable items, he threw all the remaining worthless things into the sea. He was not interested in the clothes and food of the 3 people. He was not on a deserted island and he did not have such a habit of wearing other people's second-hand clothes. He fed all the poison sacks and poison energy cubes to Ghastly. The useless ones were thrown away, and the useful ones were put in the backpack. After cleaning up the items of the 4 people, Yu-Hai decided to find the young bartender first. He thought the bartender should have a channel to deal with these sundries. He did not plan to go back to continue to set up a street stall. Once he appeared in the black market, any fool could guess that those people had been solved, and it would be difficult to sell these items on the street stall. He was not sure whether there would be any fools who would be fooled after others knew that the 4 people were killed. If it really doesn't work, he can only consider going to the black ship. The profit from the black ship last time was much higher than this time. Yu-Hai came to the port bar again and met the young bartender. He felt that this boy of the same age as him was efficient and did not drag his feet. When there was a deal, he would naturally ask the other party for help. Seeing Yu-Hai, the young bartender immediately understood that Yu-Hai must have something to deal with when he came to him, and the benefits would not be small. The clever young bartender immediately led Yu-Hai out of the bar. "Sir, I wonder if you come here this time. What do you need me to do?" The young bartender asked Yu-Hai respectfully outside the bar. "I need to sell a batch of goods, including elves and props. Help me find a buyer and give you 50,000 yuan. Yu-Hai raised his palm wearing stab-proof gloves, and the 5 fingers raised represented the commission amount. "Sir, I understand, please follow me." Hearing this, the young bartender realized that Yu-Hai must have got some black goods again, so he immediately took Yu-Hai to find a nearby buyer. After walking through several alleys, they came to a grocery store that seemed to sell tobacco and alcohol. Selling cigarettes and alcohol is just a cover. If it weren't for the young bartender leading the way, Yu-Hai would never have thought that there would be smuggled goods here. "Sir, this is it." The young bartender took Yu-Hai into the grocery store and shouted to the store owner, "Old man, there is business coming. Why are you here?" The old man wearing a grey hat was the owner of this grocery store. "Boss, look at how much these items are worth." Yu-Hai put 3 backpacks on the old man's counter. Only 1 backpack contained items, and the other 2 backpacks were empty. In addition to the 3 backpacks, there are 10 elves, a new player's prop Poison Needle, a low-purity leaf stone, a large amount of antidote and other various potions. In addition, there are various daggers, many elf balls, and grass energy blocks. The broken stone fossils should have been excavated from the cave, and all of them are in the backpack along with the street books. At that time, Yu Hai left 2.8 million in cash, 2 ID cards and 2 bank cards, as well as poison sacks and poison energy cubes, which were fed to Ghastly at the time. These unknown toxins were only controlled by Ghastly. 319 Chapter 313, I Found You. 319. The grocery store owner was shocked to see a large pile of things poured out of the backpack. The number of 10 elves was already considerable, and he immediately began to carefully select them. In the sewer black market, poison and grass elves are still very valuable, because there is a gang called the Poison Team here. The premise of joining this gang is to capture a poison elf first. However, most of these elves already have trainers, and it is not easy to capture them for the second time. They can only be recycled to the breeding house to breed cubs. After careful screening, the grocery store owner selected 5 elves that have evolved to the second stage, 2 Smurfs, a Zubat, a Smelly Flower, and a Lotus Hat Kid. These 5 second stage evolved elves were put aside by the owner. The remaining 5 Pokémons, Orb Silk Spider, Agate Jellyfish, Arbor Snake, Sludge, and Beedrill, were placed on the other side by the boss. In addition, the boss also sorted out 3 items outside the backpack, antidotes and various potions, daggers, many Pokeballs, several broken fossils, and poison Pokémon cultivation books, all piled together. In addition, there was a new player item, Poison Needle, a low-purity leaf stone, and 10 boxes of grass energy cubes, all of which were placed in a separate pile by the boss. In this way, everything was divided into 4 piles, which made it easier to estimate the value. After the boss sorted the items, he began to estimate the price. The quality of your batch of black goods is average. Considering the introduction of an acquaintance, I can give a price of 1 million for the Elite Zubat, 300,000 for the Stink Flower and the Lotus Hat Kid, and 200,000 for each Zuzu. For the remaining Orb Spiders, I'll give 150,000, 100,000 for the Amber Snake, 50,000 for the Agate Jellyfish, and 50,000 for the Slime. You can take the Beedrill away and release it. I don't want this kind of garbage here. This price is determined based on the difficulty of taming it. Agate jellyfish are very common in shallow seas, and there are also many slime in the sewers. After the boss finished the quotation, he turned his eyes to Yu Hai, waiting for Yu Hai's decision. If Yu Hai is different, Yu Hai agreed, and he could take the elves away at any time. After listening to the offer, Yu Hai nodded gently to show his agreement, thinking that the price was reasonable. After all, these were not elf cubs. If they were cubs, the price would be even higher. At this moment, he finally knew how profitable the breeding house in the department store was. A common elf with a cost of only 50,000 could be sold for hundreds of thousands in the department store. It can only be said that the customers are too simple. However, the boss did not say one thing clearly: these elves are actually dispensable. It is just because of the frequent human activities that these elves have become more and more difficult to catch. Once people know that catching these elves can make money, those trainers who are mixed in the sewers will definitely go to catch elves. In this way, the elves that were originally hiding in the sewers either escaped from the sewers or hid deeper. If you want to catch these elves, you can only go to more remote places. More remote places face severe crackdowns by the Alliance. In comparison, the risks of illegal places like sewers seem to be smaller. Seeing that Yu Hai did not raise any objection to the offer, the grocery store owner raised his hand and pointed to the sundries piled up with the backpack, including antidotes, potions, pokeballs, broken fossils, daggers, and street books. He said to Yu Hai, "I'll buy that pile of sundries for 50,000. If you don't want to sell it, you can take it back. And the new player's prop Poison Needle, I'll buy it for 700,000. There are poison teams in the underground black market, so the demand will be relatively large. I can give a price of 1.2 million for this low-level leaf stone. If you can't sell it, maybe you can sell it for a higher price. These 10 boxes of good grass energy cubes have a lot of impurities. They can barely be considered good. They should be energy cubes processed by a small workshop. I'll charge you 1,000 per box. You should be able to sell it for 1,500 in the black market below. After the boss quoted the price, he was not sure whether Yu-Hai would still sell these things, so he quietly waited for Yu-Hai's reply. Okay. Yu-Hai pretended to think for a while, then nodded in agreement. He silently calculated the income in his mind and found that the income this time was not as much as the last black ship harvest, but he felt that the risk was still within the controllable range, which was enough. At most, he could come a few more times. Here are 4,310,000 alliance coins. You can count them clearly. Yu-Hai took a plastic bag of money, 4 of which were tied up, 1 million per bundle. He just picked it up and roughly counted it with his thumb. The remaining 310,000 was easier to count. After counting the money and confirming that it was correct, he took out 60,000 and gave it to the young bartender on the spot, and patted the bartender's shoulder gently. You did a good job, the extra is a tip. After patting the bartender's shoulder, Yu-Hai left the grocery store with the remaining 4,250,000 alliance coins, intending to go to the sewer black market again and catch 2 more greedy big fish, which would probably catch up with the previous black ship harvest. After Yu-Hai left, the grocery store owner turned his eyes to the young bartender and threw the poke balls of beadrill and mud to the bartender. I remember you have a slime. Take these 2 Pokemon to supplement your slime with some nutrients. The more poisons the slime eats, the stronger it will become. Many people understand this truth, but the existence of slime has discouraged many trainers who want to breed slimes. The first reason is that the slime is too smelly, the second is that it is too toxic, and the third is that the slime will cause pollution. Slimes themselves are born from industrial pollution. Not to mention sewage sludge, pollutants such as heavy metals cannot be ignored. Even the breath of slimes will cause air pollution, and few people will breed slimes. Despite this, there are still many trainers who are eager for strength to breed slimes. What they pursue is the greatest lethality, even if the slime has to endure some self-harm, which means that it hurts the enemy 1000 and hurts itself 800. If you only pursue the greatest lethality, you can indeed breed a slime. Thanks, old man. The young bartender took the poke ball. He knew that this was a reward for introducing business, and he was not polite to the grocery store owner. There are countless teenagers like him who struggle for life in this place, and everyone just takes what they need. The bartender who returned to the bar could not help but think of Yu-Hai, the mysterious man, who was indeed his big money sponsor. After only 3 encounters, the tips he gave him were more than what he earned from serving drinks and pouring water in the bar for a month, and higher than the salary his boss gave him. He thought to himself, is it really that profitable to be in the black market? Just now, the mysterious man made more than 4 million in one go, which was his salary for 2 years. It seems that he needs to return to the black market to see if there is any opportunity to make money. Otherwise, when will he have enough resources to cultivate his own stinky mud and buy an electric elf for his sister, all of which require a lot of money? Although the work in the bar is safe, the income is too low to support him to become a trainer. He is already 16 years old. If he continues to waste time, he may completely miss the dream of becoming a trainer. Yu-Hai, who had already left, did not know what the bartender was thinking. He came to a nearby ATM machine, inserted 2 bank cards, and entered the ID card birthday passwords of the 2 people. However, he failed to enter the password of the first card twice, so he had to give up and throw the card away. Fortunately, the password of the second card was correct, but the amount in the card was not much, and the total amount withdrawn was only 400,000. After withdrawing the money, he came to the beach again and threw his ID card and the bank card into the sea. He sat on the beach, letting the sea breeze blow. He took out his notebook and prepared to settle the accounts. There were 2.8 million in cash, plus 400,000 withdrawn from the bank card, plus 4,250,000 alliance coins from the grocery store owner who sold the spoils. Total balance, 7,450,000, 7,450,000. For this harvest, Yu Hai felt pretty good. As long as he did another black eating black, he could catch up with the previous income of the black ship. He put the pen and notebook back into his backpack and summoned the big-mouthed gull to take him into the sewer drain. When he appeared again in the black market cave managed by the poison team, the masked people who had noticed him before stared at him, surprised that he could come back alive instead of being killed by those people. His safety meant that the masked people who were chasing him had met with an accident. In fact, other people had already gone to the fighting site and found only a little blood, but no trace of anyone. Those people may have become sharks' food, so the trainers who went later naturally couldn't see anything. If fighting often occurs here and causes casualties, then around the drain outlet on the coast of the sewer, there must be a group of sharks waiting to enjoy the buffet. Letting the people around watch, Yu Hai ignored those staring eyes. He paid 1,000 alliance coins for the stall fee again and found an empty space to start his nightlife of setting up a stall again. However, unlike last time, no masked man came to ask the price this time. From the miserable state of those few people, it can be seen that this new guy is a tough guy. Those who survived in this environment are all old-timers. They are unwilling to offend such a ruthless character for 2 new props, and they don't want to be hunted down because of this. Everyone understands that such an adventure is not worth it. As for revenge? Don't be funny. In this underground world full of interests, the idea of revenge is particularly ridiculous. The lawless people who roam here only value interests, not brotherhood. Unless they are brothers, being too loyal will only lead to backstabs and betrayal. Therefore, everyone must be extremely cautious, otherwise they cannot survive in this environment. As for the poison team that manages the black market, will they intervene in these things? The answer is no. As long as you don't make trouble in the black market, the poison team will not care. Everyone is here to do business, there is no need to fight and kill. If you are worried about being targeted, you can get safe protection in the black market by paying protection fees to the poison team. Yu Hai had expected this. He knew that such fishing could only be used once or twice. Everyone here was as cunning as an old fox. It was impossible for someone to be fooled all the time. In the face of huge risks, they all controlled their greed. Seeing that it was already 11 o'clock in the evening, he decided to pack up and leave the underground cave. For safety reasons, after arriving at the sewer, he released the bad frog and let the round silk spider explore the way ahead to prevent being ambushed. It turned out that he was overthinking. There was no ambush by Lao Lu, and no greedy wanted criminals attacked him. In other words, he was empty-handed again. Even he couldn't help but smile bitterly. He didn't expect that this thing could also be empty-handed. It's really unique. It seems that the way of making money by fishing can no longer continue. However, there are 2 other black markets where he can do the same thing and do 2 more times of black eating black. This is not a long-term solution. When the 3 regular customers of the black market know him, he can no longer use this method to fish. After all, everyone is not a fool, they will not be easily fooled, and will not take the initiative to enter his fishing net. If he jumps in under this situation, then he has reason to suspect that the other party is fishing for him. It is impossible to attract senior trainers by relying on only 2 rookie props. The items that make senior trainers excited must be at least senior level, and even elite level may not be able to attract them. This is a dead loop. He does have senior level items, but he may not be able to deal with the senior trainers he attracts. If he only has 2 rookie props, they know that people like him will not bite the hook. Then how can he raise enough funds to fill the bottomless pit of Ghastly? Alas, it's really hard for him. With a sigh, Yu Hai knew that if he couldn't lure the greedy thugs, then he could only choose to take the initiative to attack, which he didn't want to do. After all, there is a significant difference in nature between active attack and forced counterattack. Beating someone is considered intentional injury, and being beaten can be considered legitimate defense. As for excessive defense? Well, sorry, there is no law here. This is a lawless area, the laws of the Alliance cannot reach here, and there is no such thing as excessive defense. Being able to leave a whole body here is already the greatest kindness. If there is really no other way, he can ask the bartender which black ship likes to rob black, and then play the role of a sheep and sweep all the black ships in the port of big city. This should be enough to raise enough funds for Ghastly. After making up his mind, Yu Hai decided to give up fishing in the black market and try his luck at the black ship. The sailors who run ships seem to know how to save money better. The 4 people in the black market add up to less than half of the 2 people on the black ship. It can only be said that those 4 people are not working hard enough. They should look for their own reasons. Why don't they have any savings after working for so many years? Think carefully about whether they have worked hard. Otherwise, how can they become the target of others' harvest? Walking in the dim sewer, Yu Hai was thinking about how to make extra money. Suddenly he stopped, turned around and whispered to the sewer behind him, "Come out, I found you." His shout made the frog and the orb spider nervous. They didn't hear any movement behind them. Did the trainer find something? When did the trainer's perception become stronger than theirs? "Don't hide, I saw you." Yu Hai was actually bluffing. He was not sure if there was really Lao Lu behind him. 320 Chapter 314, Legendary Beast Trainer. 320. Yu Hai was imitating the plot in the movie. In an overly quiet environment, such shouting often has unexpected effects. Whether Lao Lu can be lured out is another matter. If there is really Lao Lu, at least he can be prepared. He waited for half a minute, but there was still no movement behind him. Only the dripping sound in the sewer reminded him that he might just be directing and acting. However, Yu Hai did not know that Darkrai, who only showed his head at the top of the sewer, was sweating profusely. Darkrai thought that his tracking was discovered and was hesitating whether to show up. "My patience is limited. If you don't come out, I will do it." Yu Hai was also trying his best to stay calm at this time, because he knew that in the movie, whenever such a situation occurred, the 2 sides competed in patience. Usually, the party shouting would often leave because they could not hold on first. After all, it was a bluff and no one took it seriously. The hidden party would often jump out at this time because they could not bear the psychological pressure, because they were guilty. In this way, after a stalemate of half a minute, Yu Hai's flashlight shone everywhere, almost touching Darkrai on the top of the sewer. Finally, he realized that his bluff did not work, and his steps could not help but loosen a little. The light of the flashlight gradually turned to the front and stepped forward. Just then, Darkrai's ghost-like figure slowly emerged from the ground. It had just almost exposed its body, and secretly sighed at the cunning of humans and was almost deceived by Yu Hai. Just when Darkrai breathed a sigh of relief, a strong beam of light suddenly it hits it. Darkrai was confused, not understanding what happened. When Darkrai was exposed by the flashlight, he froze in place, not knowing whether to hide or leave. After all, he had been discovered, and the other party had guessed his existence. It was too late to hide now. It regretted why he came out to show his presence. If he had been hiding in the shadows, there would not be such an embarrassing situation. Now it's good, it's discovered by humans. Yu Hai was also shocked. "Fuck lay." He was originally planning to leave, but he remembered that when the characters in the movie turned around and left, the hidden Lao Lu would always appear after others left and laugh smugly behind them, so he decided to turn around and take a look. As a result, when he turned around, he saw Darkrai and was so scared that he stuttered. At this moment, he just wanted to say, brother, I didn't call you, can you go back? Woo woo woo, who will save me? I saw the Nightmare God, the Nightmare God is right in front of me, this is the Nightmare God. The Nightmare God of the Meow. It turns out that I have been having nightmares because of the Nightmare God. Who did I offend? Why did God treat me like this? I can't beat the Nightmare God, I will die, help. Don't mess with me. Yu Hai didn't know what the Nightmare God was thinking at the moment, and why the Nightmare God didn't leave immediately. He was panicking now. Knowing that there was a nightmare god was one thing, and taking a photo of the nightmare god was another. Seeing the nightmare god with his own eyes would be a big deal. However, he was wearing a black scarf on his face, and he couldn't see his nervousness. He couldn't show nervousness and guilt. After all, the person opposite was the nightmare god. In this awkward atmosphere, someone needed to break the silence, and that person was naturally him. This is not a place to talk. No matter what your purpose is, let's go back to the villa and talk about it. Meanwhile, Darkrai can't understand human language. Yu Hai left this sentence and turned away decisively. He came to the drain and released the gull, took back the bad frog, and let the gull fly back to the villa from the drain of the sewer. He was not sure whether Darkrai understood the meaning of those words, but according to the description in the animation of the previous life, the mythical beasts and the fantasy beasts could understand human language and communicate with humans through telepathy. After returning to the villa, he immediately released all the elves to give himself courage. He was going to face Darkrai, and he could only deal with it alone. No one could save him now. He had prepared himself mentally and planned to ask the other party's intentions. If he could solve it, he would try his best. If he couldn't solve it, he would try his best. He also wanted to explain the situation, hoping that the other party would not follow him. After all, Darkrai had a bad reputation in the elf world. He felt that Darkrai should have appeared long ago. The reason why he had been following him and was unwilling to show up might be that he was attracted by something. Before he figured out the reason, he obviously had no intention of leaving. He decided to face the other party directly to see what the other party's purpose was. Although the humans in the elf world were afraid of this guy, he was not afraid as a traverser. This was also the second mythical beast he encountered. Compared with the first one, where he didn't even see its tail, but only saw a hair, this time at least he saw it face to face. However, he was on the sofa in the villa. After sitting for several minutes, he kept thinking about the next response, but he still couldn't see Darkrai. He didn't know whether he didn't want to show up or had already slipped away. Darkrai, since you followed me, why don't you come out? Yu Hai tried to bluff him again. He couldn't sense Darkrai hiding in the shadows, so he could only adopt this strategy. He firmly believed that Darkrai's speed in the shadows could not be slower than his flying back, and it was night now. Hearing Yu Hai's bluff again, Darkrai frowned. It knew that the other party was deliberately testing it again, but it had no choice. After all, it had been discovered and could only slowly emerge from the shadows of the living room. This was the first human it encountered who was scheming, hard to guard against, and not afraid of it, especially the sudden turn, which caught it off guard and exposed itself in an instant. Since this human took the initiative to invite it to show up, Darkrai was no longer polite. Whether it could solve the nightmare problem on it depended on this human. "Human, are you nervous?" The first sentence Darkrai said after appearing was that he was curious about Yu Hai's attitude. Telepathy. Yu Hai heard this voice in his heart, hoarse with a hint of immaturity, and the pronunciation was slightly unstandard. He did not respond immediately, but raised his hand to comfort the three elves in front of him. "Mosquito frog, giant claw crab, scyther, don't be impulsive, I want to talk to it." Yobo, mosquito frog stood firmly in front of Yu Hai and warned Darkrai. It could feel the power of Darkrai, but it was not invincible, and it would fight to the end. "Darkrai, you should know the legend of you in the human world. It is very normal for humans to be nervous when seeing you." Yu Hai did not deny his state. After all, this was his first time seeing Darkrai. If he had the strength of a king trainer, let alone a Darkrai, even if Mutuo stood in front of him, he would not be afraid. At most he would be abused badly, but running away should not be a problem. "Then you still want to talk to me? Aren't you afraid that I will bring bad luck?" Seeing that Yu Hai was so calm and rational, Darkrai was full of curiosity about the next communication. After all, this was its first time to talk to a human. "Bad luck? That's when some people take things they shouldn't take." Yu Hai shook his head, not believing in the idea of fate. The reason why some people encounter bad luck is actually very simple, that is human nature. The greed of the human heart is like a snake swallowing an elephant. This sentence just describes the greed of some people. If it is a natural disaster, then it can only be said that it is bad luck. This cannot be blamed on others. It can only be blamed on oneself for not being a trainer. When encountering a natural disaster, there is no escape. The bad luck mentioned here refers to the kind that can be avoided. As for natural disasters, let's not discuss it. Yu Hai knows how much he weighs and how much he weighs. He will never touch some hot things. Interesting, you are very cautious, human. Darkrai has been hiding in the shadows for many years and has witnessed countless fights between humans and fights between elves. It understands that it is greed, that is desire, that is human nature, including elves. Elves will fight for food, fight for territory, fight for mating rights, and everyone is fighting. Humans like Yu Hai who have clear cognition are indeed a minority. Okay, you've said too much nonsense. Let's talk about why you followed me. Yu Hai waved his hand to interrupt Darkrai's nonsense and poured himself a glass of water to calm down. The pressure of talking to the divine beast was too great. You answer me first, why did you say in the dream that you would never succeed? Darkrai did not answer Yu Hai's question. It had seen the caution and cunning of this human, so it would not easily reveal its purpose. I thought you were Giratina, and you came to tempt me to fall. Yu Hai saw Darkrai asking back, and realized that the other party was vigilant, and did not hide what happened at noon that day. He knew that being honest always requires one party to take the first step. If the other party still refuses to communicate, then they should just go their own way. One-sided honesty cannot maintain this fragile relationship. Darkrai's forehead was full of black lines when he heard this explanation. It turned out to be a misunderstanding. No wonder the other party chose to commit suicide. It turned out that he didn't want to be tempted. It's your turn. Why are you following me? Yu Hai put down his water cup and even poured a glass of water for Darkrai. He didn't know if Darkrai needed water. I was attracted by Ghastly's evolution. I want to know why Ghastly can evolve. Darkrai also confessed his purpose and no longer concealed his intention. Ghastly. Yu Hai turned to look for Ghastly. It turned out to be because of this guy Ghastly. Hee hee. Ghastly floated over, looking helpless, as if to say that if it weren't for evolution and degeneration, Darkrai wouldn't be attracted. Ahem, I understand. Yu Hai coughed twice to cover up his embarrassment. He knew that he was also responsible for attracting Darkrai, and he couldn't blame Ghastly. If he hadn't used evolution to madly improve Ghastly's potential, Darkrai wouldn't have been attracted. Darkrai, I can tell you clearly that you can't learn Ghastly's evolution. Yu Hai shook his head and expressed regret. Since Darkrai can't evolve, he can't learn Ghastly's evolution at all. So that's how it is. Darkrai was a little disappointed. He had expected that things would not be that simple. It seems that there is still a long way to go to master the power of nightmares. By the way, why do you want to learn evolution? You want to know? Darkrai asked in confusion. Just say what you want to say. I'm not forcing you. Yu Hai picked up the water cup again and drank water, trying to calm his inner tension. After all, this is someone else's secret. Whether to tell it or not depends on their mood. My nightmare power often brings nightmares to humans and elves. I want to control this power and reduce the erosion of nightmares on humans and elves. I don't want to bring nightmares wherever I go. Just because of this. Yu Hai originally thought it was a major problem, but he didn't expect that it was just that the power could not be controlled and it was out of control. This situation is somewhat similar to the poisonous talent of the bad frog. Both are because the body cannot carry its own talent, which backfires on itself and the surrounding environment. The bad frog backfires on itself, and Darkrai affects the surrounding humans and elves. However, the bad frog backfires on itself because of the mutation of the poison sac organ, and the toxicity is too strong, which is understandable. It's the first time he heard that Darkrai couldn't control his own power, but it's not impossible. It may be a new individual, so he can't control the power in his body. As his strength grows, Darkrai will gradually become familiar with his own power and control his own power, and will no longer bring nightmares to others. Those Darkrai who can fully control the power of nightmares are usually stronger than the king or champion. If he guessed correctly, this Darkrai should still be in its infancy. Because it brings nightmares to humans and is feared by humans, it will look for ways to control its power. If this is the case, things will be much simpler. Although this Darkrai is vigilant, it is not strong. He knows how to ignore a hem, it is to persuade the other party. If he faces a mature Darkrai, he may not be sure. But this Darkrai is just a newborn individual, it is impossible not to be moved. Now there is such an opportunity in front of him, if he does not seize it, he will probably be scolded to death. This legendary beast trainer, Yu, is determined. Is this difficult? Seeing that Yu Hai was thinking for a long time, Darkrai did not disturb Yu Hai, and only asked Yu Hai when Yu Hai stopped thinking and picked up the cup to drink water. This is not difficult. Yu Hai shook his head to indicate that it was very simple, but he did not mention the real difficulty, which was how to get Darkrai into the poke ball. Really? Do you have a way to solve this problem? Darkrai had originally planned to leave and continue to look for other solutions, but he did not expect that things would suddenly take a turn for the better, and this human actually claimed to have a solution. But Yu Hai glanced at Darkrai while drinking water, and saw that it was trembling slightly with excitement, and secretly felt that the other party should have taken the bait. But what? Darkrai asked eagerly. Are you willing to enter this poke ball? Yu Hai took out the poke ball and placed it on the water cup. The key to whether it can be subdued lies in Darkrai's attitude. 321 Chapter 315, Subjugating the Nightmare God. 321. You want to subjugate me? Human. The moment Darkrai saw the poke ball, he immediately calmed down. It knew that it was a tool used to bind Pokémons. For Pokémons of its level, the poke ball would not work and could not bind it. I helped you solve the problem, you should give me something in return? Isn't it that I am afraid that you won't take the bait, but I am afraid that you won't respond? Human, I am willing to be your elf, and I can help you fight, but you must help me solve the nightmare of losing control. Darkrai agreed to Yu Hai's request after a brief contemplation. As long as this human can help it solve the problem, it doesn't matter if it is captured. As Ghastly said, there is nothing wrong with providing food and accommodation. Yu Hai said seriously, your problem is very simple, but I have a request, that is, no matter what I say, you can't question it, especially in battle, you must execute it without hesitation. If you have any questions later, you can ask me at any time. Can you accept this condition? Yes. Darkrai nodded without hesitation, without any thought. It observed that Yu Hai treated his elves so well, and felt that this was a trustworthy human. Your problem can be solved tonight, and now you need to enter this elf ball. This is very important to me. Yu Hai now needs to stay calm and suppress the excitement in his heart. He cannot reveal the secret of the panel. What he needs most is Darkrai's trust. Okay. Darkrai looked at Yu Hai's determined eyes and slowly walked towards the ordinary red and white poke ball. His finger gently touched the button of the poke ball, and was instantly sucked into the poke ball by a beam of red light, and was successfully captured. Witnessing this scene, Yu Hai was very excited. He actually successfully captured the legendary nightmare god Darkrai. He knew that he couldn't show this excitement, so he took a deep breath, tried to suppress his inner joy, and slowly reached out to pick up the poke ball containing Darkrai. The poke ball trembled slightly in his hand, as if it contained endless power and possibilities. Yu Hai secretly decided in his heart that he must cherish this hard-won trust, face future challenges together with Darkrai, and help Darkrai solve the nightmare problem. Darkrai. Attribute, evil. Gender, none. Potential, 78.93%. Level, 44.17%. Features, Nightmare/15.55%. Mastered moves, Immobilization/10.16%. Flash of Lightning/21.41%. Hypnosis/32.37%. Raid/9.71%. Night Demon/7.37%. Shadow Clone/10.82%. Black Fog/8.36%. Dark Hole/18.84%. Trickery/7.52%. Dream Eater/9.45%. Wave of Evil/28.56%. Fuck, you high exclaimed in his heart. With the potential of Nightmare God, what else do you need? He was extremely surprised by the potential of Nightmare God. The potential of 78 means that he does not need to worry about the problem of potential improvement until the semi-champion. The level can be improved quickly, and there will be no bottleneck along the way. He also noticed that the characteristics and skill proficiency of Nightmare God were low, which may be the reason why Nightmare God could not control his nightmares. In theory, the characteristics of Pokémon can be controlled, just like the rough skin of Megalodon. If it cannot be hidden, the trainer will be hurt every time he touches it. Then who would be willing to cultivate such Pokémon? It is just like a hedgehog with thorns all over its body, which makes it difficult to start. The Nightmare God cannot control nightmares, which is probably due to its nightmare characteristic. This characteristic can subconsciously cause mental damage to humans and Pokémon in dreams, and even take away the physical strength of humans and Pokémon. The function of the nightmare characteristic is, at the end of each round, all Pokémon in a sleeping state or with the characteristic of absolute sleep will lose 1/8 of their maximum physical strength. The root cause of the problem has been clarified. It is the nightmare characteristic that brings nightmares, and this characteristic should be blamed. His solution also has a direction. Darkrai can improve the proficiency of the nightmare characteristic. What if the Nightmare God does not know what the characteristic is? This is not a difficult task. Considering that there is a dream-eating move in the Nightmare God's move pool, which also causes damage to opponents in a sleeping state, the nightmare characteristic and the dream-eating move have many similarities. Yu-Hai couldn't help but wonder if the Nightmare God couldn't control the nightmare trait because his mental power was too low to restrain the nightmare trait. Would improving mental power help the Nightmare God control the nightmare trait? Since the Nightmare God couldn't control the nightmare trait, could he achieve the same effect on the nightmare trait by improving the proficiency of the Dream Eater move? After all, if the Nightmare God couldn't control the nightmare trait, could he also control the Dream Eater move? That was impossible. He decided to improve the Nightmare God's mental power first, and then improve the proficiency of the Dream Eater move by repeatedly practicing the Dream Eater move, hoping that Darkrai could master the control of the nightmare trait through Dream Eater. Although the damage caused by these two methods is different, the results are the same. As long as practice makes perfect, controlling the nightmare trait will come naturally. He didn't plan to tell the Nightmare God about this idea for the time being, at least not yet. Even if there is no such solution, he still has other means to solve the nightmare problem. He was confident in this. It was a big problem for the Nightmare God, but it was just a small problem for him. Whether it could be solved was only a matter of time. Bang! After carefully checking the panel of the Nightmare God, Yu-Hai released the Nightmare God and took out a blanket to lie on the sofa. All the elves were confused by his actions, but he deliberately kept it a secret. He shouted to everyone, "Everyone find a place to lie down, we are going to sleep." After all the elves found their own sleeping places, he shouted to the Nightmare God, "Darkrai, use hypnosis on all of us, let us enter the dream, you come too. Are you sure you want to do this?" Darkrai looked confused. This was the first time he heard that someone would take the initiative to sleep in front of the Nightmare God. It really couldn't understand the brain circuit of this human. Could it be that he trusted himself like this? This was also the first time he felt the feeling of being trusted. Sure, by the way, don't hypnotize the orb spider, it still has to keep watch. Yu Hai nodded seriously, and then his eyes were attracted by the hypnotic waves emitted from the nightmare god's eyes, and he and all the elves fell asleep. In the dream, he found himself waking up from the living room of the villa, and the elves around him disappeared. Coming to such a real dream again, he decided to experience it. However, before he had time to observe the difference in the villa, the nightmare god appeared in his dream. Darkrai, find all the other elves. Yu Hai hoped that the nightmare god could connect the dreams of all the elves, which was an easy task for the nightmare god. Okay. Darkrai didn't know Yu Hai's intention, but he didn't ask any questions. Instead, he quickly connected the dreams of all the elves, except for the orb spider, because the orb spider was not hypnotized. Yobo yobo! The mosquito-scented frog fell from the ceiling and saw Yu Hai and the nightmare god as soon as it landed. It immediately stood up and blocked Yu Hai. Don't be nervous, this is just a dream. Yu Hai saw that the mosquito-scented frog was still wary of Darkrai, and raised his hand to pat the mosquito-scented frog gently. He understood that the mosquito-scented frog's actions were out of instinct to protect him, fearing that Darkrai would attack them. But the minds of the elves are very simple, including Darkrai. Since they have established a cooperative relationship, they will not be hurt. After calming the mosquito-repellent frog, he raised his palm and recalled the touch just now. It was still sore ally, the skin of the mosquito frog was wet and sticky. As other elves fell from the ceiling, everyone met in a dream for the first time, feeling both novel and excited and scattered, curiously touching and exploring this dream world. It was also the first time that Darkrai had such close contact with these familiar guys, especially the Ditto, which turned into a form exactly like himself here. Darkrai looked at the Darkrai imitated by the Ditto, and his heart was full of doubts. He wanted to ask how the other party did it. Busy Darkrai, who was transformed by Ditto, called twice, as if to say that it didn't know that it could change its form in dreams. In fact, no matter where it is, it can change into any form it has seen. This is Ditto's specialty. Perhaps Ditto can even change into a flying and a big-headed fish, but it is just a smaller version of a mythical beast. It is estimated that it can only imitate the appearance and cannot use the moves. You are amazing. Darkrai sincerely praised Ditto's magical transformation ability. Man Mang, you are amazing, you can actually create such a place. Ditto also expressed his amazement to Darkrai. This is a dream, and the nightmare god can actually connect the dreams of all the elves together. Can you make honey water? Butterfree flew over and gently poked the nightmare god with its little claws, curious whether it could be edible. Yes, I can, but seeing Butterfree so eager, Darkrai had to make a cup of honey water for Butterfree first. The moment Butterfree took the honey water, the color of the honey water turned black and the taste became very bad. Any beautiful thing in a nightmare will become a nightmare that the person involved does not want to face, unless it is in his own dream. It doesn't taste good. After Butterfree took a sip, he immediately spit it out, saying that the honey water tasted very bad. Only in your own sweet dreams will the honey water not change its taste. Darkrai explained. However, there were still two guys who didn't seem to understand Darkrai's explanation and rushed over in a hurry. Cowherhay, where's mine? Make it out. Ghastly stretched out his long tongue and asked Darkrai expectantly. Woohoo, I want some too, I want something delicious too. Han also licked his tongue, indicating that he also wanted delicious food. Seeing these three guys who only had food in their eyes, even in their dreams, Yu Hai had no choice but to hold his forehead and clapped his hands gently to attract everyone's attention. Pa, everyone listen to me. When all the elves were quiet, he said to the nightmare god, Darkrai, make the villa brighter, and then make the yard outside. Okay. Darkrai looked outside the villa, and the sky outside immediately became brighter, and the small yard of the villa also appeared. Everyone can play freely, but Frog, Crab, Scyther, Frog, Ghastly, Darkrai, you guys come here. Yu Hai dismissed the other elves and brought the 6 elves he named to the villa courtyard, ready to train the elves in the dream. As long as the dream is real enough, he can train twice as much as others. This is the real way to use the dream. Although many things in the dream cannot be fed back to reality, and the proficiency panel cannot be used here, it can be materialized, but it is meaningless. Everything here is fake. However, muscle memory can be fed back to reality, that is, combat skills, and combat skills can be honed here. Today is just an attempt to let the elves familiarize themselves with the environment. He first selected 6 elves for training, and other elves will be considered later. Frog, Scyther, you can fight here, do your best to fight. Yu Hai looked at the 2 elves. They have been training together recently and have established a tacit understanding. Yobo yobo. Frog turned to look at Scythe beside him, and his fighting spirit gradually rose. Scythe sharpened his sickle. He couldn't wait to fight. If Yu Hai didn't forbid fighting, he would want to fight every day instead of doing boring training. If you want to fight, go somewhere else. You will wake up when you get hurt. You will get used to it after a few more times. Yu Hai clapped his hands to signal Frog and Scythe to leave the yard to avoid destroying the environment here. This is also the reason why he let Frog and Scythe fight casually. There is a brain protection mechanism in the dream. Once the dreamer encounters danger, he will wake up from the dream. Afterwards, Frog and Scythe went to Darkrai and asked Darkrai to create a battlefield for them. Darkrai saw that these 2 elves were fighting maniacs, so he directly created a forest for them, where they could fight to their heart's content. After watching Frog and Scyther leave, Yu Hai arranged training tasks for Crab and Frog. Crab, you come to teach Frog how to fight. Start by getting beaten. Don't hold back in your dreams. Kuke, follow me. Crab received the training task and raised its big claws to signal Frog to follow it. After Crab and Frog left, Yu Hai turned to Ghastly and asked, Ghastly, can you evolve again? Show your evolution here. Haha. Ghastly heard that it was going to evolve again, and immediately turned into Haunter. It has transformed into this form many times and is already familiar with it. However, Haunter did not stop evolving, and then evolve into Jengar. Purple Fatty. Yu Hai couldn't help shouting when he saw this scene. He didn't expect Ghastly to evolve into Jengar in a dream. What's more surprising is that Jengar's evolution did not stop. Its body burst into colorful light again and evolved into Super Jengar. It's too cold in winter, and I can't write the drafts. I should be able to write more after I build the indoor greenhouse. The materials are on the way. This thing is very popular recently. 322 Chapter 316, The Wonderful Use of Dreams, Additional Update. 322. Fuck, Super Evolution. My idea is right. Yu Hai exclaimed and even cursed when he saw Super Jengar. He didn't expect the idea of super evolution to be realized so easily, which shows that Ghastly is indeed capable of completing super evolution alone. After all, he never told Ghastly about super evolution, which means that super evolution is Ghastly's instinctive reaction. He is not sure whether Ghastly can also super evolve in the real world. He guessed that it should be possible, but the key issue lies in energy. In dreams, there is no need to worry about energy issues, and you can change whenever you want. In reality, if there is not enough energy, Ghastly can't even complete ordinary evolution, let alone super evolution. He decided to write down this discovery first, and wait until tomorrow to do further research and discussion. This dream is undoubtedly a huge treasure trove to be developed. At least here, you can hone your combat skills to form muscle memory, and let the elves adapt to their evolution in advance, which is also a direction worth developing. In this way, when the elves really complete their evolution, they can master the newly acquired power proficiently without going through an adaptation period. In addition, his command ability and tactical arrangement of the elves can also be fully exercised in this dream. These are the values that can be developed in dreams. At present, it is. First, hone the combat skills of the elves to form muscle memory. Second, the elves can adapt to their evolutionary form in advance. Third, his command ability and tactical arrangement of the elves can also be honed here. Okay, go play. After observing Ghastly's super evolution, Yu-Hai waved and let Ghastly move freely. There were already a lot of things to do today, and the development of dreams could be left for tomorrow. After Ghastly left, Yu-Hai looked at Darkrai and asked, "This is the solution to nightmares I mentioned. What do you think?" This Darkrai immediately reacted after hearing Yu-Hai's words. It looked at Butterfree and other elves playing in the living room, the silly things playing in the pool in the villa courtyard, the frog and Scyther who were fighting fiercely, and the bad frog who was learning to fight. If this is a nightmare, it doesn't seem so scary, Darkrai thought. In this nightmare, it is not alone, and there are no elves or humans who are afraid of it. No one is afraid of it, which feels good. Darkrai, this is only temporary. I have a solution to your problem. Don't worry, make friends with them, and I am your friend too. I promise you, I will help you solve the nightmare problem. Nightmares are not scary. You don't have to resist it. It takes time to change nightmares, and it takes time to control nightmares. Don't rush for success. Yu-Hai is not sure whether the Nightmare God can understand, but he has tried his best. If the Nightmare God doesn't listen to his advice, he can't do anything. He has done everything he can. First, give the Nightmare God a home to make the Nightmare God feel at ease. Next, the Nightmare God needs to honestly improve his feature proficiency, which is the key to solving the problem. I understand, human, I believe you can solve the nightmare problem, thank you. Darkrai feels that this kind of life is really good. This is a life it has never experienced, and it will gradually adapt to life here. At least here, no human or elf is afraid of it, and it doesn't have to keep running around. This feeling makes it feel very comfortable and at ease. You're welcome. We're friends, aren't we? Yu-Hai waved his hand while lying on the folding bed, indicating that Darkrai didn't need to care. After all, Darkrai was already his Pokémon, and a divine beast. He felt satisfied to be recognized by the Nightmare God. Yes, friend, human friend. Darkrai nodded seriously. This was the first time it felt the beauty and trust of friends. It felt that it was really good to have friends, and hoped that they could always be friends. Yu-Hai saw Darkrai walk into the living room with the corner of his eye and play hide-and-seek with Bardahide and other board Pokémons. He smiled helplessly. I didn't expect that it would be so easy to subdue this Darkrai. If the Pokeball was just a container to bind the body, what he was doing now was called subduing the heart. He subdued Darkrai's heart. Whether it was physically or mentally, this Darkrai would be subdued by him sooner or later. It was just a matter of time. Trainers are such a group of people. Once they get the recognition of Pokémons, all that's left is to work hard and grow with the Pokémons. This is the bond and friendship between trainers and Pokémons. This is also the connection he wants to establish with Ghastly. Once Ghastly's super evolution is realized, if he and Ghastly don't have such a bond, he may not be able to command Ghastly, whose strength is expanding too quickly. This problem once made him very worried, but now he has found a solution, and he can slowly cultivate the bond with Ghastly, and no longer have to worry about Ghastly losing control. If Ghastly loses control, there is still Darkrai who can suppress Ghastly. His bond with Darkrai may be established faster than Ghastly, after all, his bond with Ghastly is only based on providing food and accommodation. This bond is too fragile and not stable for the main Pokémon. This also explains why Zai couldn't command Spray at the beginning. Without a strong initial Pokémon with a deep bond with him, Zai would find it difficult to suppress the disobedient Spray. This is also the reason why Zai finds it difficult to restrain the disobedient Spray, causing Spray to behave so rebelliously. Until he met Xiaoying in the Orange Islands and Spray was severely punished by Xiaoying's frog, Zai finally completed his true heart to Spray and completely conquered Spray. If Xiao Ying's frog hadn't taught Spray a lesson, I'm afraid Zai would need a longer time to truly conquer Spray. This is also the reason why he pays more attention to Frog and keeps Frog the strongest. There is no doubt about the bond between him and the frog. As long as he has the strongest frog, he will see who dares to rebel. He will beat any Pokemon that disobeys his command. If they still refuse to obey, he will beat them again until they obey. If they still refuse to obey in the end, he will choose to let them go free. He does not need disobedient Pokemon. Now, he has the strongest frog, and the Vest Spider Robber also has the strongest Darkrai. He just wants to ask, who else? Who refuses to obey? Let him take a good look. Is there no bump on the top of his head? Is it not swollen yet? He will let the frog use his fists to hit the other party with bumps on his head, for free. 323 Chapter 317, Poison Team Recruitment. 323. The 17th day of the journey north, sunny. Waking up from the nightmare, Yu Hai still felt a little unreal. It was as if he did not sleep, but just came from another world to another world. The two worlds were so real that it took him a long time to recover, as if he had stayed up all night, and his head still ached. Fortunately, the five senses in nightmares were also so real, and they would get hurt and hurt. These reminded him that it was just a dream. If the dream was not so small, he would not be able to tell which side was reality. It seems that he can't stay in nightmares for too long in the future. If he stays in nightmares for too long, the confusion between dreams and reality may cause him to misjudge in reality. Once he confuses dreams with reality, he may even do some dangerous and suicidal behaviors, and he won't know how he died. Walking into the bathroom, cold water washed over his body, Yu Hai finally woke up completely, prepared breakfast for the elves, and also prepared breakfast for himself. Things like being addicted to dreams are hard to happen after thinking about it. First of all, the dream is too small, and secondly, there are no other people in the dream. There are many differences between dreams and reality. As long as Darkrai is there, it is still very simple to distinguish dreams. After making breakfast, he arranged breakfast for the 17 elves one by one. Darkrai ate Ghastly's psychic energy cube for the time being. If Ghastly knew, he didn't know whether he would be angry. Fortunately, Ghastly didn't know, otherwise he would definitely be angry with him. After everyone had breakfast, the elves started morning exercises, and he also started jogging. Seeing that everyone was doing morning exercises, only Darkrai was doing nothing. Darkrai found Yu Hai who was jogging. Everyone is exercising, what should I do? Darkrai, Yu Hai stopped jogging and sat on the bench by the pool. He decided to talk to Darkrai about nightmares. Your nightmares are probably caused by your low mental power and the inability to restrain nightmare characteristics. You need to improve your mental power, that is, superpowers, so I will give you psychic energy cubes. Nightmare. Darkrai obviously had never heard of what nightmare characteristics were. Yu Hai didn't know how to explain. He took out the elf encyclopedia and turned to the page of Nightmare God. He found that there was no description of the characteristics of Nightmare God here, which meant that no one had discovered the nightmare characteristics, and there was no research. It's not in the book, and I don't know how to explain it. You can tell me about the Dream Eater move, right? Dream Eater. Darkrai nodded. It did know the Dream Eater move and could use it, but it didn't understand the connection between this move and the nightmare characteristic. The Dream Eater move is similar to your nightmare characteristic. If you want to control the power of nightmare, you must first be proficient in using the Dream Eater move. Do you understand what I mean? Dream Eater move. Darkrai thought about it, but still didn't understand the connection between the two. After all, the nightmare characteristic is an instinctive reaction and a power that spreads subconsciously. It is estimated that Darkrai himself did not realize that nightmare is also a power that can be put away, and it is not a nightmare that it brings wherever it goes. Forget it, let's practice the dream eating technique first. When you become more proficient in dream eating, you will naturally be able to feel the nightmare power emanating from your body. Yu Hai sighed helplessly. Nightmare is an invisible and intangible power. He didn't know how to describe it. After all, he had never seen it. In his previous life, he only knew that it was similar to the effect of dream eating, one was passive and the other was active. By the way, practicing dream eating requires a target in a sleeping state. How can you practice dream eating without a target in a sleeping state? Darkrai fell silent after hearing this. If Dream Eater can help it control the power of nightmares, how should it practice Dream Eater? If it wants to practice Dream Eater, it needs to have a target to deprive. For a moment, Yu Hai and Darkrai were both in trouble. Where should they find a suitable practice target to help Darkrai improve his proficiency in Dream Eater? Why not wait until night? Yu Hai thought of a way, that is, let Darkrai reduce the damage of Dream Eater and use it on some sleeping Pokémon at night. At night? Darkrai asked puzzledly. Use Dream Eater on some trainers' Pokémon at night, or on wild Pokémon, Yu Hai explained. It won't hurt them. Darkrai felt that this was not good. What if it hurts wild Pokémon? He was still a little hesitant. Yu Hai was indeed helping him, but he was still hesitant. He felt that he didn't know how to face Yu Hai. What should I do? Without a deprivation target, you can't use Dream Eater, Yu Hai spread his hands helplessly. He really wanted to help the Nightmare God, but the Nightmare God didn't want to hurt other Pokémon, so he had no choice. If you are afraid of hurting other elves, you can reduce the damage of Dream Eater. It won't do much harm to elves. It's just like having a nightmare. You will feel tired the next day. You will be fine after a rest. Really? Darkrai still didn't believe it. If you don't believe it, go and try it on a few sleeping elves. Remember to reduce the damage of Dream Eater, and then observe the reaction of the elves deprived of physical strength by Dream Eater. How do I reduce the damage of Dream Eater? Darkrai understood, but it didn't understand how to reduce the power of Dream Eater. Come with me. Yu Hai didn't know how to explain it, so he could only take Darkrai to the kitchen to practice and demonstrate it to Darkrai. After arriving in the kitchen, Yu Hai turned on the kitchen faucet, filled a basin with water, and explained to Darkrai, Darkrai, the power of the move depends on the energy you output. Just like this faucet, Yu Hai turned on and off the faucet in just a moment, and only filled half a bowl of water. This bowl of water is the energy I just released in a moment, and this basin. Yu Hai gently raised his hand, lifted the plastic basin and poured out all the tap water in the basin, and said to Darkrai, this is also the energy I released in a moment, do you understand? I understand. If you want to weaken the power of Dream Eater, just output less energy at that moment, you can reduce the damage to other elves, Darkrai said his understanding, not knowing whether it was correct. Yu Hai nodded, indicating that there was no problem. Your understanding is correct. Dream Eater can not only cause damage to sleeping Pokémon, but also restore your physical strength. Be careful and try it and you will know. No wonder the enemies would fall to the ground and faint when using Dream Eater before. It turned out that it was too strong. Darkrai suddenly figured out why the enemies lost their ability to resist when using Dream Eater before. But reducing energy output is not so easy to control. It also requires practice. By the way, if you can't control it well, you can practice with other moves first. You can go find Frog or Butterfree. They are very skilled in controlling the power of moves. I understand, thank you. Darkrai thanked him and turned to find Frog. You're welcome. Friends don't need to say thank you. Yu Hai waved his hand and continued to jog. Darkrai heard this and paused for a moment before continuing to walk towards Frog. It felt that friends were really good. It was really happy to have a friend like Yu Hai. The training lasted until lunch, and everyone had a lunch break. During this lunch break, Yu Hai called the mosquito-scented frog and prepared to try to massage the mosquito-scented frog to relax it. Recently, he learned about the massage of the mosquito-scented frog from a book. Today, he tried the leg massage of the mosquito-scented frog. When the mosquito-scented frog lay down, the other elves gathered around curiously. "Go away, what's so good about it? Let's take a break. There's still training in the afternoon." Before Yuhai got started, the elves gathered around him, and he was embarrassed to massage them. After all, it was his first time. The elves were driven away, but they didn't give up. They seemed to pretend to lie down and sleep, but in fact, they all stared at him and observed him secretly. He didn't know that it was just a massage. What was so good about it? The massage of the mosquito-scented frog was also very simple. The purpose was to relieve the fatigue of the mosquito-scented frog's training and relax the tense muscles of the mosquito-scented frog's hands and feet. He only massaged for a few minutes and felt that this thing was a strenuous job. If he didn't use force, the frog wouldn't feel anything. After using force, the frog felt comfortable, but the 10 fingers on both hands couldn't stand it. Yobo yobo, the frog enjoyed Yuhai's not very professional massage, closed his eyes and cried out comfortably. It felt pretty good. This was Yuhai's massage. Yuhai only massaged for half an hour, and he stopped to rest. Suddenly his arms were sore and his 10 fingers were weak. Maybe he wasn't used to it yet, or maybe the massage technique was wrong and not labor-saving enough. However, for the time being, he would use the frog to improve his proficiency first, and then massage the remaining elves. Seeing that the frog fell asleep during the massage, Yuhai also lay on the folding bed, ready to take a nap, but Butterfree flew over, lay in his arms and cried, "Me yee yee. Okay, you want it too." Yuhai couldn't help but hear, this guy is acting like a spoiled child again. He held Butterfree in his arms, put his fingers gently on Butterfree's head, and gently pressed Butterfree's temple. Because Butterfree needs to train his telekinesis and often uses his head, it won't take much time to help Butterfree relieve his fatigue. He slowly pressed Butterfree's temple, and he gradually fell asleep until the alarm rang. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and the afternoon training was about to begin. The elves all started afternoon training. He roughly glanced at the elves and saw that everyone was training. He flipped out the cultivation book to see if there was anything useful that could make up for the defects of the proficiency panel. As he looked at it, he found that someone seemed to be missing. When he counted the number of elves, he found that Darkrai was missing. Darkrai must have gone to try to eat dreams. He would probably be back for dinner. He didn't take it to heart. After all, they had only reached a preliminary cooperative relationship, and there were still many days to come. As he expected, as the sunset came to the horizon, his dinner was ready, and Darkrai also returned to the villa courtyard before dinner. "Darkrai, how did it turn out?" Yuhai put down Darkrai's dinner, which was on the same table with him. Not only Darkrai, but also Pokémon such as Frog, Butterfree, Scyther, and Frog were there. Pokémon that can be stools can eat on the table, but Pokémon like Crab and Han can't, so they can only eat dinner on the open space next to the table. It's okay. The weakened Dream Eater just woke up the sleeping Pokémon and didn't cause much damage. I can feel that I am becoming more and more proficient in controlling Dream Eater. It's good that it can be used. Let's have dinner first. We still have to go to the black market tonight. I need a lot of money and your help. Yuhai waved his hand and motioned Darkrai to the table. Next, they ate and talked, and he also told Darkrai about his purpose. The cultivation of Ghastly must continue and cannot be stopped. Until the sunset completely fell, he put on his stab-proof suit again and prepared for night fishing tonight. Before night fishing, he had to find the young bartender first and ask him which sailor liked to rob and how strong he was, so that he could throw bait to him. However, when he came to the port bar, he learned that the young bartender was not in the bar. He asked other bartenders and waiters, but he didn't find the young bartender in the end. However, during his inquiry, someone vaguely mentioned to him that the young bartender might have gone downstairs, but as for which downstairs, others did not say clearly. Yuhai really didn't see that the bartender dared to go to the black market, and didn't know what he was doing in the black market. In order not to alert the enemy, he didn't dare to ask other bartenders, but took the big-mouthed gull to the drain and entered the big city sewer, preparing to go to the black market to find the bartender, but he didn't know if he could find him. It's still early now, so it's okay to come here for a walk. He entered yesterday's black market and came to the cave managed by the poison team. When he entered here again, he found that the number of masked people setting up stalls here was obviously much less than yesterday, and he didn't know what happened. Hurry up, the poison team is recruiting people, we might be selected. As long as we join the poison team, with the identity of the poison team, no one will dare to bully us brothers in the future. Brother, I heard that if you want to join the poison team, you have to defeat the predecessors of the poison team, and the same is true for the violent team. What else? If anyone can join, the poison team will also give away a poison-type Pokémon. Among them, there are also very valuable flying Pokémon Zubat, and ground-type Pokémon Nidoran and Nidoran. I heard there are also Pokémons like Able Snake, Gas Bomb, Stinky Mud, Unicorn Worm, Orb Spider, Agate Jellyfish, and Trumpet Bud, but I still want to choose a Zubat. Let's pass the test first. If we can't beat the senior, we can only choose Pokémons in our dreams. Watching the two whispering people go away, Yu-Hai felt it was really interesting. The poison team and the violent team were actually recruiting people. I'm afraid they have already joined forces. Before killing the rock team, they have to recruit some cannon fodder to test the strength of the rock team. Out of curiosity, he followed. There was another cave next to the black market cave. There were two members of the poison team in black uniforms guarding it. Only through this cave several meters long could you reach the poison team's base. 324 Chapter 318, There is a Chance. 324. Give me money, 10,000. The gatekeeper raised his hand to block Yu-Hai's way after seeing him, indicating that he wanted to pay. I'm going to register, Yu-Hai explained to the two gatekeepers of the poison team at the door. No matter what you want to do, you have to pay to enter. The gatekeepers had a stern face, and they still looked like they would not let you in without money. Here, Yu-Hai had no choice but to take out 10,000 alliance coins and hand them to the two gatekeepers of the poison team. After all, they clearly wanted money, and he couldn't force his way in. Whether you are going to register or just watch the fun, you must pay to enter the poison team's base. When he paid the money, the two gatekeepers let him in. He walked through the rock tunnel and entered the poison team's base. He saw that this was also an empty cave. There were also several headlights above the cave, which illuminated the cave as bright as day. Then there were rows of temporary tents, which were not very thin, but more like military tents in the previous life. In addition to the military tents, this residential area also planned fitness areas, battle areas, canteens, warehouses, and other areas, which also used military tents. The layout here is quite neat. He wanted to wander around. After all, there were members of the Doo-Doo team in black uniforms guarding outside the tents. The more people guarding, the more precious the things in the tent. He didn't dare to wander around anymore. He didn't know which were the restricted areas. But he saw a large group of people in the battle area. There were 4 or 5 battle sites, and a large group of people were cheering around. It should be a place that could be visited. It might be the assessment that those people mentioned before. Come on, come on! Kill him, kill him! Before he came over, he heard the crowd shouting. He didn't know who they were cheering for, but they were definitely cheering for the Doo-Doo team. Who said this was the Doo-Doo team's territory? Each of the 4 battle sites had several Doo-Doo team examiners in black uniforms. If they didn't take turns, it would be a round-robin battle. If it was a round-robin battle, the newcomers at the back would definitely pass the assessment. The Doo-Doo team shouldn't be that stupid. After watching the battle for half an hour, Yu-Hai found that these examiners had more than one Pokémon, and they also took turns. There were times when one Pokémon appeared twice. Sometimes, it lost the first time, but won the second time. After watching 7 or 8 battles in half an hour, he also found that the battles here were all poison Pokémons. There were also other Pokémons, but they were all used by the examiners. The newcomers who wanted to join the Poison Poke team all used Pokémons without exception. This was probably the content of the assessment. The newcomers who wanted to join the Poison Poke team needed to pass, first, a Pokémon, and second, defeat the examiner. It seems like this now, and it is not known whether there will be a third assessment next. After watching the battle for a while, when he was about to leave, he saw the person he wanted to find fighting on the battlefield, and he was still using a stinky mud. He was about to leave, but now he was not in a hurry to leave. He was not going to join the Poison Poke team. He had guessed that this might be the base of the Rocket team, so there was no need for him to jump into the fire pit. However, the boy who used the stinky mud attracted his attention, because this boy was the young bartender he was looking for. He didn't expect to see him here and he wanted to join Team Rocket. He didn't think of reminding the boy. They were not related, why should he remind him that this was Team Rocket? He just found it interesting. He didn't expect that this guy was also a restless person. He actually thought of joining Team Poison. As a local, the boy worked in a place like a bar. Couldn't he see that the underground black market was getting more and more explosive? He actually joined the gang at this time. Yu Hai suddenly realized that this seemed to be his opportunity, a chance to make a fortune. The Poison team and the Violent team launched a siege against the Rock team. As long as he joined any side, he could profit from the fight, do some shameful eating black things secretly, and put the blame on both sides. In this way, the contradiction between the two sides could continue to intensify until the war broke out, and he could pick up the leaks in it. When he said picking up leaks, he didn't mean to take advantage of the opportunity to grab some unwanted money on the edge of the battlefield, nor did he mean to be the sixth man and hit the opponent with a club. Instead, he was going to rob the warehouses of the three major gangs, that is, the small coffers of the three gang leaders. He was a man who was sometimes too cautious, and sometimes dared to think and act. In order to cultivate Ghastly, he was ready to fight. The funding gap this time was too large, at least hundreds of millions were needed, and he didn't plan to hide, and he would hide after finishing this job. If there was no Darkrai, he really didn't dare to think so. He had just subdued Darkrai last night, and tonight he encountered the gang recruiting thugs, so he felt that this was an opportunity to make a fortune. Thinking about all the property of the three major gangs, at least 300 million, he didn't have to worry about the resources that Ghastly needed to consume. If there was no Darkrai, he really didn't dare to think so. Darkrai could lurk in the shadows and quietly figure out the camp. When Darkrai figured out the three gangs, it would be his time to make a fortune. When the time comes, he can take advantage of the conflict between the three major gangs to fish in troubled waters, get what he wants, and then hide his identity and flee far away, and no one can find him. If he wants to do this secretly, he must become a member of the Poison team. Only in this gang can Darkrai explore this place conveniently and provoke the fight between the three major gangs. If he does not join the three gangs and attacks the members of the three parties instead, before the three parties fight, they may attack him, the little Karami. He can not only join the Poison team, but also the Violent team. He plays a water elf, so it is too easy to join this gang. There is also the Rock team, which can be joined by Han. In this way, he becomes a triple agent, which is a test of his acting ability. He is alone. If he disappears for too long or takes leave frequently, it is likely to arouse suspicion. Considering that the Poison team and the Violent team have already joined forces, he only needs to join the Rock team, so that he can be considered a double agent. Even if he didn't join the other two gangs, he could still disguise himself as the Yanyan team, sneak attack the Duda team's own people, and create bloody conflicts for the three major gangs. Except for the Yanyan team, the other two gangs would not care about this kind of thing, especially the Duda team, which is suspected to be the Rocket team. The purpose is definitely to unify the underground black market and is eager to create more bloody conflicts. At present, the plan has not exceeded his ability, and he only needs to execute it step by step. So his first goal now is to join the Duda team in front of him. First, become a member of the Duda team, give the three major gangs created a bloody conflict. Second, let Darkrai find out the situation of the three gangs' bases so that it would be convenient to steal things later. Third, Ghastly will be used. Darkrai, can't you use a backpack? Yu-Hai secretly asked Darkrai in the crowd, preparing to let Darkrai use a backpack to pack things. No, I can't bring other things into the shadow, Darkrai's voice sounded in Yu-Hai's heart, answering Yu-Hai's question. Before, Yu-Hai planned to let Darkrai steal with a backpack, but the backpack is a physical object and cannot be brought into the shadow. Only Darkrai can walk in the shadow. Then, he thought of Ghastly, or more precisely, Gengar after Ghastly evolved, which is Gengar's four-dimensional pocket. Gengui is also a spirit that can walk through the shadow. With Gengar's wall-penetrating and four-dimensional pocket, stealing things is simply invincible. There is another problem, that is, after Ghastly evolves into Gengar, can it still degenerate? If not, it will be troublesome. Ghastly's potential is not yet full, and he dare not try it easily. Evolving into Gengar is not an ordinary evolution, but a connection and exchange evolution. He is not sure whether Ghastly can evolve into Gengar by force, nor is he sure whether Ghastly can degenerate from Gengar. These need to be studied. If Ghastly can evolve into Gengar, it can naturally degenerate back. This is possible in dreams, but it is hard to say in reality. However, Ghastly's problem can be put aside for a while. If it doesn't work, just use the evolutionary radio waves that stimulate the evolution of the Pokémon in reverse, which should also achieve the same effect. Now consider the current problem, that is, how can he join this gang? He won't go to the black ship at the port. He changed his mind. Black ship? Black eating black? That's just a few dollars. It's faster to rob the small coffers of the three major gangs. He has 3 poison-type Pokémons. Ghastly is unlikely to show up, and Frog is not suitable either. It would be too abrupt to show up suddenly, and it doesn't look like a newcomer. After all, Frog is much more valuable than Orb Spider. Finally, only Orb Spider is left. Masked people who have seen him all know that he has an Orb Spider. Even the young bartender knows Orb Spider, but Frog is not known by many people, so he can hide for as long as he can. He needs to use the poison-type Orb Spider to defeat an examiner on the battlefield, and the young bartender has already defeated the examiner's Squirtle with mud. Squirtle was suppressed by the mud and couldn't get up. Squirtle was even fainted by the stench and successfully passed the assessment of the poison team. Next, the examiner of that venue became idle, and no one came out to sign up. The registration here is also very simple. As long as you go on the field, you will be registered, and the registration fee has been paid. The next battle is the assessment of newcomers. If you defeat the examiner, you will pass, and if you lose, you will stand aside. Seeing that no one was going to the test and the waiting examiners were ready to leave, Yu-Hai walked out. "Boy, you made me wait for so long, are you ready to be beaten?" The black-clothed sturdy man was still a little angry. After all, the test was about to end and he had his own night life. Who asked Yu-Hai to stand up at this time? Orb Silk Spider, go! Yu-Hai did not respond to the black-clothed sturdy man. No matter what he said now, it would not change the fact that the other party was angry. "Boy, don't think that waiting until the end will make the test easy. I will let you know the consequences of angering me." Seeing that Yu-Hai did not answer, the black-clothed sturdy man thought that Yu-Hai deliberately pretended to be deep and ignored him, so he decided to teach Yu-Hai a lesson and let Yu-Hai know what strength is respected and what is a senior. Only strength is important here. Dong! The black-clothed sturdy man threw out a Pokeball and released a Pokémon that made the cave tremble, Nidoqueen. Wow! This Pokémon is beyond the scope. He actually used Nidoqueen. All the Pokémon he used before were second-stage evolution Pokémon. Hey, who told this kid not to choose the right time? He will definitely be taught a lesson if he comes out now. The changes in the battlefield on Yu Hai's side immediately attracted the attention of many masked men, including the young bartender who had just passed the assessment. The young bartender recognized Yu Hai and remembered that Yu Hai was the mysterious man who had looked for him. Why did the other party come here? Logically speaking, with the other party's strength, it is impossible for him to come here to be a low-level thug. Before the bartender could figure out the reason, the battle on Yu Hai's side had already begun. Nidoqueen. The moment Yu Hai saw Nidoqueen, he realized that the black-clothed burly man was probably a team leader. He actually let an elite team leader come to assess him. Was he too proud of him? But the other party was a gangster, and he was moody, so he had no choice. To say that he had offended the other party was completely false. These people didn't dare to vent their anger on the boss who gave the order, so they could only vent their anger on these newcomers. To put it bluntly, they were all bullies who only feared the strong and bullied the weak. Orb Silk Spider, be careful, Yu Hai reminded Orb Silk Spider to be careful, and waited for the black-clothed sturdy man's Nidoqueen to attack. Orb Silk Spider and Nidoqueen were completely different in tonnage. If they wanted to defeat Nidoqueen, they could only outsmart her, not attack her by force. Nidoqueen, Flame Fist. The black-clothed sturdy man had to use attribute restraint even if he was bullying people. He wanted Yu Hai to experience what despair was. He would kill the Orb Silk Spider here. Dong dong dong. Nidoqueen stepped on the ground and made a dong dong sound. She rushed towards the Orb Silk Spider. Yu Hai immediately shouted to the Orb Silk Spider, Orb Silk Spider, spit silk to stick to Nidoqueen's feet. It's useless, Nidoqueen, use the fire fist to knock it off. The black-clothed sturdy man changed his order immediately after hearing Yu Hai's words. Nidoqueen stopped charging, swung the fire fist to knock off most of the spider silk spitting at her, and a small part of it stuck to her feet. Orb Silk Spider, jump up and absorb. Yu Hai saw that Nidoqueen wanted to use the fire fist to remove the spitting silk on her feet, and immediately asked the Orb Silk Spider to absorb. Nidoqueen, knock it off, the black-clothed sturdy man ordered again. The Orb Silk Spider was too fast, and jumped onto Nidoqueen's back when she bent down. When Nidoqueen stood up and wanted to hit her, it was too late. Nidoqueen couldn't touch the Orb Silk Spider on her back at all. Orb Silk Spider, continue to stick your feet with spitting silk. E2, the Orb Silk Spider used absorption to absorb a large ball of green energy from Nidoqueen. After hearing Yu Hai's words, it continued to spit silk at Nidoqueen's heels. Nidoqueen, don't worry about that spider, deal with the spider silk on your feet first. The black-clothed sturdy man was a little anxious. Seeing that Nidoqueen couldn't hit the Orb Silk Spider and was continuously sucked away by the Orb Silk Spider, if she didn't release the spider silk on her feet, Nidoqueen would be exhausted to death. Hearing the black-clothed sturdy man's order, Nidoqueen no longer cared about the little bug on her back, and used her fire fist to burn the spider silk on her feet with all her strength. Yu Hai was not idle either, and shouted to the Orb Silk Spider again, Orb Silk Spider, eyes. 325 Chapter 319, Grouping. 325. E2, the Orb Silk Spider quickly climbed onto Nidoqueen's head, and spit out spider silk at Nidoqueen's eyes while Nidoqueen was removing the spider silk. As a result, only one eye was sealed, and Nidoqueen's left fist formed a flaming fist and slapped the Orb Silk Spider, and the Orb Silk Spider had to jump away. Just then, Nidoqueen wanted to use the flaming fist to remove the spider silk on her eyes, and Yu Hai called on the Orb Silk Spider to spit out silk to seal Nidoqueen's feet. Wait for Nidoqueen to remove her eyes. The spider silk on the ground, and his feet were stuck by the spider silk again. This went on for 4 or 5 times. The audience was tired of watching it and felt that this fighting style was so rogue. Orb Silk Spider, Missile Needle, Yu Hai wanted to wear down Nidoqueen. After all, he couldn't win with hard power, so he could only use some inferior kite tactics. There was no other way. The electric net couldn't be used. Nidoqueen was a ground type, and the poison needle couldn't be used. Nidoqueen was a poison type and wouldn't be poisoned. The orb silk spider could only use insect type and grass type moves to attack Nidoqueen. Orb silk spiders do have advantages, that is, they are flexible, at least much more flexible than the bulky Nidoqueen. Although the power of the missile needle is only 25, if you are lucky, you can attack 4 times in a row. There is no doubt that the accuracy of the orb silk spider is accurate, and it is no problem to hit fixed targets. Nidoqueen, ignore the missile needle, and remove the spider silk on your feet first. The black-clothed sturdy man found himself in a dead loop, and Nidoqueen would be killed by the orb silk spider. The most hateful thing is that he can't use digging holes or earthquakes. Many ground-based moves are not allowed to be used, otherwise he wouldn't be so passive. You have to know that this is a cave. Is using earthquake because he thinks he is not dying fast enough? Not being allowed to use it is an order from his superiors, and he dare not disobey. Just when Nidoqueen removed the spider silk on her feet, the orb silk spider found the right opportunity to spit silk to close Nidoqueen's right eye. Because his right hand is a fire fist, he needs to remove the spider silk on his feet, and can't use it to block his eyes, so his eyes were hit by the spider silk. The orb spider jumped onto Nidoqueen again and continued to absorb the green energy from her. Nidoqueen even screamed in pain. No, that's not right. This time it's not absorption. Absorption doesn't have that much power. The black-clothed sturdy man was anxious. If it was the advanced move of absorption, the ultimate absorption, his Nidoqueen wouldn't last long. Yu-Hai also realized this, and naturally wouldn't let Nidoqueen get rid of the spider silk. When Nidoqueen untied the spider silk on her left foot and tried to untie her right foot, her left foot was tied up by the orb spider's silk again, and it was even difficult to lift her foot. The orb spider spit out spider silk, hid on Nidoqueen's back to avoid being slapped, and was still absorbing Nidoqueen's energy until Nidoqueen ran out of energy and fell down. The orb spider stopped absorbing energy and returned to Yu-Hai's shoulder, panting. The orb spider's victory was really thrilling, almost dancing on a tightrope. Fortunately, Nidoqueen didn't spray flames, otherwise she would burn herself, and the rogue tactics of the orb spider could be cracked. After the orb spinner came back, Yu-Hai immediately handed over the prepared good quality insect-type energy cube to restore the orb spinner's physical strength. Taking out good quality energy cubes was already the limit. If he took out high quality energy cubes, he would be suspected. As Nidoqueen fell, he also passed the test. Because of this battle, the orb spinner also learned the advanced move of the absorb move, the ultimate absorb. None of these are important. The problem now is whether the moody black-clothed sturdy man on the opposite side will directly attack him. Boy, you are very good. The black-clothed sturdy man looked at the Nidoqueen who fell to the ground, his eyes turned into mosquito-repellent eyes, and was unconscious, and took it back with a poke ball. He was not angry, at least he couldn't show it now. Many people were watching here, but he praised Yu-Hai instead. However, he immediately added, "Boy, don't be complacent, you just passed the assessment, the future is long. You'd better pray that you are not assigned to my team." The black-clothed sturdy man said something cruel and left the battlefield. Seeing that Yu-Hai passed the assessment, the others did not cheer, but gloated. They knew clearly that Yu-Hai had offended the examiner captain of the poison team, and his future life would be difficult. After the assessment, no one was willing to contact Yu-Hai, because they were afraid of getting into trouble and being implicated by Yu-Hai, so they all stayed away. Of course, these people did not include the young bartender, who knew Yu-Hai's strength is more than that. He can kill the enemy when he encounters a gangster on the sea at night. The second time he robbed the gangster, he got more than 4 million ruthless people. He is not a simple character. In his opinion, even if the captain examiner burst out with all his strength, he may not be able to beat this person, not to mention that he will be killed by this person sooner or later if he plays dirty tricks with this person. For this mysterious trainer, his choice is to make friends with him, not to offend him. He also took the initiative to greet him, "Sir, we meet again. I didn't mean to be a fool." blow the luck and come over to talk, and he was a little surprised. My poor disguise really can't hide it from you, sir. The young bartender was wearing a black face towel, the same as Yu Hai, and the bartender could recognize him because of the round silk spider on his shoulder. If you don't speak, I won't recognize you, Yu Hai couldn't say of course. He had recognized him a long time ago. How could he admit such a thing? However, it feels that this person is really strange, others think he is unlucky, and they are afraid of bad luck if they get too close to him, but this guy takes the initiative to get closer. I really don't understand his train of thought. Sir, let me formally introduce myself. My name is Doma Ohira, you can call me Ah Ping or Xiao Ping. The young bartender took the initiative to extend his palm and wanted to shake hands with Yu Hai. Ah hi, Yu Hai also extended his palm and shook hands with this ordinary boy. He thought this young man was a little interesting, and his name was also interesting. Could he have a sister? Could he be a sister control? He always had a familiar feeling, but he couldn't put it into words. That feeling was like being in the shit pot of the black market. Used a stick to dig around twice, and found an undigested seed. The seed will absorb the nutrients of the shit pot and grow stronger, and eventually become a towering tree. This person should have this potential, but he is not sure. This person is really special. From the fact that the other party talked to him and shook hands, it can be seen that this person is very courageous and likes to challenge difficulties, which is very special. Most people in the black market will seek good fortune and avoid danger, but this guy actually wants to get into trouble, which is really strange. For this young man, if there is a chance in the future, he would not suggest giving him a few words. Whether it can be successful in the end depends on this guy's creation. After all, there are too many orphans like him and Xiaoying. All they need is a start-up fund and a guide. If they are careful, it will be a matter of time before they take off. Mr. Hai, we are teammates now. Please take care of me in the future. Ah Ping smiled and let go of his hand. From the previous contacts, this mysterious trainer is still worth making friends with. His intuition told him that he had a high chance of surviving by following this mysterious trainer. He joined here to become a trainer, but he didn't want to die here inexplicably and become a bone fossil in the cave that no one cared about. Do you smoke? Yu Hai just nodded silently, reached into his pocket, took out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter and asked the other party. No, Ah Ping waved his hand, refused Yu Hai's cigarette, and reminded Yu Hai, smoking is bad for your health. I know, Yu Hai nodded gently, silently took out a cigarette from the cigarette box, slowly lit it for himself, took a puff, held it between two fingers and raised it. Smoking can keep me awake. This time was an exception. Usually he would only smoke after killing certain people. This time he wanted to smoke. After all, it was his first time undercover, and he was a little nervous. Is that so? Then give me one too. Ah Ping suddenly wanted to smoke again, and Yu Hai also handed one over. After Ah Ping lit up, the two of them leaned against the rock wall and smoked, quietly waiting for the assessment to be completely over. Next, they would get free Pokemon. After all, the selected newcomers were all thugs, and the requirements were not that strict. Only those who survived the next conflict would be qualified to receive training. In the largest tent at the innermost part of the cave, the examiner was handing the report of passing the assessment to his boss. Boss Viper, 13 newcomers passed this time. They only need a little training to reach the level of elite trainers. Several newcomers performed very well. Take them to get Pokemon and clothes, and tell them the rules here. Assign them patrol missions to protect the mines and the black market. Yes, Boss Viper, the examiner put down the report and left Viper's tent. This is just the first batch of newcomers. They have transferred 100 elves from the headquarters, and they need to continue recruiting. As for the identities of these newcomers and their purpose of joining them, it doesn't matter at all. After all, they are all cannon fodder. Cannon fodder does not need an identity. Cannon fodder does not need to know their identities or their purpose, and they will not train cannon fodder. The elves they distribute also need to be paid, but they can be deducted from wages, and this does not count as the benefits of joining them. The benefits of joining them are a monthly salary of 300,000 yuan, and a contribution points exchange system, which can be exchanged for some things that cannot be bought on the market. Even quasi-god elf eggs can be exchanged. You can also buy it with money, but some things cannot be bought with money, and can only be exchanged with contribution points, which gives this group of newcomers hope. Wait for these newcomers to survive the next turmoil. If they can't even pass this level, there is no need to know their secrets, and they will not train these wastes. The 13 newcomers who passed the assessment were gathered by a tall and thin examiner team leader. As for those who were watching the fun or those who did not pass the assessment, they were driven out. The poison team's base is only open when recruiting people. Now that the recruitment has ended, only their own people can stay in the base. You are very lucky, it's. Third, I now order you to form a group of 2, choose your own teammates, go get clothes and elves first, and then gather here, I will arrange the tasks. After the examiner finished his speech, the 13 people present looked at each other and began to look for acquaintances to form a team. Since 13 people passed the assessment, one person would definitely be vacant, and everyone thought that this person would definitely be Yu Hai. It was Yu Hai who angered the examiner, defeated the examiner, and brought the round silk spider. However, everyone guessed wrong. Yu Hai had someone to form a team. A masked man found a Ping to form a team, but a Ping refused. He turned around and found the isolated Yu Hai and formed a team with Yu Hai. Are you sure? Yu Hai saw a Ping coming and felt that this man was desperate and was still approaching him at this time. Sure, Ah Ping stood firmly beside Yu Hai. He felt safer standing here. He didn't know any of the other masked men. Yu Hai had seen them several times and they were still acquaintances. Whatever you want, Yu Hai didn't even need to look at him. He knew that Ah Ping, like him, was labeled as someone who couldn't be approached, and would be excluded by everyone from now on. Just now, the tall and thin captain had said that if you don't obey the orders of your superiors, you will die. This is not a joke. This is a gang, not an alliance. People will really die. He was standing below and thinking about how to quietly kill the black-clad strong examiner on the stage, so that he could take the position. It was just a Nido Queen, not even a senior level, so there was no need to worry. Let's go, take the elves. Yu Hai saw someone start to move, and he also called Ah Ping to follow. The two came to a tent together, where clothes were being distributed. They received a set of black uniforms that fit their own size and were told that they needed to use 2 days' salary to deduct them. Then there was a form with various common poison-type elves on it. The most expensive ones are Nidoran and Nidoran. These 2 Pokémons need to be deducted with 2 months' salary. Arboretum and Zubat need 1 month's salary. The remaining gas bombs, orb silk spiders, agate jellyfish, trumpet buds, spoon snakes, mud, and hornworms only need half a month's salary. No one should choose a Pokémon like hornworm. The trainers who come here must be going for the most valuable Pokémon. Yu Hai didn't think about what Pokémon to choose. In his opinion, there are no high-potential Pokémons here. If there are no high-potential Pokémons, just pick one at random. There is no need to be serious. But Pokémons actually want money. He didn't expect it. He thought he could get it for free. Anyway, they are here to be undercover, not to work. If they don't pay, then don't pay. After putting on their clothes in the tent in pairs, they came to another tent and lined up to choose Pokémon. When it was their turn, 3 groups of people had already chosen their Pokémons. Everyone left in high spirits, as if they had gotten a great bargain. 326 Chapter 320, Choose Pokémon. 326. Working for free for 2 months, that is, a salary of 600,000, and you can get an ordinary Nidoran for free, which is still a bit profitable. Nido King, the evolution of Nidoran, is a ground-type Pokémon. It is not popular in the Orange Islands, but it is very popular in the cave. An ordinary Pokemon egg costs only a few 100,000, and 1,000,000 is impossible. It is difficult to speculate on Pokemon eggs with ordinary unknown talents for more than 1,000,000. You can buy a Pokemon egg for a few 100,000, but you don't know the potential. The Zubat sold for 1,000,000 before. If it was a high-potential Zubat cub, it would not be possible to deduct only 300,000 wages, it would only be more expensive. This is also the reason why he thinks there are no Pokemons with high potential here. There is no bad frog here. Any one costs 2 or 3 million, which directly widens the gap with the Pokemons distributed here. As for Nidoking and Nidoqueen, these two Pokemons need Moonstones, which are more expensive than Pokemons, and good evolution stones are even more expensive. Without good evolution stones, these two Pokemons are useless. Even if they barely get low-purity Moonstones that can evolve, these two Pokemons are still useless. The result is still the same, they are all useless. When it was their turn to enter the tent to choose, there were only 3 people in the tent, one was a member of the poison team who was guarding the Pokemons, and the other 2 were here to choose Pokemons. There were rows of Pokeballs on the shelves in the tent, and each red and white Pokeball had a number underneath, from 1 to 100 from bottom to top. After the 2 of them came in, they saw the person guarding the Pokeballs smoking on the side and not paying attention to them. Seeing this, a ping also talked to Yuhai, "Ahai, there are more than 10 kinds of Pokemon. Several of the top ones, Nidoran, and Zubat, have been picked up. No one has chosen the remaining Pokemon. Just take a look first." Yuhai did not think of which Pokemon to choose. He raised his hand and touched the Pokeballs one by one. The moment he opened the panel, he just quickly scanned the potential and opened another panel to cover the previous one. Looking at the rows, he found that the potential of these Pokemons was very poor, basically hovering around 10 or 20. Even if there was a potential of more than 30, he thought it was a loser. There are 11 kinds of Pokemon and 10 rows of shelves. There are 10 Pokeballs in each row, with 10 Nidoran and 10 Nidoran in total, and 10 of each of the remaining Pokemon. He looked through 5 or 6 rows in a row and found that there was not a single Pokemon with 40 potential, let alone 50 potential. His previous judgment was indeed correct. They were all Pokemon worth hundreds of thousands, and they could be hatched by buying eggs by themselves, and they were even cheaper. How could there be Pokemon with high potential? Until he touched a Pokeball numbered 66, and saw through the Pokeball that there was a Bellflower with 51 potential, dual characteristics, and abnormal poison-type moves. This Bellflower was very similar to his frog. It should be the offspring of a Smurf or a venomous flower bred with poison. According to the rigor of the experiment, this Pokemon could not have ended up here. Then, he pretended to be calm and continued to select Pokemon until he had used up all the Pokeballs. He found another Pokemon that was not bad. It was a Zubat with 54 potential, dual characteristics, and also abnormal poison-type moves. Except for these 2 Pokemon, the potential of the remaining Pokemon is very ordinary, including Nidoran and Nidoran. The potential of these 2 Pokemon is mostly in the 20s and 30s. If they are cultivated well, the Quasi-King is the limit, and the King is impossible, unless they can encounter good things. However, the problem now is that Trumpet Bud is number 66 and Zubat is number 77. From these 2 numbers, it can be seen that this thing seems to be deliberately arranged by someone. If he chooses it, will he be targeted? But a Trumpet Bud with a potential of 51 and a Zubat with a potential of 54, no matter who he chooses, he doesn't want to miss it. To be honest, he is tempted. Even if he doesn't cultivate it himself, it's good to give it to others. The abnormal poison talent can be changed the day after tomorrow. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but reach out to grab Zubat, and didn't choose Trumpet Bud. The reason why Zubat was chosen instead of Trumpet Bud is that Zubat is rarer and harder to catch than Trumpet Bud. That's the first reason. The second reason is that the robber in Spider Vest doesn't have a flying Pokemon, and he needs a flying Pokemon as a means of transportation. In the sewer black market, Zubat is a perfect match. Otoko is more suitable for the vast ocean, and the sewer is really not suitable. Even the vest identity is not suitable for Otoko. So, he chose Zubat, which just complements his vest identity and does not have the weakness of flying elves. What did you choose? Ah Ping saw Yu Hai take the number 77 and looked at the elves starting with 7. It turned out to be the flying elf Zubat. Zubat, Yu Hai saw the other party looking at the shelf and also said the name of the elf. Zubat, it feels good. Ah Ping has been watching how Yu Hai chooses elves. Although he can't see anything, he feels that it looks very powerful. He also wants to choose a Zubat. When he was about to reach out to take the Zubat, Yu Hai spoke. Consecutive numbers are lucky numbers, you can also choose a consecutive number. When Ah Ping heard this and felt confused, he suddenly saw Yu Hai tapping his palm with one finger. He instantly understood and knew that Yu Hai was reminding him. Then I will choose this consecutive number, which is my lucky number. Ah Ping saw the gesture of 6, so the consecutive number is 66, which is a trumpet bud. After choosing the elves, the two took the pokeball and came to the only guard to register the elves they chose. Buzzer Bud, deduct 15 days salary. Zubat, deduct 1 month's salary. The guard looked at the pokeball, looked up at the two and asked, put down the scarf, report your name and age. Ah Hai, 16, Yu Hai reported his name first, and then reported a fake age. Ah Ping, 16, Ah Ping also reported his name and age was 16 years old. The two used pseudonyms, and the guards also registered them, not caring about the authenticity of the names and ages. After the registration, they reminded the two, before the deduction ends, you cannot leave the base unless you pay the money. Yu Hai was speechless about this. Considering that he had to go back to the villa, he immediately took out 320,000 and put it on the guard's table to buy this 54 potential Zubat. 320,000. The guard didn't understand and thought Yu Hai wanted to bribe him. Clothes money, Yu Hai explained. Miwuyan Benkakua Xiao Bizanyu looked at Aping, and seeing that the other party also paid, he accepted Aping's 170,000. Finally, the guard waved to the two, put his feet on the table, and said to the two, you can go, and the next salary will be paid as usual. After Yu Hai and the others left, the guard looked at the shelf and wrote down the number of the elves they took away, and then handed it to the venomous snake boss for review. After writing the number and putting down the notebook, he muttered to himself, let's survive the first month before talking about salary. The two people who left the tent were immediately glared at by others waiting outside the tent because they stayed inside for too long. Yu Hai and the others did not care about the glare of the group of people, but leaned against the rock wall, lit 2 more cigarettes, and smoked slowly. They smoked quietly, and before Ah Ping asked, Yu Hai whispered, if anyone asks, say it's the lucky number, and say it's your own idea, otherwise it will kill people. Is it that serious? Ah Ping frowned. Aren't they just 2 elves? Would hundreds of thousands of elves take someone's life? If you don't come tomorrow, you'll know. Yu Hai was an undercover agent, so he couldn't not come. If you come, you will definitely be hunted down. Never doubt the integrity of the gang, let alone the gang suspected to be Team Rocket. Just now, he asked Darkrai and learned that the pokeball was tampered with. Not only the pokeball, but also the clothes were tampered with. Once the signal disappears, someone will find them. There is no need to care about these now. When he is about to leave, these will not be a problem and can be easily solved, but it is not possible now. I understand. Ah Ping is also a smart person. Seeing Yu Hai so serious, he realized the seriousness of the matter and quickly went over what he said when selecting the Pokémon just now, as well as Yu Hai's instructions, and he had a bottom line in his heart. Just then, Yu Hai noticed that the newcomers who had selected Pokémons before had released Pokémons and needed to capture Pokémons on the spot. They also released their own Pokémons. His was Zubat and Ah Ping's was Bellsprout. Zubat. Attributes, Poison plus Flying. Gender, Male. Potential, 54.12%. Level, 6.27%. Characteristics: mental power /1.53%, hidden characteristic, penetration /1.13%. Mastered moves: wing attack /3.31%. Lightning flash /4.11%. Hypnosis /3.14%. Absorb /5.21%. Ultrasonic wave /7.22%. Venomous fang /13.45%. Venom shock /14.74%. Venomous /16.82%. This is the panel of Zubat. Except for the abnormal proficiency of poison-related moves, it can be said to be a very good Pokémon. Its potential is 54, and it has dual characteristics. Its move pool is also very impressive, but its poison-related talent is too strong, which makes it a bit troublesome. It seems that detoxification therapy is needed again. The venom discharged is just right for Ghastly. I don't know if Ghastly will exit the heterochromatic state without venom. Now he can't care about so much. He must subdue this Zubat. It's easy to subdue this Zubat. Orb Silk Spider, I will release the Zubat. You have to spit silk to control the Zubat. Don't let it fly. Eetu, Orb Silk Spider nodded to indicate that it was okay. It has almost recovered. As long as there is no problem with the Orb Silk Spider, the next thing will be easy. Yu-Hai turned his head and looked around. Even a ping was subduing the elves 10 meters away. He whispered, Darkrai, help me scare the Zubat later. I want to subdue this Zubat. No problem, leave it to me, Darkrai responded to Yu-Hai's request in the shadow. Then, Yu-Hai turned his back to the light and faced the rock wall, releasing the Zubat from the poke ball. The Zubat wanted to fly away the moment it came out, but the Orb Silk Spider on its shoulder immediately spit out silk to stick to the Zubat and nailed it to the wall. Zubat, I will be your trainer from now on. Follow me and I will provide you with food and accommodation, Yu-Hai tried to persuade the Zubat. If that didn't work, he would beat it into submission. Squeak, squeak, the Zubat was not convinced, saying that this round didn't count. Yu-Hai actually sneak attacked it. Then, Darkrai appeared, stood in Yu-Hai's shadow, and translated to Yu-Hai, it was not convinced, saying that you sneak attacked it. Haha, not convinced, right? Are you convinced now? Yu-Hai stared at the Zubat with a smile, and Darkrai also showed his sharp black claws and wiped the neck of the Zubat. Squeak, squeak, the Zubat nodded repeatedly, saying that it was convinced and willing to become Yu-Hai's Pokémon and obey Yu-Hai's orders. There was no way. Darkrai's aura was too strong, and it couldn't breathe. After all, it was the breath of a mythical beast. It was just a level 6 Zubat. Was this human really that serious? Was he really going to use a mythical beast to suppress it? It was so scared. It was still a baby. Seeing Zubat surrender, Yu-Hai asked Orb Spider to untie the spider silk and take Zubat to the square to gather. The newcomers who had captured elves would gather here. When he came here, Zubat stood on his shoulder obediently, and a elf stood on one side. They didn't make a fuss or disobey. Seeing the tall and thin captain on the stage nod, he used the poke ball to take back Zubat, and Orb Spider continued to carry it on his shoulder. Orb Spider was his combat Pokémon, and he would not take it back. He put away Zubat's poke ball, turned his head and saw a ping coming over, and Bellsprout followed him, and he had obviously captured Bellsprout as well. After the 13 newcomers captured elves, they all stayed in the square to gather and wait for the examiner to assign them tasks. As groups of newcomers were assigned tasks, there were 3 people left in the square, namely Yu-Hai and a ping, and a poor guy who had no one to form a team with. Finally, the poor guy was arranged to go to the black market, and wait until tomorrow to continue recruiting people, and then form a team when there are people. Yu-Hai and a ping, who were left, had to follow the tall and thin captain to leave and go to the largest tent in the middle. Yu-Hai knew it was not that simple. After all, among the 100 Pokémon, these 2 had the highest potential, and the leader here could not have left a mark. Now they have 2 choices, either rely on acting skills to get through, or break through directly and kill their way out from here. In the end, they chose to rely on acting skills. There was no way, so many people were watching them, the leader was still a quasi-king trainer, and the rest were at least elite trainers. What could they use to kill their way out? It was not enough to rely on just one Darkrai, not enough to fight against a quasi-king trainer. What's more, Darkrai was a trump card, and it made no sense for anyone to reveal the trump card at the beginning. When they entered the chief's tent, the examiner did not follow them in. There was only Oni person, a strong man in black combat uniform, with a purple coxcomb hairstyle. The moment he saw this person, Yu Hai took a breath and said in his heart, Rocket Team Coder, Viper Instructor. This person appeared in the animation of the previous life. He was the instructor who trained Kojiro and others. I didn't expect him to be here. It seems that this is undoubtedly the base of the Rocket Team. 327 Chapter 321, Almost Overturned, Extra Update. 327. You are here. Viper raised his snake-like vertical pupils and looked at the two people who had just entered the door. When Yu Hai and the others saw this pair of eyes, it was like a sharp and vigilant knife, piercing their hearts, making them subconsciously straighten their backs, becoming much more serious, and shouting in unison. Yes, Viper Boss, Yu Hai shouted. Yes, Viper Leader, a Ping shouted. After shouting, the two looked at each other in surprise. They didn't expect that they actually shouted together. Ha ha ha, don't be so nervous, tell me why you chose number 77 and number 66. Hearing this, the two of them secretly thought that it was indeed here. Fortunately, the two of them had exchanged their confessions before, otherwise it would really be exposed, and Yu Hai would also expose his special ability. Report to the boss, 77 is a lucky number, Yu Hai said his reason without thinking, so as not to be suspected because of hesitation. After he finished speaking, a Ping also said, report to the leader, I am also because of the lucky number. Then why don't you choose 11, 22, 33, 44 but choose 66? This question did not stump a Ping immediately replied, 66 is closest to 77, so I chose 66. 88 is also close to 77, why don't you choose it? Report to the leader, 66 is convenient and easy to take, a Ping replied again. Ha ha ha, you are so lucky, Viper laughed twice and was about to wave his hand to drive the two away, luck is also a part of strength. I am very optimistic about you. If you can survive, you can join my direct troops. I will try my best to survive, Viper Boss. Yu Hai immediately stood at attention, indicating that he would never die. Seeing him say this, a Ping hurriedly said, me too, Viper Boss. Okay, go down. Viper waved his hand and let the two leave. After the two left, Viper took out a small recorder from under the table and heard the voice in the recorder. What did you choose? Ah Ping's voice. Zoabat, Yu Hai's voice. Zoabat, it feels good. Consecutive numbers are lucky numbers, you can also choose a consecutive number. Then I'll choose this consecutive number, it's my lucky number. After listening to this recording, Viper turned off the recorder and didn't hear anything wrong. The two people's communication when choosing Pokemon was normal, and they were not insiders. He was relieved and secretly sighed at the luck of these two guys. He put the Pokeballs casually, and 66 and 77 were just casually, but he didn't expect that they would be chosen by these two guys. Yu Hai and a Ping, who came out of the tent, did not hear what happened inside the tent. The tall and thin captain who was waiting outside saw the two of them coming out and smiled at them, you are so lucky. I heard the laughter of the venomous snake boss. I wanted to send you to the mine. You go to patrol the black market tonight. Get familiar with the environment first to prevent people from making trouble. It doesn't matter if you catch the troublemakers and kill them. Thank you for the captain's cultivation, Yu Hai smiled and chatted with the tall and thin captain while walking. When he heard the captain asked them to patrol the black market, he quickly felt up and down in his pocket, took out a cigarette and handed it to the tall and thin captain. When he saw the tall and thin captain put it in his mouth, he immediately lit it for the tall and thin captain. "You are really good at dealing with things. If that guy bullies you in the future, come to me." The tall and thin captain smiled happily and glanced at the cigarette box. Yu Hai understood it instantly and stuffed the cigarette box directly into the captain's hand. "Captain, nothing else, we'll go on patrol," Yu Hai asked cautiously in a low voice, observing the captain's expression. "What about following your words in the future? Just listen, don't take it seriously. If you take it seriously, you will lose." "Go ahead." The tall and thin captain waved his hand, indicating that Yu Hai and the others could leave. After Yu Hai and Aping thanked the cheerful captain again, they left the poison team's base, passed through the rock tunnel that was only a few meters long before, and came to the black market managed by the poison team. Along the way, Aping was curious. Yu Hai's performance just now was not like Yu Hai's usual performance. Yu Hai was very calm before, and he also taught him how to deal with interrogation, not like a trainer who flatters others. "Don't think about it, this is the way of the world, didn't you learn this in the bar?" Yu Hai glanced at Aping and knew what the other party was thinking. In his previous life, he was a spectator like Aping, watching others flattering, getting promoted and making money, thinking that they were all villains with no ability, and then he was promoted. How could he not understand the pua in the workplace? "I have seen it, I know it, but I am not used to it." Aping scratched his head awkwardly. He had seen it in the bar, but he had never tried it. After all, he was just a bartender, only concerned with working and getting paid, and he didn't want to do such things. "You will get used to it in the future," Yu Hai said helplessly, waving his hand. He didn't want to do this either. It was all forced by life. Otherwise, who would want to be a villain? As long as the result is good, it's fine. This time, he not only got through the checkpoints and successfully infiltrated the enemy, but also got a Zubat with good potential. Finally, it was confirmed that this was the base of Team Rocket, so he didn't have any psychological burden to rob. In fact, there was no psychological burden at all. After all, they were all gangsters. When they came to the black market, they found the captain in charge of the black market, and the captain also assigned them the task of patrolling. It's called patrolling, but in fact it's just wandering around. If you encounter troublemakers, you can catch them and fine them. If you encounter thugs who resist stubbornly, you can kill them directly and take the things away by yourself. This is also one of the benefits of the gangsters. You can handle the chaos yourself, and the spoils belong to you. If you don't sleep in the base, you will get a meal at midnight. In this way, they wandered around until midnight, and each person received 2 dry breads. There was no water, so they could only drink their own. Yu Hai didn't plan to eat the food distributed by the poison team. Who knows if there is any problem? He ate the food he brought with him. After having supper, they wandered around in boredom until the sky gradually brightened. They had not encountered any rioters tonight, so they spent the night peacefully. The black market was also removed at dawn, and even the station of the poison team was blocked by boulders. If the boulders were not moved, they could not go to the station of the poison team. The captain of the black market said that it would only be opened at night. The black market would only be open at night, not during the day. They would not care about any chaos here. After that, the captain informed them to come and report at 6 o'clock in the evening, and they could leave the sewer. Some members of the original insect team, as well as new recruits, and those who did not want to live in the station of the poison team, could return to the ground and go wherever they wanted. It didn't matter if they didn't come back to report. The newcomers who left had been paid, and they didn't get any salary. Whether to chase back the elves was a trivial matter. If they dared to run without paying, they would be caught back. Yu Hai and Aping, who left the sewer, were both told by the captain, warning them not to run, otherwise the consequences would be serious. The 2 who returned to the ground said goodbye at the seaside. One went back to his home at the port, and the other took a gull back to the villa. After returning to the villa, Yu Hai did not release the elves. He was not sure whether he was being monitored now. Instead, he went to the storage room on the second floor. This storage room had no windows and only one door, and then he released the elves. After giving the elves breakfast, he put the elves back into the elf balls, and then gave breakfast to the orb spider guarding the door. Finally, he came to the sofa in the hall and asked the orb spider to be alert to the surroundings to prevent anyone from peeping. In addition to the orb spider, the outward sentry, he also had Darkrai, the undiscovered elf. Before he went to bed, he asked Darkrai to check whether there were elves and humans peeping around, and asked Darkrai to go back to the underground cave to see what the group of people were doing, and asked Darkrai to eavesdrop on the conversation of the venomous snake leader. The most important thing was to eavesdrop on whether the other party talked about their newcomers, especially him, Yu Hai. As for the matter of Viper listening to the recording, he already knew it. It was Darkrai who told him, but Ping didn't know it yet. Whether it was recording or videotaping, his hints were extremely hidden, and the other party couldn't find it. At most, he was a little strange when choosing the elves, which was a common thing. Today, he didn't plan to train the elves, nor would he study dreams. He was not sure whether he was being monitored. If the mosquito frogs were exposed, he would definitely be suspected. Although they had never been trusted, he didn't want to be suspected. As long as they got through the first 2 days, they would be safe. Next, he would find something for the gangsters to do, so that the gangsters would have no time to keep an eye on them, the newcomers. If you want to read more books, I'm sorry. I can only add more chapters this month, and they are all free. The weather is cold, which is the limit. Even if the greenhouse is built, there won't be too many chapters if you want to read more, just read a few more novels. If 10 are not enough, there will be 100. My life of lying flat is not just about writing. I also want to learn something else. Making money is secondary. Too much money is not good. It is easy to receive fraud calls and it is easy to those who understand will understand. 328 Chapter 322, Killing the Chicken to Scare the Monkey. 328. The 18th day of the journey to the north, sunny. Today's weather is not bad, Yu Hai can't enjoy it. He stayed up all night yesterday and woke up in the afternoon. It's past 4 in the afternoon now. He got up to take a shower, prepare dinner for the elves, and go to the black market for the night shift. I haven't been to work for a long time. I'm not used to it. Fortunately, it's not a real job, otherwise it will be too hard. He doesn't want to go to work. He just wants to be a free fisherman. During dinner, he also asked Darkrai if there was any news about him when he went to monitor the base of the Viper team yesterday. The answer he got was that there was no abnormality. Darkrai stayed in the tent of the Viper leader all night and heard some normal work reports. Darkrai did not hear any useful information. The only available information was that they were followed after they left. He only followed him outside the villa and looked at him from a distance. He saw him sleeping on the sofa in the living room. There were no elves or anyone around him, so he left quietly. On the other side, Aping saw that Aping did not rest immediately, but went to the orphanage and found that Aping had a sister. After finding out the situation of the two, the Viper team, the leader, Viper, also had a clue in his mind. Aping had a younger sister, who was a weak spot that was easy to take advantage of. But he could never see through the mysterious boy, Hai. Ordinary boys would not live in a villa, but he did hear that he killed several people the night before he joined the Viper team. They were all tricked out to kill. These should be the source of income for Hai. He was really ruthless. Team Rocket needed such talents. Team Rocket would not refuse any ambitious young trainers. They were not afraid that these children had ambitions, but they were afraid that the children they recruited would be useless. Viper did not believe that anyone's ambition could surpass that of Boss Sakeke, not to mention that he was just a boy from a small place. He had never seen a wider world and often engaged in some black-eating black activities. He was not qualified to talk about ambition. Others would probably laugh to death when they heard it. He can't even compare to the captain of the black ship near the sea, let alone compare to Boss Sakeke. Only Sakeke can lead them to create the future. He was impressed by Boss Sakeke's personality charm, and he thought these two boys would be impressed too. In order to realize Boss Sakeke's great vision, it is also his task to come here to look for talents. Compared with the boy Ping, he admires the boy Hai more. He is not only ambitious, but also dares to fight, is ruthless, and even has a high emotional intelligence. When the time comes, arrange for these two people to go to Kanto area and enter the rocket team's new training base to study. If the two perform well, he will recommend these two boys to Boss Sakeke, especially the boy named Hai. This person's ability to command Pokemon is not bad. When he signed up, he defeated the elite team leader Nidoqueen with a round silk spider. For this kind of talent, he is more and more satisfied. As long as they can graduate from the new training base, they are at least senior trainers, and it is only a matter of time before they become Quasi Kings. By then, the Rockets will have another base manager, and the strength of the Quasi King is enough to be the new black market manager. These two people are locals of the Orange Islands. It is just right for them to be in charge of the black market here. After they graduate from the training base and go on missions for 2 years, their strength is almost enough, and they will come back to guard the newly opened market here. Darkrai did not hear these thoughts. After all, they were what the Viper instructor thought. Darkrai, who had been lurking for a night, only heard the news that they were being followed and came back. It's okay, let's eat first. Find something for them tonight, so they won't come to bother us. Yu Hai listened to what Darkrai had eavesdropped on and immediately asked everyone to sit down for dinner. However, before they started to eat dinner, the bad frog called, "Quack, quack. What's wrong? Bad frog." Yu Hai turned his head to look at the bad frog. The bad frog has been very stable during this period. With the improvement of physical fitness, there are no symptoms of poisoning. I don't know what happened. It said that Zubat is poison. Darkrai saw that Yu Hai didn't understand, so he quickly translated the call of the bad frog. Poisoned, Yu Hai clearly remembered that Zubat was fine when he had breakfast this morning. Why was it suddenly poisoned? Squeak, squeak. Zubat lay on the carpet with a painful face. It was often poisoned when it was born, but it didn't expect to be poisoned again now. It didn't want to be like this, it was too uncomfortable. Zubat, detox first, I will feed you the antidote. Yu Hai put on gloves and walked over from the dining table, and called Ghastly, Gas, come and help Zubat absorb the venom. He. Ghastly was a little impatient. Since he ate the poison energy cube last time, he felt like chewing wax. It was too low-level venom, it no longer looked down on it, and it had no taste at all. Gas later found that the venom of the bad frog was more delicious, and he didn't know whether the venom of the Zubat was delicious. Ghastly immediately pounced on the painful Zubat and sucked the venom from Zubat's fangs. As Ghastly slowly sucked the venom, Zubat's pain was reduced a lot. After Ghastly sucked all the venom, he still stretched out his long tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, still savoring the venom just now. Yu Hai drove Ghastly away before taking out the antidote, a comprehensive antidote, which means it can cure any poison. It is unknown how effective it is on Zubat. After Zubat drank the antidote, it slowly opened its eyes. After seeing Yu Hai, it called Yu Hai twice, squeak, squeak. It said it's much better now, but it will relapse next time. Darkrai acted as a translator again. Hearing this, Yu Hai felt that with Darkrai, it was much more convenient now. He could talk directly to the elves and accurately understand the needs of the elves. It felt pretty good. It's okay then. Let's have dinner first. I'll take you to the hospital later. Yu Hai filled Zubat's bowl with moo milk. Zubat can only drink this now. After calming Zubat down, he returned to the table to eat dinner. He found that Zubat's physical condition was worse than that of Bad Frog. Bad Frog is a congenital organ mutation, while Zubat is the result of artificial ripening. Considering the worst-case scenario, he will arrange surgery for Zubat. In order to preserve Zubat's potential, it is also possible to remove Zubat's poison sac organ. When things are impossible, this is the last resort to save Zubat's life, or even to preserve its potential. There is no way. He doesn't want to do this unless it is absolutely necessary. Just now, Zubat's potential actually dropped. Zubat. Attribute, poison plus flying. Gender, male. Potential, 54.02%. Level. Zubat's potential dropped by 0.1, which means that the toxins have a great impact on the body. The erosion of the body is more serious than that of the bad frog. Since the bad frog was captured, the bad frog has improved its physical fitness through exercise and has never lost its potential, and it will not lose its potential now. Zubat lost 0.1 after just one poisoning. If it is poisoned a few more times, its potential will be lost, and even its life will not be saved. It was not easy to meet a high-potential Pokémon, and he really didn't want to give up. He felt it was a pity to see its potential slowly disappear, or even be poisoned to death by its own poison. Generally speaking, Pokémon have 2 poison sac organs, corresponding to 2 fangs and 2 venom ducts. He just saw that Zubat has 4 fangs, which are the 4 on its mouth, which means that Zubat has 4 poison sac organs, 2 more than the bad frog. It doesn't matter if 2 are cut off, it can also reduce the erosion of the toxin on Zubat. Thinking of this, after dinner, Yu-Hai put away all Pokémon, put on a full-body stab-proof suit, and only left Ditto on his face. In order to prevent his identity from being exposed, he did not even take off the Ditto mask when he slept. It was not until afternoon that Darkrai confirmed that it was safe, and he let Ditto rest. Now that he put on the Ditto mask again, he needed to find a private clinic, that is, a private Pokémon hospital, to treat Zubat's poisoning and remove Zubat's poison sac. It didn't matter if he sacrificed some poison attack power, at least he had to keep Zubat's high potential and Zubat's life, and everything was worth it. Coming to the street, he asked someone for directions and found a pretty good Pokémon hospital, which was similar to the pet hospital in his previous life. However, the fees in such places were relatively high, but such places were safe, and they would not expose the Pokémon held by the trainer, nor would they register the identity of the trainer, and were not as strict as the Pokémon Center. After arriving at this private Pokémon hospital, he explained Zubat's situation to the doctor here, and the Pokémon doctor told him that it was just a small operation and it would be done quickly. It was just that the cost was a bit high, and the operation fee was 100,000. Hearing this, Yu-Hai exclaimed, "Wow, it's just like cutting off an appendectomy in the previous life." He agreed to the operation and asked the doctor to anesthetize Zubat. He watched the doctor remove Zubat's poison sac outside the operating room. He wanted to remove Zubat's lower jaw poison sac, leaving only 2 poison sacs on the upper jaw. Although Zubat has 4 poison sacs, it also depends on the size of the poison sacs. It is definitely not as big as the poison sacs of frog. The cut poison sac organs are only the size of a thumb, like 2 white glass beads, with venom wrapped in the meatballs. He also asked the doctor to help pack these 2 things and threw them to Ghastly after leaving the Pokémon hospital. After Zubat sutured the wound, it was put into the poke ball. The doctor also told him that Zubat only needed to rest for a week and he would be fine. Pokémons have strong recovery abilities. He should not exercise or fly during this week. He thanked the doctor, paid 100,000 for the operation, and sent poisoning treatment. He left the private Pokémon hospital with Zubat. It is now 5:30 in the afternoon. He also has to report to the sewers and let Darkrai find out the background of the poison team. If the poison team still doesn't find Darkrai, the other 2 gangs will not be able to find Darkrai's lurking. He just needs to see whether Ghastly can evolve into Gengar or degenerate back to Ghastly, and then create conflicts among the gangs, so that he can fish in troubled waters. This time will not be too long. In order to avoid being exposed, he must provoke conflicts among the gangs as soon as possible. He will also go to the Black Ship tonight to buy some ghastly resources to prevent Ghastly from evolving into Jengar. If there is any uncontrollable situation, it will be troublesome if there is no energy. When he re-entered the sewers and came to the black market managed by the Poison Team, the boulder leading to the Poison Team's base had been moved away, and it became lively here again. When he came here, he met Aping. This kid came before him. It seems that he remembered the warning in his heart. After all, he joined the gang. However, as soon as they arrived tonight, they encountered a warning. The team leader wanted to kill the chicken to scare the monkey. The black-clad captain in charge of the black market dragged a newcomer who had escaped in front of them. He was caught by the Poison Team and the captain also yelled at them. "Everyone, watch this, this is the end of escaping. The Poison Team is not so easy to join. Since you have joined the Poison Team, it is not so easy to leave, unless you don't want to stay here. You want to leave after getting benefits, there is no such good thing in the world. The Poison Team does not keep waste. This person's spirit will be confiscated, and he will be thrown into the mine to mine. Don't think about getting out for the rest of your life. You will die of exhaustion in the mine. Don't think about seeing the sun in this life. Captain, spare my life, I don't dare anymore, spare me, I won't dare again, I will be your dog from now on. I will do whatever you ask me to do. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Waste, coward, I don't have a dog like you." The black-clad captain saw the other party crawling over to hug his thigh with snot and tears all over his face. He spit fiercely and kicked the man on the chin, cursing, "Bah, shameful guy, you lost my face and still want to be a dog, are you worthy? Go to hell." This kick directly kicked out the two front teeth of the escapee, and blood flowed from his nose. Seeing this scene, a large number of newcomers were greatly shocked, and their hearts seemed to be hit by a heavy hammer, which directly smashed them. It was so terrible that the others dared not think about it anymore. These newcomers did not include Yu Hai. Yu was born with a rebellious nature. This small scene could not scare him. He had seen all kinds of big scenes. He had even killed senior trainers like the elf hunter who were close to the Quasi King. He would be afraid of an elite team leader. Don't make fun of him. The reason why the team leader did this was also the order from above, which was to warn some people to think carefully before joining the Poison Team. The Poison Team did not allow betrayal, and the consequences were very serious. The welfare of the Poison Team was the best and the most stringent, but the cost of betrayal was too high. Others who wanted to join the Poison Team had to think carefully. Don't be caught by the Poison Team if you run away. Drag him away. You really think you are something? You can join if you want to, and leave if you want to. You also want to escape by boat. You can think of it. Don't you know that there are our people on the boat? The black-clothed team leader clapped his hands, signaled his men to drag the escapees away, and looked up to scan Yu Hai and the group of newcomers one by one. Every newcomer who was swept by his eyes lowered his head unconsciously, not daring to look at him. After a round of inspection, he nodded with satisfaction and clapped his hands, saying, "Okay, everyone, take your positions. If someone makes trouble, you don't need to report it, just kill them directly." "Yes, Captain." 329 Chapter 323, Declaration of War. 329. After everyone shouted in unison, they turned around and dispersed, found their teammates, and began to patrol the area they were responsible for. Yu Hai and Aping came to the entrance of the black market. They were responsible for the entrance and exit of the sewer. There were many entrances and exits like this, and two people had to be arranged to stand guard at each entrance. The two leaned against the cement wall of the sewer. Yu Hai took out a cigarette, which was from the four guys who robbed the last time. He kept it and gave one to Aping. "Have a cigarette to relax." Okay, Aping took the cigarette, his fingers were trembling, he was really scared just now. "Relax, don't run. We have all seen the Viper boss. This is just a small scene. Yu Hai smoked and patted a Ping's shoulder to let this guy slow down. The scene just now was still very shocking, especially for newcomers. That's right, a Ping took a deep breath of cigarette and exhaled white smoke. After being comforted by Yu Hai, he felt much better. Okay, cheer up, tonight has just begun. Yu Hai put down his palm and stepped on the ground lightly. A shadow followed the shadow that the light could not reach and slowly moved towards the station of the Viper team. As time passed by, after midnight, the shadow returned to his feet again, and a voice sounded in Yu Hai's heart. They didn't find me, and the station was also clear. They can take action at any time. It was Darkray's voice. Really? Don't worry, go to the other 2 gang stations and be careful, Yu Hai whispered to Darkray to check the other 2 stations while eating. Even if we want to take action, now is not the right time. The base is full of gang members, and the boss is also in the base. Once discovered, the black market will definitely be blocked, and no one can leave at that time. Less than half a minute after Kita Clay left, he emerged from the shadows again and told Yu Hai, someone is coming, a lot of people. What? Yu Hai didn't understand very well. Suddenly, he saw a large group of lights shining towards him in the dark sewer. He hurriedly notified a Ping, hurry up and notify the captain. After returning to the mine, Yu Hai immediately found the black-clad captain. Captain, there is a situation, a lot of people are coming. A lot of people? Who? The captain looked at the entrance of the sewer. At this time, there were lights shining in, and there was a burst of laughter. Ha ha ha, a rat who can only use poison, why didn't anyone come to greet your grandfather? Asshole, Dashi, don't be too arrogant. The captain saw the person coming, and it was still an old acquaintance, a trainer of the Yanyan team, and also a captain. They had clashed before, and there was no winner. Hey, isn't this Ajo? Is it because your stinky flower is too stinky that makes the opponent lose his temper? Beidi always likes to insult others, especially Ajo who has been against him half a year ago and has not been defeated. Dashi, you are looking for death. The team leader Ajo is ready to release the stinky flower to kill this bastard who spews shit all over his mouth. Ajo is also the nickname given to him by Dashi. He doesn't like it at all. If he couldn't beat the opponent, he would have killed the opponent long ago. Wait, don't be so angry, I'm not here to fight, I'm here to challenge you on behalf of Boss Luian. What challenge? A declaration of war for the ownership of the mine. My Luian boss hopes to use a battle to decide which company will own the disputed mine. Haha, you are worthy, the team leader Ajo sneered disdainfully and didn't respond at all. I'll post the declaration of war here. The time is 8 o'clock tomorrow night. We have also issued a declaration of war to the Bayo Bayo team. If you dare not come tomorrow, the disputed mine will belong to us, otherwise we will use an earthquake to block the mine. When the time comes, we will divide into 3 groups to fight. I heard that we are recruiting new people, so we created an extra rookie group. I hope you won't be assigned to the rookie group, ha ha ha, let's go. Assholes, team leader Ajo gritted his teeth. Seeing this group of bastards from the Yanyan team, who came and went in a hurry, he didn't get any advantage in the verbal confrontation and was controlled by the other party the whole time. He was really angry. Even if he was angry, there was nothing he could do. The most important thing now was to report the Yanyan team's declaration of war to the Viper boss and let the Viper boss decide whether to participate in the gambling fight tomorrow night. Everyone, return to your posts. I need to leave for a while. If anyone dares to cause trouble, just kill them. The team leader glared at everyone present fiercely, scaring everyone to lower their heads. They didn't dare to look at the team leader at all, for fear that the team leader would be unhappy and kill them all on the spot. Yu Hai and a Ping, who returned to the sewer entrance to stand guard, returned to their night shift routine. They both recalled the letter of challenge just now, wondering what changes would happen. Finally, a Ping took the lead in breaking the silence and asked Yu Hai about what happened just now. Hi, will the Viper leader let us participate? I don't know. Yu Hai shook his head and didn't care about the letter of challenge. He had already sent Darkrai to eavesdrop, and he would know the result of Viper's handling of this matter later. Will there be rewards? Ping was still a little nervous. If he was selected, the rewards would be secondary. If he lost the fight and the mine, he would probably be beaten to death by his own people. I don't know. It depends on the arrangement of the venomous snake boss. Yu Hai shook his head again. He didn't know what Ping was worried about. At most, he could just take his sister and run away. By the way, does your Zubat have any symptoms of poisoning? Ping couldn't get anything out of him twice, so he simply changed the subject and asked about the Pokemon he chose. Yu Hai asked him to choose the Bell Bud. He must know what's wrong with the Bell Bud, otherwise he wouldn't let him choose. It was really that the poisonous Pokemon would be poisoned, which caught him off guard. Look at this. The poisonous talent of that Bell Bud is very strong. It was artificially bred. If you want to cure the symptoms of the Bell Bud, there are two ways: detoxification and strengthening the body, or directly removing the poison sac. I see. Ping took the poisonous Pokemon breeding book thrown by Yu Hai, and saw the poisonous Pokemon breeding method recorded in it, and then he knew what the Bell Bud was. After reading the breeding book, Ping guessed that Yu Hai might be a breeder, or it might be Yu Hai's special ability, otherwise it would be difficult to see the abnormality of the Pokemon just by observation. However, he did not ask. After all, this was the other party's secret. If he asked, they would lose their friendship. He could only change the subject and ask, "Aha, can you do me a favor?" Just say it. Yu Hai took out some mineral water and drank some. He had just eaten bread and was very thirsty. I want an electric elf. Can you help me see how that electric elf is? Ping wanted to buy an electric elf for his sister. From yesterday to today, he has been looking for elves at the black market stalls. With the identity of the poison team, he is not afraid of being blackmailed. On the contrary, it can be cheaper. He has also visited the breeding houses in the city. Even if you only buy elf eggs, it is very expensive. Electric elf eggs cost more than 500,000 yuan each. He doesn't even know what kind of electric elf eggs they are. He saw someone hatch a lanternfish, which can only be said to be too rip-off. The electric elves that have been hatched, the furry and good-looking electric elf cubs, all cost millions of alliance coins. He really can't afford it. Only the black market ones are cheaper, but the health and talent of the elves cannot be guaranteed. It just so happens that Yu Hai, a capable person, is here and can help him check the health of the elves. He can also choose a good electric elves for his sister, so that he can protect his sister when he is not around. If it is a water elves, or a grass, insect, poison, ground, or rock elves, it is not necessary to be so complicated. There are many elves with these attributes in the wild, and he can catch them at any time. It's just that the electric elves are a bit troublesome. Okay, Yu Hai nodded lightly, and Ping left his post to find the masked man who was setting up a stall. When Ping came back, he was followed by a masked man with an ordinary elf ball in his hand. Hi, this is the elf, Pikachu. Ping raised his hand and pointed to the elf ball. His sister wanted a furry electric elf. Show me, Yu Hai waved to the masked man, wanting to see Pikachu's panel. As a result, the masked man didn't want to give it. Master of the poison team, can you let me go? Hehe, I'm just looking at it, and I'm not stealing your Pokemon. We have rules, Yu Hai smiled. They were warned by the team leader not to force buying and selling. This thing is also one of the benefits. As long as it is not too much and both parties can accept it, no one will care, and there will be a lot of room for operation. Okay, the masked man gritted his teeth and handed over the Pokeball in his hand. He was ready for the Pokemon to be hacked. Then, Yu Hai saw Pikachu's panel. The potential was only more than 20 points. It was not well groomed, the hair was messy, the spirit was depressed, and the mental state was not very good. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this thing was a Pokemon with problems. Rubbish, you can't see it so obviously. After looking at the panel, Yu-Hai threw the Pokeball back to the masked man and told him to get out. Hearing the word get out, the masked man seemed to hear the sound of nature and left the black market quickly. Haha, I just wanted an electric Pokemon at the time, so I didn't care too much about it. Ah Ping was so embarrassed that he didn't know how to explain. He couldn't say that his sister wanted it, so it was better not to tell his sister. He didn't completely trust this mysterious trainer. That Pikachu is a black commodity. Yu-Hai took out a cigarette and lit it for himself, and asked curiously, "What do you want an electric Pokemon for?" "Fighting? In a place like a sewer, it's not suitable. There is also fighting, but I just want an electric Pokemon with good talent that can be used even if I leave the underground cave." Ah Ping's lie was really clumsy, but Yu-Hai didn't expose it. "You can see it slowly by yourself, I can stand guard by myself. Don't bother me with the kind of stuff just now, you can see it yourself." Yu-Hai waved his hand to Smoke, letting the other party find it himself. "Thank you." Ah Ping thanked him, turned around and left, and then went shopping at the black market stalls again. Not long after Ah Ping left, Darkrai also came back and told Yu-Hai, "The human named Viper accepted the challenge and is selecting the list of members for the gambling fight. I didn't see you on the list. There is a problem, definitely a problem, it seems that someone can't help it." Yu-Hai leaned against the concrete wall and shook his head secretly, feeling that something was wrong. This matter was full of weirdness everywhere. As one of the three major gang leaders in the underground world, the leader of the Yanyan team could not fail to see that the Poison team and the Violent team had joined forces and both sides were recruiting soldiers. Damn, the Yanyan team should think about how to break the situation now, not to issue a bullshit declaration of war. Unless the declaration of war itself is the way to break the situation. Thinking along this line, the Duda team and the Bayo team have already joined forces, and the Yanyan team still issued a declaration of war to both sides. At that time, it will still be 1 against 2, and the Yanyan team will still be at a disadvantage. The reason why the leader is called the leader is that none of the strong people who can sit in the position of the leader are simple, but they are not easy to deal with, and it is impossible not to see this. Since they have seen it, and still issued a declaration of war to the Duda team and the Bayo team, there is only one possibility, that the Yanyan team already knows that the Duda team is the Rocket team. On the surface, it seems that the Duda team and the Bayo team are joining forces, but behind the scenes it may be that the Yanyan team and the Bayo team are joining forces, and the mine battle gambling fight is a bait to lure the elite of the Duda team to leave bait at the base. Then Team Rock and Team Violent can join forces to kill Team Rocket's disguised Team Poison. The reason why he thought so was because Team Poison was Team Rocket, and both Team Rock and Team Violent had the motive to join forces, which was to drive Team Rocket out of the Kanto region. The Orange Islands were their territory, and Yu-Hai didn't know whether they were the local forces of Big City, the local forces of Little Orange Island, or the water fleet of the Hone region, also known as the Ocean Team. However, considering that the water fleet only loved the big head fish, it probably had no interest in the Orange Islands, which was the territory of Trinita and Lugia. From this point of view, only the Alliance or the conservative forces of the Orange Islands were left. The black market in Hassa City, the club in Hassa City, the cruise ship captain encountered when leaving Hassa Island, the black ship on Marcote Island, and the black ship here, these are all local conservative forces. The difference is not too big, but there are too many fence-sitters. Are there any forces of the Alliance? Of course there are. King Kona lives here for vacation, and the 4 major gyms in the Orange Islands, the chief trainer Yuji, are the forces of the Alliance, and they are also the forces that welcome and embrace the Alliance. At least on the surface, they are the forces that stand on the side of the Alliance. Don't think that the 4 major gyms in the animation are weak. That's just the performance of the gym owners. The previous generation gym owners, are still there. If you say that these old immortals are noobs, he will never believe it. These old immortals are at least quasi-kings, otherwise how can they control the gyms? even the king trainers are possible. Besides, the position of the gym is hereditary. The 3 generations of the family have to stand aside. As long as the alliance does not fall, the gym can continue to be passed down. I just want to ask you if you are envious. 330 Chapter 324, Super Evolution Stone, 6000. 330. The more Yu Hai thought about it, the more he felt that it was an opportunity. The whole underground world might be in chaos tomorrow. The most ridiculous thing is that Viper actually accepted the challenge. It's really insidious. Someone is going to be unlucky. Team Rocket is not a good guy. According to the information he knew in his previous life, Team Rocket has more than 4 top trainers in the open, and even more than 4 undercover top trainers. Half of the gym owners in the Kanto region are undercover agents. They have all been won over by Team Rocket. The alliance in the Kanto region has become a sieve. What can the alliance do to play with Team Rocket? Even so, Team Rocket is still a rat in the underground. As long as they don't step into the front, they will be rats in the gutter. Team Rocket is clearly no match for the alliance. If Team Rocket uses their tricks here, they might be able to wipe out Team Rock and Team Violent. I just don't know if the black ship near the sea will take action. What does this have to do with the black ship? Think about whether this piece of fat meat is profitable, and think about the many experts on that ship. It is normal to support a few agents to get involved. Team Rocket is an underground organization spanning multiple regions. Compared with the Giant Alliance, it is indeed a small role. But compared with the local snakes in the Orange Islands, the situation is reversed in an instant. Team Rocket has become a giant, and the local forces in the Orange Islands have become small roles. Although the local snakes in the Orange Islands are small roles, they have become small roles in front of this small role, and they must be cautious. After sorting out the intricate relationship, he found that he didn't have much time. Next, he must immediately start the research on the evolution of Ghastly to Jengar. Tomorrow's night shift is the best opportunity, an opportunity to make a lot of money. What if I guess wrong? Just let it go. What else can I do? If I miss this opportunity, I will just look for another one. As long as Team Rocket is not destroyed, the underground world will not be peaceful and he will never lack opportunities. He couldn't leave yet, he had to maintain his current identity. If he guessed wrong, he would still have a chance with this identity, but he would have to start over without it. He hated job hopping. Darkrai, you continue to investigate the other 2 gangs' bases and find out where the valuables are. You may have to start planning tomorrow, Yu Hai whispered to Darkrai, asking Darkrai to continue investigating. He would not change for the time being. If he guessed wrong and it was not a trap set by the Yanyan team tomorrow, then he would continue to be an undercover agent and wait for an opportunity. If he guessed right, then tomorrow would be a great opportunity to make a fortune. He must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and take away all the property of the 3 major gangs. Next, he was bored standing guard again. When Darkrai came back from investigating, it was almost dawn. Darkrai came back and told him that the 2 gangs were very loose, and the valuables were basically in the tents, especially the big tent of the leader, where there was a backpack hidden very well. After getting this result, Yu Hai also had a bottom line in his heart. Before leaving Get Off Work, he told Ping not to worry, because finding elves is not something that can be done in a hurry. Ping had come to him several times after midnight, but the electric elves he brought were all rubbish. It didn't even have the potential of 40. It was okay to keep as a pet, but it was so-so in combat. Ping wanted the best electric elves, so of course he wouldn't choose an electric elf with poor talent. Until the end of today's night shift, Ping hadn't found an electric elf with good talent, so they were about to leave work. After Get Off Work, Yu Hai didn't go back to the villa immediately, but went to the black ship. He asked Darkrai to go back to the villa first to see if anyone was following them and monitoring his villa this time. After separating from Darkrai, he came to the black ship again. This time he was familiar with the place. He quickly found the store where he bought poison gems last time and bought 5 poison gems, 400,000 each, spending 2 million. Then he came to the gem blind box store. The ghost gems here were 500,000 each, mixed with many gems, and could be chosen at will. He was going to pick 6 ghost gems, which was 3 million, and he quickly picked them. When he was picking ghost gems, he suddenly found a grey round stone. After removing the dirt from the stone, he saw that the stone looked like a glass marble, with black patterns inside the gem, which looked like a leaf. He felt that the glass bead looked familiar, and there was no need to guess. He directly opened the panel of the glass marble. Keystone can resonate with the super stone of the elves, making their own elves super evolve. It was this thing. Yu-Hai was secretly shocked. He didn't expect that there was such a thing as a keystone here. He hurriedly looked carefully in this pile of gems and found another identical gem. Both of them were keystones, but there was no super evolution stone. He felt a little disappointed. He thought he could find a bargain here. While no one has found the super evolution stone yet, he should pick up as many as he can. This thing cannot detect energy without activation. Compared to the rare Mega Evolution Stone, the Keystone is much more common and has a simple function. Each trainer only needs one to trigger the Mega Evolution Stone worn on the Pokémon. He took the 2 Keystones he selected and the 6 Ghost Gems together. When paying, he asked the boss if there were any similar gems. As a result, the boss told him that no one wanted this broken stone. Many of them had been thrown away before, and there were still many in the warehouse. If he wanted it, he could bring it over. Of course Yu-Hai wanted it, so he asked the boss to bring the gem over. The boss also asked him what kind of stone it was. He only told the boss that this kind of stone was beautiful and nothing else. He couldn't tell the secret of the Mega Evolution Stone. Before the Mega Evolution Stone was exposed, he wanted to collect more Mega Evolution Stones. When the Mega Evolution was announced, the broken stone that the boss didn't want could be sold for hundreds of millions. It was not an exaggeration to use it to exchange for a quasi-god. The boss knew that he couldn't get anything out of asking, so he returned to the warehouse and took out the gems that couldn't be sold. The cardboard box that the boss brought out looked like glass beads, all colorful gems, and there were several similar ones. When Yu-Hai reached out and picked them up, he opened the panel of these gems, and the result was glass bead, an ordinary glass bead. Good fellow, the boss can also lie. Yu-Hai touched several ordinary glass beads in a row, so he looked up at the boss with a smile and said, "Boss, I don't want to do business, I'll take my leave." After leaving this sentence, Yu-Hai got up and left. The boss was obviously teasing him, so he simply didn't buy. "Little brother, let's talk it over. If you want to continue buying gems, you can tell me why." The boss stopped Yu-Hai immediately when he saw Yu-Hai was about to leave. "Boss, intelligence is also charged. If you don't want to sell it, forget it." Yu-Hai rejected the boss unceremoniously. It was impossible for the boss to get intelligence for free. "Little brother, name a price." The boss really wanted to know how much this intelligence was worth. 10 million, Yu-Hai raised a finger and casually quoted a price. He knew that a shrewd businessman like the boss would not pay for uncertain intelligence. Even if he said 1 million, he would not buy it. "Haha, little brother, are you serious?" The boss laughed dryly and didn't plan to ask any more questions. He didn't believe that any information could be sold for 10 million. It was just that the other party didn't want to say it. "If you don't want to buy it, forget it. If you want to sell the broken stone, hurry up." Yu-Hai was a little impatient. "You should know the information about the electric shock monster." Judging from the popularity of the electric shock monster in those days, the club has earned at least 1 billion. Not to mention the information about super evolution, the 3 stages of evolution of electric beast have to stand aside. If it is well managed, it will only make more money than the club. Seeing that Yu-Hai was not joking, the boss went back to the warehouse and brought a large basket of gems, which contained all kinds of gems. Yu Hai looked at these grey gems that were not taken care of, and he really found a glass marble. He opened the panel and saw that it was a real Mega Evolution Stone. Mega Evolution Stone, it can resonate with the trainer's keystone to make the Pokémon wearing the Mega Evolution Stone undergo Mega Evolution, Blizz. Wow, it turned out to be the Mega Evolution Stone of Blastoise. After seeing the panel of this Mega Evolution Stone, Yu Hai was completely speechless. His luck was too bad. The captured Scyther, Magikarp, Slowpoke and Ghastly could all be Mega Evolved, but he touched the Mega Evolution Stone of Blastoise. Did he have to capture a Squirtle to cultivate? Don't be ridiculous. It's not so easy to get the 3 starters with high potential. You can capture a Squirtle at will, but the potential cannot be guaranteed and it takes time to cultivate it. However, it is not impossible to cultivate a Squirtle for this Mega Evolution Stone. After accepting this Mega Evolution Stone, he continued to search in the gem pile, but could not find the second Mega Evolution Stone. He paid 500,000 for the Mega Evolution Stone and got the Mega Evolution Stone of Blastoise, which was a great bargain. Finally, he left the black ship and returned to the villa with 5 poison gems, 6 ghost gems, 2 keystones, and a Mega Evolution Stone of Blastoise. Sitting on the sofa in the living room of the villa, he still felt a little unreal, and then he couldn't help but feel excited. After all, it was a Mega Evolution Stone, and it was so easy to get one. It was really the biggest surprise today. The 2 keystones were also a surprise. If he hadn't found the keystones, he wouldn't have known there was a Mega Evolution Stone there. Repressing his excitement, he asked Darkrai, "Is anyone monitoring the villa?" No, Darkrai shook his head. It had been staying outside the villa and didn't find anyone monitoring the villa. Seeing Darkrai shaking his head, Yu Hai released all his Pokémon, a total of 18. The main and auxiliary Pokémons remain unchanged, but the main Pokémons of the vests have added Darkrai and Zubat, which means there are 5 Pokémons. The main card of the vest Spider Robber is Darkrai, but Darkrai doesn't show up often. The one who supports the scene is Frog, and Frog needs to grow up quickly. If Magikarp can evolve into Gyarados, it can instantly become his strongest combat force. Ghastly and Zubat are still a little short of the heat. These 2 little guys haven't started training yet, and Zubat has to wait until the wound heals before training. It's still too early. He told Zubat not to fly around, and he could only fly after the wound heals and the stitches are removed. Then he went to the kitchen to make breakfast for the Pokémons. While eating breakfast, he also asked Ghastly to detoxify Frog and Zubat. Even if he couldn't exercise, he still had to continue to detoxify regularly every day. After breakfast, he asked Darkrai to be alert to prevent anyone from peeping. He took Ghastly to the storage room to see if Ghastly could evolve into Gengar. "Gastron, transform into Haunter," Yu Hai said after opening the door. He did not take out the gems, but let Ghastly evolve first. 11 gems were his only remaining stock. If Ghastly could not evolve into Gengar, these gems could help. Haha, Ghastly ate some energy cubes and evolved into Haunter. Then, Yu Hai shouted again, "Haunter, think about your evolution in the dream, try to evolve into Gengar." Haha, Haunter stuffed energy cubes into his mouth again, until it could not be stuffed anymore. Haunter's black face turned red, but he still could not evolve into Gengar. "Try this." Yu Hai took out 11 gems and threw them all into Haunter's big mouth, letting Haunter try again. Haha, Haunter's mouth was stuffed full, and he could not shout at all, but Haunter still remembered to evolve, and a dazzling light suddenly burst out from his body. When Yu Hai got used to the strong light and put down his arm to block the strong light, the Haunter in front of him disappeared, and a black Gengar appeared instead. The white eyes of Haunter disappeared, and Gengar's scarlet eyes appeared instead, showing his big front teeth, with a curved corner of his mouth, and a hint of evil smile. "Ha ha ha, it really works. Keep it up, don't degenerate." Yu Hai did not let Gengar degenerate. Once Gengar degenerates, if he wants to evolve into Gengar again, he will need more than 10 gems. He has no money now, and he does not support Jengar's degeneration and evolution at all. He can only let Jengar maintain the status quo, and wait until they finish this job, and then let Jengar degenerate to brush up his potential. By the way, how many of those 11 gems did you use to evolve? Spit them out for me to see. Yu Hai was very curious about how much gem energy Haunter sucked away in order to evolve into Jengar. Kohei, Kaohei, Jengar's big mouth was empty. The energy cubes he had just eaten were all digested, and 9 of the gems he spat out were also sucked dry, and the remaining 3 became extremely dim. Okay, the remaining 3 gems, you keep them for yourself and absorb them slowly. Yu Hai asked Jengar to swallow the gems again, and the empty gems had to be taken out and thrown away. At this time, Jengar was also his Pokemon with the highest potential, higher than Darkray's potential. Jengar, different color. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Gender, male. Potential, 87.25%. Level, 9.43%. Characteristics. The potential of 87 has exceeded the potential of the champion, so what else do you want? Seeing this potential, Yu Hai secretly thought that his previous worries were indeed correct. If there was no Darkrai, once Ghastly grew up, no one could suppress Ghastly. Ghastly would be the strongest spirit. He must establish a sufficient bond with Ghastly. Once Ghastly grew up, without a sufficient bond, even Darkrai might not be able to suppress Ghastly. Gas, come with me to the guest room. Yu Hai was still used to calling Ghastly. After asking Jengar to come to the room with him, he let Jengar swallow small things such as table lamps, pillows, drawers, and towels. Gas, swallow the things. Yu Hai wanted to see if Jengar's 4-dimensional pocket was real and whether it could hold things. Then, he saw Jengar swallow all the things thrown at him, and it was impossible to see from his stomach that Jengar had just eaten so many things. Jengar stuck out his tongue and spit out the things just now, indicating that they were not delicious. Ha ha ha, Yu Hai smiled and touched Jengar's head, took out a box of ghost energy cubes and psychic energy cubes, and threw both boxes of energy cubes to Jengar. Gengui, you eat this first. Yu Hai gave the energy cube to Jengar, and explained to Jengar, Gengui, this is a space backpack, it is like your stomach, it can hold a lot of things. Tomorrow I need you to steal things with Darkrai, you have to listen to Darkrai, understand? Kaohei, Jengar shook his head, it doesn't need that guy Darkrai. Gengui, stealing things is to buy you food, and when the time comes, the stolen things must be put in the backpack. If it can't fit, change a backpack. There are many such backpacks in the place you want to steal. Kaohei, Jengar nodded. As long as there is food, it's just stealing things, it's a piece of cake. However, it doesn't like going with Darkrai very much, and the memory of being pressed to the ground and rubbed by that guy is still vivid. Okay, Darkrai is pretty good. You can share food with it, and you two are friends. Yu Hai smiled and patted Jengar's head. He felt that this glutton was easy to coax, just like coaxing a child. Jengar was unwilling to share food with Darkrai. It didn't have enough food for itself, so it didn't want to give it to that annoying ghost. It said it didn't want to share food with me. Darkrai suddenly emerged from the shadows and helped Yu Hai translate Jengar's cry. You're here. Yu Hai was shocked when he saw Darkrai. I had clearly asked Darkrai to keep watch outside before. Since Darkrai appeared here, no one should be monitoring his villa. It seems that the first tracking was just to touch their residence again. Jengar saw Darkrai and threw both boxes of energy cubes into his mouth directly, fearing that Darkrai would snatch them away. Gengui, I don't fight for food. Darkrai's eyebrows jumped. It felt that Jengar had a big misunderstanding of it and didn't believe it at all. Gengui, you are all my elves, my partners and friends. Food should be shared together. Eating together is happiness. Yu Hai took out 2 boxes of energy cubes and placed them in front of Darkrai. Jengar felt a little selfish when he heard Yu Hai's words. Gengui, if you want to eat, these are all for you." Darkrai looked at the 2 boxes of energy cubes in front of him, and wanted to ease the relationship with Gengar, so he pushed them all to Gengar. Hee, really? Gengar was a little surprised. He didn't expect Darkrai to share food with him. If Gengar knew that these were originally his, he would definitely say that Yu-Hai couldn't afford it, but it was a pity that he didn't know. Of course it's true. We are partners. Partners should share food. Darkrai imitated Yu-Hai's words and said the word partner. Although they have only been together for a few days, it has already regarded Yu-Hai, a human, and Yu-Hai's elves as friends. It is also trying to integrate into this big family. It is also the first time for it to make so many friends. Kauji, Gengar saw that Darkrai was so generous, and immediately took out his energy cube and prepared to share it with Darkrai. Yu-Hai saw that Gengar had become proactive, and immediately took out Moo Moo milk and other energy cubes, and reminded Gengar, "Gengui, since everyone is a partner, you should invite everyone to eat together, just use your new form to say hello to everyone." Kauji, Gengar was reminded and immediately swallowed the energy cube and Moo Moo milk on the bed, and went directly through the wall to the living room downstairs to share the food with other elf partners. Watching Gengar pass through the wall and leave, Yu-Hai felt very relieved. His goal was initially achieved. Let Gengar have a bond with other elves, and he has a bond with other elves, which means that he has a bond with Gengar. Darkrai, is there anyone monitoring the villa today? Yu-Hai asked Darkrai to leave the guest room and asked about the alert situation. No, I haven't found anyone yet. If I find someone monitoring, I will hypnotize him. Darkrai followed Yu-Hai and went to the living room downstairs. One person and one elf watched Gengar sharing food with other elves. Yu-Hai raised his hand and patted Darkrai on the shoulder and whispered, "You should go too, get together with everyone, everyone is a good elf." Okay, Darkrai nodded gently and floated towards the elves gathering in the living room. Seeing Darkrai integrate into this big family, he felt that as long as they continued to live together, their bond would be established. There was no need to question this, and it was not difficult to completely subdue this Darkrai. Before, he thought that some mature Darkrai might not be able to integrate into a group of children, but he didn't expect Darkrai to have so much fun. And Gengar, in order to make Gengar obedient and cooperate with Darkrai's actions, it was worth spending some food to correct Gengar's character. If Gengar didn't cooperate at that time, or even sang against Darkrai, then his plan to steal the house might fail. Failure was still a small matter, but he would be in trouble if he was caught. He would not allow this plan to fail, and any factors that led to failure must be eliminated. For the unlimited potential of Gengar, he would not allow the plan to steal the house to fail. Seeing these little guys eating breakfast happily, as the trainer of these little guys, he naturally couldn't be absent, but he didn't eat anything, just opened a bottle of ordinary milk and had breakfast with these elves. Then, he sat on the sofa and took out his little notebook to see how much money he had left. He still hadn't bought the energy cube for Zubat and the electric energy cube for Snail. There were too many mouths to feed and he could barely afford to feed them. First, 50,000 for black market intelligence, 2,000 for 2 booths, 10,000 for the poison team registration fee, 320,000 for Zubat and team uniforms, 100,000 for surgery, 1 million for 2 keystones, and 500,000 for Blastoise's Mega Evolution Stone. There were also 5 poison gems for 2 million and 6 ghost gems for 3 million. Total, 6,982,000, more than 6.9 million. The last balance was 1,520,000, 7,450,000. The remaining balance, 1,988,000, more than 1.9 million. Fortunately, there is still some retirement money left. If the plan to steal the house tonight succeeds, he will not lack money to spend. 331 Chapter 325, You Still Have a Sister. 331. The 19th day of the journey north, cloudy. It was the evening when the sun set again, and he couldn't enjoy it again. This is the bad thing about going to work. He didn't have his own time, and the surplus value he created was gone. He hated going to work. However, he still got up from the sofa, went to the bathroom to wash up, and went to the kitchen to make dinner, ready to eat dinner before going to work. The elves were all training in the yard, but only the conscious elves were training, and the unconscious ones were playing in the yard. He didn't care about that during the day when he was sleeping. He made dinner and called the elves to stop. There might be action tonight. Exhausting too much energy would affect the evening plan. He didn't want to train today, but these guys were too active. After everyone had dinner, he also put on a full-body stab-proof suit, cleaned up everything in the villa, and even cleaned up the sanitation. If the sewer black market was in chaos tonight, he would not come back. 2 space backpacks. The backpack with ore was swallowed by Jengar. He only carried 1 backpack on his back, and the incubator was also in the backpack. Today is the 40th day of the elf egg hatching, and the elf egg still has no signs of hatching. He has no hope for this elf egg, so he puts it in the incubator and is too lazy to look at it. After sweeping the entire villa and not forgetting anything, he let the orb spider jump on his shoulder, put on the ditto mask on his face, sat on the gull and left the villa. If there is an accident tonight, he will not only not come back, but he will also leave Little Orange Island and flee directly from this big island. It will be too late to find him by then. As for the future, let's talk about it later. When he becomes a top trainer, what's the point of finding him or not? When he came to the sewer black market again, it was still the same registration process as yesterday. He and a ping returned to the entrance of yesterday to stand guard. Today was still very quiet, but there were fewer masked people setting up stalls and shopping, and the customer flow was 2/3 less than usual. When they stood guard until 7:30 in the evening, a group of black-clothed people came out of the station of the Poison Team. They were all members of the Poison Team uniforms. The coxcomb-headed strong man in the lead was known to both of them. He was the leader of the Poison Team, Viper. Aha! Viper leader took people to participate in the fight. A ping saw Viper leader coming out of the station and leaving towards the exit of the Black Market Cave. That should be the venue for the fight. The 3 major gangs formed a triangle in the underground cave, and the fighting venue should be in the center of the triangle. Seeing that Viper had already set off, Yu Hai immediately asked Darkrai to follow him and come back to inform him immediately if there was any emergency. That's not what we should participate in. We just need to guard the entrance to the sewer, Yu Hai said on the surface, but he was actually prepared. He was also analyzing, if this fight was a game, then when would the Yanyan team launch a sneak attack? In the underground cave, if the Yanyan team and the Bayo Bayo team wanted to launch a sneak attack and wipe out the opponent once and for all, they would only have to bury them alive and flood them. Burying alive means naturally blocking the cave to create falling rocks and directly crushing everyone to death. Flooding means introducing seawater or sewage to flood the entire mine. Thinking of this, Yu Hai looked around at his post, which was at the entrance and exit of the sewer and the cave. He raised his foot and stepped on the ground twice. This was a concrete floor. When the sewer was built, if the construction party had not cut corners, it would be difficult to dig through here, and there is no soil like the cave to dig a hole. In other words, he is safe and can escape at any time. Once the enemy blocks the cave, they will not chase him out, not to mention that they are just 2 newcomers. There is no need to waste time. In this way, Yu Hai and Ah Ping continued to stand guard until Darkrai came back an hour after Viper led the team away. You guessed right, there was a fight over there. Darkrai came back and hurriedly told Yu Hai what he saw over there. Who hits who? Yu Hai was very curious whether the Rock team and the Violent team secretly joined forces to beat the Violent team. The one wearing blue clothes and the one wearing grey clothes attacked the one wearing black clothes. Darkrai told everything he saw truthfully. Hee, Yu Hai couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Sure enough, the Rock team and the Violent team couldn't help but secretly joined forces to attack the Rocket team. Then, it should start here soon, and both sides must have started together, and the time difference will not be too big. Boom, boom, boom. Feeling the ground shaking, Ping wondered, earthquake? That shouldn't be the case? Why didn't the elves warn me? It's not an earthquake, Yu Hai had just finished thinking. Darkrai had just returned and it hadn't been half a minute when an earthquake occurred. How could it be such a coincidence? It must be that group of thieves who came to steal the house. He hurriedly shouted to Ping, "Follow me." What? Ping was still confused and stood there asking stupidly. Run! Yu Hai turned around and ran into the sewer without looking back. Compared to the fragile cave that could collapse at any time, the reinforced concrete sewer was much stronger. When they ran out of the underground cave, they were standing guard at the entrance of the sewer to the cave. Large chunks of rock slid down and instantly blocked the entrance. This was obviously the work of the rock team. They only needed to dig a hole on the cave and then let the rock Pokémon break the rocks to block all the exits of the cave and catch the poison team in a trap. Hi, just now, Ah Ping panted, shining the flashlight on the hole he had just escaped from. The hole disappeared in just a moment. If Yu Hai hadn't reminded him, he would probably have been buried alive. The rock team's sneak attack is coming. Yu Hai raised his hand and waved the smoke and dust in front of him. The collapse of the falling rocks not only blocked the entrance and exit of the cave, but also made the entire sewer full of dust. You mean, the Viper leader was also attacked? Ah Ping couldn't believe that this duel was actually a trap. He naively thought that the duel was just a duel. What? You feel a sense of belonging after just 2 days. Yu Hai took out the Zubat's poke ball, untied it from Zubat, and threw it directly into the water, letting the poke ball float out of the sewer along the current. At the same time, he took off the drug team uniform he was wearing outside and threw it into the sewage to let the water wash it away. When he was left with only the stab-proof suit, he sniffed the stab-proof suit and found a strange smell. Except for the smell of not washing for several days, the smell of being tracked cannot be smelled. The way to cover up the smell is very simple, that is, to cover the smell on the body with another smell. There is no hurry now. He has strong liquor with him. He can just soak the clothes with alcohol when the time comes. What are you doing? Ah Ping did not feel any sense of belonging to a gang. Yu Hai's behavior of taking off his clothes made him feel very strange. What are you doing? Yu Hai smiled and did not answer. He was ready to start his plan to steal the house. However, before stealing the house, he had to deal with one person. You? How do you know? Ah Ping took 2 steps back subconsciously. The current Ahai frightened him. He was completely different from the gentle and kind man before. Yes, he was a good man. He felt that he was a good man. It was not easy to make a good friend in a place like the black market. Haha, go back to the ground to avoid the limelight. Yu Hai turned around under the illumination of Ah Ping's flashlight and waved to Ah Ping, I won't come back. You should know how to deal with interrogation. Ahai, you, Ah Ping wanted to ask Yu Hai something, but Yu Hai had already walked around the corner and disappeared from his sight. As for chasing him, he didn't dare. Yu Hai was like a stranger now, a familiar stranger. He didn't dare to chase him. He could only turn around and leave the sewer and wait for the chaos to subside before going down to see. Run away? He didn't dare either. Just like Yu Hai said, he still had a sister. In fact, Yu Hai didn't go far. He leaned against the wall at the corner and asked Darkrai, he left? Yes, he turned and left. Darkrai nodded. Gangly, you and Darkrai go inside and take a look. If you see anything valuable, put it in your backpack or put it in your mouth. Yu Hai released Gengar and reminded the 2 Pokémon again, it must be very chaotic inside. Steal what you can steal, and forget about what you can't steal. Your safety is the most important. And Darkrai, you can't be exposed. Even if you have to be exposed, just let Gengar be exposed. Darkrai is different from Gengar. If one is a rare Pokémon, then the other is a rare phantom. Once Darkrai is exposed, he will definitely be pursued by those who are interested. It is only a matter of time before he is found. I understand, Darkrai nodded, indicating that he will be careful. If he can't get something, he will let Gengar take it. Hehe, Gengar also nodded, indicating that he understands. For the sake of delicious food, he will cooperate with Darkrai's actions. Go, I'll wait for you here. Yu-Hai let the two elves sneak into the poison team's base. He leaned against the wall and took a cigarette from the cigarette box, then quietly lit it and took a puff. The middle of the underground cave is the main battlefield. He doesn't maybe he would not go there. The black market managed by the poison team and the poison team's base were also in chaos. As long as Darkrai and Gengar could bring the things out, it would be fine. The only bases left were the rock team and the violent team. The bases of these two gangs should not be so chaotic. If there is any emergency, he can also meet Darkrai and Gengar outside the base. Tap tap tap, tap tap tap. After thinking about where to go to steal the house next, he heard footsteps. It was probably people who wanted to escape and leave the chaotic sewer. He first released the four people, the frog, the crab, the scyther, and the frog, and asked the frog and the crab to hide in the water. The scyther also flew to the opposite side and hid, leaving only the frog by his side just in case. The sewer corridor is very wide, and there is no problem for 2 or 3 people to walk. As long as the other party does not cause trouble, he will naturally not cause trouble, but the other party is looking for death. Get out of the way, get out of the way, don't block the way. I told you to get out of the way, didn't you hear me? Get started. Yu-Hai heard this and was too lazy to pay attention to the guy who came over. He was scolded before he came over, so he was not polite. The moment he shouted to start, the mosquito frog and the giant crab quickly rushed out of the water. The giant crab attacked the lower body of the person who came, and the mosquito frog attacked the upper body of the person who came. There was no need for the bad frog and the flying mantis to take action, and the person who came was solved. Damn, Nidoqueen, 2 consecutive kicks. The person who came saw the mosquito frog and the giant crab suddenly emerging from the water, and immediately released his Nidoqueen to fight back, trying to kick the mosquito frog and the giant crab away. What can a Nidoqueen who is not even a senior level use to fight against the senior mosquito frog and the semi-senior giant crab? After just one encounter, Nidoqueen was smashed against the wall and fainted, and Scythe's sickle was also placed on the neck of the person who came. Yu-Hai asked Scythe to hold back, otherwise Scythe would have cut him with his sickle. The reason why he asked Scythe to hold back was because the person who came shouted Nidoqueen, and he was too familiar with this voice. Captain, the mine was also attacked. Who are you? How do you know that the mine was also attacked? The captain, a strong man in black, was the person in charge of the mine and the examiner who was responsible for the assessment and selecting new people to go to the mine that day. If they hadn't been summoned by Viper, they might have been taken to the mine by this guy. At that time, the higher-ranking official would crush the person to death. Although he wouldn't die, he would definitely have a hard time. Captain, you took care of me during the newcomer assessment, did you forget? Yu-Hai laughed. This guy is really forgetful. He asked me to wait and see, and he also wanted to show me his color, but he forgot about me so quickly. It seems that the impression I left on this person is not deep enough. He actually doesn't care about me, a small character, and still thinks that the newcomer favored by the Viper can't continue to retaliate. If so, wouldn't I owe the Viper a favor? It's you, aren't you in the black market? How come you are here? The black-clothed sturdy man finally came to his senses. He remembered where he heard this voice. It was the troublemaker in the assessment that day. If it weren't for the Viper boss, he would have transferred this newcomer. Why? Remember? Want one? Captain, Yu-Hai took out a cigarette box, lit another cigarette, and asked the other party if he wanted to smoke, but it was a pity that the other party was not in the mood to smoke. Who are you? How can a newcomer have your strength? The black-clothed sturdy man knew that he was doomed and the other party would never let him go, but he wanted to die clearly. It doesn't matter who I am, just like you forgot. Yu Hai certainly couldn't say who he was. What if Lao Lu next door eavesdropped? Haha, the new recruits summoned by the Viper boss will go to the headquarters for training. No matter who you are, as long as you go to the headquarters, you will be exposed. The black-clothed sturdy man suddenly figured out something and laughed. Ha ha ha, come on, give me a quick death. Hi, as you wish. Yu Hai slowly exhaled a puff of white smoke. He didn't know what the other party had misunderstood, and signaled Scythe to take action. Then, Scythe cut off the black-clothed sturdy man's head with a sickle. Orb silk spider, take out everything. Giant claw crab, drag the body into the water. Yu Hai didn't even look at the captain of the rocket team. There was more than one body in the sewage canal tonight. The shark guarding under the drain can have another full meal. Thank you. Mares 0724, 100 book coins. Unable to bark, 500 book coins. Unable to bark, 3000 book coins. Thank you boss for the meal. Story Wu Yu, 100 book coins. Particularly picky bookworm, 100 book coins. A grain of dust QAQ, 500 book coins. My book friend Ming, I can't type it out because it shows traditional Chinese characters here. 100 book coins. Thank you boss for the meal. Thank you, thank you. Chapter 326, Give me some face. Pick up the backpack on the ground. Yu Hai opened it and found that it was full of ore. It should be that the other party took advantage of the chaos in the mine and took the ore dug out of the mine to let Nidoqueen dig a hole and escape from the mine. As for the others, they were probably not so lucky. They were either crushed to death or drowned. Pokémon can't dig holes and can only be buried alive. After he dealt with the burly man in black and confiscated all of his Pokémons, Darkrai and Ghastly also came back. There is still a battle in the cave. The battle was very tragic. Many humans died. We took advantage of the chaos to steal a lot of property in the base. However, the backpack I saw in the Viper tent was gone this time. Even the warehouse was empty. This human should have some preparations. We only took other people's backpacks in the base, and some things that we didn't have time to move away. Later, Gengui took many backpacks from the corpses. Not only us, those humans who dug holes to sneak attack the black market base also robbed things inside. All humans were crazy about robbing. Those who robbed things would let the elves dig holes to escape from the battlefield. Yu Hai took a deep breath. This was the opportunity he was talking about. As long as it was chaotic enough, no one would suspect him, and he could also get away with the chaos. It was simply killing two birds with one stone. The more chaotic, the better. As long as it was chaotic enough, no one would find you stealing things. Anyway, everyone was robbing things, so it was normal to lose something. If you want others to believe that he disappeared in the panic tonight, or even died, that's easy. He has a witness. Ah Ping can prove that he fell into the water and disappeared. It's a perfect plan to steal the house. No one doubted it, and he got what he wanted. His disappearance became natural. The most important thing is that he has a witness to prove his death. Ha 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 ha. Let's go to the violent team. You go first, I'll be there soon. Yu Hai smiled and asked Darkrai to take Gengar first, preparing to go to the violent team's base to pick up some things. By the way, Gengar, eat this. Yu Hai gave the backpack of the black-clothed sturdy man to Gengar before Gengar left, and put it in Gengar's four-dimensional pocket. Hee, Gengar stuck out his tongue. The backpack was not very delicious. It had just swallowed at least 20 or 30 space backpacks. Okay, you bear it. After this job, give it to the oyster trade model. Yu Hai stretched out his hand to comfort Gengar's emotions. The plan to steal the house went so smoothly, thanks to Gengar. We can no longer say that Gengar is useless. This time, Gengar is the biggest contributor to the big gain. If Team Poison originally wanted to take advantage of Team Poison, Team Rocket was prepared, so it is not surprising that they did not get the best things. But Team Violent and Team Rock were fighting at home, and they were besieging Team Poison, so they should not have made any preparations at the base. It is just that I don't know where the small treasury of these two leaders is hidden, so Darkrai and Jengar can slowly find it. I will take Jengar there first. Darkrai nodded, and took Jengar into the shadows and quickly went to the base of Team Violent. Watching Darkrai and Jengar leave, Yu-Hai also used the poke ball to take back Frog, Crab and Scyther, leaving only the strongest Frog, as well as Orb and Ditto by his side, and immediately went to the territory of Team Violent. When he went to the territory of Team Violent, he also saw many masked men coming from the other side. Obviously, they had heard that the three gangs were fighting underground, and they were all running for their lives. Yu-Hai also ran inside with the elves, which attracted many people's attention. However, everyone was running for their lives silently, and no kind-hearted people reminded others. After all, those who came here were not rookies, and they all knew the danger. If he wanted to go in and die, no one would stop him. If he wanted to die, he could go in and die. When he arrived outside the base of the Violent team, Yu-Hai did not enter the cave. Considering the previous experience of the Poison team, he did not go in. If he was trapped inside, it would be difficult to escape. However, it was different from what he guessed. The black market and base managed by the Violent team had already broken out. It should be the Rocket team's counterattack. He did not expect the Rocket team to counterattack. If there was a counterattack here, then the Rocket team in the middle battlefield would definitely not be too disadvantaged, and even have a big advantage. The Rocket team may have drawn experts from the headquarters to use the same tactics against the Rock team and the Violent team, but these were none of his business. He had only one purpose, that was to steal the home, and the chaos was just right for him to steal the home. As long as they don't intervene in the main battlefield and can't hit him, they can fight however they want. Not long after, Darkrai came out with Jengar and reminded Yu-Hai, "It's chaotic inside, too. We took a lot of property in the chaos. This time we were lucky and got the leader's backpack and some backpacks of the members of the Violent team. Let's go." Yu-Hai waved his hand and turned around with Darkrai. He felt that it was enough. People should not be too greedy. If they continue to stay here, the risk of being attacked will increase. Then they came to the base of the Rock team. Darkrai and Jengar had already entered. He stood in the sewer outside the black market and waited quietly. There was no chaos in this base. Logically, the Rocket team's counterattack should be done together. The Violent team was attacked, but the Rock team was not attacked. He felt that something was wrong. Sure enough, as soon as he said something was wrong, something was wrong. Now it's much more normal. Luian, we are old acquaintances. Why don't you surrender to me? As long as you surrender to me and become my subordinate, I will return this newly promoted Radon to you. Bah, Lance, you want me to surrender? No way. Yu-Hai was hiding in the sewer outside the cave, and heard the conversation inside the cave clearly. Luian was the leader of the Rock team. Lance seemed to be one of the 4 generals of the Rocket team. He met him when he was playing games in his previous life. Combined with the fact that the Poison team was disguised by the Rocket team, the reinforcements called must also be from the Rocket team. Then this Lance should be the Lance of the Rocket team. The 4 generals of Team Rocket are all top trainers. Luian will definitely lose against Lance. Even if there is a top-level Radon, it is no match for Lance, not to mention that Radon is entangled by Arbok. In his vision, after Luian refused to surrender, Arbok gradually tightened its body and strangled Radon. Radon, a rock-type Pokémon, instantly broke into countless small rocks and scattered around. Radon was squeezed like this by Arbok. When Luian saw this scene, he hated it so much that his eyes were bloodshot. He hated Team Rocket, he hated Lance, and he wanted Lance to die. He was already furious, but hatred was useless to him now. It couldn't help him defeat Lance, and he couldn't beat Lance now. Luoyan could only let his remaining two Pokemon, Sand Dragon and Swampert, use Earthquake with all their strength. Boom, boom, boom. Luoyan, do you want to die? Lance saw that Luoyan wanted to die together, so he raised his hand and asked his men to withdraw from the mine first. Haha, Lance, Team Rocket, wait and see, I will be back, you will all die. Luoyan let the remaining two Pokemon release Earthquakes, and let Sandfly dig a hole, and Swampert stayed behind and continued to use Earthquakes to block the digging hole. He grabbed the tail of Sandfly and disappeared in the mine. Lance wanted to chase it, but he needed to open a new tunnel, and the other party was digging and using Earthquakes. He was digging a hole behind and could be buried alive by the earthquake at any time. He was too lazy to chase. Anyway, their goal had been achieved, so there was no need to chase a stray dog. As for the other party coming back for revenge? Haha, as a poison-type king, Lance knew better than anyone that it was not so easy to be promoted to a king trainer, otherwise the world would have been full of kings. Otherwise, the opponent wouldn't be so old. Looking at his stubble, he's probably over 30, and only one Radon is a king-level Pokemon. Swampert and Magnesnail, which are close to the king, are not king-level either, not to mention Magnesnail is disabled, and Magneto and Coconut Tree are also disabled. 4 of the 6 main Pokemon were disabled, and the remaining 2 Pokemon were also injured. What can the opponent use for revenge? 40 years old? Or 50 years old? When he's 50 years old, it's hard to say where he is. As a coder of the Rocket team, he often does some missions that are on the edge of life and death. Who would consider such a long-term problem? After Luoyan left his subordinates and fled, Lance also took his subordinates away from the cave to avoid casualties due to the collapse of the cave. In fact, Luoyan didn't accept many. The elite subordinates of the Yanyan team were taken by Luoyan to fight and ambush the Poison team, and they were all wiped out by the Rocket team. These people were either captured or surrendered to the Rocket team. The Rocket team could not leave behind the elite members of the Rock team who would rather die than surrender. In the end, not even one of them escaped. How could the Rocket team's big net let the prey escape? The subordinates who stayed at the Rock team's base were all those who were not valued or had very poor strength. These cannon fodders could be recruited at any time, but they were not as important as Luoyan's own life. Luoyan joined forces with the Violent team this time, and was badly tricked by the Violent team and was also beaten by the Rocket team. Not only was he disabled, but he also became a commander without troops. It would take at least 10 years for Luoyan to develop his power to the current scale again, especially for the Rock team, which was constantly generating income, and the mines here. So many elite subordinates are gone now. On the other side, Yu Hai did not see what happened later. At the moment the earthquake occurred, he ran away with the frog and prepared to return to the ground to wait for Darkrai and Gengar. Darkrai and Gengar can hide in the shadows, and are not afraid of earthquakes and falling rocks at all. When Darkrai and Gengar come out to steal things, they can find him by following his scent. Yu Hai, who returned to the ground, breathed a sigh of relief. He thought he was going to be buried alive. He ran out in one breath and didn't have time to breathe. If he had known, he would not join in the fun. Even a quasi-king strongman like Luoyan could only run away with his tail between his legs. He was really a newborn calf who was not afraid of tigers. Why did he join in the fun? He didn't expect Luoyan to bury him alive with an earthquake. Fortunately, he ran fast and finally let the gull take him out. He didn't know what happened later, and he didn't know whether Luoyan and Lance were buried alive. One is a quasi-king trainer and the other is a king trainer. It shouldn't be so easy to die. As long as the Pokemon can dig holes, they can be dug out from the ground. Burying alive is impossible. Thinking about some random things, Yu Hai came out of the drain. Not long after he breathed a sigh of relief, he met a big man who was fighting near the drain at the seaside. Give me some face, this fight ends here, the underground of Big City will belong to Team Rocket from now on, if you dare to reach out to the black ship on the sea, I'll chop off one hand if you reach out. Ha ha ha, the captain is straightforward, I'll tell boss Sakeke, goodbye. Wait, release my people, and their Pokemon. No problem, you can send someone down to take them, we won't stop you. One of the two people who spoke was the captain of the black ship, who came to rescue his subordinate, Storm, the leader of the Storm team. The other person was naturally a member of the Rocket team, who chased Storm here and was stopped by the captain of the black ship. Anyway, the captain of the black ship is a top trainer, and the Rocket team member can't continue to chase him. The reason is simple, he uses electric Pokemon, which is more restrained against Storm, but he is not a top trainer, so he will be at a disadvantage against the captain of the black ship. When the time comes, but if he is caught, Lance will have to clean up the mess, so he might as well not fight. Since the boss of Storm has personally taken action to protect his subordinates, he still has to give this face. Just report to Lance directly later. It's not that he doesn't want to chase and kill, but he can't beat them. This can't be blamed on him. After the Rocket team Cotters retreated, Storm, the leader of the Storm team, also breathed a sigh of relief. If it weren't for the captain's action, he would have almost died here tonight. Give up the underground market, you and the second mate go together to pick up the elites, and don't conflict with the Rocket team. Captain, is it just like that? Storm was still a little unwilling. He had managed the basic plate with great difficulty, so he just gave it up. Are you teaching me how to do things? The captain glanced at Storm lightly. Is this kid too strong and wants to fly solo? He actually dared to contradict him. I dare not, Storm lowered his head. He was just unwilling and didn't want to contradict the captain. He was a trainer brought up by the captain. How could he go against the captain's will? I wanted you to go sailing, but now it seems unnecessary, the captain said, got on his Pidgeot, and returned to the black ship on the sea. Okay, third brother, the captain is doing this for your own good. He wants to hone your character. Come back to the black ship to be the third mate. The eldest brother, first mate, will be promoted to a top trainer soon. He will go out to sail. I will be the first mate and you will be the second mate. Take your time, don't rush. I know, second brother, Baofeng sighed, and finally accepted the arrangement of giving up. He was ready to go to the sewer with the second brother to pick up his captured subordinates. This second brother is not his real brother, but a sworn brother. They also have a big brother. When he is promoted to the second mate, the black ship will select the third mate from the senior trainers. They will be sworn brothers again, and the third mate will be called the fourth brother. This is how they maintain the black ship. Chapter 327, Lao Lu. Let's go, come with me to pick up your subordinates. The second mate patted Baofeng's shoulder and prepared to go to the sewer cave with Baofeng. Second brother, there is a rat eavesdropping. Baofeng was about to follow him, but suddenly stopped and looked at the back alley, where someone was eavesdropping. It's just a rat, probably a gangster who escaped from below, don't worry about it. The second mate didn't care about Yu Hai who was peeping. Even if he heard their conversation, what would happen? The strength on the surface is there, and the other party dare not tell it out. Even if they tell it out, it will not affect them at all. There is no need to deal with the eavesdropping rat, but a waste of time. What's more, they have nothing to do with Team Rocket, but are still hostile. The underground land is not so easy to take, and the captain will let the alliance find trouble with Team Rocket. Second brother, I'm still a little unwilling. Baofeng was comforted by the second mate, and then he put his mind on Team Rocket and no longer paid attention to the peeping rat. Hehe, there is no way to be unwilling. The captain has to give in to the Rocket team. Otherwise, why do you think he didn't leave that person behind? Why? Baofeng didn't understand. In his opinion, the captain was the strongest trainer in the Orange Islands. The chief trainer, Yuji, was nothing. How could he be as powerful as his own captain? You haven't seen Sakeke take action, and you don't know the strength of the Rocket team. Our captain is a top trainer. Sakeke, the leader of the Rocket team, can be compared with the champion. We are not even a top trainer. This is the gap. Ah, Baofeng heard this explanation and sighed helplessly. If he was a top trainer, he wouldn't be so embarrassed. As the two walked away, Yu Hai, who was hiding in the alley, dared to show his head and breathe. He almost died just now. This time, he was really just a little bit away. If those two people didn't look down on him and disdain to take action against him, he would have to die here, and his time travel career would have stopped here. Just now was the most dangerous time since his debut. The whispers of big people really can't be eavesdropped. While he was relieved, he also heard a key piece of information. This time, the black market in the sewer was in chaos. Luo Yan was used as a knife by the black ship and became the biggest loser and the only loser behind this game. Behind Baofeng was the black ship, and behind Viper was the rocket team. Only Luo Yan had no backing. He was chased by the rocket team and fled in a panic. He suffered heavy losses, lost his territory, and lost his subordinates. He would not have a good end in the hands of the rocket team. Leaning against the wall and lighting a cigarette, Yu Hai found that he was just a spectator, a small character who took the opportunity to pick up leaks on the edge of the battlefield. In the game of the big guys, he couldn't get on the table, and it was useless to think more. Instead, he almost lost his life. He smoked and waited here silently until Darkrai and Jengar came back. He immediately used the Pokeball to take back Jengar and Darkrai. Then he took the Big Mouth Gull overnight and left Big City and came to the big city on the other side of Little Orange Island, Yangbella City, which was the city where Kona had a villa. He came here and found a black hotel. He opened a room without using his ID card and spent 20,000 alliance coins. After opening the room, he took off all his clothes, put them in a basin and soaked them with alcohol, and then took a comfortable hot bath in the bathroom. It was just past 11 o'clock in the evening when he came out of the bath. He had just experienced so many ups and downs, and only 4 hours had passed. He couldn't sleep yet. He couldn't sleep. The experience of the last 2 hours tonight was too exciting. He needed time to relax. It was just right to wash his clothes, dry them and put them in his backpack. After coming out of the bathroom, he put on another set of stab-proof suit again. This set of stab-proof suit did not have any smell. It was all his smell, so it would not be tracked. Then he asked Jengar to spit out all the stolen Pokeballs. He wanted these Pokemons from the battlefield to be useful. Finally, among the hundreds of Pokeballs, he picked out the Pokemons with good potential. All the strange Pokeballs contained Pokemons. He also released all of them, knocked out all the Pokeballs, replaced them, and put them in an unwanted backpack. Then he took out the electronic equipment from all the backpacks, and put them all in an unwanted backpack with the Pokeballs with problems. When he left the hotel later, he would throw them all into the desert. He flew from Big City and needed to pass through a large desert. He let the wind and sand bury these things. It didn't matter if they were picked up. He wouldn't know where they were by then. After sorting out the problematic things, even Ditto and Orb Spinner had eliminated their smells. He put on his backpack again and returned to Big City with Ditto and Orb Spinner. He returned to Big City because he was still not very confident about the witness, a ping, and needed to add an extra layer of insurance. When he returned to Big City Port, the turmoil in the sewer black market had subsided. He did not go to the sewer black market, but came to the port bar and found a ping hiding in the bar. Probably because he was afraid of being affected by the chaos, a ping had been hiding in a crowded bar since he left the sewer. He rented a house nearby, and it was also close to his work before. Yu Hai came to the bar and found a ping directly, and called a ping to the back alley of the bar. A hi. A ping didn't understand. Didn't a hi not come back? Why did he come to him again? Next, Yu Hai threw a Pokeball over, and the Pokemon inside was a Mirik, with a potential of 45, which was a pretty good electric Pokemon. Mirik. A ping looked at the Pokemon in the Pokeball and asked Yu Hai back. Send this Pokemon to your sister to play with. It's not bad. Yu Hai took out a cigarette, lit it slowly, and said calmly to threaten the other party's sister. I don't need it. Ah Ping was angry. This bastard came back and threatened him again. He had promised him to keep a secret for saving him, but he threatened him again. It was really too much. Don't be nervous. The talents of these two Pokemon are not bad. Yu Hai threw 2 Pokeballs over as a reward for keeping the secret. Magikarp? Delubi. Ah Ping saw the 2 Pokemon in the Pokeball and turned from angry to confused. He really couldn't understand this person's brain circuit. How could he send things to others when threatening others? They are all the Pokemon cubs in Baofeng's hands. You should understand what I mean. Yu Hai exhaled white smoke lightly and glanced at Ah Ping, who was swallowing his saliva. Magikarp has a potential of 56, not the cub of that Gyarados. There are many Magikarp in the Bao team, and they are probably all Pokemon given to newcomers. However, this Magikarp is also better than the stupid thing he caught on the deserted island. It has 2 more potential points at 54, but he still doesn't like it. He will not be satisfied until he captures one with 59 potential. Delby should be the cub of Houndoom in Baofeng's hand. After all, Delby's potential is not bad. With a potential of 51, it will be easy to break through to the king level if he is cultivated. He has Darkrai, a Dark-type Pokemon, so he doesn't need other Dark-type Pokemon. One Dark-type Darkrai is enough. It doesn't matter if Delby is given to others. I don't understand. Why give it to me? Ah Ping really doesn't understand. After hearing that it is the cub of the Pokemon in Baofeng's hand, he guessed that Yu Hai went to rob the gang's station. It seems that the harvest is not small. After all, the cub of the leader Pokemon is given away. The cubs of the leader Pokemon are all talented. They are all excellent Pokemons, and their value is at least several million. He doesn't understand why Yu Hai gave him these 2 Pokemons. They are just strangers who have just known each other for 2 days. Just consider it as a reward for keeping the secret. Yu Hai stamped out his cigarette butt and turned to leave the back alley of the bar. He still had to rush to catch a boat and leave big city tomorrow. Leave Little Orange Island, leave this place of trouble. Ah Ping felt that this reward was too much. He just lied to the poison team and said that Yu Hai's death was an accident caused by the chaos in the underground, and gave him 3 elves with good talents, 2 of which were the cubs of the leader elves. It was really too expensive. Ah Ping, the poison team is the rocket team. Yu Hai decided to remind the other party before leaving, so that the other party would not be unprepared. Thank you. Ah Ping knew that Yu Hai told him these just to remind him to be careful, and he accepted such a valuable elf. He really owed him a big favor this time. By the way, your sister is so cute. Yu Hai teased the other party before disappearing in the corner of the alley, and left with a big laugh, thinking that he was really a sister control. Haha. Before leaving, you still remember to ask your sister to remind me to keep it a secret for you. You are such a strange guy. Ah Ping put down the 3 Pokeballs, took out a cigarette box from his pocket, lit a cigarette for himself and started smoking. He will give Meili to his sister tomorrow. Meili is a furry electric Pokemon. Kumara-chan should like it very much. She will be happy to finally have a Pokemon of her own. After smoking a cigarette, Ah Ping watched the cigarette butt slowly go out. He found that cigarettes were not that bad. He smoked 2 cigarettes when he was depressed, and his mood was almost better. The cigarette butt went out, and he left the alley behind the bar and returned to his rental house. Next, he needs to face Team Rocket alone. Escape is impossible. He has a sister. Team Rocket will definitely use his sister to threaten him. Only by joining Team Rocket can Xiao Mao be safe. In order to ensure that his sister has a happy and safe childhood, and for Team Rocket not to touch his sister, he must join Team Rocket, and he can't even betray Team Rocket unless he can ensure the safety of his sister. Alas, it is really a big pit. No wonder Ah Hai wants to get out. He probably saw this a long time ago, but he still can't tell the difference. After saying goodbye to Ah Ping, Yu Hai went directly to the port ticket office and prepared to use his ID card to buy a ticket to. There was no other way, so he found a scalper nearby and bought a first-class ticket at a high price. He spent 50,000 alliance coins and boarded the ship smoothly. Sometimes he wondered if the lack of tickets was an excuse. He could get kickbacks by giving the tickets to scalpers. There were scalpers everywhere. This was the unspoken rule. He had no intention of challenging the unspoken rule, as it would cut off some people's financial resources. He was not qualified to get involved now, so he could only accept this unspoken rule silently. After getting on board and lying down in the room, he felt that he could finally have a good rest. No one could find him here, and no one could disturb him. He boarded the ship with his real identity. If the rocket's undercover could find the fake identity, how could they find the real identity? There was nothing wrong with his real identity. He did not lie in the first place, and he still had Ah Ping as a witness. He wanted to see how the rockets would hunt him down. This is the benefit of having a real identity. He can walk in the sun. If Team Rocket dares to come to him, he dares to shout, "Come on!" Who is afraid of whom? Let's hurt each other. Lying down on the soft white bed, he released the orb spider and dark ray to be on guard, and fell into a deep sleep. Counting the harvest this time, he will talk about it when he wakes up tomorrow. He was exhausted from running around tonight and was too sleepy to get up. Just like that, he fell into a deep sleep. In the middle of the night, the orb spider suddenly woke him up. Eee! The orb spider lay on Yu Hai's face, tapping Yu Hai's forehead gently with its forelimbs, waking up the sleeping Yu Hai. "Huh? What's wrong?" "Orb spider," Yu Hai turned on the bedside lamp, still wondering why the orb spider disturbed his sleep. He just got up and Dark Ray gave him a big surprise. "We caught a thief. He came in from outside at night and tried to open the window to come in. I hypnotized him." Dark Ray told Yu Hai that they caught a thief who stole things. Good guy, Yu Hai was speechless. He had just stolen things from the 3 major gangs, and someone came to steal from him. This calculation was well made. Let him see who is ignorant of life and death and dares to steal his things. Orb silk spider, spin silk to tie people up. Dark Ray, get people in, I want to see who dares to steal things on the ship. After the orb silk spider tied the man up and took out the poke ball from his body, Yu Hai locked all the poke balls. This man only has 2 Pokemon, a Swampert and a Desert Dragon. A trainer with a starter Pokemon and a Dragon Pokemon doesn't look like a thief at all. Moreover, this man is soaked all over, with a face full of stubble, and looks quite old. When Dark Ray brought the man in, he found that the man had only a backpack, 2 Pokemons, and nothing else. There should be a lot of good things in the backpack, but he was more curious about who this man was. This man looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Yu Hai thought about it and finally remembered who he was. He looked a bit like Luo Yan, whom he had seen at the Yan Yan Team Black Market tonight. He only took a look outside, and the clothes that man and this man wore were very similar. Anyway, Luo Yan was the leader of the 3 major gangs. How could he be so miserable? Even if he was buried alive by the earthquake, he still had 2 Pokemons in his hands, so he wouldn't be so miserable. How could a Quasi King trainer run to the passenger ship and climb into his first-class cabin? He chose his sea view room instead of choosing from so many rooms. It was really strange. Chapter 328, Breaking Through the Psychological Defense Line. Dark Ray, pull him into the dream, I want to talk to him. Yu Hai asked the round silk spider to tie him up, including blocking his mouth, and he lay back on the big bed, ready to meet him in the nightmare world. When he fell asleep, he woke up in the nightmare world. In fact, he had also slept in the nightmare world before, but he was too lazy to move and the elves were also there. However, if he wanted to talk to him, the elves didn't need to appear, and all moved to another dream. He was going to meet Luo Yan in this separate dream, which was the living room of the villa before. As soon as he woke up, Luo Yan, who was lying on the carpet, also woke up. He noticed Yu Hai, who was pouring wine at the first time. Yu Hai's face was blurred and Luo Yan couldn't see it clearly. This was specially done by Yu Hai and Dark Ray. Who are you? Where is this place? Where is my Pokemon? After Luo Yan woke up, he immediately reached for the Pokeball on his waist. He found that his Pokeball was gone, so he pulled out a dagger hidden in his waist. Luo Yan, right? Sit down and talk. Yu Hai was quite curious about how this guy escaped. When the earthquake occurred, he fled to the ground and didn't see what happened afterwards. Stop playing tricks. Luo Yan saw that Yu Hai was defenseless and there were no elves around, so he stepped forward quickly and wanted to take Yu Hai hostage. But this is a special dream, which Yu Hai specially asked Dark Ray to create. They have no entity, only the furniture and sofa have entity, and Luo Yan can't catch him. How could it be? Luo Yan stretched out his hand to grab Yu Hai, and his palm went directly through Yu Hai's neck and touched the sofa behind Yu Hai. Luo Yan, who didn't believe in evil, grabbed Yu Hai again, and even swung a knife at Yu Hai, but it all came to nothing. Luo Yan, who didn't give up, still didn't stop. Don't waste your energy, sit down and talk. How did you survive from Lance's hands, and how did you get to my room? Yu Hai saw that Luo Yan was still trying to attack him. It seems that this man won't cry until he sees the coffin. It was not until Luo Yan was tired and sure that he could not hit Yu Hai that he stopped the awkward action of random attack and sat on the single sofa opposite Yu Hai. What do you want to know? You have to let me know something. For example, lime prying. After Luo Yan calmed down, he found that the other party did not kill him immediately, and there must be room for maneuver. He knew nothing about this mysterious man. He could get the other party to talk through chatting and figure out his current situation. It was not impossible to talk to this mysterious man. I am just a small character. A big man like you will never pay attention to me. Yu Hai shook his head gently. Even if he revealed his true identity, the other party would not believe it. It didn't matter whether he said it or not. Small character? Big man? Ha ha ha, Luo Yan laughed. The small character had met him. Luo Yan met Lance and met that battle. How did he know that he survived that battle? And the big man, what kind of big man is he? He is just a dog that lost his home. Since he was a lost dog, he was worthless. He was brought here by this mysterious man. He felt that he had nothing to lose. It was okay to talk to him about some unimportant things. I let the elves dig a hole to escape. I hid in the water for a long time before. After I got ashore, I bought a ticket from a ticket scalper. I planned to board this passenger ship secretly and leave big city to avoid the limelight. Damn scalper, I also bought the ticket from the ticket scalper. The ticket was sold twice. Yu Hai finally knew how such a coincidence could happen. It turned out that they all bought tickets from the same scalper. The scalper was not only a second-hand dealer, but also sold the ticket twice. Ha ha ha, so that's the case. No wonder Luo Yan couldn't continue talking. He remembered. He fainted just after getting on the boat, which means he was still on the boat, but this place didn't look like a guest room on the boat at all. Instead, it looked like the living room of his villa in big city. Luoyan, don't think about it. This is a dream. You and I have no conflict of interest. I will let you go after dawn. I just want to talk to you. Now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, you can go anywhere you want. Yu Hai saw Luoyan looking around, so he told him about the weirdness here. Even if he didn't say it, the other party would know it when he woke up tomorrow, and the result would be the same. As for killing people? Haha, his purpose from beginning to end was money and property, not life at all. He is not a murderer, why should he kill people? No one is a born murderer. Killing is just a means, not an end. The chaos caused by Luoyan and others just helped him a lot. He didn't have to provoke conflicts among the gangs, and he could get the good things he wanted, and he didn't have to do it himself. Why not? The plan to steal the house was so smooth and he could get so many things. He had to thank the other party for the chaos he provoked. It was kind to leave the other party alive. As for the other party's property, he accepted it without hesitation, and could spare the other party's life. Luo Yan without the elf was just an ordinary person. It would take many years for Luo Yan to develop again. At that time, he was not afraid of any challenge. Even if the other party attacked him by surprise, he might not get any benefit. Dream? Can dreams be so real? Luo Yan didn't believe any nonsense Yu Hai said. He didn't believe anyone now. He only believed in himself and his elves. Would you like to have a drink? It's non-toxic. Yu Hai didn't care whether the other party believed it or not. He just snapped his fingers and a glass of fruit wine was filled on the table for the two of them. He took a sip of the black fruit wine and felt a little bitter, but it wasn't that he couldn't drink it. Who said this was a nightmare world? Seeing that Luo Yan didn't drink, he talked about what happened tonight. Seeing that you are so miserable, I'll tell you a piece of news for free. You are the only loser in this chaos of the underground black market. Behind the Viper is Team Rocket. You already know this, otherwise it wouldn't be so miserable. Let's talk about Baofeng. I met Baofeng at the port. Behind Baofeng is the black ship. I saw the captain of the black ship personally rescued Baofeng and reached a verbal agreement with Team Rocket. In the future, the black ship will withdraw from the underground of Big City and give all the underground markets to Team Rocket, in exchange for the survival of Baofeng's captured subordinates. Impossible, absolutely impossible, that guy clearly promised me. Luo Yan heard the news, like a bolt from the blue, sitting stiffly on the sofa, his eyes empty, repeating impossible. The whole person fell into a state of loss, as if he had lost his soul. Luo Yan, you should be used as a gun. Yu Hai didn't know what kind of cooperation Luo Yan had reached with Baofeng, but this cooperation, the cooperation is just like this defeat, completely nullified. Only with victory can the cooperation between the two sides continue. Now Luo Yan is defeated and can't protect himself. He has lost all his territory and subordinates. What can he use to make others fulfill their promises? If he goes back and makes a fuss now, he might be arrested and sent to the rocket team as a favor. Impossible, Luo Yan screamed loudly. He didn't believe that the man would betray him. They had clearly agreed that if they drove away the rocket team, the territory would be divided equally, and he could also marry the girl he liked. Yes, it was after driving away the rocket team, but they didn't drive away the rocket team. Luo Yan sighed secretly. He knew that he was completely defeated. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something and asked, "Where are my subordinates? Were they also captured by Team Rocket? Are they still alive?" "Haha, Luo Yan, even you escaped, how do you think those people will be better? Either they died, or they were injured and captured, or they joined Team Rocket. They only have these few options. Impossible, they are loyal to me, they can't betray me and join Team Rocket, impossible." Luo Yan was hit by Yu Hai and became hysterical. He didn't believe that his allies would betray him, and he didn't believe that his subordinates would betray him. Some of them were orphans he raised. "Luo Yan, this is the truth. If you want to deceive yourself, who can you blame?" At that time, I saw that the captain of the black ship only saved Storm and had no intention of taking action. This shows that the captain of the black ship was also afraid of the rocket team and did not dare to conflict with the rocket team. I really don't know what you are thinking. You actually believed the promise of the captain of the black ship. Who are you to him? Or are you too confident in your own strength? Do you think you can control everything just because of a king-level Radon? It's not unfair for you to end up like this. Even if Storm loses, he can still go back to the black ship to make a living, or go to the sea to sail. And what about you? You lose everything and become the only loser. Besides being used as a gun, you are now abandoned. No one cares about your life or death. If your subordinates would rather die than surrender, what do you think will happen to them if they fall into the hands of the rockets? It's still death in the end. The rockets are not doing charity. Do you want the rockets to educate your subordinates? The rockets don't have the time. It's better to train new people. Yu Hai really won't kill people, but he will kill their hearts. Just like he said before, it's better not to waste before the king. Under the soft light, he looked at the black fruit wine in his hand, which was as deep as ink, reflecting his blurred face in contemplation. He spoke softly, and a long sigh quietly echoed in the quiet space. Before becoming a top trainer, there are always some people who are too ambitious and arrogant to think they can control everything after they have just gained a little strength. They have never considered that in the process of reaching the top, every step that deviates from the route may become the last step before reaching the top, and this step is the only step to lose everything. He said this to Luoyin. As a quasi-top trainer, Luoyin has a top-level Radon, which has touched the threshold of a top trainer. Now, he has joined forces with the violent team to lure the snake out of its hole, and he has nothing left. The only remaining backpack and 2 Pokémon will be taken away by him. If he uses the word miserable to describe Luoyin now, he feels that he is sympathizing with the word miserable, because this word carries too many stories that should not be carried. Just one word miserable is definitely not enough. If you want to describe Luoyin now, at least the whole room and 6 walls should be engraved with the word miserable to describe how miserable this unlucky guy is. You're right. Before you really reach the top, if you take a wrong step, you will fall into the abyss. Luoyin sighed, his eyes full of loneliness and self-blame. It was with this sigh that he finally figured it out and let go of everything he had insisted on in the past. It was he who trusted the captain of the black ship, it was he who was arrogant, it was he who ruined the future of all his brothers. How he hoped at this moment that this cup of black wine was poisoned. He really wanted to die. He was ashamed to face the brothers who fought with him. It's so bitter. What kind of wine is this? How can it be so bitter? Luoyin suddenly drank a big mouthful of bitter wine. It felt like swallowing a whole bunch of grass. The mouth was filled with strong bitterness. Yu Hai looked at Luoyin's expression and laughed in his heart. He was also bitter when he first drank it, but he could bear it and didn't shout. He still kept calm on his face. Gently shaking the wine glass in his hand, he said lightly, "Life is bitter, this is just a cup of bitter wine, swallow it with patience, it won't be so bitter after all. If you want to pretend to be cool, you can't let down the chain on such a small matter as drinking bitter wine, otherwise all the previous preparations will be in vain." "Ha ha ha, bitter wine, can I have a cup of poisoned wine?" Luoyin laughed first, then smiled bitterly, and chose to accept his fate. Not wanting to struggle living is painful all the time. When he had no strength, he was bullied by gangsters. When he had some strength, he became a quasi-king trainer, and was bullied by the family of the girl he liked. Now he is betrayed by his allies. Looking back now, he has never been happy, and he has never lived for himself. When he had no strength, he lived for strength. When he had some strength, he wanted to find the girl he liked, but he was still kicked out. The girl's family didn't like him at all. He always wanted to prove himself, but what he got in return was still cold words. This time, the alliance with the Baobao team to drive away the rocket team was also led by Bao Feng. Bao Feng first formed an alliance with the Duda team, and then came to him to form an alliance secretly, preparing to drive away the rocket team so that they could divide the entire underground world equally. At first he didn't want to agree, but Bao Feng told him. First, the Duda team was the rocket team, and he also knew the rocket team's ambition. Second, plus the fact that the underground world was divided equally, he was tempted. Third, Bao Feng could persuade the captain of the black ship to help him marry the girl he liked. It was because of this last condition that he agreed to cooperate with Bao Feng. He got the affirmation of the captain of the black ship on the phone on the spot, and he decided to cooperate with Bao Feng. There was no other way. His strength as a quasi-king could not shake the girl's family. He could only ask the captain of the black ship near the sea to come forward. He had never found an opportunity before, and Baofeng came to him himself, so he agreed to cooperate. The result everyone knows it. Team Rocket was not driven away, and the original territory and subordinates were gone, not to mention the division of the underground world. Even the girl he liked, he could only take a last look from afar. That look was a beautiful dream. Now he woke up from the dream. He was ready to leave big city and came to this ship. He was brought here before entering the room and met this mysterious man who could make a cup of bitter wine with a wave of his hand. Novels should be logical. For example, Luoyan would sneak in if they had the same ticket. Spy Mantis was attracted by the fire and liked to challenge the trainer who stayed in the forest. Snail can't evolve, the little brat doesn't understand. It's just that reality doesn't follow logic. In fact, it's not that reality doesn't follow logic, but that ordinary people can't see this logic. They just need to think about who benefits from it. Even if they are not direct participants, they are indirect beneficiaries. The logic of interests will not change. Chapter 329, Sending Things. The bitter wine was not made by Yu Hai, but by Darkrai. He doesn't have such great ability to create things out of thin air. Besides, he also guessed wrongly about the process of the three major gangs' intrigues and deceptions. Who knew that there were so many twists and turns in it? The reason for this chaos in the black market was actually caused by a dog who couldn't get what he wanted. If he knew that this guy was a dog, he would have fought with him a long time ago. Why bother talking to this guy? What he hated most in his past and present life was dog licking. Things are not absolute. Unless it is a divine beast, he will never lick it. If the potential is high, it is not impossible. If the potential is too low, forget it. There is no poisonous wine. This is a dream. There is only bitter wine. You don't believe it yourself. Who can you blame? Yu Hai spread his hands helplessly and took another sip of the bitter wine in the cup. Although this bitter wine makes people frown, it leaves a different aftertaste on the tip of the tongue, just like the struggle and hardship of real life, and also like Luoyan's rough and tortuous first half of his life. Ha ha ha, there is no poisoned wine, no poisoned wine, it's up to you, it's up to you. Luoyan collapsed on the sofa, forcing a bitter smile on his face, crystal tears quietly sliding down the corners of his eyes, and his laughter revealed the bitterness and fatigue that could not be concealed. It was really too difficult for him. At this moment, he only wished to sleep forever in this dream, so that his tired mind could get a moment of peace and relief. What? Want to die? If you want to, I'll take it. Yu Hai saw that Luoyan seemed to be played badly. Could it be that his pua has improved again? Looking at the man in his 30s in front of him, he could actually be played to the brink of collapse by reality. Yu Hai couldn't help but sigh inwardly that the psychological defenses of adults are very fragile at certain moments, and collapse is often only in an instant. This instant collapse under the pressure of life made him deeply feel that things are impermanent. On the other hand, Xiao Ying's child, that tenacious spirit is really admirable. Like a spring that can never be broken, he did not retreat in the face of difficulties, but became more and more courageous, which surprised him. If it were him, he would have laid down long ago. There was no way to pua him. Take it if you want it, I don't want it, it's up to you. Luoyan waved his hand and poured all the bitter wine into his mouth. Without poisonous wine, he would kill himself with bitterness. Darkrai saw that the wine glass was empty and filled it up again. After drinking 4 or 5 glasses, Luoyan couldn't stand the bitterness and vomited it out with a wow. Ha ha ha, nothing else, enough bitter wine, drink as much as you want. Yu Hai saw Luoyan vomiting, and couldn't help laughing. Who drinks bitter wine like this? Bitter wine is just the seasoning of life. Okay, you've reached the level of a quasi-king trainer, but you've never thought about revenge. Revenge? Haha, who should I seek revenge on? Black Ship? Storm? Or Team Rocket? Lance? Who do you think I can beat now? Luoyan smiled bitterly, not minding that he was seen by Yu Hai, nor did he mind being laughed at by Yu Hai. He continued, In the previous battle, 4 companions have been killed, including Magneto, Lava Snail, and Coconut Tree. Even Radon, who has been with me since childhood, is gone. There is only a rock core left. Desert Dragonfly is also slightly injured. Swampert stayed behind to cover the retreat and was seriously injured. What can I use for revenge? Haha, revenge. Rock core? Can this thing revive Radon? Yu-Hai was also very curious. He saw it with his own eyes when Radon was squeezed and exploded. He didn't expect that the other party would take the rock core in such a chaotic situation. That is the energy storage core of the rock-type elves. It has no memory of Longlongian at all. It is just a dead thing, Luoyan sighed. He felt sorry for Longlongian. If he had chosen to surrender, Longlongian would not have died. That is to say, it's impossible to revive it, Yu-Hai thought for a moment and suggested, then you can capture a small Guaidud, let it swallow the core of Radon, and inherit Radon's will, right? Luoyan smiled bitterly and shook his head, without answering. That won't work either, so did you go to the hospital to treat your Pokemon? Yu-Hai didn't know what to say, he could only sigh that this unlucky guy was really miserable. I went, the doctor said that the desert dragonfly was fine, but it's hard to say whether Swampert can survive tonight, Luoyan sighed. Swampert was injured because he stayed behind to cover the retreat. Lance did not chase him, but he attacked Swampert. Yu-Hai was silent, and he understood that if it weren't for his straightforward and sharp words, Luoyan might still be able to grit his teeth and hold on. After being scolded by him, Luoyan broke his defense and completely recognized the reality. Luoyan was not unwilling to let Guaidud swallow the Radon core, but he didn't want to do so after being Pua by himself. He completely gave up and lay down to seek death. To put it simply, he lost the motivation to move forward, even including the determination to revenge. Good family man, he talked too much, he made people useless. No way, it's not his fault. After thinking about it, let's not talk about the enemy rocket team, even Lance is a top trainer, it's hard to succeed in revenge. Even if we have to settle for the second best, it's hard to succeed in revenge with just a black ship. The captain is a top trainer, the first, second and third mates are all quasi-top trainers, and there are a lot of senior trainers under him. Who wouldn't be scared when seeing this lineup, not to mention a commander without troops, a completely down-and-out quasi-top trainer, Luoyan. Now Luoyan has lost the strength of a quasi-top. In that battle, he lost 4 Pokemon, and another one was seriously injured, leaving only a desert dragonfly. Luoyan's trainer level has also dropped to the senior level. It is estimated that even the current he couldn't beat him. Seeing this guy's decadent look, Yu-Hai felt a little upset. He couldn't even be happy while chatting. The main reason was that this guy was too miserable to look at. Thinking about it afterwards, he wanted to see if he could help this person and pull him up. You are already in your 30s, why are you so fussy? I just want to ask you one question, do you want revenge? Hurry up. Before answering your question, I want to correct your question. I am only 25, but I haven't shaved my beard, so I look a little old. Luoyan touched the stubble on his chin. Why did the other party always say that he was in his 30s? Didn't he have any face? He was obviously a young man in his 20s, but he didn't shave his beard. As long as he shaved his beard, he wouldn't be old at all, okay? He continued, also, I want revenge very much, revenge on Lance, revenge on the black ship. Luoyan has figured it out. He really wants to seek revenge on the black ship. The captain of the black ship himself did not dare to provoke the rocket team, but he was persuaded by the other party's 2 conditions to go to the rocket team. He can only swallow this bitter fruit by himself. He slapped himself hard and finally woke up. But he must ask for an explanation for being used as a knife by the captain of the black ship. If there is a chance, he will go to the black ship. But the problem now is, how can I take revenge? I have lost my territory, my subordinates, and my elves. With my current strength, I guess I can't even beat Baofeng's subordinates. What can I do to take revenge if the elves are gone? Can I subdue them again? Why do you need subordinates for revenge? If you have the strength of a top trainer, wouldn't it be more satisfying to take revenge yourself? Why do you need subordinates? Yu Hai doesn't like weak subordinates. A group of cannon fodder with not so strong strength, what's the use except to cause trouble for himself? It's a waste of time to clean up these people's mess. If this subordinate is very strong, it's another story. Just like the captain of the black ship saved Baofeng, a quasi-top thug is still worth a shot. Top trainer, it's not that simple. I chose the path of rock-type Pokemon because rock-type Pokemon can become stronger by eating ore. The more they eat, the stronger they are. There is no need to look at any talent. They just need to eat ore. To cultivate Pokemon like this, a lot of ore resources are needed. That's why I established the Rock Team Underground to help me collect ore resources for cultivating Pokemon. Now the Rock Team is gone, the black market is gone, the subordinates are gone, and the mine is gone. What can I use to cultivate Pokemon? Without ores, it is impossible to cultivate Rock-type, Ground-type, and Steel-type Pokemon. That Radon has been with me since it was a child. I cultivated it for 12 years to get to where it is today and promoted it to the King of Heaven. Now I have to start all over again and spend another 12 years, 12 years. Can't you choose a Pokemon with good talents to cultivate? Yu Hai feels that it is not difficult to find a Pokemon with good talent. For the locals in the Pokemon world, especially the boy in shorts and the bug catcher, the Pokemon talent is the most troublesome problem for them. Otherwise a Pokemon egg of Lucario, the King of Kings, would not be sold for 300 million. What he thinks is simple is a sky-high price for Luo Yan. He just gave away 2 Pokemon that can break through the potential of the King. Magikarp with potential 56, Delubay with potential 51, and Bellsprout with potential 51, and a mud. Fuck. Yu Hai suddenly realized that Ping had unknowingly stepped half a step into the threshold of the King Trainer. As long as he does not die in the future and grows up smoothly, Ping will be a King Trainer. Why does he feel that he accidentally gave Team Rocket a talent, and it was a talent with the potential of the King? In the end, it turned out that Team Rocket owed him a big favor. Should Sakeka thank him for his unintentional act? Good talent Pokemon? How can it be that easy to get? I have a Boscodora Pokemon egg in my backpack. That Pokemon egg cost 20 million. Both parents are quasi-kings. If one of the parents is a king, it would cost at least 50 million Pokemon eggs whose parents are kings will not flow out. They have already digested it internally. The Pokemon egg with good talent is the capital I plan to keep for revenge. Take it if you like it. And my anonymous bank card password is XXX, and there are more than 200 million in it, all of which are my savings accumulated over the years. If you like, you can take them too. Luo Yan took another sip of bitter wine, and the taste seemed to tell the despair and helplessness in his heart. He thought that the road to revenge was out of reach, so he became negative and decadent, and gave up on himself. It was useless to keep those things. A Boscodora elf egg with good talent and 200 million were not enough to help him get revenge. This amount of money was far from enough. The reason why he told Yu Hai all this was because it was good to have someone like Yu Hai to talk to before he died. At least this mysterious person had no ill will towards him. The other party did not lie. After calming down, he found that what Yu Hai said was true, because Yu Hai not knowing about his deal with Baofeng, Yu Hai only told what he saw. Thinking about it afterwards, if the plan fails, Captain Kurafune will definitely protect Baofeng. There is no need to question this, after all, he is a thug with the strength of a quasi-king. There is also the promise to divide the underground world equally and marry the girl he likes, both of which require the plan to succeed. If the plan fails, Captain Kurafune will naturally have no obligation to fulfill his promise. It is ridiculous for a quasi-king to talk about cooperation with a king trainer. Now when he thinks about it, he feels ridiculous. From the moment Team Rocket appeared in the underground, his fate was doomed. There is one thing that Baofeng said is right, that is, Team Rocket's ambition will not stop, and sooner or later it will unify the underground world of Big City. He just advanced this process and was regarded as I tried the knife of the Rocket team, but was used by that guy. I couldn't resist the temptation. In the final analysis, I was not strong enough. If I were strong enough, I could marry the girl I liked, and the girl's family would not stop me. If I were strong enough, there would not be this cooperation, and I would not be beaten so badly. If I were strong enough, the Rocket team would not swallow him up, but cooperate with him and slowly eat him away. Alas, it's a pity that there are not so many ifs. Even if there was no ambush this time, the Rocket team would find me sooner or later when they wanted to unify the underground world. What should I choose then? First, joining the Rocket team and becoming a member of the Rocket team, the benefits are self-evident. With the giant Rocket team standing behind, the girl's family should not dare to give me a cold shoulder. The disadvantages are not no, if the girl's family finds out and reports him as a member of Team Rocket, he can only choose to leave, or even flee. If he takes the girl with him, he may be wanted as a kidnapper. The girl's family knows his identity. Once he uses the relationship of Team Rocket to threaten the girl's family, it is hard to say whether the girl's family will contact the alliance. If they really do, he can only flee. Although they are gangsters in the underground, they are actually alliance citizens with ID cards in the city. It's just that they have been in the police station several times with this identity. They can only be considered bad trainers, not wanted trainers. The nature of gangsters and wanted criminals is different. One is a citizen of the alliance with a criminal record and can still walk in the sun, and the other is a wanted criminal who will be deprived of his citizenship and can only live in darkness for the rest of his life. He doesn't want this. Second, facing Team Rocket, he would rather die than obey, or he can only be forced to flee. If he doesn't want to be hunted by Team Rocket, he can only disband his subordinates and flee. If this is the choice, it won't be so miserable, but it's not much better. There's no way to survive in the underground of Big City. Once there is an idea of gathering, it will attract the fierce attack of the Rocket team, and life will be impossible. Third, he has been used as a gun. He has experienced it. He lost his subordinates, territory, mines, and elf companions. He won't say more. He wants to cry if he says too much. The bitter wine here is actually vinegar. And the dog shit that Xiao Ying said is a metaphor for despicable people. Despicable means mean and bad, refer to Baidu Encyclopedia. It's okay to understand it as cursing, which is more straightforward. There are many similar things in the text. Chapter 330, Spider. Are you going to leave a will? Do you still want me to help you get revenge? Yu Hai laughed. He felt that this person was funny. He would not agree to buy him to take revenge on the Rocket team for 200 million. This deal is not worth it at all. How can the other party use his things? Asking him to help the other party get revenge is just a fart. Those valuables were his in his hands. Even if he couldn't get the 200 million out of the bank card, it didn't matter. Since it didn't belong to him, he didn't care about that little money. How is it possible? Even I don't have the courage to swing a knife at Team Rocket. How can I convince you to help me get revenge? I don't even know how to pry lemons. Don't be discouraged. Do you want to join my organization? I can let you get revenge with your own hands. Yu Hai raised his glass to Luo Yan and invited him to join. He thought this guy was not bad. If he wanted to be enemies with Team Rocket or the local forces of the Orange Islands in the future, he could also use such a hateful talent. Yes, you heard it right. This guy is also a talent. He started from scratch and became a quasi-king trainer. There is a piece of land and a mine, as well as a group of loyal elite subordinates. Let this person continue to develop, and there will be no problem in breaking through the top-level trainer. After all, there is already a Radon that has become a top-level trainer, and the rest of the Pokémon are not far away. After all, they all eat stones, and if there is not enough potential, they can be made up by ores. A trainer who can reach this point is already a talent in this world, and has some management experience. Although it is just a gangster and it collapsed in the middle, it is still worth helping. Originally, he just wanted money and property, so he let this person go and let him fend for himself, but the other party even told him the Pokémon egg of Boscodora and the password of the bank card worth 200 million. He can't just take it all and say nothing. He can't listen to a story and make himself feel uncomfortable. You? If you say you have the ability, I believe you. Let me take revenge myself. Forget it, Luo Yan waved his hand and took another sip of bitter wine. He knew that this person was very mysterious. From the time they met until now, this person was mysterious everywhere. He couldn't see through this person. Why is he so decadent when he was the leader of the Yanyan team? Yu Hai sighed secretly. If he had known earlier, he would have said less nonsense. It's not that I'm decadent. I've faced a top trainer before, and I know how terrifying a top trainer is. Just one encounter, Lance destroyed 4 of my Pokémon. Quasi-top trainers are a joke, ha ha ha, a joke that will break at the slightest touch, ha ha ha. How do you know that you can't become a top trainer? It's useless even if you become a top trainer. The Rocket team's influence is spread across several regions of the league, and there is more than one top trainer. Even if you become a top trainer, you can't beat the Rocket team. Have you forgotten? If you join me, you will also have an organization. The Rocket team has a top trainer, so don't we have one? Yu Hai was just fooling the other party. They don't have a top trainer. He himself is not even a senior trainer. According to the league's rating standards, 3 third-stage evolved Pokémon are needed to be called senior trainers. This is just a rough rating. If you want a more accurate rating, you can test the Pokémon's energy level. As long as the energy level reaches the senior level, you can also become a senior trainer. Gym owner is another name for senior trainers. Only gym owners recognized by the league can be called that. Others are all called senior trainers. There are also elite trainers, and they are also called gym trainers and gym apprentices. If gym trainers go to other places to challenge gyms, the referee will inform the name of the trainer's gym, so gym trainers are distinguished from ordinary trainers. He is now at most a high-level fighter. If the second stage of evolution at level 20 corresponds to elite, the third stage of evolution at level 40 corresponds to senior level. He only has 2 Pokémons that have reached senior level, only Frog and Darkrai are over level 40, and he still needs 1 Pokémon to be considered a senior trainer. Even if he is a high-level fighter, he is still a show-off. He can't even get 3 Pokémons at level 40 together. After all, he has only been a trainer for more than 80 days since he traveled through time. He has worked very hard and trains Pokémons almost every day to learn new knowledge. He also knows that this kind of thing cannot be rushed. The growth of Pokémons takes time. He can only cultivate them slowly and it is impossible to force them to grow. Speaking of the king, he doesn't know when he can become the king, but of course he can't say no now. He always has to give the other party some hope. By the way, what is the name of your organization? What team is it? Luo Yan was immediately interested when he heard Yu Hai say that. If there is a top trainer in the organization, when he becomes a top trainer, he can ask his colleagues in the organization to help with revenge. He can't count on annihilating Team Rocket, but he seems to have some chance against the Black Ship, and there are also the girl's family. When he becomes a top trainer, there won't be so many troubles. What team? This name is too ugly. Our organization is called Spider, like a spider web covering the whole world. Okay, Yu Hai can't make it up anymore, because he often uses the orb silk spider, so he thought of this name. This name was thought of on the spot, and it was as sloppy as it could be. However, it was enough to fool the decadent Luo Yan. It's so powerful, why haven't I heard of it? Luo Yan thought about it. He really hadn't heard of the name of this organization. He always felt that something was wrong, and he didn't know how to refute it. Of course you haven't heard of it. Our organization is very well hidden. Each member will carry around silk spider on his shoulder. We either don't show up, or once we show up, we can influence the direction of the world. Yu Hai was also willing to go all out. Anyway, no matter how awesome he is, he can brag as much as he wants, and no one can expose him. It doesn't matter if he brags to the sky. Why do you sound so much like the Alliance? Are you from the Alliance? Luo Yan felt even more weird and questioned. Don't think about it. We have all kinds of identities, including Team Rocket. Yu Hai's words were correct. When Xiao Ying and Aping grow up, they will be pulled in. Then they will have an undercover agent from Team Rocket. What? Aping doesn't want to? Udi's sister is so cute. Xiao Ying won't be so troublesome. As long as he asks, Xiao Ying will not refuse. He is Xiao Ying's teacher. What? Even Team Rocket has your undercover agent? Luo Yan was shocked, his eyes almost popped out. He didn't expect that this organization actually had someone undercover in Team Rocket. What kind of organization is it? In Luo Yan's cognition, he felt that the Alliance was the most powerful, but he didn't expect to meet an even more powerful organization now. Answer me one last question, and I will join you. Luo Yan suddenly stood up again. He felt that revenge was possible. This organization was extremely hidden and had great power, and it could actually influence the direction of the world. Joining this organization would definitely help him get revenge. This was also his last chance. He must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to become a top trainer and make up for the regret he had for that girl for more than 10 years. Okay, Yu Hai nodded gently. On the surface, he seemed to be very calm, but in fact, he was very nervous. He hoped that the other party would not ask about the number of people, otherwise he would not know what to say. Should he tell the other party that they were just a few cats, and the other party would probably laugh to death? Who is your leader and how strong is he? After Luo Yan asked, he waited anxiously for the answer. He hoped that the leader of this organization was very strong, so strong that he could be on par with Sakeke. I am the leader of the spiders. Yu Hai did not blow himself up, but he said so because he was confident that he could suppress the other party. Don't worry, you can still hold your ground. Basic operations are not bad. Luo Yan was surprised again. The other party was actually the leader of the spiders, and the leader invited him to join. He was a little flattered. It was too incredible. He just bought a boat ticket and touched a sea view room, and then he touched the room of the spider leader. This was too coincidental. Why? It doesn't look like it. Yu Hai asked back. Didn't you say you were a small role? How come you are the leader now? Luo Yan really caught the doubt and asked directly without thinking too much. Don't you believe it? Yu Hai didn't tolerate Luo Yan, and he went straight to him, angrily scolding, since you don't believe it anyway, what's the point of saying anything? Ahem, sorry, I was just a frightened bird at that time, suspicious of everyone. Now it was Luo Yan's turn to be embarrassed, but he suddenly realized that if Yu Hai said that this was a dream, how did the other party create a dream, pull him into the dream, and still maintain consciousness to talk to him? Finally, Luo Yan stopped thinking too much, took a deep breath, and seemed to have made up his mind. With a resolute voice, he said to Yu Hai, as long as you can prove that you have the strength to let me take revenge by my own hands, I will believe that you are the leader of the spiders, surrender to you, be loyal to you, be your subordinate, and obey your orders. What? I remember that Lance asked you to surrender before, and you would rather die than surrender. Yu Hai raised an intriguing smile at the corner of his mouth. He didn't expect that this man's unruly backbone was gone when facing him. After Luo Yan's psychological defense was broken, his former pride and sharpness also disappeared with despair. The other party's world only had revenge left. In order to achieve revenge, the other party could pay any price, even the dignity that he once regarded as life could be put down. This kind of person can be accepted, and he has picked up a big bargain again. That's different. I know Lance very well. His methods are cruel and ruthless, cunning and changeable. I don't trust him. Luo Yan shook his head and recalled his experience of dealing with Lance in the past few years. He knew Lance's character very well. That kind of person is not trustworthy at all, and he would never give his life to such a person. I will prove it, and you have to think about it. If you dare to betray me, I can kill you at any time. Yu Hai saw Luo Yan so serious, so he also became serious and decided to accept Luo Yan as a thug. As long as you can let me take revenge with my own hands, my life is yours. Luo Yan's eyes at this moment are full of determination and perseverance. He has experienced a tragic failure in his life and desperately survived. As long as he can take revenge, he is willing to do anything. For him, it was just a life. Life was no longer the most important bet. He didn't want to keep losing. Even if he had to pay the price of his life, he was willing to give it a try. Even if he had to bet his life, he had to win once. Very good, I admire your determination and see the fire of revenge in your eyes. Yu Hai raised his hand and snapped his fingers, shouting to the empty living room, Geng Gui. Kao'er-he, Kao'er-he. Jengar heard Yu Hai's shout, floated down from the sky, circled around Luo Yan, and returned to Yu Hai. Not enough, Luo Yan shook his head. Jengar was just a very rare ghost-type elf, and it was not enough to convince him. Darkrai, Yu Hai decided to let Darkrai show his face. Although Darkrai was only in his 40s, it was enough to scare Luo Yan. Darkrai? A phantom elf in the Sinnoh region, it is said that it can bring nightmares to people. Luo Yan muttered Darkrai's information. He usually liked to read the elf illustrations, especially the mythical beasts and phantom beasts, and had an impression of these elves. Human, this dream world was created by me. Darkrai slowly emerged from the shadow in front of Yu Hai. There were lights and shadows in this dream. These were nothing to Darkrai, but Darkrai was very dissatisfied with Luo Yan's questioning of his dream. Darkrai, it's true. You actually subdued Darkrai. Luo Yan was really shocked when he saw Darkrai appear. He was sitting on the sofa with cold sweat on his forehead. He thought that the leader was just joking. He didn't expect that there was really a phantom elf Darkrai. He remembered that this elf was also called the Nightmare God by the world. This is what was written in the elf encyclopedia. How is it? Yu Hai took a sip of the bitter wine. Darkrai's deterrence was still sufficient. Seeing the other party being scared, he felt very satisfied. This was the effect he wanted. Leader, I want to report revenge. Luo Yan saw Darkrai, then looked at Yu Hai on the sofa. His eyes became more determined, and the fire of revenge in his eyes burned more and more. He got up from the sofa without hesitation, knelt on one knee in front of Yu Hai, and expressed his loyalty and determination in the most solemn manner. Just at that moment, he was completely convinced by the strength and courage shown by Yu Hai. He firmly believed that this mysterious spider leader could help him get revenge and help him climb the peak of the king trainer. Remember what you said today, this is a deal, I help you get revenge, you give me loyalty, if one day you have the idea of betrayal, I will kill you with my own hands, don't even think about revenge, I will let you die with regrets. I dare not, leader, as long as I can get revenge, my life is yours. Luo Yan was very excited in his heart. Although he was scolded, he was very happy in his heart because revenge was expected. Get up, everyone in the organization is called by code names, and we will call you from now on. I'm number 0, the leader is too ugly. Yu Hai waved his hand, indicating that the other party could stand up and speak. Yes, number 0, what should I be called then? Luo Yan stood up from the ground, standing straight, not daring to sit down casually, nor daring to look directly at the mysterious leader in front of him. He found that the leader's face was shrouded in a hazy layer, making it even more difficult to guess his true face. "It's up to you, think about it yourself." Yu Hai waved his hand helplessly. He was really not used to this way of getting along, he preferred a relaxed atmosphere. "Don't be nervous, there are not so many rules in our organization, you just need to know that I am the leader, don't care about other things, come and have a drink with me." "Yes, leader." Luo Yan sat down, carefully picked up the wine glass, and took a sip of the bitter wine in the glass with Yu Hai. He felt that the wine was not bitter at all, because his heart was sweet, and he also thought of his own code name, "Leader." "Is there a number 1 in the organization?" "Yes, there are many more. When you meet, fight for the number 1 position yourself." Yu Hai felt that when the time came, he would bring Xiao Ying and Aping, as well as someone he hadn't met yet at that time, he would bring them all in and let these guys fight for the number 1 position themselves. Anyway, no one dared to fight for his number 0 position. "I understand, leader. I will be called No One." Luo Yan secretly made up his mind. It seemed that the leader should be traveling and had brought many people into the organization. In this case, he must strive to fight for the number 1 position and strive to be the closest subordinate to the leader. In order to revenge, for the girl he likes, he must get the code name of number 1, whoever comes must fight to win. "It's up to you, this ship is going to the second ship. We will discuss about revenge tomorrow, go to bed early." Yu Hai yawned, he really wanted to rest. Before, he was woken up by the orb spider. It was only past 3 in the middle of the night, he was so sleepy that he couldn't stand it. "Leader, I remember the legend of the crystal giant rock snake in the second ship." Luo Yan played the rock-type Pokémon, bought a ticket to the second ship. "It depends on luck to capture that kind of rare Pokémon. You can't keep the crystal rock snake." Yu Hai asked Darkrai to turn into a big bed, and he was going to sleep in his dream. Although it was a bit strange to say, he was used to it. Who told Darkrai that he couldn't control his nightmares? As long as he didn't think here, he was also sleeping. "Yes, leader." Luo Yan saw Yu Hai sleeping in his dream. They seemed to be sleeping. He always felt something was wrong, but he couldn't tell. But Yu Hai was already resting, and he couldn't disturb him. Yu Hai could only ask Darkrai to let him leave, and he returned to his dream and woke up from it. Who? Luo Yan returned to reality, his mouth blocked by spider silk, his nostrils panting. He looked up and looked around. He instantly noticed Yu Hai sleeping on the bed, turned his head and looked at the sea outside the window where it was almost dawn. He heard the sound of waves and the cry of seagulls. It turned out that he was really still on the boat, and he was caught when he climbed up, so everything in the dream was probably true. "Human, what are you doubting?" Darkrai saw Luo Yan sweating profusely and staring at Yu Hai, so he emerged from the shadows and warned him not to have any bad thoughts. "Darkrai, hi." Luo Yan was completely relieved after seeing Darkrai. He thought it was just a dream, and everything would disappear when he woke up. It turned out that it was not a dream, everything in the dream was real, and he also hoped that the dream was real. Ha 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 ha. Rocket Team, Lance, Black Ship, Storm, and the family of the girl who always gave him a cold shoulder. "You all wait for me, wait for me. Luo Yan will come back, I will definitely come back. Big City, I will definitely come back. Anna Yan, I will come back, you must wait for me." Chapter 331, Alliance enters. On the 20th day of the journey north, cloudy. When Yu Hai woke up, the passenger ship had already started. He didn't know where the passenger ship was. It arrived at the day before. The passenger ship will stop once at Daigan Island, which is the island where Dr. Nei Mu's Research Institute is located. The passenger ship will not stop for too long and will continue to set off. Next is the sea and then Jingan Island. The passenger ship will go north all the way, circle the Orange Islands, and finally return to the big city port of Little Orange Island to complete a passenger voyage. When he got up in the morning, Yu Hai still had the Ditto mask on his face, because Luo Yan was still in the room, and he couldn't completely trust him. It was one thing to accept him as a thug, and it was another thing to trust him. After getting up, he went to wash up first. When he came out of the bathroom, he took out a bottle of water and 2 dry breads from his backpack and threw them all to Luyan, who was tied to the ground. Eat something first, then go to the bathroom to take a shower, and remember to clean the floor. Yu Hai put on his clothes again and asked Luyan to clean up his personal hygiene. He didn't know how many days he hadn't washed, and there was a strange smell on his body. The clothes soaked in sea water were still wet. Even if there was something, he didn't rush now. Okay, leader. The spider silk on Luyan's mouth was opened by the round silk spider. He knew that the mysterious boy in front of him was his future leader. Whether he could succeed in revenge depended on this mysterious leader. Since he surrendered last night, he naturally wouldn't question this mysterious leader. Even if the other party looked very young, he was not an existence he could look up to. After all, he was the leader of the nightmare god who subdued the phantom elves. Round silk spider, untie him. Yu Hai opened the French window, walked to the balcony, and asked the round silk spider to untie Luyan's spider silk. He lay on the folding chair on the balcony to bask in the sun. They are already at sea and heading to the Xantan Sea. It's hard to say about aping. After the chaos in the underground of Big City subsided, the rockets began to count the losses of this turmoil. There were few casualties among the core personnel, and most of the casualties were newly recruited cannon fodder. After counting the losses, the rockets summoned all the newcomers who were still alive to gather. For the newcomers who were not there, they sent people to notify the ground, including Aping and Yu Hai, who lived outside. The captain of the rockets came to the ground and came to the villa, but did not find Yu Hai. Yu Hai had already gone out to sea, and it was impossible for them to find Yu Hai. However, the captain of the rockets found Aping. These two were the newcomers assigned by the Viper boss. When they saw Aping at the door of the orphanage, they also breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they found one, and they could go back to report. Aping, right? Come with us, Boss Viper wants to see you. Comb, there is some change in your backpack and in your bank card. I also bought you a lot of Pokemon food. You must take good care of yourself in the orphanage and feed the sheep well. I'm going to work. Aunison, I'll wait for you in the orphanage. Komeko waved goodbye to her brother. She didn't know that her brother had fallen into a big pit and would not be able to come back in a short time. Call your brother if you run out of money, Aping waved as he walked. After saying goodbye to Komeko, he followed the 2 rocket team members home to pack up their things. The 3 of them went to the underground of Big City and met Viper, who had been waiting for a long time. Chief, you called me. Aping is here, why didn't I see a Hai? Aren't you on duty together at night? Viper didn't even raise his head, still reading the loss report reported by his subordinates. Leader, the black market was raided last night. Hai and I were lucky. We ran into the sewer to avoid the attack. When we left the sewer, we also encountered the enemy. The enemy chased Hai, but not me. After I escaped, I saw Hai and the enemy fell into the sea. I asked Joe and I to search for Hai for a long time, but couldn't find Hai. Hi, Viper heard this and sighed softly. The good seedling that he had finally spotted was gone just like that. He also discovered this morning that the location of the Pokeball was in the sea and soon disappeared due to interference. Aping's location was still in the city. After all, things are unpredictable. The reason why he didn't take these 2 people with him last night was to protect them. Who knew that Team Rock and Team Violent would block all the exits of the cave and prepare to drown everyone with sea water? He left these 2 newcomers behind, but instead of protecting them, he almost killed them. However, there are still several good seedlings alive, so they will not all be buried in the chaos last night. I called you here to inform you that I am going to send you to Kanto for training. Let me introduce you to you. This is Master Ma from Kanto. You will go to Kanto with Master Ma on the Shulaiu. After I finish dealing with things here, I will return to Kanto and train you personally as your instructor. When you graduate from the training camp, you can choose to serve on Master Ma's Shuliu or return to Big City. Yes, Viper leader, A Ping knew that he could not escape this disaster after all, and he could only go all the way to the end. You are very smart. After you leave, we will arrange the best school in Big City for your sister. Viper was very satisfied with A Ping's performance. As long as they could convince A Ping, they would not force others. Of course, the necessary procedures cannot be omitted. A newcomer with a sister is still easy to control. Thanks for the concern of the Viper leader. I'm afraid she will be bullied because she is unfamiliar with the environment. Just let her continue to live in the orphanage. My sister doesn't need special care, Ah Ping said righteously. He is just a newcomer, and Viper's behavior is too conspicuous. Although it is Viper's special care, it is clear to everyone that his sister still couldn't escape the investigation of the rocket team. With his sister's weakness in the hands of the rocket team, he can't betray the rocket team and can only go all the way to the rocket team. Okay, you go down and prepare first, the water flow will set off soon. Viper waved his hand and asked Ah Ping to leave the tent. After Ah Ping left, Ma Zixi, who was wearing a green combat uniform, laughed on the sofa beside the tent. Viper, this is you good seedlings. Yes, it's a pity that one of them is missing, Viper sighed, still regretting Yu Hai's disappearance. If he had known, he would have sent him to the headquarters. It looks ordinary. Ma Zixi was the rocket team coder who chased Storm that night. He was specially transferred from Kanto to deal with Storm. Electric Pokemon just happened to restrain water Pokemon. Old Ma, it's good to have a few new people worth training in such a small place. What else do you want? Viper was too lazy to complain. Ma Zixi had a gym, which could recruit new people at will, and it was in the Kanto area with many talents. Don't you see what a broken place the Orange Islands are? There are no champions or the 4 heavenly kings. It's already very good to find a few good new people. Ha ha ha, just kidding, I will help you send the people to the training base safely. Ma Zixi laughed and talked to Viper about other topics. By the way, how to deal with the relationship with the black ship in the future, the other party will not be able to watch us develop steadily. Lord Lance will take care of it. It's not something we should worry about. Viper shook his head helplessly. The black ship has a king, so there must be a king here. Otherwise, it will be difficult for Team Rocket to gain any advantage in the confrontation with the black ship. A person who is too weak will only be suppressed by the black ship and will not gain any advantage in future confrontations. Tap tap tap. The two people in the tent were chatting, and a team leader of Team Rocket suddenly ran in to report, Boss Viper, the alliance is here. And the leader is I, the owner of the Yuzu gem. What? Damn it, Black Ship is not trustworthy. Viper knew that now was not the time to scold Black Ship. To let the owner of the Yuzu gem come in person, it seemed that Black Ship had spent a lot of effort just to cause some trouble for them who were not stable yet. Old Ma, you take the newcomer away first, I will stay here to deal with it myself. Viper only thought for a moment, and let Ma Zixi take people away first. He had already thought of how to deal with the gym owner. Okay, then I won't bother you. I will take my subordinates away, Ma Zixi heard Viper say, and he got up and left the tent without stopping. Since the other party didn't need help, he wouldn't help. Being in the rocket team, he would take the blame if he messed up. After Ma Zixi left, Viper asked the team leader who came in, how strong is that gym owner? He is considered a good player among the senior trainers. The two captains feel that the Tyrannosaurus and Radon who are in the front are very difficult to deal with. In addition to the 2 Pokemon in front, there are 4 Pokemon beside him, including Electabuzz, Coconut Tree, Ninetales, and Alakazam. They are all senior Pokemon. The captains can't hold out for half a minute against him. Now the 2 captains are dragging the gym leader. Notify them to evacuate the underground. We will avoid the limelight first. As for those wanted criminals, leave them all to them. We can't let them come in vain. After asking the captain to notify, Viper also got up to pack up the things on the table and burned all the things he couldn't take away. The reason why he wanted to evacuate was not because he was afraid of the gym leader of Yuzu Gym, but because he was worried that Lao Lu, who was guarding the gym leader, would take action. He didn't believe that the gym sent the younger generation of the family who came here did not bring an old guy to protect them. After all, if a senior trainer dared to rush here, he would be courting death. His viper could beat the shit out of him. But this was an open conspiracy, the conspiracy of the black ship. He could not fight or catch them. He could only avoid the sharp edge and wait for the storm to pass. If the other party was just going through the motions, then they would throw some wanted criminals over and wait for the alliance to withdraw before moving in. The other party could not stay underground all the time. They just had to wait. If they caught the gym owner or even killed him, it would not be the gym owner coming down. Those old guys would really ask the masters of the alliance to fill up the entire underground cave, or even find them out and kill them all. The other party just wanted contributions to the alliance, battlefield merits, and qualifications, and they would throw them away. Some wanted criminals give each other qualifications, everyone is good to me, everyone is good, give a way out for others, so that we can meet again in the future. If he still refuses to give in, he can only report to Boss Sakeki and let Boss Sakeki reason with this Yuzu Gym. If he stops here, the black ship that withdrew from the sewer can be regarded as venting its anger, and the owner of the Yuzu Gym also received the alliance contribution. They can also fully take over the territory of Big City, and everyone is happy. After this time, if the black ship comes to make trouble again, Lord Lance will also have a good talk with the captain of the black ship. As for Boss Sakeki, if he wants Boss Sakeki to come in person, the black ship is not worthy. He really thinks he is something. If he annoys their rocket team, as long as all 4 generals are dispatched, there will be no room for negotiation. They will sink the black ship directly. Considering the next to deal with the situation, Viper sorted out the important documents in the tent and came out of the tent. Everyone had almost packed up. There were gasoline and torches here. They set fire to all the tents, entered the tunnel dug by the Pokémon, and evacuated the underground cave. They had already notified the front-line troops to evacuate on their own. They used falling rocks to block the tunnel. When the Alliance opened the tunnel and came in, there were no people left, only the wanted criminals wailing in the iron cage. The Alliance could only take these wanted criminals and evacuate the unstable cave to prevent the falling rocks from the top of the cave from causing casualties. After all, there were no casualties during the battle. It would be funny if they were killed or injured by falling rocks. It was just that the trainer who led the team this time, the owner of the Yuzu Gym, was not very satisfied with the result. He thought he could catch a big fish, but he didn't expect to get nothing. That's enough, let's pack up, Okay, no matter how unwilling was, he had to pack up and lead people back the same way. Seeing that was not in high spirits, the middle-aged man who reminded sighed. Was still too young and didn't understand the twists and turns. Although this raid was a bit troublesome, the result was not bad. They didn't want to catch any big fish, and they didn't want to offend Team Rocket. Catching some wanted criminals to report to the Alliance can also increase II's popularity and get the favor of the captain of the black ship. This time he has made a lot of money. While it's good, it's good. Collect, that's what they are talking about now. What they need is stability. As long as they can maintain the current balance, it will be the best news. It has been like this since ancient times. What the rulers need is stability. They never take the initiative to change. The arrival of the Alliance is the biggest change, but it is not thorough enough. And II is too eager to make achievements and establish a career, so he can't see these things clearly. I hope he can understand them in the future. In fact, there are many similar situations in the past life. For example, the Qing dynasty defended against the Han people more than the foreigners. Even those changes were tacitly approved by the old Buddha because the foreigners threatened his rule. If there is no external threat, if you dare to change something internally, you will be crushed to death in minutes. There are also the oil princes in the Middle East. The US military is nothing. The domestic peasants will want their lives and steal their money and chairs. They are big money sponsors in the US military and have paid money. The US military is just a hired thug. Looking through the phenomenon to the essence, many things have not changed for thousands of years. They are all old problems of human society. The greenhouse is built. I am no longer afraid of freezing my hands in winter, haha. The first experience is not bad. Computer case, monitor, a foot warmer, plus me. The heat I emit can basically ensure that the temperature inside is 18 to 20 degrees, and outside is only 4 or 5 degrees. Sad story. On the passenger ship, Yu Hai didn't know that so many things happened in the big city sewer after they left. At this time, Yu Hai and Luo Yan were leaning comfortably on a corner of the balcony, basking in the sun, blowing the sea breeze and drinking tea, finally living a leisurely travel life. Leader Luo Yan was sitting next to him. The sun shone on his slightly nervous face, and he would secretly glance at the leader from time to time. He had never dared to look directly at the leader before, and after seeing the leader up close, he realized that the leader, who was usually serious, should be about the same age as himself, probably about the same age as him. In the future, call me boss in public places, and call me leader when there is no one. Yu Hai waved his hand gently, signaling Luo Yan not to be nervous. He has always used the face disguised by ditto, which is the face of a young man. Youth and teenagers are still easy to distinguish. After all, one is obviously much more immature and less convincing. Yes, boss, Luo Yan nodded gently, indicating that he understood. He still couldn't call Zero. If it was just a code name within the organization, it would be okay, but it would be too childish. I said last night that I would help you get revenge, so you have to recover your strength first. Only by recovering your previous strength, or even going to the next level, can you achieve your goal. Boss, I will listen to you whatever you say. Luo Yan had chosen to believe in the other party, so he would not have any doubts. He knew that his road to revenge could only go further by relying on this mysterious leader. He had nothing to lose, and it didn't matter if he died now. At most, he was just unwilling. Don't worry, let me see your Pokémon first. Yu Hai wanted to see the talents of Luo Yan's only 2 Pokémon left. Here, Luo Yan handed over his desert dragonfly and Swampert without hesitation. If the leader needed it, he would also hand over Bosco Dora's Pokémon egg and the 200 million in the bank card. However, he keenly noticed that the leader did not seem to have much interest in these Pokémon resources. He only mentioned it last night and never mentioned it again. Taking the 2 Pokeballs from Luo Yan, Yu Hai first looked at the proficiency panel of the Desert Dragonfly. Desert Dragonfly. Attribute, Ground plus Dragon. Gender, Male. Potential, 63%. Level, 51.11%. Characteristics. This Desert Dragonfly has good potential and has the talent to impact the King level. It is also the first dragon Pokémon that Yu Hai has seen the panel of. The Desert Dragonfly is not bad. It has the potential to be a king. If you cultivate it well, it will be no problem to break through the king. Boss, can you see through the talent of the Pokémon? Luo Yan took the Pokeball of the Desert Dragonfly, his eyes full of surprise. He was surprised by the ability shown by the leader, because this talent is simply invincible, and it will be difficult not to take off in the future. The reason why ordinary people like them have difficulty in development is that the talents of elves are like opening a blind box. Unless you know the strength of the elves' parents, you cannot estimate how low the elves' future growth limit will be. This is also the reason why many people cannot cultivate rare elves to evolve after obtaining them. Some elves even lose the ability to further improve their strength after being forcibly stimulated to evolve. The possibility of the leader's death, and the irreversible hidden injury caused by the damaged foundation, so he withdrew from the battle sequence early. What are you thinking about? Forgot what I have. Yu Hai glared at Luo Yan, who was fussing, and Luo Yan immediately understood and lowered his head. Luo Yan instantly understood that the leader had a dark ray, which was probably the ability of Darkrai. After all, it was a phantom elf, and it was not strange at all that there were some strange abilities. "Boss, I spoke out of turn," Luo Yan apologized quickly, lowered his head and dared not look at Yu Hai. It was better to keep such a secret in mind. Speaking it out would make him look immature. However, anyone who knew that the leader could see through the elves' talents would find it difficult to suppress the surprise and excitement in their hearts. "Is this the revenge?" the leader said. Now he felt that revenge was not so far away, but took a step further and strengthened his belief in revenge. He felt that revenge was getting closer and closer to success. No wonder the leader dared to guarantee that he could take revenge. It turned out that this was the leader's confidence. "Don't make a fuss, there are still many things you don't know." Yu Hai didn't care about Luo Yan's slip of the tongue, because that was his purpose, to intentionally disguise the ability of the panel as Darkrai's special ability. In this way, once the proficiency panel is exposed, he can push it onto Darkrai and let Darkrai take the blame for him, which can be regarded as mutual help. As for true or false, those who want to get the answer may have to go to Darkrai in person to verify. It's not so easy to see the phantom elf, let alone let Darkrai speak out the secret. "Yes, boss," Luo Yan honestly admitted his mistake and accepted Yu Hai's correction. He showed awe and obedience in his words and didn't say a word more. "I'll give this Swampert back to you." It's too late to save it. Yu Hai saw the name of Swampert's panel, and there was no need to continue reading it, because Swampert's panel was like this. Swampert, dead. Attributes. The remaining panels are meaningless. Just looking at the name means that Swampert's life has passed. Perhaps it didn't make it last night. Just as Luoyan was worried, it was hard to say whether Swampert could survive last night. Swampert didn't survive last night after all. "Boss, what do you mean?" Luoyan held the Swampert poke ball tightly in his hand, his eyes full of confusion and anxiety. He looked at the Swampert sleeping quietly in the poke ball, and he found that no matter how he called, Swampert didn't respond at all. "Swampert, Swampert, are you asleep? Wake up!" Luoyan shouted with all his strength, but Swampert was still lying in the poke ball without moving, so he released Swampert on the balcony. The released Swampert was still lying motionless on the floor. He wanted to reach out and touch Swampert, but his hand stopped at the moment he was about to touch Swampert. He was afraid of touching the cold Swampert. His fingers, arms, and even his whole body were trembling, and the tears that had not dried just now slid down his cheeks again. He wanted to yell and cry, but although he was extremely heartbroken, he couldn't yell loudly. He really couldn't shout, so he could only use his slightly trembling palm to gently touch his old friend who had been with him for 5 or 6 years, Swampert. As soon as he touched Swampert, the cold touch from his fingertips made him subconsciously tighten his fingers, and then slowly turned them into fists. When he exerted force, his nails sank into the flesh. He knew clearly that Swampert was gone, really gone, and left him forever. His whole body and face were gently pressed against the cold body of Swampert, feeling the coldness coming from Swampert's body. He just wanted to stay with Swampert quietly for a while and feel the last warmth between him and Swampert. "Cry if you want to cry," Yu Hai stood aside. Although he didn't look at Luoyan's painful expression, he sighed silently in his heart. If the elf who had been with him for so long encountered an accident, he would be just as crazy, or even completely blackened. At that time, no one would be able to help. Whoever did it, he would kill. No matter who he faced, he would take revenge at all costs. Even if the entire alliance stood in front of the other party, he would overturn the alliance and make that person pay the price of his life. "Boss, I'm fine, it's just that sand got into my eyes." Luoyan quickly wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes and tried to calm down his emotions, but his red eyes exposed the tears he had just barely suppressed. After crying bitterly, Luoyan took Swampert's body back to the poke ball. 2 days later, after stepping on land, he buried Swampert in the soil with his own hands. As for the other 4 Pokémon, he only got the rock core of Radon. The remaining 3 companions, Magneto, Magnetron, and Coconut Tree, all died in that battle because they protected him. He even had no ability to take back their remains. At this moment, he hated himself very much. He hated himself for being a waste and a big idiot. Just because of his blind arrogance and the 2 promises of others, he trusted others to form an alliance. Not only did he fail to protect his subordinates, but he also watched his companions who had been with him for many years leave him one by one. He hated his ignorance and arrogance. He was a waste and an arrogant maniac. He hated it. He regretted it. He really regretted the decision he made at the beginning. Just when Luo Yan was immersed in endless pain and self-blame, a Pokemon egg tightly held by Swampert appeared in front of him. This was a Pokemon egg with a blue shell and orange patterns. It had been hidden under Swampert before, and he didn't notice it. When he took back Swampert, the Pokemon egg held by Swampert was revealed. What is this? Swampert's egg? Swampert left an egg for me. Luo Yan was surprised and couldn't believe it at first, and then tears couldn't stop pouring out. He knelt heavily on the floor, carefully picked up the Pokemon egg on the floor, and shed tears of joy and sorrow. Incubator. Yu Hai saw this and took out the incubator from his backpack. This incubator was one of the things stolen yesterday. The backpack was filled with all kinds of miscellaneous things, all kinds of messy things, including the incubator. Thank you. Luo Yan took the incubator and immediately put Swampert's Pokemon egg in it. Looking at the blue-shelled Pokemon egg in the incubator, which carried hope, he rekindled his hope for life. This Pokemon egg was the only bloodline left by Swampert. Luo Yan decided to hatch the Pokemon egg and do his best to cultivate the child. He swore that even if he died first one day, he would ensure that Swampert's child would not be harmed. This time, he would protect the child in the Pokemon egg no matter what, even at the cost of his life. Perhaps because he felt guilty, he wanted to make up for this child, and he would make up for this child with the rest of his life. It takes about 20 days for Swampert's Pokemon egg to hatch. Yu Hai took out a book about the hatching cycle of Pokemon eggs from his backpack. After checking Swampert's Pokemon egg, he turned to the hatching cycle of Boscodora, which was as long as 35 days. Good guy, it is worthy of being the cub of Boscodora, and it is almost catching up with the hatching cycle of the Quasi-God. As a Steel-type Pokemon, Boscador is huge when it grows up, and its tonnage is comparable to that of Bandura. Both guys are big guys. Because Boscador is a Steel-type Pokemon, it is even heavier than Bandura. Boss, I want to hatch this Swampert egg. I also have a Boscador Pokemon egg. Otherwise Luian first put the Swampert Pokemon egg back into the house, and then mentioned the Boscador Pokemon egg when he came back. No, I don't need your Pokemon egg. Yu Hai waved his hand to indicate that he didn't need it. He had a Pokemon with an amazing appetite that he could hardly afford to feed. As his strength grew, Pokemon's appetite was also increasing. Although Boscador, the front-line meat shield, is very strong, it eats too much to be cultivated well. He really can't afford another Pokemon of the glutton level. He has Pokemon, which is enough. He can't afford to feed another one. He is not Daigo, and there is no mine at home. Yes, boss, Luo Yan wanted to give Boscodora's Pokemon egg, but he didn't give it away. He couldn't help but sigh, thinking that the leader really looked down on these ordinary Pokemon. After all, the leader's Pokemons were all rare Pokemon, Gengar, and the even rarer Phantom Pokemon, Darkrai. There is no hurdle that cannot be overcome. If you want revenge, you must quickly recover your strength. You now have 3 Pokemons. The Desert Dragonfly can still fight, but the growth cycle of Dragon Pokemons is too long, and Cocodora also has a long growth cycle. Even if you supply metal ores in unlimited quantities, it will take Cocodora 7 or 8 years to grow to the king level. This time cannot be shortened unless you feed Cocodora high-energy food. And Swampert is the descendant of that Swampert. You should know better than anyone how talented the Pokemon you cultivated yourself is. It will take 5 or 6 years to cultivate it to the king level, unless you supply high-energy food in unlimited quantities. But can you wait that many years? As long as I can get revenge, I can wait for 10 or 20 years, even 30 years, Luo Yan clenched his fists, his eyes were extremely firm, and he secretly swore in his heart that he must avenge his companions and would never back down even if he risked his life. Then things will be much simpler. There are many uninhabited islands in the Orange Islands. Mineral resources are not a problem. You can take your elves to prospect on uninhabited deserted islands and find unknown ores, which are enough to feed the elves in your hands. Yu Hai was not thinking about this problem, but what elves to choose for Luo Yan. After careful consideration, he believed that Luo Yan should give up the 3 elves of rock, ground, and steel attributes and choose water elves for cultivation. After all, they are in the Orange Islands, and the most elves they can encounter are water, grass, insect, and flying. Among them, water elves are the most numerous, and there are also many grass, insect, and flying elves on the island. In the environment of the Orange Islands, water elves have a natural advantage. As long as they can properly deal with electric and grass elves, water elves can go unimpeded in the Orange Islands. As for elves of other attributes, they are not absent, but it is difficult to encounter wild ones. If Luo Yan wants to restore his strength, he can only start with the common wild elves he can find in the Orange Islands. For Luo Yan, who is eager to restore his strength, conquering and cultivating some common water spirits in the Orange Islands is undoubtedly the best choice. I saw that a book friend asked for pictures, so I will post the Easter egg chapter in the future. I didn't know it before and couldn't do it. The previous Easter egg chapter will also be supplemented. If you want to read it, you can go back and take a look. If you can't see it, just go back to the home page and refresh it. Chapter 333, The Fury of the Storm. If Luo Yan, all Pokémons need to be purchased through the breeding house, and they are all high-quality Pokémon cubs, at least with the potential to be the treasure of the store. Even if Luo Yan spent all the 200 million in his pocket, it would not be enough to gather 2 teams of 12 Pokémons. It is better to catch wild Pokémons and cultivate them by himself, and the money saved can also be used to cultivate Pokémons. We are in the sea. If we want to restore our strength, the first choice is naturally water Pokémons. Do you have any ideas? Yu Hai made a suggestion. What to do next depends on Luo Yan himself. Boss, I want to capture another Guadud to cultivate. Luo Yan touched the back of his head awkwardly. What ideas can he have now? Everything depends on this mysterious leader. I'm asking about water Pokémons. Yu Hai felt that this guy was hard of hearing. Why did he answer the question irrelevantly? Boss, as long as we can become stronger, it doesn't matter what Pokémon we capture. Luo Yan knew that he had misunderstood the leader's meaning. It was a dereliction of duty to let the leader say it twice, so he quickly responded to the leader's question. We are in the sea, there are water-type Pokémon everywhere. As long as Magikarp can evolve, it can instantly help you improve your combat power. Yu Hai looked up at the vast blue sea, which is a treasure trove of water-type trainers. Magikarp? I heard that Magikarp's evolution is a mystery. Luo Yan had dealt with the violent team and knew that they had a way to stimulate Magikarp's evolution, which was the anger stimulation method. The violent team would capture Magikarp that could evolve, and would throw away those that could not evolve. However, the evolved Gyarados would be irritable and difficult to control, and would easily lose control and attack the trainer. In short, it would be irritable, bad-tempered, and easy to bite its master. There are so many Magikarp, there will always be 1 or 2 Magikarp that can evolve. When the time comes, you can subdue whichever Magikarp evolves. But you have to subdue Magikarp yourself, and other water-type Pokémons are also okay. I will help you tell you whether you can subdue them. Boss, what you mean is Luo Yan understood, but he didn't say it clearly. That is, he is responsible for subduing water-type Pokémons, and Yu Hai will help him check their talents. If they have good talents, they will be subdued, and if they don't have good talents, they will be released. Then every Pokemon he subdues has the talent to become the king of the world. As long as they are cultivated step by step, there will be no problem in becoming the king of the world. There is no doubt about this. If you think about it this way, then every Pokemon of the leader should have the best talent, that is to say, the leader is the champion. Even if the leader is not the champion now, he will definitely be the champion in the future. There is no doubt about this. He feels like he is following an incredible big shot. He must cherish this opportunity and hold on to this thick and strong thigh tightly, and never let go. Betrayal? Idiot! He dared to betray such a leader. Either he hasn't woken up yet, or he thinks his life is too long. It's just as you think. As long as it's a wild Pokemon, you can capture and cultivate it. As long as you cultivate these captured Pokemon well, it's only a matter of time before they recover their strength. Yu Hai nodded gently and admitted Luo Yan's guess. He said it was Darkray's ability. It doesn't matter if he admits it generously. Anyway, Darkray will help him take the blame. I understand, boss. Luo Yan clenched his fists tightly. He felt that revenge was hopeful and he also had hope of becoming a top trainer, but he needed time, a lot of time. 10 years, no, 5 years, he would become a top trainer in 5 years. All the Pokemon resources he got in the future, he would invest all of them in Pokemon. He couldn't be lazy anymore, couldn't go to see a Yan, and couldn't give a Yan gifts. Speaking of which, the gifts he gave were more expensive each time. If he replaced those gifts with Pokemon cultivation resources and invested them all in his own Pokemon, he would have become a top trainer and married a Yan a long time ago. Hey, Ian, you must wait for me to come back. I will become a top trainer and come back to marry you. You must wait for me. After praying silently in his heart again, Luoyin looked at the sparkling blue sea again, and became more determined about the future development direction. This Pokemon is the symbol of the organization. It has good talent. It will be no problem to enter the senior level. Just wear it on your shoulder. Remember not to bring the stone. You need to catch another one after evolution. Yu Hai took out a round silk spider with a potential of 45 from the previous pile of Pokemon and gave it to Luoyin, as a benefit of joining the organization. This round silk spider is only a little useful now. When their strength increases, the round silk spider can only be used as a decoration to solve some minor troubles that are not very important. Thank you, boss. Luoyin choked up a little when he thanked him. This was the second time he met a stranger who was so kind to him. The first person was naturally Ian, and Yu Hai was the second. Okay, we are all family, take your things and find a place to live, don't stay in my room all the time, I can't explain if someone sees you. Yu Hai waved his hand, he couldn't bear to see a macho man cry. If it was a cute girl, he could still comfort her, but forget about the muscular man. Yes, boss, Luo Yan responded, went back to the room to take the incubator, and left Yu Hai's sea view room with his backpack. Standing in the corridor, Luo Yan knocked on the sea view room next door, and a young couple opened the door. Luo Yan took out 100,000 alliance coins and asked the young couple, 100,000, buy your room. You are crazy, I won't sell it. 200,000, Luo Yan took out another 100,000 and put it in his hand, and continued to increase the price to buy the room. You are sick, I won't sell it. 300,000, when Luo Yan added 300,000, the man of the young couple directly reached out to take the money and said to Luo Yan with a smile. Don't be angry, give us 3 minutes, we will move out immediately. The man quickly closed the door, pulled his wife back into the house, and tried to persuade her earnestly. Why are you so serious? Don't be picky about money. 300,000 is enough for us to stay in the sea view room 10 times. Move out quickly. That's all you can do, the woman still insisted, poking her husband hard with her finger. Finally, the woman was persuaded by the man in a few words. The young couple quickly packed their personal belongings in the room, opened the door, handed the boat ticket and key to Luo Yan, and left happily with their luggage. Luo Yan moved into the sea view room next to Yu Hai less than 5 minutes after he left the house. He lived there and let the desert dragonfly out to eat. He asked the desert dragonfly to watch over him, and he fell asleep on the soft big bed. From yesterday to today, he hadn't had a good sleep, and he was going to make up for it here. He had to think about the matter of conquering the water elves and revenge. There is no rush for things, he can wait for 10 years, not to mention only 5 years, he can afford to wait, no rush. The targets of revenge are all strong people, but they are not so easy to die, there will be a day of revenge. The purpose of their trip is the Zhantan Sea where there are not only many water elves, but also forests and caves. Grass, insect and rock elves can be conquered. He can conquer elves there and show them to the leader. His road to revenge will also start from there, and the giant swampert will be buried there, and start from there. Big city, my enemies, you all have to live well, we will meet one day, and I Luoyan will come back one day. Big city. After Luoyan left, Yu Hai also released the elves to eat breakfast. Due to the limited space in the room, he could only release the elves in batches. After breakfast, the larger elves returned to the elf balls. The elves could only play in dreams and fight in dreams. If they didn't fight for 3 days, the battle-crazy Scyther would probably not be able to hold it back, and Han also needed to hit the tree. If he didn't hit the tree, he would feel uncomfortable and couldn't sleep. This is probably how he got his head. In the dream, the elves can play whatever they want. In reality, only Orb Spinner and Darkrai are left. He began to count the harvest from last night's busy work, which were still in Jengar's stomach. After Jengar spit out all the backpacks, he asked Jengar to return to the elf ball and continue to go back playing with other elves in the dream. He took care of the backpacks first. Jengar had vomited 40 or 50 backpacks, almost filling up the room. In addition to Han's ore backpack, there was also Baofeng's backpack and the black-clothed strongman's ore backpack. He picked out these 3 backpacks. The ore backpack and the black-clothed strongman's backpack were full of ores, nothing to see. Only the black-clothed strongman's elves were taken out separately. He also replaced Baofeng's backpack with other backpacks to prevent Baofeng from doing anything with it. He dumped everything in the backpack and put it in another big backpack. The electronic equipment was left in Baofeng's backpack, and Baofeng's backpack was thrown directly into the sea. The passenger ship he was on was currently heading to the sea. Now the east wind was blowing again, and the backpack would float back. That is Little Orange Island. It doesn't matter where the backpack drifts to. He is moving on the sea anyway. With the interference of the sea breeze, even if Baofeng can find the backpack, he can't find him. He only took out the backpack once in the Black Hotel in Yangbella City last night, and never took it out again. He didn't leave any flaws at all. Otherwise, he would have been killed when eavesdropping last night. As for the smell of alcohol in the room, whether it is Yangbella City or big city, it is a big city. There are too many people drinking at night. Where can I find it? This is also the reason why he used alcohol to cover up the smell. Alcohol is too common in the city. It only looks very abrupt in the forest. Even in the worst case, Baofeng can find some clues, and he has no idea where he ran away. Before joining the gang, he used a fake identity and hid his identity and appearance. Not only could Baofeng not find him, even Team Rocket couldn't find him. This was indeed the case. When Baofeng returned to the underground that night and found that his backpack was missing, he went crazy looking for it underground. He turned the entire cave base upside down, but he couldn't find his backpack. The men who stayed at the Bao team's base last night were locked up and tortured, and no one admitted that they stole it. After all, everyone knew the truth in their hearts. If they didn't admit it, they would just be beaten. If they admitted it and couldn't get the things out, they would only die more miserably. Baofeng had no choice but to find out that it was indeed not stolen by these men. The signal he left on the backpack also disappeared when Jengar swallowed the backpack. However, the signal appeared for a while in Yangbella City yesterday. When he rushed to the Black Hotel in Yangbella City, there was nothing left. The room was clean, but there was a smell of alcohol everywhere, as if a drunk had drunk in the room. The front desk who opened the room for Yu Hai did not see the appearance of Yu Hai, but only saw Yu Hai in black. When Bao Feng asked the front desk whether the guest had drunk alcohol, the front desk affirmed that the man was not drunk and was sober when entering and leaving the hotel. He even asked them to clean up the room when he left. There was vomit all over the floor. He had vomited even though he had not drunk alcohol. It was really strange. It was just rice mixed with wine and food, which looked like vomit, but it was not. It was just Yu Hai's disguise of the room where the drunkard had lived. The hotel also cleaned up the room and further helped Yu Hai get rid of his tail. Bao Feng was so angry that he wanted to kill people. He looked at the front desk with a look of cannibalism. But Bao Feng did not do that. He turned around and left the Black Hotel. As a result, the positioning signal of the backpack appeared on the sea again this afternoon. He immediately sat on the big-mouthed gull to find the backpack according to the positioning. When he found the backpack, it was dark. He picked up the backpack from the sea water and opened it. Only the electronic equipment was left in the backpack. Everything else was gone. Based on the current situation, someone stole his backpack, took away all the valuables, and discarded his backpack. There were elf resources worth hundreds of millions in his backpack, some of which could not be bought with money, and beautiful scales rewarded to him by the captain. Now they are lost. How should he explain it when the captain asks? Who on earth stole his elf eggs, leaving him only an incubator and some useless electronic devices? The high-level firestone he left for Vulpix to evolve, as well as his bank card, which contained more than 100 million yuan, were all stolen. Now in the vast ocean, it was almost dark when he found his backpack. He found the backpack near the north shore of Little Orange Island, near the sea. That is to say, the thief who stole his backpack came to the north shore of Little Orange Island after leaving Yangbella City, took away everything in his backpack, and discarded his backpack. Then the thief should still be on Little Orange Island, or he may have gone out to sea, but where can he find the thief now? Little Orange Island is so big, who can find this mouse if he just digs a hole and hides there? The sea is so big, where would the thief go if he left the island from the north shore of Little Orange Island? To the west is Pingan Island, a nature reserve, and the thief should not be able to go there, but it is not certain. After all, the most dangerous place is the safest place. If the thief wants to sell the stolen items, he will definitely go to the west of the Zantan Sea, Jingan Island, Pengan Island, Daigan Island. It may be Jingan Island and Pengan Island, where there is enough market to swallow his things. The other two islands. One is the island of the Alliance Research Institute, and the other does not even have an elf center. It is unlikely to be these two islands. There are also the Fula Four Islands, Hassa Island, and the mysterious Cat Island in the east. There are so many islands. Going east is likely to be Hassa Island, where there is also a big market that can swallow all his things. Especially some very precious props. If the thief does not know the goods, he will treat them as ordinary things, or want to sell them at a high price. Then he only needs to arrange his subordinates to wait on Hassa Island, Jingan Island, and Pengan Island. As long as the other party takes out the things to sell, he can detect who stole his things, and the thief will not be able to escape. Not only the precious props, once the thief takes out his treasured gold and silver jewelry necklaces, they will not escape his eyes. Those jewelry are all custom-made and are very recognizable. As for places farther away, he can only ask the sailors to pay attention. If they can meet, they will talk about it. If they can't meet, there is nothing they can do. They can only consider themselves unlucky. He knows that doing this is like looking for a needle in a haystack. If he loses the target, this is also the only way. Otherwise, where should he go to find the thief? Now it depends on whether this thief is a fool or not, whether he will make mistakes, and he will be caught as long as he makes mistakes. It's better not to catch this thief, otherwise he will die miserably. He will do everything he can to torture this thief and make the thief regret stealing his things. Chapter 334, Counting Money. Yu Hai was immersed in the joy of counting money, and he knew nothing about Baofeng's anger. Instead, there was too much cash, which made his hands cramp. After counting the cash, he emptied out all the stuff in more than 40 backpacks. There were so many good things that the stuff in more than 40 backpacks piled up like a mountain. Every fortune made him excited. He carefully checked each emptied backpack one by one. After he emptied all the stuff, he threw the empty backpacks into the sea. He deliberately left some worn-out backpacks with small capacity so that they could be used to carry things later. He thought that these small capacity, old and mottled, inconspicuous worn-out backpacks should not be tampered with. In contrast, those backpacks that looked too luxurious, high quality, and expensive might have a backup plan. For example, Baofeng's backpack was a fancy blue and white color. He threw away all the expensive backpacks that looked dazzling and too eye-catching to avoid the owner from looking for them later. The same was true for all electronic devices. He threw them all into the sea. They would malfunction when they came into contact with seawater. However, the incubator given to Luyan before was just an empty incubator. There was no need to throw away that kind of thing. After all, the incubator was only 1,000 each, and there was no Pokemon egg inside, so no one would install a locator on it. But the incubator of Storm could not be kept. Who said it was Storm's incubator? There was a Pokemon egg inside, a Pokemon egg of a Quasi-King trainer. It was impossible to be a simple Pokemon. There were too many good things in Storm's backpack, especially the number and types of evolution stones, fire stones, water stones, leaf stones, thunder stones. There were too many evolution stones, all kinds of evolution stones. He just took a look and his eyes were fascinated by these colorful stones. Before counting the harvest, he decided to put Storm's backpack aside and deal with other people's backpacks first, as an appetizer. Storm's the backpack is the main course. As the inventory was completed, he sorted the spoils into 5 categories. The first category, cash. From more than 40 backpacks, he took out 20 million in cash and 230,000 in change. After allocating it, each backpack had about 400,000, which was not a lot of cash. Trainers in places like the black market are all doing business, so it is normal to have hundreds of thousands of cash in their backpacks at any time. If there are not even hundreds of thousands in the bag, don't be a trainer. It is estimated that you can't even provide food for the elves. The second category, elves. He selected 119 elves, which are still valuable. These elves are carefully selected from more than 300 elves. There are only 2 elf cubs with high potential, which are considered to be the potential of the treasure level of the store, that is, more than 50 potential. These 2 elves are the giant crab, with a potential of 56, and the sand shrew, with a potential of 52. These 2 elves are not rare elves, but common elves in the Orange Islands. Giant crabs are very common on the beach, and sand mouse is also common in underground caves. If someone needs it, 10 million or 8 million can be sold. Compared to giant crabs, sand mouse is really not worth much here. With the same potential, giant crabs sell better than sand mouse. There are also 8 elf cubs, whose potential is lower than the treasure of the town. One of them is a Magikarp. The potential of these 8 elves is above 40 and below 50. These 8 elf cubs have very common attributes, including rock, ground, grass, insect, poison, and water. It is really difficult for him to estimate the price, especially the Magikarp. As long as the Magikarp does not evolve, it is still a stupid thing even if its potential is high. However, each one can still be sold for 3 or 4 million, and 8 of them are about 30 million. This kind of black goods can only be sold by the old man. The old man knows his ability and believes in his character. It is most appropriate to ask the old man to sell this batch of goods. There are also 86 second stage evolutionary elves, most of which are elite level, and the elves are also common attributes. According to the unit price of 200,000 each, there are about 17 million. There are also 12 third-stage evolutionary elves, only a few of which are senior level, and the elves are also common attributes. According to the unit price of 1.5 million each, there are about 18 million, and the senior level elves among them may be able to increase the price to 2 million. There are also electric and fighting elves, he has 6 here, all of which are elves above the second stage of evolution, with both elite and senior levels of strength. These 6 elves are very valuable on Hassa Island. These 2 types of elves have a good market on Hassa Island, and each unit price can be sold for about 3 million, which is about 18 million. There are also dragon and psychic elves, he has 5 here. Psychic elves are all elves above the second stage of evolution, and dragon elves are all cubs. The dragon-type elf cub he had here was a big-jawed ant, with average talent. It should have been stolen from the rock team and was probably given to newcomers. The remaining psychic-type elves were also poop pig, coconut egg tree, gem starfish and other elves, and there were no rare psychic-type elves. Even so, elves with these 2 attributes were very valuable in Hassa City, and each elf could be sold for about 4 million. 5 elves were worth about 20 million. These elves were all the harvest this time. There were only 2 elves with high potential, and the remaining elves had average potential. These 119 elves were selected from more than 300 elves. The remaining more than 100 elves were basically blank elf cubs, all with common attributes and low potential, all around 20 or 30, and had no economic value. He threw the water-type and flying-type elves into the sea and released them on the spot. He would release the remaining rock-type, ground-type, grass-type, insect-type, and poison-type elves when the passenger ship arrived at the Xantan Sea. There are lakes, rivers, and caves in the forest of the river. These environments are quite suitable for wild Pokémon to survive. The remaining Pokémon can be released later. The conditions do not allow it now. The third category, props. He has several pieces of sandy rocks here. They are brown rocks with low purity. They can only be regarded as new props. The function of this prop is to increase the duration of sandstorms. He happens to have a fool who eats rocks. This kind of rock can be left for fools as food. He will not sell it. Rocks like this are both props and food for rock-type Pokémon. Even if they are eaten, the effect is the same. The more they are eaten, the stronger the power of the sandstorm and the longer it lasts. There are also several pieces of wet rocks here. They are light blue rocks. The purity of these pieces is not very high. They are all new props. This kind of rock can extend the duration of rain prayer. This thing can be kept to help Pokémon train rain prayer. I will not sell it. Poison orbs, there are 2 of them, both are rookie items, their function is to poison the Pokémon, there is no use for him to keep them, Jengar already has 1. These 2 can be sold, only about 1 million. After all, it is an item that poisons the Pokémon, unless it is used by Pokémon with specific characteristics, otherwise who would use this item for no reason? Black sludge, there are 7 of them, also a rookie item. The function of this poison item is that the Pokémon can restore physical strength when carrying it, and it is also a hot item among poison items. Each unit price can be sold for 800,000, or 5.6 million. It's a pity that it is a rookie item. If the level is higher, the practical value is big. If it's an elite item, it can be sold for more than 3 million. If it's a rookie item, you can only go to jail. These 7 pieces of black sludge will also be sold. The bad frogs are all elite and don't need this stuff at all. Then I'll get a few high-level black sludge for the bad frogs. There are several non-changing stones. It's really a pillow when you're sleepy. You can put it on the orb spider first. Otherwise, the orb spider will evolve into Ariados, and his shoulders will not be able to stand. Ariados is not as cute as the orb spider. There are more than 10 light stones. You can keep them for the giant claw mantis or for Han Han. He knows a breeding method, which is to use light stones to breed steel, rock, and ground elves. Even if these elves don't carry light stones, they can reduce the weight of the elves. This breeding method is specially developed for large tonnage elves. This breeding method is not difficult to find. The Daigo family has it. After all, this family is a family that specializes in these three attributes. However, this breeding method must be a secret of the Daigo family. It is not so easy for him to get it. In fact, this breeding method should not be very difficult. There are only two ways to breed. One is to eat it, and the other is to integrate the effect of light stone to reduce weight into the red armor of the giant claw mantis, which can reduce the weight of the giant claw mantis. It is not difficult for him to get this breeding method. In addition to the Daigo family having this breeding method, he also thought that a trainer should also have this breeding method. Compared to the giant Duan company in the Hone area, the Zifuka family, which started out by mining iron ore and refining steel, it is much easier to obtain the breeding method of light stone from this trainer. This trainer is in the Chengdu area. In the animation, like Xiaoying, they are both supporting characters who only appear once, but this supporting character is not simple at all. This trainer is called Muramasa, and he has a very fast giant claw mantis, nicknamed Red Flash. Muramasa also has his own dojo, which has won many championships. Mantis is Muramasa's trump card, and Mantis's first appearance was also here. Muramasa's Mantis completely meets his vision of Scyther's future tactics. It uses light stones to cultivate a high attack, high speed, high burst Pokémon with a high defense. Except that Mantis's special defense is a little worse, its basic special defense is also 80, which is already a lot. In addition, in rainy days, it has almost no shortcomings. By the way, in addition to having a very fast Mantis, Muramasa also has a very confident and arrogant son named Shinjo, who also has a very fast Mantis. The Mantises of these two fathers and sons have one characteristic, that is, they are very fast, very fast. Especially Muramasa's Mantis, only when its speed reaches a certain level can it make a name for itself, so that Mantis has the nickname of Red Flash. It is impossible for a trainer who is too inexperienced to make a name for himself. Since that claw has its own name, it means that the other party has his own unique insights in cultivating claw, which is also where he needs to learn from him. This is also his guess that the other party's claw should have used the special cultivation method of light stone, which increased the speed of claw without reducing its defense. The probability of getting the light stone cultivation method from the other party is easier than that of the Daigo family. After all, if one does not sell it to you, you have no choice, and if the other does not sell it, you can increase the strength. From the performance in the animation, Muramasa has won many championships and is at least a quasi-king trainer, especially the claw. Even if it is not a quasi-king, it is at most a king. Compared to Daigo, the champion of the Hone region, the king will still be easy to control at that time. As for Muramasa in the animation, he is not as good as Shinjo, which means that the father cannot beat his own son. He can say with certainty that it is impossible. It is impossible to think about it. Muramasa can win so many championships. It is definitely not enough to be a senior level. At least it is enough to be a quasi-king. The only record of Shinjo's giant claw mantis is that he lost to Zai. Others said that he defeated all the trainers in the gym. Everyone knows that Zai, this amazing trainer, usually fights against various protagonists. It is common for him to turn the tables against the attributes. But when it comes to the key regional competition, he will make all kinds of monsters and lose the chain. The protagonist's halo is gone. That is quite stable. From this point of view, the battle is very watery. The purpose of that episode of animation is just to promote the correct values. Trainers should be positive and positive, not arrogant and arrogant. Shinjo can't even beat Zai, and he still wants to defeat his father. I'm afraid he is dreaming. You know, his father is a trainer who has won many championships. Zai only got a top 8 in the Chengdu conference. That's it. It was simply a plot killing, so he said that the battle was too watered down, and the production team put a Pacific Ocean in it. As for the gap shown in the animation, Muramis's giant claw mantis can't beat his son's giant claw mantis. There are two reasons to explain. First, Muramasa is old, and giant claw mantis is also old. Second, the reason why Muramasa wanted to find a stranger trainer to correct his son's personality is probably because the father beat his son and didn't help him at all. It is persuasive, but it is impossible to wake up the son. At this time, only outsiders can wake up the son and correct his arrogant character. Let's not talk about this matter first. Even if he wants to buy the cultivation method of Lightstone from the other party is also in Chengdu area, and he is in Orange Islands. The two are too far apart. Now sort out the spoils first, and when he has some strength, he will go to Chengdu area for a tour, and by the way, find Muramis's trainer Jim and these two father and son. If there are these two father and son in this Pokemon world, isn't there champion Daigo in the Hone area? You can find Daigo at that time. Only if he is strong enough, he will find Daigo. If he is not strong enough, forget it, people will not bother to pay attention to you. There are more of them this time, so it is easy to make mistakes. Just correct them if there are any problems. Chapter 335, Conservative Estimate. After a long breath, Yu Hai continued to count the spoils. Sharp bird beak, a flying item, looks like a very sharp bird beak. There are two of them. They are still newbie items. The effect is that after a flying Pokemon carries it, it can increase the power of flying moves. This thing is useless to his Pokemon. The item level is too low, and the bonus to the goal is too small. It can be sold for about 1 million. He can buy higher level items later. Poison Needle, a poison item, can increase the power of poison moves. This item is quite worth seeing. There are 2 elite level items and 9 newbie items. After all, the underground black market has the most trainers who play poison Pokemon. However, he did not intend to keep this item. The Poison Needle can increase the power of poison-type moves, but his several poison-type elves do not need to increase the power of poison-type moves. Their venom is already poisonous enough. In general, the bad frogs do not need the props for the time being. Selling them will bring him more benefits. He is in urgent need of small money now. 2 elite-level poison needles can be sold for about 6 million. 9 new props, poison needles, can also be sold for more than 5 million. The unit price is only 500,000 or 600,000, which is not very expensive. After all, it is a new prop. Soft sand, a ground prop, is like a bag of fine sand at the beach. He feels that this prop is more like food than a prop. There are several soft sand items, which are also new props. They can increase the power of ground-type moves. This kind of prop will not be sold. It can be digested internally and eaten by Han. Rock-type and ground-type rookie items can be eaten by Han, just like the sandy rock. One increases the duration of the sandstorm, and the other increases the power of ground-type moves. Hard stone, a rock-type item, is a grey stone. There are several of this item, and it is also a rookie item. The effect of this item is similar to soft sand, but one increases the power of ground-type moves, and the hard stone increases the power of rock-type moves. It can also be used as food for Han. There are actually many things in rock-type, ground-type, and steel-type items that are both items and food. It's just that few trainers are so extravagant that they use items to cultivate Pokemon of these 3 attributes. After all, a rookie item costs 500,000 or 600,000. No matter how much you eat, it is a bottomless pit. The higher the level of the item, the more expensive it is. It can barely be used as food when it is a baby, but it can't be eaten when it reaches the elite level. Any item costs millions. Otherwise, the Falling Rock Radon would not have eaten ore for more than 10 years before being promoted to the king level. It is estimated that the talent was too poor when it was captured, and the threshold of the king was too difficult to break through, so it was stuck for many years. Not everyone is as lucky as Jengar, who can improve his potential by evolution. That Radon can only evolve twice, and it will lose the potential improvement brought by evolution. The rest can only wait for time. He estimated that it took at least 3 to 5 years for Radon to cross the threshold of the king. If Radon had been fed energy gems and related props, it might have grown faster. Without these things, it can only wait for time. Back to the props have not been counted, and the next is silver powder, a bug-type prop, is also a powder prop. It is applied to the elves and can increase the power of bug-type moves. There are 7 of these items, all of which are rookie props. They are useless for his bug-type elves. He can sell them and buy senior-level props later. 7 pieces of silver powder can also have about 4 million, which is about the same as the unit price of poison needles. Poison needles may be more expensive, after all, the demand is very large. Mysterious water drop, a water item, can increase the power of water-type moves. There are 8 of them here. They are all rookie items. They are useless to him. If they are elite items, they may be useful. Rookie items are sold. 8 mysterious water drops can also get about 5 million. The demand for this item is higher than that of poison needles, so the price is naturally a little more expensive than poison needles. Miracle seed, a grass item, looks like a light yellow seed, can increase the power of grass-type moves, and is also a rookie item. There are 4 miracle seeds here. If they are all sold, they can get about 3 million. After all, he doesn't have grass-type elves, so it's useless to keep them. Magnet, an electric item, can increase the power of electric moves, and is also a rookie item. There are 2 of them here. Selling them can get 1.5 million. Electric items are still very popular. Charcoal, a fire item, can increase the power of fire-type moves, and is also a rookie item. There are 3 of them here. Selling them can also get 1.5 million. The props ended here. Finally, they were all counted. They were basically new props. These guys couldn't afford high-end goods. Many props were taken from elves. Elves and props were naturally sold separately. If you want to sort these new props' market value, then the most expensive one should be Black Sludge is priced at 800,000. Miracle Seeds are priced at 750,000. Magnets are priced at 750,000. Mysterious Water Drops are priced at 620,000. Poison Needles are priced at 600,000. Silver Powder is priced at 570,000. Sharp Bird Beaks are priced at 500,000. Charcoal is priced at 500,000. Toxic Gems are priced at 500,000. There are other items, so there is no need to rank them in value. Anyway, they are all for Han to eat. If there is not enough food in the future, he will have to buy similar items to continue to feed Han. He feels that Han will definitely be another Ghastly in the future, a bottomless pit, the kind that will not make any noise unless he invests several hundred million. However, he will deal with Ghastly first, and Han will think of a way later. There are 46 items he is going to sell, and if he can sell them all, it will be a considerable amount. There are also 21 items he is not going to sell, namely sandy rocks, wet rocks, soft sand, and hard stones. The constant stone and light stone are counted separately. The constant stone was given to the orb spider. The light stone has not been used yet, so it is kept for the time being. After finishing the props sorting, it is time for gems. There are the most water gems, more than 30, followed by ground gems and rock gems, as well as grass gems, poison gems, and insect gems. There are no rare attribute gems left, but there are 1 or 2 common attribute gems, which are not counted here. He is not going to sell these gems. He plans to keep them for his own use and for his own elves. If he lacks resources later, he can also barter and use some unused gems to exchange for ghost and poison gems that Ghastly needs to continue to improve Ghastly's potential. He still has evolution stones here, but there are not many evolution stones, and they are all low-level evolution stones. There are 8 low-level water stones, which are about 10 million at a unit price of 1.2 million. There are 6 low-level leaf stones, which are also 1.2 million at a unit price of 7 million. There is one low-level dark stone, and this evolution stone is not counted, because there is a Pokemon that really needs this evolution stone. There is one low-level thunder stone, which can be sold to a black trader for 1.6 million, and it may be 1.8 million if you sell it yourself. One medium quality water stone, the purchase price is 3 million, and you can add 300,000 if you sell it yourself. After all, the department store only costs 3.5 million. This medium quality water stone is also the only medium quality evolution stone among so many evolution stones. It can only be said that these guys are really shabby. What kind of chicken evolution stones are they? But they are still valuable. For the treatment of evolution stones, he called Darkrai out and threw the dark stone to Darkrai. Darkrai, this dark stone is for you, you can absorb the evil energy and ghost energy in it, don't tell Ghastly. When Yu-Hai threw the dark stone to Darkrai, he also raised his finger and made a hush gesture to Darkrai, indicating that it is better to absorb it quietly, and never let Ghastly know. I understand. Darkrai took the dark stone, nodded slightly and then dived into the shadows. This was their little secret. If Ghastly knew, he would definitely be angry. There was no doubt about this. Ghastly was a stingy guy and a glutton. Watching Darkrai dive into the shadows, Yu-Hai put all the remaining evolution stones back into his backpack. He also left a lot of things for Jengar, including poison energy blocks, poison capsules, poison gems, poison items, and poisonous food. Anything with poison basically belongs to Ghastly, and no one can take it away. The poison attributes of the frogs are strong, so there is no need to continue to increase the poison damage. He will sell all the remaining evolution stones, including the medium quality water stone. They are all low-level evolution stones, and there is no use keeping them. It's a pity that there are no Mega Evolution Stones and Key Stones. There is not a single Mega Evolution Stone in so many backpacks, and the items are all low-level items. They are all backpacks of noobs. But quantitative change leads to qualitative change. If all these things are sold, it will not be a small amount. Conservatively estimated, it will be at least 200 million. However, he felt that Baofeng's backpack should be the richest. Baofeng's backpack alone may be more valuable than all the things just now. When he poured out the blind box of Baofeng's backpack just now, he took a look and found that there were really a lot of good things. He hadn't sorted out the pile of debris on the ground yet. Baofeng's backpack was not in a hurry. He would open the blind boxes of these rookies first, and then Baofeng's backpack, which would be a real feast. Fourth, elf food. The props were gone, and the elf food came. Among this pile of messy food, water energy blocks were the most, followed by ore. He already had 3 backpacks of ore. One was the ore backpack of the black-clothed strongman team leader, one was the ore backpack of more than 40 backpacks, and the other was his own ore backpack. There were also a lot of poison energy blocks. The remaining grass and bug energy blocks were a little less than poison, but the number of these 2 energy blocks was about the same. There were also flying and evil energy blocks, as well as electric energy blocks. There were too many energy blocks of various attributes. He picked out all the fine energy blocks and sold all the good energy blocks. There was no need to feed the elves with such stuff. Anyway, he was not short of money now. These seemingly good energy blocks were probably from the black market. They were hand-kneaded energy blocks in small workshops. The quality was difficult to guarantee. He kicked out all the energy blocks with too many impurities. After picking and choosing, there were not many fine energy blocks. After all, these noobs were poor, so how could they be expected to feed the elves with premium energy cubes? That would be too much of a compliment to them. Finally, after sorting, there were only a few hundred boxes of premium energy cubes, and the remaining good energy cubes were thousands of boxes. He put them all in a backpack. He was too lazy to count them. He would sell them all at a big discount and let the black goods boss count them himself. In addition to energy cubes, there were also elf-specific foods of various attributes, that is, the kind of elf food that was large in quantity and full in quantity. There were too many of these elf foods, so they had to be sold out. He was not confident about the quality of these foods, so he didn't give them to the elves. At most, he would spend some money to buy them again at the department store. After sorting out the elves' food, he looked at the human food again. There were various drinks, milk, mineral water, quick heating food, and snacks, all in a backpack. He was not going to eat these foods, nor was he going to throw them away as garbage. Instead, he was going to sell them to buyers, and he could make a lot of money. So much food was enough to open a small store. The fifth category, sundries. There are some useful sundries, which he put into a backpack. These sundries are a bunch of miscellaneous tree fruits, a bunch of various wound sprays, various books on cultivating elves, various self-defense cold weapons, various outdoor supplies, various moves learning CDs, and a bunch of broken fossils. He has seen every fossil, and the panel shows that it is just a broken stone, useless. There are also moves CDs. He understands that it is difficult to learn new moves through the screen. If you don't want to gamble, you have to find a teacher to teach you. These things are still worth some money, and they can be sold for a small amount of money. It would be a pity to throw them away. There is another thing that is also very valuable, that is, the gold and silver jewelry found in more than 40 backpacks. There are so many of these things that he can't tell whether they are real or fake. However, it can be guessed that they are all stolen goods. After all, a group of unemployed vagrants living underground cannot wear gold and silver, let alone jewelry necklaces. According to the current gold price, 2,000 alliance coins per gram, these small things are 3 or 4 kilograms, which is 7 or 8 million, not a small amount. Finally, there are some personal sundries and personal daily necessities. He put them all into a backpack and threw them directly into the sea. More than 40 backpacks were poured out of various clothes and shoes, both men and women, all kinds of underwear and stockings. It is no exaggeration to say that so many clothes are enough to open a clothing store. Whoever picked up the backpack wished the other party a prosperous business and a lot of money. So far, except for Baofeng's backpack, all backpacks have been sorted out. He has a backpack for things. The elf packed 2 backpacks, one to sell and one to release. The props packed 2 backpacks, one to sell and one not to sell. There are 3 backpacks for ore, one for his own ore, one for the captain of the black-clad sturdy man, and one for the ore that has just been sorted out. One backpack is filled with elf food, which contains good energy cubes to be sold, as well as elf-exclusive food. The selected fine energy cubes are all in his backpack. One backpack is filled with human food. One backpack is filled with useful sundries. One backpack is filled with gold, silver, and jewelry. There is also Baofeng's backpack, a total of 13 backpacks. Next is the biggest blind box, Baofeng's backpack. There should be many surprises waiting for him, he can't wait. The price of gold is calculated at 100 yuan per gram. It was around the millennium. Just take it as a reference. The currency conversion is 2,000 alliance coins per gram. If you bought gold back then, it would have increased 5 or 6 times now. What a pity. I was still in elementary school back then, watching Pokemon on TV. At that time, you had to wait for commercials. Some commercials were half an hour long, boring and long. It was really hard to wait. Chapter 336, Baofeng's Good Things. Baofeng's backpack has a lot of good things. There are 26 million in cash alone, and 440,000 in small change. The only regret is that he didn't steal Baofeng's elves. Even if he stole Baofeng's elves, he couldn't suppress the Quasi King's elves. After thinking about it, he decided to forget it. However, Baofeng has a lot of props, especially water props. Yu Hai took out any one at random, and it was Fuck, the Quasi King's mysterious water drop, its scent. Yu Hai held the mysterious water drop with both hands, his palms trembling slightly, for fear of accidentally breaking the mysterious water drop. There are still several mysterious water drops in the bag. He took them out one by one to check. All of them are senior props. This time he really picked up a treasure. The giant crabs can all be equipped with new props. The mysterious water drops of the Quasi King are indeed hard to come by. It's good to have one. There are 3 medium-quality water stones in the backpack, which are worth at least 10 million. There are more low-level water stones, 26 in total. According to the unit price of 1.2 million, it is more than 30 million. There are also water gems. There are more of these things, more than 60, and the purity is more than 50%. Keep them for the time being and don't rush to sell them. There are also several wet rocks here. The props in Baofeng's hand are better than those junk. Even the wet rocks are much more pure than before. Keep this one. It is also useful, so I won't do it for now. Putting down the wet rock, what surprised him most was that there was a palm-sized scale in Baofeng's backpack, which was triangular and a bit like the shape of a shell. The top of the scale is pink, and when the pink gradually changes to the end, it will appear light blue. The scale lies in a special wooden box, emitting a faint stream of light, which looks particularly beautiful. Fuck, beautiful scale, I'm rich. Yu Hai stared at the beautiful scale in the wooden box, slowly extended his index finger and gently touched the scale, and got the panel information of the scale. Beautiful scale, precious scale shed from Minshao, energy concentration 63.11%. Fuck, scale shed from the king level Minshao. Yu Hai was secretly shocked when he saw the energy concentration. This beautiful scale has a similar concentration to the dragon scale he picked up on the deserted island, both of which are scales shed from the king elves. The origin of the dragon scale was unknown, so he didn't explore it. But this beautiful scale belonged to Baofeng, which meant that Baofeng knew the function of the beautiful scale. Even if he knew the function, the beautiful scale shed by the king-level Minshao was not so easy to obtain. What he meant was that Baofeng should know this Minshao, and the beautiful scale should have been given to Baofeng by Minshao. A king-level Minshao, a king-level beauty. I got it. Yu Hai thought of the captain of the black ship he met at the port last night, who was a king-level trainer. If the other party had a king-level Minshao, then it made sense. It's not impossible to use the beautiful scale dropped by his own Minshao to reward his respected subordinates. But none of this is important. The important thing is that the beautiful scale is in his hand, and it is his beautiful scale. As long as there is a ugliest with quasi-king potential, the evolution of Minshao is not easy. In his previous life, he knew that there were 2 ways for melodic to evolve. First, beauty plus level increase. The beauty here should be confidence. In his previous life, he had read the analysis of the forum boss. As long as confidence is increased, the smelt can evolve. Second, let the smelt carry the beautiful scales to exchange and evolve. If this is the case, there will be less trouble, but how can you see the gorgeous rainbow without experiencing wind and rain? From smelt to melodic, it is the most critical transformation in the life of the smelt. Without experiencing the hardships of the smelt period, how can you have the confidence to control the beautiful body after evolution? It is difficult to meet a confident smelt, and it is even more difficult to make smelt confident. It is also the responsibility of the trainer who tames the smelt. He doesn't have a smelt, so the beautiful scales can only be put aside for now. He will talk about it when he meets a smelt with good potential. Anyway, he is not going to use this beautiful scale. Only fools will use it. If you don't encounter a high potential Uchiha, this scale can only be sold to a trainer who knows the value of the item. Merchants who don't know the value of the item can only treat it as a collection at most, but they can't sell it cheaply. After covering the wooden box again, Yu Hai touched another wooden box. Opening the wooden box made him gasp again, because he saw another dragon scale, exactly the same as the one he got on the deserted island, both blue scales. Reaching out to touch it, it felt icy cold, and also got the panel information of this dragon scale. Dragon scale, precious scale shed from the elf, energy concentration 62.31%. It was another king level scale, but looking at the panel information, it seemed a little different from the dragon scale he picked up. Dragon scale, precious reverse scale shed from a dragon type elf, dragon type energy concentration 67.91%. Yu Hai took out his dragon scale again, and he found that this scale was a little different in the panel introduction. Although both are called dragon scales, his dragon scale looks like a real dragon scale no matter how you look at it, while the other one looks more like a fake dragon scale. The difference is: first, the panel does not show any dragon type. Second, his is a reverse scale, while the other is just a scale. Third, the energy concentration is also different, his energy is a little higher. If both the beautiful scale and the dragon scale come from the captain of the black ship, then the captain of the black ship not only has a melodic, but also probably a Gyarados, a king-level Gyarados. If this dragon scale is the scale that fell off when the Gyarados entered the king level, it is unknown what level the Gyarados has reached now. The reason why he is sure it is Gyarados is that even if it is the Thorn Dragon King, it is a real dragon with dragon attributes, not a fake dragon like Gyarados. If it is a dragon scale dropped from the Thorn Dragon King, the panel will not show it like this. I didn't know before without comparison, but now after comparison, any difference is clear at a glance. Even the dragon scales on Gyarados are not something that can be measured by money, just like that beautiful scale. The king-level evolutionary items are like the best evolution stones. These things can no longer be measured by money, but can be exchanged for the favor of a king-level trainer. Even if it is used to ask a king-level trainer to make a move, it is a rare treasure. He really made a fortune this time. I don't know if Baofeng, who lost these things, will turn the entire Orange Islands upside down just to find him out. Thinking about it now, he was too brave to get Baofeng's backpack. He didn't know he could be so brave. Thinking about it afterwards, he was really scared. Fortunately, when he was eavesdropping at the port, Baofeng didn't like him, otherwise he would really be in trouble, completely dead. Species. Putting down the dragon scales of the pseudo-dragon, he continued to look down, not knowing what other good things were waiting for her. This time he touched a ground-type item, probably for Swampert, a quasi-king soft sand, and several senior-level soft sands. Good guy, he was just so good. This was another feast for Han Han, this guy was really too polite. The senior-level soft sand, he was reluctant to feed it again, and he would wait until there were more similar items in the future, and he would not sell these items. And the Swampert he mentioned was not the Swampert that Baofeng brought with him, but the Pokemon egg in the backpack, the Pokemon egg with the same appearance as Luian's Pokemon egg, the Pokemon egg of Swampert. These water-type items and ground-type items should all be prepared for that Pokemon egg, and he also put the Pokemon egg back into the incubator. This Pokemon egg was turned out from Baofeng's backpack. There is no need to doubt its talent. At least it has the potential of a quasi-king, otherwise Baofeng would not spend so much money to cultivate it. Counting them down, Storm has prepared nearly 100 million resources for the cultivation of Water Leap. After spending so much, the talent of the Pokemon egg must be good. After all, Storm has the Black Ship as their backer. They can get any Pokemon egg. Even the quasi-god Pokemon eggs are auctioned at the Black Ship, not to mention it's just a starter Pokemon egg. The starter Pokemon he had been thinking about finally appeared unexpectedly. Why not other water starter Pokemon? Why did Storm want to capture a Swampert? Wait, he remembered that Storm's rainy day team seemed to be Gyarados, Clamshell, Otosaurus, Poison Jellyfish, Swampert, Houndoom. Good guy, there are 5 water Pokemon in a team of 6 Pokemon. It would be strange if Storm was not restrained by the electric type. No wonder he had to capture 2 Swamperts. It turned out that 1 Swampert was not enough. As for other water and ground Pokemon, Swampert, Snorlax, etc., they are all ground Pokemon that are not afraid of water. Swampert is the best choice among these Pokemon, and Storm doesn't like other Pokemon. Other ground-type Pokemon, unless there are special circumstances, are not afraid of water, so the other party will choose to cultivate 2 Swamperts. After all, the experience of cultivating the first Swampert can be used on the second Swampert, which saves a lot of trouble. This person also prepared a lot of ground gems, which is about the same number as water gems. It's really a big surprise. Help him prepare all the resources for cultivating Swampert. This person is really good. Han also picked up a big bargain and was able to get a lot of delicious food. Han can also eat ground gems. The 6 gems purchased last time have been eaten up long ago. All his resources are tilted towards Ghastly. He has no money to buy gems for Han. It's really hard for this child. This time he can finally eat enough. There is also a big bag of crystal honey in the backpack, which is a food made of honey. It is simply a blessing for sweet lovers. It is probably prepared for the newly hatched water leap fish. The other party even prepared this. Then there will naturally be no shortage of nutritional supplements such as moo moo milk. They are packed in boxes here, so he doesn't need to buy them. What Baofeng prepared must be high quality. How could he doubt the vision of a quasi-king trainer? After touching the ground-type things, Yu Hai touched something very hot. It must be prepared for the Pokemon cubs. He took out the stone box and opened it. He found it was a fire stone. He wanted to see the panel of the fire stone. When he reached out to touch it, he was burned by the fire stone. He quickly retracted his fingers and got the panel of this fire stone. Fuck, high-level fire stone, Yu Hai cursed again. He didn't know how many times he had cursed. It was unknown which fire Pokemon Baofeng was going to evolve. The purity of this fire stone was very high. It was hot in the palm of his hand, just like a ball of fire burning in the palm of his hand. He just picked it up and put it back in the stone box. He felt that this high-level fire stone would cost at least 12 million. If it was a water stone, leaf stone, or thunder stone, it would be better. The value of an evolution stone is determined by market demand. The 3 types of evolution stones mentioned above are all in great demand here. The fire stone is in a very bad situation. In the Orange Islands where there are more water elves, it can only go to jail. Even if it has to go to jail, the fire stone is still worth tens of millions. Fire elves can just make up for the weakness of the Storm team. The cheap price is not a bad thing for Storm, but it's a pity that Storm lost his backpack. If it were the other 3 types of evolution stones, the price could be at least 3 million more. This is how demand determines the market, and high-level evolution stones may not be available. The purity of this fire stone is 67%, which is considered to be of medium to high quality among high-level evolution stones. He had discovered before that this world rated evolution stones with a purity of more than 50% as high-level evolution stones. With a purity of more than 50%, elves will almost never fail to evolve using this evolution stone. With a purity of less than 50%, there is a possibility of evolution failure. It is estimated that the locals have experienced countless attempts and summed up their experience to get the rating standard of evolutionary stones. A purity of about 50% can only be considered as medium-low quality. It can be negotiated within 10 million, provided that someone is willing to sell it. If the purity exceeds 60%, there is nothing to negotiate. If you don't pay 10 million alliance coins, you can't get the fossil. Therefore, he said that this fire stone is 12 million at the bottom and the extra 3 million for the other 3 evolutionary stones is simply the price difference caused by market demand. Especially the water stone. The Orange Islands produce a lot of water stones, but the Orange Islands also have the most trainers who play water Pokemon. Although the price of fire stones here is not high, the price will be different in the hands of those who need it. For example, the unlucky Storm. You can ask Luian later what fire Pokemon Storm is going to evolve. Storm not only doesn't have enough Swampert, but also wants to capture 2 fire Pokemon. Fortunately, it is not a top-grade fire stone, otherwise Storm will definitely go crazy. He has said before that top-grade evolution stones cannot be measured by money and can almost be linked to the King of Heaven. Trainers below the King of Heaven, if they can get a top-grade evolution stone, just use it quietly. If they dare to tell others, the ending will not be too good. Sometimes, if you get something too good, if you are weak, you can't keep the wealth. Alas, Yu-Hai gently closed the lid of the stone box and sighed secretly. He didn't sigh that the high-level evolution stone was not good, but he was regretting why it was not a high-level water stone, but a fire stone. It would be a pity to sell it. He was not going to sell it for the time being. After all, it was a high-level fire stone. Once sold, it would be easy to leave a tail. If the harvest this time could not break through Ghastly's potential, he would consider exchanging the high-level fire stone for ghost gems and poison gems. He was really worried about Ghastly, the glutton. It was unknown how long the potential threshold of the champion level would hold him back. This time he wanted to spend 200 million. He didn't believe that he couldn't break the door to the champion. In addition to the high-level fire stone, there were also medium-quality fire stones in the backpack. The low-level fire stones were probably used to reward subordinates. There were only 2 medium-quality fire stones, which could be sold without arousing suspicion. The 2 were worth about 6 million. There were more low-level fire stones, 11 in total, with a total value of about 10 million. The unit price was 1.1 million per piece, so it should be sold, which was cheaper than the water stone. He touched another quasi-king item, charcoal. If he wanted to sell it, it would be conservatively estimated to be about 10 million. After all, it is a fire item for a quasi-king, and the price will not be lowered because of the attribute. It should be an item used to evolve the fire elf with the advanced fire stone. Even the senior level charcoal item, there are 2 in the bag. Baofeng is really rich. If he sells them together, he can get about 6 million. There are also a lot of fire gems, which are enough to make a bed for Baofeng's fire elf. It can simulate the environment of a volcano, which is very suitable for the growth of fire elves. Things with fire attributes are useless to him. He can't just subdue fire elves and cultivate them. This is a bit of putting the cart before the horse. What attribute you pick up, you have to cultivate elves with what attribute. Do you still want his rainy day team? Don't turn the promised rainy day team into a sunny day team. There are also a lot of hot rock items in the backpack. The effect is to extend the duration of sunny days. These rocks are props that emit high temperatures. It seems that Baofeng really spent a lot of money to cultivate that fire elf, and actually prepared so many fire attribute things. It's a pity that these fire items and fire elf cultivation resources are of no use to him. It's such a pity. If these hot rocks are to be sold, the price is really hard to say. He has not learned about the prices in this regard. He can ask Luian later. Even if he doesn't sell them, he can leave them for Han Han to eat. Han Han is not afraid of fire. He doesn't know if he can learn some fire moves by eating them. After touching the fire items, he touched the leaf stone. 2 medium-quality leaf stones and 9 low-level leaf stones. There is also 1 medium-quality thunderstone and 5 low-level thunderstones. If all are sold, it will be a considerable amount. He also touched a few senior-level poison items, black mud. And 2 senior-level poison items, poison needles. These 2 items are packed in boxes. He is not going to sell them. He can keep them for Ghastly and Frog. He didn't keep the rookie items because they were too low level. Now that he has the senior level items, he can use them for a long time. He also has some poison gems, which are probably food for poisonous jellyfish. He plans to give them all to Ghastly to hit the threshold of the champion. Putting down the poison gems, he touched 2 senior level items, the sharp bird beak. There is no need to sell these 2 items. They may be useful in the future. He also has a flying Pokemon. Putting down the sharp bird beak item, he touched the gem again, but this time it was the evil gem. There is no need to look at this kind of gem. He will not sell it. He can give it to Darkrai to absorb slowly. In addition to the above items, he also saw several books on cultivating fire Pokemon and poison cultivation books. He flipped through a few pages and found that these books were not cheap goods. There was still something in the books. He doesn't breed fire-type Pokemon, so it would be fine if he had a few books on breeding water-type Pokemon. But all he got were books on breeding fire-type and poison-type Pokemon. What a mess! Could it be that they can't breed water-type Pokemon verbally, and they don't even have a book? If poison-type breeding books are still useful, fire-type Pokemon breeding books are useless in his hands. He plays with water, brother. What's the point of giving him 2 fires? It's all tears if I say too much. If you replace the high-level fire stone with a high-level water stone, Swampert's Pokemon eggs, replaced with Blastoise's Pokemon eggs. This would be perfect, and it would meet his current needs. Unfortunately, the idea was beautiful, but the reality was harsh. Throwing a few books aside, Yu-Hai looked at the food in the corner of the room. They were all high-quality energy blocks. Water energy blocks were the most, and there were also flying, poison, evil, and fire blocks. These 5 types of energy blocks, added together, were too numerous to count, because there were too many. It was estimated that there were at least several thousand boxes. He could sort them out slowly later and count the number. Anyway, he would not sell them, after all, they were all high quality. Energy blocks were not the focus, but the various gold and silver jewelry taken out of the backpack were the focus. Every piece of gold and silver jewelry necklace on the bed was almost a masterpiece of the best, just like a work of art. These jewelry were different from the previous jewelry that could still see flaws. The previous gold and silver jewelry could be sold at will, and it didn't matter. They were all stolen goods from gangsters. All of Baofeng's hands were high quality. Any piece of jewelry was highly recognizable. It was impossible to be a second-hand dealer, and it was easy to leave a tail. He could only give up selling these jewelry and took all the jewelry and necklaces to the balcony. As long as they were non-metallic items, they were all thrown into the sea. This was called death without evidence. I would basically be busy until very late. Seeing that some book friends said that it was water, I released this chapter first. Chapter 337, Arrival at the Sea of Storm. He was extremely cautious in handling anything of Baofeng. From the moment he went out to sea, Baofeng would never be able to find him. Even if the jewelry and necklaces that sank into the sea were picked up by fishermen one day, what did it have to do with him? It didn't flow out of his hands. The fishermen who picked up these jewelry had better not be greedy for money, otherwise they would die miserably. If they were discovered by Baofeng, it would be really miserable. I hope these jewelry will sleep forever on the seabed and never come out. There are some gold and silver left, which can be melted in the fire later. If they can't be sold as artworks, they can be sold directly at the gold price. What? Feed Han with gold? Don't be funny. It's not cost-effective to eat gold directly. It's much more cost-effective to sell gold for metal ore. There's no need to be so wasteful in cultivating Han. He has to be thrifty, otherwise he can't afford it. As for wild ore? That's his last choice. After all, stealing ore is also illegal. Those wild ore are not unwanted, but the Alliance is too lazy to care. There are so many uninhabited islands and so many seabed ores. The Alliance can't manage them, but it doesn't mean that the Alliance won't care. If he goes too far, the Alliance will track him down. He doesn't want to be wanted by the Alliance. Even if he goes to the black market to buy black ore, he doesn't want to steal wild ore. After dealing with gold, silver, and jewelry, there are still some personal sundries of Baofeng here. All the useful ones are thrown into the sundries backpack, not including those books. Those things can't be sold. The sundries he mentioned are the spray for wound medicine, and things like Baofeng's food, self-defense weapons, etc., all thrown into the sea, and such things can't be sold. Even if it was a spray for wound healing, a potion for removing status, and fast food pre-prepared meals, he saw industrial products. Although they were all high-end goods, he would not be suspected if he sold these black goods, so he could sell them without worry. After packing up this pile of valuable miscellaneous items, there was also a pile of miscellaneous items that were not suitable for children. When he saw these miscellaneous items, he felt that they were irritating, and he didn't know if this was considered Baofeng's personal privacy. Don't ask him what he saw, anyway, it was very irritating. It can only be said that it is the habit of rich people. Those who understand will understand. I can't say too much. When he was packing these things, he was also cursing inwardly. Damn, how can this person be so perverted? Not only are they irritating, but they are all used. These things dirty your hands. When packing these things, he threw away the gloves he had worn, and threw all the things into the sea. The sea really carried too much, things that it shouldn't carry, and he felt a little sorry for the sea. Alas, this cannot be blamed on him. If you want to blame someone, blame Baofeng. Why put those things in the backpack? He has kept Baofeng's secret. He has done his best. Baofeng should give him a good guy card. There is also Baofeng's bank card. He knows there is money in it, a lot of money, but no matter how much money there is, it is useless. He doesn't have the password and can't get the money in it. He did not find Baofeng's ID card in Baofeng's backpack. It seems that the strong have security awareness in this regard. This money has nothing to do with him. After throwing away Baofeng's personal belongings, Baofeng's bank cards also flew from his hands to the sea one by one. No matter how much money is in it, he can't get it anyway. It's the easiest to throw it away. As for guessing the password, forget it. The password is 6 digits, and there are only 5 chances to enter. If there is an ID card, you can guess it 5 times. If there is no ID card, how can he guess it? It was a waste of time. It was not certain whether the other party would use the birthday password or not. Once he withdrew the money, he would be exposed. Anyway, he had already gained so many things, so why bother about the small amount of money in the bank card? At this point, all the things were finally sorted out. He felt that the value of the storm backpack was more than the value of more than 40 backpacks combined. One person contributed the value of more than 40 people. Such assets are worthy of the status of a quasi-king trainer. He was a silly elf hunter in Dazan. Now it seems that he is nothing. He can only be regarded as a senior trainer of the beggar version. Youth version? Sorry, that guy is not even worthy of the youth version. It is impossible for a senior trainer of the youth version to not be able to take out millions. You know, the down-and-out quasi-king Luian can still take out more than 200 million. If it weren't for being too poor, that guy wouldn't eat the cubs of Pidgeot that would be stolen, except for the elves, only the props were worth some money. He suspected that the other party stole the cubs of Pidgeot not for sale, but to prepare to breed them himself. After all, the cubs of the king-level Pidgeot, such handsome flying elves, could be sold for 50 million. However, no matter how much he said, it was all his. He really made a fortune this time. The specific number of hundreds of millions would not be known until he sold them. It was right to decide to do this. He really made a fortune this time. The next step was how to deal with these black goods. He currently had 3 channels to sell these black goods. One was the drunk old man, one was Luo Yan, and one was himself. Needless to say, the drunk old man was the least troublesome to find that old guy. After all, they had been dealing with each other for so long. He planned to hand over the elves to the old guy for processing. This was his most assured and safest choice. After all, there were still many sensitive black goods among the elves, that is, the black goods of Team Rocket. He planned to hand over the remaining things to Luyan's channel. Luyan was once the leader of Yanyan team and a quasi-king trainer. A lean camel is bigger than a horse. If he accepts the other party as a thug, it will come in handy. It is just right for him to sell the black goods. As for him, when he had no one, he had no choice but to take the risk to ship the goods. Now that he has someone, why does he need to do it himself? The risk is too great. After thinking about how to ship the goods, he released Jengar again. In addition to his own backpack and the poke ball of the giant crab, he let Jengar swallow all 12 backpacks and wait until the giant crab was ready. He was going to sell the poke ball of the giant crab to Luyan. Even if Luyan offered a friendly price of 10 million, it would be fine. If he could prove that the parents of this giant crab were kings, the value would at least double, at least more than 20 million. It's a pity that he couldn't prove the parents of this giant crab. If he still sold it to Luyan for 20 million, it would be a bit too much. After all, Luyan was a newly recruited subordinate, and he was going to use him as a tool. He would need this guy to work hard to sell the black goods in the future. He couldn't use him for nothing, so he sold him at a friendly price. In the future, Luyan will recover his strength, or even go further. We'll see what happens. He may need a pair of gloves to help him deal with some inconvenient things. This matter is still uncertain, and we need to take it one step at a time. As for the sand shrew, there is no need to sell it to Luyan. After all, Luyan is ready to change the direction of development. What's the point of continuing to use sand shrew? In fact, Luyan's desert dragonfly and swampert will not be restrained by the water system, but the future Guedud Integran will be restrained by the water system. Guedud and swampert will also be restrained by the grass system, and sand shrew will also be restrained by the grass system. Perhaps, Luyan will need that high-level fire stone, but there are only a few Pokemon that can be evolved by the fire stone, Flareon, Arcanine, Ninetales. There is no need to look at the remaining two. According to Luyan's aesthetic taste of cultivating magma snail before, he probably doesn't like these fire-type Pokemon. It's Luyan's personal choice at that time, and he doesn't care. Anyway, he doesn't choose fire-type, and fire-type is restrained by his rainy day team. After all, Luyan, who has Sandsong, Boscodora, and Guedud, is a bit redundant in conquering Sand Shrew. It's completely unnecessary. The potential of this Sand Shrew is not as high as that of Crab. It's okay to cheat outsiders in this matter, there's no need to cheat your own people. Although he is just a thug, he really regards Luyan as his subordinate. If Luyan is just nostalgic, Luyan can keep a few ground-type Pokemon. The wild Pokemon they can get next are mostly water, grass, insect, poison, and flying Pokemon. Ground and rock-type Pokemon can also be encountered in underground caves. If Luyan still loves Pokemon of these two attributes, he has nothing to say, and he can't control it. He is only responsible for the final check. How the other party chooses is his own business. If Luyan wants to spend money to buy Pokemons at the breeding house, he still has nothing to say. Anyway, it is Luyan's personal choice, and Luyan has the right to choose. Yu Hai lay on the balcony basking in the sun, putting aside the thoughts in his mind, and enjoying the sunset on the sea is the most important thing. When he was preparing to have dinner, Luyan brought back food, and the two chatted while eating. Yu Hai also took out the poke ball of the crab and told Luyan that the crab had the talent of a king, and asked if the other party wanted to buy it. Luyan paid the money very happily. He was a little moved by Yu Hai's behavior of only 10 million, and burst into tears on the spot. After all, the crab also has the potential of 56, which is indeed a talent of a king. Later, Yu Hai took out the sand shrew and told Luyan that this sand shrew was a little worse than the crab in talent, but it was the treasure of the breeding house, and it was a quasi-king talent. Luyan also wanted to buy it, and the price was still 10 million. However, Luyan's move was stopped by Yu Hai. Yu Hai had to explain clearly and let Luyan think it through. Whether Luoyan should continue to follow the path of ground type, rock type, and steel type. If it was Gyarados and Sandshrew, he would prefer Gyarados, because this is the Orange Islands. Even if it was Luoyan, he would make the same choice. After all, the opponent still had to capture Geodude. If he captured Sandshrew, the role would be repeated. Moreover, the opponent already had 3 ground-type Pokémon, Sandshrew and Swampert. Finally, Luoyan thought seriously for a moment and gave up Sandshrew. Compared with ground-type Pokémon, it would be more advantageous to follow the path of water-type Pokémon in the Orange Islands. He also thought about it for a long time. If it weren't for the fact that the boat was too big and it was difficult to turn around, he wouldn't have stayed on the rock-type path until the end. Now that he has the opportunity to change the track, there is no need to go back to the old rock-type path. Luoyan finally decided to choose the water-type path, and then use other attributes as a supplement to prevent the water-type elves from being restrained by the electric and grass types. In fact, the most important thing is the grass type, because he has ground-type elves, and it is harmless to face the electric type. In order to avoid being restrained by the grass type, the insect type, poison type, and flying type can restrain the grass type, and it is also easy to get wild elves. When they arrive at the Brandon Sea, he will go around in the forest, maybe he can catch a few elves with good talents. Luoyan told the leader his idea and rejected the leader's Sandrat. During the conversation with the leader, he keenly noticed that the leader was extremely easygoing, had no habit of putting on airs, and never deliberately highlighted the status gap between them. Faced with such an approachable leader, he did not despise him at all, and he would never dare to do those disrespectful behaviors. As a subordinate, he knew his ability and position very well, and had a clear understanding. The leader treated him kindly, that was the leader's style and personality charm, not because of his status and ability. As for his current appearance, he was in a difficult situation, had almost nothing, and was worthless. It was rare to meet such a leader who treated his subordinates well and helped him restore his strength. Looking back on the past, he had experienced too many intrigues and deceptions. He had never expected that there was such a way of getting along between people. Such an opportunity is a precious wealth for him, which means that on the road of growth, there is a good teacher and friend who is willing to guide and support him. For this reason, Luoyan will cherish this relationship very much, take it seriously, and repay the trust and care given by the leader through practical actions. As a subordinate, he was always ready to implement the leader's will to the letter, execute according to the highest requirements, and meet or even exceed the leader's expectations of him. After dinner, Luoyan said goodbye to the leader and returned to his house, still thinking about the future. Yu Hai watched the moon for a while. He didn't expect that Luoyan had completed a self-attack after just having dinner, and helped him draw a big pie, and Luoyan ate the pie himself. The human heart is the most unpredictable. He only accepted the other party as his subordinate because he had the ability to suppress the other party. If he was not sure, he would not speak. Yu, has never changed. He is still so cautious. He will never do anything he is not sure of, unless he has to. After watching the moon with the elves, he also went back to sleep. He slept until dawn, and the next day came soon. He and Luoyan discussed the issue of cultivating elves all day. Luoyan knew much more about the experience of cultivating ground elves than him. During this process, Yu Hai also secretly recorded Luoyan's experience in cultivating ground and rock types, which could be used on Han Han and Swampert in the future. For water-type elves, Luoyan was the one who asked. He would answer what he knew, but would not tell what he didn't know, and would not tell anything that involved secrets. In this way, on the afternoon of the 21st day of the journey to the north, they arrived at Daigon Island, the island of Dr. Uchiki's research institute. After the passenger ship docked for an hour, the passenger ship set off again. This time the destination was Xantan Sea and it would arrive tomorrow night. After arriving at Xantan, it would dock for an hour as well, and then set off again. The passenger ship would arrive at the port of Jingan Island the next morning. However, they had already disembarked at that time. It was stuck in the review. I swear to God, I just wrote the candle and it was stuck. Chapter 338, Champion Level. On the 22nd day of the journey to the north, at night. When the Zantan Welding Shaozhong passenger ship docked, Yu Hai had packed up everything, and Luo Yan stood beside him. The two boarded the flying elves at the same time. He boarded the big-mouthed gull and Luoyan boarded the desert dragonfly. The two took off from the balcony of the sea view room and left the passenger ship that had sailed for 2.5 days. They did not take the usual route when they boarded the ship. They bought the tickets from the ticket scalper, so they would not take the usual route when they got off the ship. In Taiwan, the harbor and the town are basically connected. After they got off the ship, they landed near the harbor and walked into the town. They walked into the town just to find a place to rest. After all, they were on the ship for 3 days. They were very sleepy on the first day and could sleep, but it was difficult to sleep in the next 2 days. They came to the town tonight just to have a good sleep. Tomorrow, they will go to the island to see if the legend of the crystal rock snake is true. As soon as they entered the town, they saw glass products on the street. It is said that this island is rich in high-quality crystals. If the crystal rock snake only eats crystals, it may really mutate. However, the crystal rock snake changed its diet, so it can only eat crystals in the future. Once it changes to other minerals, the physical properties of the crystal rock will disappear and return to its original appearance. This is the disadvantage of the crystal rock snake. The crystal rock snake that can only eat crystals is afraid of fire but not water. Its weakness is also very obvious. Think about the thermal expansion and contraction of glass. If the crystal rock snake is burned by flames and instantly touches cold water, it will probably break into pieces. After all, it is an elf made of crystal and has lost the characteristics of rocks. It can only be said that this special mutation has lost its yes. Thinking of this, he felt that he was not ready yet to subdue the crystal onyx. Let's not talk about the food of the crystal onyx, but the crystal body of the crystal onyx, which is not as useful as the original rock body. The original rock body is not afraid of fire at all, and will not be deformed by burning. It's just that the fear of water and fire have been switched. Thinking carefully, he found that this crystal onyx is just like that. Even if it is not afraid of water, onyx still has 5 weaknesses. Its resistance is not as good as that of Pokemon like Swampert. After all, Swampert only has one weakness of being weak to grass. Let's see the situation tomorrow. The main thing is that it is too troublesome to raise it, and he can't afford to raise a crystal-eating onyx. Boss, I found a place to stay, and I opened 2 rooms. Yu Hai was admiring glass crafts, and Luo Yan had already found a place to stay. Where is it? He followed Luo Yan to the hotel and planned to rest for a night in the hotel. He would get up early tomorrow and go to the forest with Luo Yan to help Luo Yan find Pokemon. However, Luo Yan was a little anxious and wanted to recover his strength as soon as possible. As soon as they arrived at the hotel, Luo Yan rushed to the beach to replenish his elf team as soon as possible. Yu Hai entered the room and naturally did not stay idle. He drew the curtains before resting and checked the room carefully. After making sure that there was no way to peek outside the room, he released Jengar and asked Jengar to spit out all the backpacks. He was going to try to break Jengar's championship potential here. Before Jengar tried to degenerate, he also asked Orb Spider to go outside the room and Darkrai to be on guard outside. Once someone was found peeping, he would hypnotize the other party. Fortunately, it is different from the previous life. In the previous life, there were basically pinhole cameras in the hotels, and it was normal to be peeped. When the technology of this world continues to develop, that day is not far away. At that time, he dare not try to evolve Ghastly in the room casually. Gengui, eat these poisons and then degenerate. Yu Hai took out various poisons and poison sacks from his backpack, at least 3 or 4 kilograms, and he fed them all to Jengar. There are also poison energy blocks, poison gems, life energy blocks, and psychic energy blocks. These are the only cultivation resources he has left to improve Ghastly's potential. There are no ghost gems among the spoils, but there are quite a lot of poison gems. Whether he can reach the champion potential this time depends on these poison gems, and I don't know if they are enough. Cower-hey, Jengar swallowed all the poisons and licked the corners of his mouth. He felt a little unsatisfied. There were too many and too mixed poisons, and the taste was not very good, but he still swallowed it. Okay, let's degenerate and see, Yu-Hai asked Jengar to degenerate. White light burst out from Jengar's body instantly, and he degenerated into the appearance of Haunter. It seems that Jengar's degeneration is much simpler than evolution. He immediately opened the panel of Haunter and found that the potential is still champion level. Let's degenerate and see. Yu-Hai really wants to know whether the potential can still remain champion level in the form of Ghastly. Cower-he, Haunter was very obedient, a white light flashed by, and it degenerated into Ghastly again. Yu-Hai opened the panel again and looked at Ghastly's potential. He found that it was still a little bit 99, he was used to it. After closing the panel, he immediately put all the poison gems found in the previous more than 40 backpacks in front of Ghastly, letting Ghastly eat as much as he could. The purity of this batch of poison gems was very low, there were more than 20 in total, and there were only 4 or 5 gems with a purity of more than 50. The purity of the remaining gems was very low, there were 40, 30, and 20. Even if it was 300,000 per gem, this batch of poison gems would be nearly 6 million. Cower-he, Ghastly licked the corner of his mouth and turned on the eating mode again. In a short time, he swallowed more than 20 poison gems into his stomach. And this, Ghastly, Yu-Hai picked up the poison energy cubes on the ground. There were a lot of these things, and they were all fine energy cubes. Ghastly could eat as much as he wanted. Cower-hey, eat, Ghastly showed off several boxes before he couldn't eat any more. If you can't eat any more, evolve. What are you waiting for? Yu-Hai looked at Ghastly, whose face was swollen. This guy didn't need to evolve to consume all the food, so what was he waiting for? Cower-hey, woo, Ghastly heard about evolution, and a dazzling light immediately burst out from his body. He instantly turned into Haunter, and even his whole face shrank back, consuming all the food he had just eaten. Ghastly finished evolving, looked at the poison energy blocks on the ground, and stretched out his 2 newly evolved claws to grab the poison energy blocks on the ground, until he was full and then degenerated. There were about 100 boxes of poison energy blocks on the ground, all of which were high-quality energy blocks. Haunter could eat as many as he wanted, and Yu-Hai didn't stop him. He didn't need this stuff at all. These high-quality poison energy blocks were searched out from the more than 40 backpacks, and he still had the cultivation resources of Storm. Baofeng has more than 50 poison gems and hundreds of boxes of poison energy blocks. He plans to try with the more than 20 poison gems with lower purity first, and then use Baofeng's cultivation resources if they are not enough. Spit out the empty gems, let me see how many are consumed. Yu-Hai clapped his hands and asked Ghastly to spit out the more than 20 poison gems he had just swallowed. He, Ghastly's big tongue stirred in his mouth and spit out 4 transparent stones. 4. Yu-Hai thought about it and thought it might be related to the purity of the gems. After all, the purity of these gems was too low. Besides, Ghastly's potential is still the same, and it is still stuck at the point of 99, it didn't move at all. According to the previous speculation, Luian's Rumble Rock was stuck for so long after breaking through the king level, so Ghastly's champion level is probably not much better. It is definitely more difficult to break through than the king level. There is no doubt about this. Go on, Ghastly. Yu-Hai no longer cares about Ghastly eating energy cubes, as long as Ghastly eats the energy cubes to evolve and then degenerate. In this way, the more than 20 gems in Ghastly's mouth were all consumed after Ghastly evolved and degenerated 6 times. A full 23 poison gems failed to make Ghastly's potential reach the champion level. This is not the first time. He has become accustomed to letting Ghastly eat energy cubes at will. He took out more than 50 poison gems from Storm, all of which have a purity of more than 50%. According to the unit price of 400,000 each, these 55 poison energy cubes with a relatively good purity are sold for at least 22 million. I don't know if these poison gems can help Ghastly break through the threshold of the champion. If not, just keep smashing them. He has no shortage of money now, so just smash them to death. Go on, Ghastly, eat all these gems. You can eat as many energy cubes as you want. Yu Hai put down more than 50 poison gems to stimulate Ghastly's evolution again. Energy cubes are no longer the staple food here. Gems worth 400,000 are the staple food. Ghastly consumes 3 every 10 seconds on average. In just over 3 minutes, Ghastly consumed more than 50 poison gems through evolution. Gas's potential has finally reached the champion level. Gas, different color. Attribute, Ghost plus Poison. Gender, Male. Potential, 80%. Level, 7.53%. Characteristics. Ha ha ha, finally, it's finally up. Gas's potential has just reached 80, not more at all, and the panel is really accurate. In order to achieve this step, Ghastly consumed more than 100 million Pokémon resources, but only raised the potential to champion, and the level remained the same. Poison energy cubes, life energy cubes, psychic energy cubes, and some poison sacks are not counted, only the obvious consumption is counted. 2,000 boxes of life energy cubes cost 11 million, 10 kilograms of venom cost 2 million, and the 44 million that time directly drained him. There are also 33 gems cost 15 million, 3 kilograms of senior level venom sacks cost 900,000, and 11 gems cost 5 million. The 23 gems just now cost 6 million, and the 55 gems just now cost 22 million. Total, 100 million, 5.9 million. After spending so much money, there is still one new player item, Toxic Orb, one new player item, Black Sludge, more than 900 boxes of life energy cubes, more than 900 boxes of psychic energy cubes, and more than 50 boxes of poison energy cubes left. More than 100 million, Ghastly only has these things left, and Ghastly's potential has also increased from 27 to 80, which cost more than 100 million. Besides feeling distressed, everything is worth it. Ghastly has become his Pokémon with the highest potential, higher than Darkray's potential, and is also the absolute main force of his Spider Vest identity. Just don't know how much resources will be consumed if Ghastly continues to improve his potential after coming to the champion. No matter how many resources are spent, everything is worth investing, and he will continue to spend money. Okay Ghastly, try evolving into Gengar, Yu Hai nodded secretly, preparing to let Ghastly evolve into Gengar and swallow the backpack he just vomited. The result. Ha ha ha, Ghastly turned into Haunter, and Haunter found that he couldn't evolve into Gengar no matter what. His whole face turned red. He just couldn't evolve into Gengar. Fuck, maybe I need gems, Yu Hai suddenly realized why he forgot about this. He quickly asked Haunter to stay in the room. He went out to the Pokémon prop store on the street and bought 11 ghost gems for 7 million Alliance coins. After the discount, the unit price was 650,000 per piece. Later, the boss even rounded off the decimals and charged 150,000 less Alliance coins. The boss was still a good person. Damn it, after leaving the prop store, Yu Hai cursed. It was indeed another black shop. In the future, he would not buy ghost gems over 600,000. Seeing the boss making money was more uncomfortable than him losing money. He made 50,000 more than him, or 50,000 more small money for each gem. After returning to the inn with 11 ghost gems, Yu Hai gave them all to Haunter, letting Haunter use the energy in the gems to stimulate evolution. After swallowing the gems, Haunter successfully stimulated the light of evolution and evolved into Gengar again. Ku Gengui, come find me after you finish eating. He, Gengui looked at the energy cubes on the ground, picked them up and ate them, stuffing them into his mouth while eating. In a blink of an eye, more than 50 boxes of energy cubes were all stuffed into Gengui's mouth. However, Gengui still had a box of energy cubes in his hand, and he was unpacking and throwing them into his mouth one by one. Go, and chew it twice to taste the taste. Gengui, eat slowly by yourself, I'm going to sleep. Yu Hai saw Gengui floating in the air, and did not disturb Gengui to enjoy the food, but still reminded. By the way, Gengui, don't share the poison energy cube with other elves. It's not that poisonous elves can't eat this kind of energy cube, eating it will be poisoned. Cower-hey, Gengui nodded seriously, indicating that he knew, but still gave one to the round silk spider on night watch. Yido, the round silk spider took the exquisite poison energy cube, hung upside down on the roof, and tasted this midnight snack carefully. Just one was enough for it to digest for a long time. Not everyone is as good at eating as Gengui. The other elves had dinner on the ship. There was no training in the past few days, so they didn't need to eat midnight snacks. When they settled down and the elves started training, they would have extra meals at night. Yu Hai ignored Darkrai, Jengar, and Orb Spinner in the room. They were all night watchers. The rest were sleeping in their pokeballs and playing in their dreams. Jengar would go in later. After all, dreams were much more interesting. Everyone was playing in dreams. In reality, there were only 3 Pokemons. It was not fun at all. Yu Hai came out of the bathroom and fell asleep on the bed. He would talk about Luo Yan's affairs tomorrow morning. He had waited for 3 or 5 years. It was just one night. Luo Yan would not wake him up. Now Luo Yan had entered the forest from the seaside. He caught any water Pokemon he saw when he came to the seaside. No matter if it was swimming in the water, flying in the sky, or running on the ground, as long as it was a moving Pokemon, Luo Yan would let the desert dragonfly stun it, and then throw a Pokeball to capture it. After catching the water Pokemon near the beach, Luo Yan walked into the forest at night again. He saw grass, bug, poison, and flying Pokemons and also threw Pokeballs to capture them. In just one night, Luo Yan had captured nearly 400 or 500 elves. Tomorrow, he would wait for Yu Hai to review them. He hoped that among these elves, there would be a few little guys with good talents. After working all night, Luo Yan finally returned to the hotel in the town at 4 o'clock in the morning. He had not slept for 3 hours before the sun rose. The next morning, it was Yu Hai who knocked on the door again. He was still wondering if Luo Yan would sleep in, but he did not expect Luo Yan to have caught wild elves all night. Chapter 339, Surprised or Not. The 23rd day of the journey to the north was sunny. Today the weather was good, very suitable for going up the mountain to play. After Yu Hai knocked on the door, he saw Luo Yan, who looked haggard, rubbing his eyes with his hands, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. "Did you not sleep last night?" "Boss, I only slept a little. I went to catch elves last night." Luo Yan instantly became energetic when he saw Yu Hai, and his previous fatigue was swept away. He did not want Yu Hai to see himself so decadent. "You only have 5 minutes, Yu Hai left a 5-minute countdown and left the hotel corridor. "Yes, boss." Luo Yan heard that there were only 5 minutes, and hurried back to the house to dress and wash. After taking care of personal hygiene, he hurriedly put on his backpack and went downstairs to the hotel. When he came downstairs, Luo Yan saw Yu Hai eating breakfast on the roadside. He ran over and ordered his own breakfast, and also paid for both of their breakfasts. When Yu Hai saw Luo Yan coming down, he was going to go into the forest with him after breakfast. The elves had also been fed breakfast in the room, and they all stayed in the elf balls, so it was inconvenient to come out. He only left Darkrai in the shadow to protect him, and Ditto on his face. He did not release other elves around him, and he would talk about it when he met Crystal Onyx. He was not going to capture Crystal Onyx, and the reason why he had to look for it was because, first, even if he didn't capture it now, it would be okay to go and see. Second, in order to help Luoyan recover his strength, I won't say more about this. Third, although you can't capture crystal onyx and can't afford to raise it, you can capture it and make friends with it. This crystal onyx is a rare species among onyx, and it is immune to water damage, which onyx fears the most. It is not a special physical mutation, but a difference in regional morphology, otherwise it would not be immune to water damage. This rare Pokémon should be the reason why a large number of trainers come here. Otherwise, you would think that the trainers who come to the island are all for the glass crafts on the island. Perhaps only Crystal Onyx can attract this group of people. For trainers who are crazy about rock Pokémon, Crystal Onyx is as obsessed as Jerry's love for cheese, and it is also similar to the star-chasing behavior of some people in their previous lives. This kind of enthusiasm and persistence for a certain item is easy for him to understand. After all, who is not a fisherman? Everyone has his own pursuits, and this world is still very tolerant, but it can't tolerate criminals. No one will whitewash criminals. I won't talk about my past life. I was very tolerant, but all kinds of monsters and demons appeared. It was so irritating that I wanted to slap them. Unfortunately, hitting people was also illegal. If you are lucky enough to capture Crystal Onyx, you can also use it to make friends with certain people. The certain people he mentioned are naturally the trainers who like Crystal Onyx. It's not too much to exchange a Pokémon for a favor. After all, the legend of this Pokémon has been circulating here for so long, and no one has captured it, which means it is very well hidden. As for the legend of Crystal Onyx, there is no need to doubt it. Just now when they were having breakfast, I have asked the boss. The boss said that someone has seen the crystal rock snake in the cave on the mountain. There is also a glass craftsman in their town who has seen it. The crafts made by that master are also unique in the town, but the master has passed away for many years. The boss should be talking about the grandfather of the supporting brother and sister in the animation. Yu-Hai has some impression of that episode of the animation. He also knows that Zai and his friends saw the crystal rock snake on a small island in the sea. After the tide recedes, a sand road will be exposed, connecting the uninhabited island. The crystal rock snake is in the cave on that island. This is just a plot in the animation. I don't know if they will be so lucky this time and can also meet the crystal rock snake. The rock snake that has lived from the grandfather's generation to the present should be strong, and there are senior levels. There is a crystal mine here, with a lot of crystal ores. If eating crystals can cause mutations, then there must be more than one crystal rock snake here, but a group of crystal rock snakes, and the probability of encountering it has also increased a lot. After breakfast, Yu-Hai and Luoyan came to the beach. Before entering the forest, he needed to select the wild Pokémon Luoyan caught last night. There were the most water-type wild Pokémon. No wonder Luoyan looked like he was still asleep when he got up in the morning. It turned out that he had been fishing all night last night. Among these wild Pokémon, there were the most stupid ones. He also caught several big clawed crabs. When he saw the big clawed crabs, Yu-Hai looked at Luoyan in confusion. Big clawed crabs, don't you already have one? Boss, I caught them randomly. I'll pay attention next time. Luoyan scratched his head awkwardly. He didn't see it clearly yesterday. When he saw the desert dragonfly fainted, he threw the poke ball to capture it. Forget it, let it go quickly. They have poor talents and it's useless to keep them. Yu-Hai threw the poke ball of the big clawed crabs to Luoyan and looked at other Pokémon. There are a few sea stars, all of which have poor talents. There are also tadpoles, but their talents are not good either. The talents of wild water elves such as agate jellyfish, big-tongued shellfish, long-winged gull, and sharp-toothed fish are all average. There is not a single outstanding one. All of them were released. There are more than 200 water elves, but not a single one has a potential of more than 50. Luoyan, this unlucky guy, has such bad luck. It's too bad. Let all these wild water elves go. I'll take a look at the insect and grass ones. Yu Hai threw all the elves with poor talents to Luo Yan and asked him to release them into the sea. Yes, boss, Luo Yan honestly released the elves. He worked hard all night last night, but they were all eliminated. There was not a single wild elf with good talents. Green caterpillars, still green. Yu Hai took out more than 10 green caterpillars in a row, looked up at Luo Yan and scolded, "Why do you catch so many green caterpillars?" "Boss, there are the most green caterpillars in the forest." Luo Yan was embarrassed. He entered the forest last night and caught the elves he saw without thinking too much. Even if it was a green caterpillar, he would still capture it. He was not qualified to be picky now. Forget it, let it go quickly. Yu Hai sighed and continued to check the insect elves. He found that the green caterpillars and unicorns were the most. These insect elves had a large base number, but there were too few high potential elves. After looking at the insect elves, he looked at the poison elves, Arbok, Zubat, Orb Silk Spider, and other elves, and there was no high potential elves. Then, he looked at the grass elves, Mushroom, Walking Grass, Trumpet Bud, Shuttlecock Grass, Lotus Leaf Boy, Paras. This time, he finally got something, a Trumpet Bud with a potential of 50, which is not bad. Among these Pokémon, only this Bell Bud has good talent. You should consider whether to capture it or not. Yu Hai threw Bell Bud to Luo Yan and turned to walk into the forest. "Boss, is this Bell Bud okay?" Luo Yan released all the Pokémon caught last night, took Bell Bud's poke ball, and followed Yu Hai into the woods. "Sure, it has the talent of a treasure of the store, you should consider whether to capture it or not." Yu Hai waved his hand to Luo Yan, who was chasing him, to indicate that he had made his decision, and he also took out a cigarette and lit it for himself. Walking in the forest, he also took out the insect, poison and grass Pokémon he wanted to release from his backpack and released them in this forest. This behavior did not avoid Luo Yan, and he would find Luo Yan to deal with the black goods later. Some things could not be hidden from Luo Yan. After all, Luo Yan was an adult and was once the leader of the underground world. Luo Yan's strength was not bad before, and his emotional intelligence and IQ were not low. It was impossible to hide it from Luo Yan, so it was better to be frank. "We are all adults, and there is no need to beat around the bush." "Boss, what are you doing?" Luo Yan knew he shouldn't ask, but he was still very curious. However, he regretted asking, because he shouldn't know. "I took advantage of the turmoil in the black market that you caused, and I took some things. These elves are worthless, so I just let them live here." Yu Hai did not hide it, but answered Luo Yan's doubts. However, Yu Hai's words embarrassed Luo Yan, because the turmoil that night was caused by him and his men. "Hurry up and catch your elves. I took a lot of good things that night, and I need your channels to help me ship them." Yu Hai still did not hide it, and directly stated his purpose of shipping. "Don't worry, boss, leave it to me. I have acquaintances on Jingan Island and Penguin Island. It's just shipping some goods, no problem." Luo Yan patted his chest and promised, and turned around to subdue his own elves. He was not stupid enough to question why the boss stole things. This was all normal operation. After all, who hasn't stolen things? If you want to become a trainer, you need a lot of resources to cultivate elves. If you can't make so much money through regular channels, you can think of ways in places like the black market. If he hadn't followed the boss, the Pokémon eggs of Boscourt and Swampert in his backpack, as well as the 200 million in his bank card, all belonged to the boss. However, in order to help him recover his strength, the boss didn't take his things, and that little money was far from enough. Now the rock team is gone, the territory is gone, the subordinates are gone, and the mine is gone. Without these sources of income, a normal job only pays 300,000 a month, which is not enough to cultivate Pokémons. He would also steal ores and go to the black market to compete for resources to cultivate Pokémons. He returned to the hard life before, which was how he lived 10 years ago. At that time, he had nothing, only a small Guaidud to accompany him. It was so hard and tiring before, but he could get out of it. The situation now is much better than before. Back then, he had nothing, but now he has more than 200 million in startup capital. Back then, there was only a small Gui dude to fight with him in the underground world. Now he has a senior Pokemon, Sand Dragon, and Pokemon eggs of Cocodora and Aquasca. The most important thing is that this time he followed a mysterious leader, and it would be difficult for him to think of flying in the future. By the way, Luo Yan, let me ask you something. Yu Hai had already said it, so he simply asked about the high-level fire stone. Do you know what fire-type elves Baofeng is preparing to evolve? Fire? Fire. Luo Yan didn't know why the boss asked this, but he still recalled seriously and thought of an elf. Yes, I often see Baofeng holding a Vulpix. Vulpix. Yu Hai smiled subconsciously, and understood the use of the high-level fire stone. It turned out to be the evolution stone of Vulpix. Seeing this smile, Luo Yan suddenly figured out something and realized that the black goods that the boss said should not be that simple. Ha ha ha, it doesn't matter if I tell you. I can help you vent your anger. Yu Hai noticed Luo Yan's puzzled expression and also told the other party's guess, I stole Baofeng's backpack. Boss, are you serious? Luo Yan was a little unbelievable and shocked. He didn't know what to say. That was Baofeng's backpack. How could it be stolen? And it was stolen by the boss. He met the boss again. This was too coincidental. Believe it or not, Yu Hai waved his hand and continued to walk into the forest. He was speechless. Every time he told the truth, no one believed him. Boss, it's not that I don't believe it. If it's really Baofeng's backpack, he will come to hunt us down. Luo Yan was very calm. Although Baofeng was relieved to lose his backpack, they were also in danger. As long as they took action against Baofeng's black goods, they would definitely be hunted down. If you don't tell others, how can he know? Yu Hai felt that this man's head was full of stones. If Baofeng knew, he wouldn't tell it. Boss, aren't you going to sell Baofeng's black goods? Once these things are sold, they will be checked. Luo Yan saw that Yu Hai didn't care, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. Are you worried about me? Yu Hai stopped. Luo Yan was still worried about him at this time, which showed that he was still loyal. He was very satisfied with Luo Yan's performance. No, boss, it's Luo Yan. Saw Yu Hai stop. Of course, he was not worried about Yu Hai. After all, the mysterious leader's strength was unfathomable. Even if Baofeng came to chase him, he might not be able to get any benefits. It was not certain who would die at that time. He realized this only after he said that sentence just now, but the boss was not afraid, but he was. He was just a desert dragonfly. Now was his weakest time. If Baofeng found them, it was hard to say whether he could escape. There is one more thing. When he thought of this, cold sweat began to appear on his forehead. He lowered his head and said frankly, Boss, you told me this. I'm afraid you will kill people to silence them. Ha ha ha, Luoyan, don't you think about it? If I want to kill people to silence them, I would have done it a long time ago. Yu Hai smiled and raised his hand to pat Luoyan's shoulder. Seeing that Luoyan did not dodge, he trusted him very much. This subordinate was not bad, but he was a little old. In order to facilitate the smooth delivery of the goods next, telling this matter also meant to test Luoyan. After all, they have a common enemy, the fishermen on the same boat. The enemy of the enemy is a friend. Telling this matter will not only not cause a gap in their hearts, but the common enemy can also consolidate their subordinate relationship and increase Luoyan's sense of belonging to the organization. At the same time, it also shows that your enemy is my enemy. Don't be in a hurry to take revenge. You, Luoyan, will get what you want. With a common enemy, there is a common goal. If Luoyan dares to tell others, he can guarantee that Luoyan will be the first to die. Luoyan doesn't know who he is yet, and he doesn't plan to let Luoyan know. Chapter 340, Luoyan. If he confesses this matter, Luo Yan will not make random suspicions or even have a gap in his heart because of his free help. Random suspicions will only breed misunderstandings and cause gaps within the team. Such signs should be nipped in the bud as soon as possible. For him, Luo Yan is just a subordinate. Even if he loses him, he will not lose anything. After all, the supply and demand relationship between the two is not equal. Luo Yan's need for him is now, and his need for Luo Yan is the future. Facing the current Luo Yan, he has all the advantages. Since he has the advantage, why not make good use of it? If he can't even subdue a downtrodden Luo Yan, unless he really lies down in the future, he will be bound and unable to do anything in the future. If Luo Yan was just a tool before, and simply recruited a thug, as long as he passed this level, Luo Yan would be his future confidant. Xiao Ying was also a confidant. He has 2 trusted trainers, and they are his future right-hand men. Boss, do you trust me so much? Luo Yan didn't expect the leader to trust him so much, just like he was holding the leader's thigh tightly and would never let go. Of course, no matter who comes, they can't save you. If you dare to tell others, I don't need to do anything, you will die miserably. Yu Hai continued to walk into the woods, not caring about what Luo Yan thought. Even if it was a test, it would take time. Loyalty is not something that can be achieved in an instant, and it needs to be deeply imprinted in Luo Yan's heart. Boss, unless I'm crazy, I don't know about this if you don't tell me. Luo Yan understood what the boss meant. If he dared to tell others, Bao Feng would torture him to death without the boss's help. Who knows? Hurry up and subdue your Pokemon. Yu Hai didn't care what Luo Yan said. Trust was built again and again, and it was also very simple to destroy it. Just one lie was enough. Boss, what's the matter with Bao Feng? Luo Yan saw that Yu Hai was not angry, so he immediately stepped forward and asked Yu Hai what happened just now. Nonsense, otherwise how would I know that Bao Feng wanted to evolve a fire elf? Yu Hai could clearly feel that Luo Yan was closer to him, not as unfamiliar as before, and there was less of the gap between superiors and subordinates. This gap is like an unequal relationship, a gap in strength and status. Even if the leader can be friends with you, you can't be friends with the leader, and you can never be friends. Ha ha ha, Bao Feng will go crazy. Luo Yan laughed out loud, and he couldn't hide his happiness. This was the only good news he had heard in so many days. I didn't expect that he secretly recognized a boss, and he actually helped me get revenge. It was really a cause for celebration. Even if the boss didn't help me conquer the elves, this news was the biggest surprise and the best gift from the boss. If Bao Feng's backpack being stolen was a big surprise, trust was another big surprise, which meant that the boss accepted him, rather than him giving trust unilaterally. Although even without these, trust is what he should do, but the feeling of being trusted by the boss is really hard to describe, as if the heart is slowly soaked by a warm current. This feeling is like finding a bright light for himself in the silent night, bright and warm, illuminating the way forward for him. Ian, I don't know if Bao Feng is crazy or not. If you don't keep it in, bird shit will fall into your mouth. Yu Hai lit another cigarette and smoked silently against the tree trunk. Seeing that Luiyan's mood, which had been suppressed for several days, was finally released, his mood also improved a lot. After all, happiness should be shared, and it would be too boring if only one person knew it. He also changed the name he called Luiyan. Since he had confessed, it would be too strange to continue calling him Luiyan. It was still comfortable to hear Ian. Boss, just wait for me for a moment. I saw the elf I like. Luo Yan realized that the boss really accepted him when he heard the word a yan. He would be a spider in the future. No, he would be the boss's own man. Okay, get out of here. Yu Hai was too lazy to look at this guy, and turned his face away to smoke. Luo Yan, a love-brained man, probably regarded him as his white moonlight. As long as this kind of person does not disappoint the other party will not give up, let alone betray. He is definitely a die-hard fan. Haha, Luo Yan, a liquor, this kind of person is really easy to pua. He didn't expect Luo Yan to have a past of licking dogs, and he was still an infatuated man. Luo Yan's unrequited love was still told by Luo Yan on the boat. Luo Yan had a secret crush in big city, but he didn't even kiss her on the mouth, but only held her hand. He had been in love with her for more than 10 years. What else can this be if not a licker? Don't blame him for playing tricks. Yu hates licking dogs the most in his life. Not only does he roll up his sleeves, he also drives up prices. In his previous life, he was backstabbed when he watched a movie, ate a bowl of noodles, drank a cup of milk tea, ate an ice cream, ate fruit, and even ate bread. Okay, he admits that he can't afford it. He just wants to have a simple breakfast, 2 steamed buns and fried dough sticks, but he is also backstabbed. In the end, even drinking a bottle of water, he was backstabbed. It's not that he can't afford to be backstabbed, it's that licking dogs is more cost-effective. You have been licking for more than 10 years, and the other party has not eloped with you. It's not that he doesn't like you, so he has been hanging you. Can't you see this? He can think of the ending of Luo Yan returning to big city after his strength is restored. It's not that he returns to the king of soldiers, but that he receives a wedding invitation from his crush. In the end, he harvests this licking dog once again, and wishes the couple happiness. Ugh, what a shitty plot. Which screenwriter dares to write such a plot? The shit will be beaten out. No matter how this licking dog licks, he can't control it anyway, it's all the licking dog's own business. As a bystander, he is naturally a bystander, and he can see things clearly with his buttocks. Because licking dogs are generally people-pleasing personalities, who only please others and ignore their own feelings. The reason why licking dogs are so humble is that they often turn a blind eye to the other party's mistakes, as well as the other party's lack of initiative, refusal, and irresponsibility. The licking dog will find all kinds of excuses for the other party's mistakes, defend the other party, and even take the blame for the other party. The licking dog is afraid of losing the other party, afraid of being blamed and abandoned by the other party, so he chose to condone the evil. However, such behavior will only make the other party more aggressive and disrespect their efforts and feelings. People should learn to protect themselves and not let themselves become the other party's ATM and spare tire. This licking dog can't be awakened by calling or beating. Forcibly waking it up will turn it into an enemy, and it will end up in a thankless ending. The licking dog will only wake up after being hurt. Only the pain that hits the heart can wake this licking dog up. This day will not be too far away. I really look forward to Luo Yan's expression at that time. If he doesn't laugh like a pig, he will be sorry for Luo Yan, who he cultivated with his own hands. Don't even mention the time. He couldn't help laughing just thinking about it now, ha 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 ha. Boss, I caught a big beetle. Please help me see if I can subdue it. I've wanted to subdue a big beetle for a long time. Luo Yan saw the boss leaning against a tree, laughing alone. Since the boss was in such a good mood, he came over to let the boss take a look at the big beetles he had subdued. No, they are worthless. They are all worthless. Yu Hai looked at the proficiency panels of the 5 big beetles and threw the poke ball to Luo Yan. The potential of these big beetles was very poor. Boss, wait a minute. There are more than 10 over there. Luo Yan kept the big beetles in the poke ball for the time being. He found a group of big beetles over there and quickly took the one he had just caught and continued to catch them. This time he caught the entire group of big beetles, a total of 13 of them, all handed over to Yu Hai for review. You are lucky. There is a great gorilla here with the talent of the treasure of the store. Yu Hai picked out a great gorilla with a potential of 53 from the great gorillas. Unexpectedly, there was a great gorilla leader among the great gorillas, so he threw the great gorilla leader to Luo Yan. Okay, then I will capture this great gorilla. Luo Yan happily took the great gorilla with a potential of 53. He wanted to capture a handsome great gorilla when he was a child. After he captured Guedud and embarked on the path of a rock trainer, he forgot that he liked great gorillas when he was a child. This time when he returned to the forest, he was reminded of his memories again. He also released the remaining great gorillas and hurriedly followed the boss's footsteps and continued to walk into the woods. In this way, the two walked and caught all the way in the woods and came to the Brand Brown Line model. They did not encounter a high-potential Pokémon on this way. They did not plan to continue to circle in the forest. After arriving here, they saw a dead volcano with many crystals on the mountain. It is estimated that they were brought out from the ground when the volcano erupted. There are many caves here, where many ground and rock-type Pokémon live. Luian wants to capture a Guadud here. Go, we'll meet at the inn tonight. Yu Hai and Luian arrived here when it was almost noon. After lunch, they parted ways here. Luian wanted to capture Guadud, cultivate his own Guadud again, and find crystal onyx, so he entered the cave of the extinct volcano. Yu Hai also wanted to find crystal onyx, but he would not act with Luian because he knew where crystal onyx might be. There was no need to share this with Luian. Of course, good things are made by one person in silence. Okay, boss, Luian waved goodbye and turned to enter the cave of the extinct volcano. This afternoon, he would catch hundreds of Guaduds and try to capture a Guadud with the talent of the treasure of the store. As for Guadud with the talent of the king? First, he didn't have that much time. The talent of the king was not so easy to come across. Second, they will go to Jingan Island tomorrow, and the boss needs to sell the contraband on Jingan Island. Third, the boss doesn't have that much time. After going to Jingan Island to sell the contraband, the boss will leave, and there won't be much time to help him check. He must gather his own elf team as soon as possible. Elves with the talent of the king are hard to come by. It is enough to get a big crab. The remaining elves are vacant, and they can be subdued as long as they have the talent of the treasure of the store. The elves with the talent of the treasure of the store will have no problem in being promoted to the king in the future. He doesn't want to be the champion. As long as he has the strength of the king, it is enough for revenge. The championship is not a field he can reach. After separating from Luian, Yu Hai directly released the big-mouthed gull and flew to the gorge to prepare to find the island of the gorge from the air. If the island is close to the gorge, it proves that there is a crystal rock snake here. He doesn't need to wait for the tide to recede, and can fly over directly on the big-mouthed gull. Around the island, he soon saw it. He didn't expect there was such an island. He let the gull fly over directly. The gull landed on the island, and the Ditto mask could rest. When it was with Luian, Ditto never rested. Now it changed from a mask to a face towel and hung it on Yu Hai's neck. It could change back to a human face mask at any time. Yu Hai also released the three Pokémons, Frog, Crab, and Scyther, and asked them to help him find a cave. Forget the orb spider. It stayed all night last night and is now resting in the poke ball. Frog, do you guys understand? Find a cave on this island. Yobo, Frog patted his chest to show that he understood. It's just a cave. Leave it to them. Kuke, Crab also raised its big claws and crawled into the woods. Yeah, Scyther also nodded to Yu Hai and flew into the woods. After watching the three elves enter the woods, Yu Hai also walked into the forest. This island was not big, so if there was a cave, it should be easy to find. Sure enough, the elves found the cave soon. Scyther came back and found him. He held Scyther's thigh and was brought to the entrance of the cave by Scyther, where the frog and the giant claw crab were waiting. Yobo Yobo, the frog pointed to the 2-meter-high cave in front of him, and raised his hand to point to the other side, indicating that there was more there. Is there more than one cave? Yu Hai walked around the mountain for more than 10 steps in the direction of the frog's finger, and he saw another cave. However, this cave was much smaller, but he felt that there should be only one direction for these caves. That was the crystal cave leading to the cave, where there was both food and water, which was very suitable for the survival of the crystal rock snake, and it was also the place where Zai and his group encountered the crystal rock snake. He walked back and shouted to the giant claw crab, lead the way with the iron wall, Scyther will go at the end, and the frog will follow me. Kukk, the giant claw crab's body surface flashed with metallic luster continuously, strengthening the defense of the crab shell, and then entered the cave and walked in front to lead the way. Yu-Hai followed closely with a flashlight, the mosquito frog followed him to protect him at any time, and the flying mantis walked at the end to prevent any emergencies. One person and 3 elves slowly explored the cave. After walking for an unknown period of time, they came to a cave full of crystals. The light shone on these crystal stones, shining with dazzling brilliance, looking crystal clear, and pure. The light of the flashlight can also penetrate these crystals with good transparency. In addition to the crystals, there is a deep and quiet pool of clear water in the middle of the cave. The water is very clear, and the deep part is dark green. The bottom of the pool is completely invisible. Yu-Hai stood on the shore of the pool and looked down, as if he was staring into the abyss. After staring at the bottom of the pool for a while, he felt a little creepy in his heart, and hurriedly stepped back several steps, not daring to get too close.